1. Starting out as a winner in life. 2013. Sky City, University Dormitory Building, Room 704. Is it big? Is it white? Really big, really white. Not right, should say real silver is right. I spent 268 yuan ocean to buy Barrett. You say. Delighted voice, light sound in the chamber. Xu Kun lying on the bed in a daze, listening to the words that seemed to be driving, subconsciously touched the side. Hard. To his experience, it seems to be a hardboard bed. Not right. He was clearly in the bar last night about the two front and back of the blonde and brunette foreign girls, together into the hotel. Now what is the situation? He opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings and arrangement, and was dumbfounded. Here, which is still some luxury hotel. The mottled walls are pasted with some posters, on which there are Peninsula's long-legged girl group members, as well as the Crossfire game that they played when they were in school, as well as the protagonist of a movie. And then look at the next two people gathered in front of the computer screen, full of Marvel. TSK to watch a very good gun. Lee Seowin, Ho Chang? These two livestock is not a back home to open the supermarket. Another one the nightclub director. Well, what the hell is this? A moment did not react to Xu Kun, looking at their appearance, young and energetic. A creepy current from the spinal column flowed throughout the body. He gently gasped, directly out of bed. Shoes also do not wear. Run into the bathroom. The narrow bathroom. The wall hung a somewhat broken mirror. He did not say anything to stick up, staring at the mirror inside the person. Fair face, flying eyebrows, lips red and teeth white, slightly still with a childish young man. The face value is not low. Oh my god. He covered his face and couldn't help but let out a groan. As a fan of Rebirth novels, combined with the situation of those two roommates, he had already guessed what had happened to him. Reborn. That's right. Although it wasn't clear which time period of the university it was now, he was indeed reborn. What a joke for me. In his previous life, although he didn't mix with any people, but at least he was also a middle-level supervisor of a multinational conglomerate company, and he was also expatriated to the Enamel Country District, the power that was not generally big. Hands have the power. Money nature will not be less. At the same time around the girl he has also gone a lot of the peninsula, neon, and enamel. In short, his life is still wonderful. His memory stays that day. It is the domestic New Year is about to start the last few days. In this case most of the country will return home. Xu Kun's top general manager is no exception. This kind of time expatriate company naturally have to need someone to hold down the fort. As the general manager's beloved, he naturally did not hesitate to stay. Anyway, there is nothing to do, and can also get extra bonuses. And then again, what can he be able to 29 years old? As the head of the company enameled country, but also will not do things will do people. Before the arrival of the spring festival, the company should leave all the people left. There are a few left deliberately stay to maintain the operation of the company's excellent staff. During the day there is nothing to do. In the office slept for 7 or 8 hours Xu Kun. The night can be said to be full of energy. So, he came to the bar that he often went to, with his fluent French, and talk extraordinary temperament, as well as humorous and witty jokes, coupled with his exotic face from the ancient oriental countries. It was easy to hook up with two foreign girls to go to the hotel and talk about life. What happened next was predictable, but it was still strange to see him crossing over in such an uneventful manner. Without thinking about it, Xu Kun can be confident that this time the achievement, absolutely stronger than in his previous life. But this is again to come back to such a life path. He does not know whether to follow the original trajectory to continue to go. Some people say that reborn, the previous regrets need to make up, but he is now a penniless college student. A semester of living expenses have to rely on the family. How to make up for the previous regrets? What are the regrets of his parents? Seems to blame him. Always stay abroad, at least give him a grandchild to hold a line. Xu Kun also always give them a joke. He will bring them a hybrid grandson back. As for their own regrets, that can be more to go. Villas, sports cars, private jets, girls. Xu Kun unscrewed the faucet, washed his face, and sighed softly. The game of life can be really not fun. Without hanging, the start before Rebirth is also too difficult. He had just sighed when a crisp ding suddenly came from his mind, followed by a pleasant beep. Congratulations, player binding system. From this moment onwards, your life will become colorful. What? What is the system? Xu Kun naturally knows. Isn't this the same golden finger that protagonists use to open up and walk to the peak of their lives? Unexpectedly, he himself would one day obtain this thing. Player, Xu Kun. Age, 18 years old. Level, LV1. Benefits from this moment onwards. You will be rewarded with $1 for every heartbeat you make. Upgrade experience, $10,000. PS, more benefits will be opened one by one after the system is upgraded. Turtle Ow. 1 heartbeat equals 10 cents. How much does that make a day? This knowledge point, Xu Kun did not learn. He had to check, subconsciously from the genes. Take out that more than $500 of miscellaneous machine. Press the oval case, the screen flashed, surfaced in the background of the deep starry sky in the solar system screen. It is now 2013. Has finished military training, after the National Day after October 9th. Now, he is a freshman. Googled. Xu Kun found that the human heart to beat 80,000 to 120,000 times a day. That is to say, as long as his heart continues to beat, a day can be rewarded 8,000 to 12,000 yuan. Daily income of $8,000. Just ask the standard. How many people then? A day at least 8,000 yuan. A month according to less counting also have more than 250,000 yuan. A year is more than 3 million. This salary is only enough to exceed the country 99% of the people. Announced early financial freedom. This rebirth to come absolutely powerful. May really be Xu Kun did a good thing in his previous life. The goddess of fortune towards him to lift the skirt. Because of some excitement, he looked at the system in front of him that others could not see. As Xu Kun's heart continued to beat, plus 0.1 yuan such words were increasing. Well, try to collect. Xu Kun silently read the confirmation. Not a few seconds of work, the phone floated a text message as follows. Your tail number card October 9th, 1626 income of 2.3 yuan, the balance of 1676, 37 yuan. Construction bank, no words. From today onwards master announced, I am also rich second generation. A day more than 8,000 yuan now. This is still LV1 level system. If it is LV2 level, LV3 level 4, or even 10 level it, he did not dare to imagine. In any case, his life is like the system said, from now on will be colorful up. Xu Kun cocked the corner of his mouth, forced the joy on his face, walked out of the restroom with bare feet, and saw the dormitory, still crackling with crossfire. Li Xiaowen and Ho Chang. Stop playing, it's more than 4 o'clock. Let's eat. Ho Chang, who was maneuvering his character, helplessly said, no money big brother, just kryptonite. The next half month we'll have to eat noodles. I can't go either. I just took Zhang Lan and her roommate to eat barbecue last night. Brother, I'm also shy now. Li Xiaowen also sighed. It's really not easy to raise a girlfriend these days. Xu Kun is a little speechless. These two roommates, one loves to play games, the other is a dog licker. Military training time made a girlfriend. Raise not a person, but a whole dormitory. Every now and then we'll look for him to play the autumn wind. I don't know this goods, have eaten the peach sun yet. And the last one, then called Wei Dongming, is a nerd dedicated to study, all day long soak in the library. If it is not, everyone's temperament is similar, a thing to help. Their dormitory is really not very reliable. No need for you guys to pay. My treat. Okay, put in the words before. Xu Kun will jokingly say a few words. But now, what is this money? Hey, you say this, I can take it seriously. That is, if there is no joke. I now immediately hang up. Xu Kun pushed open the door and walked out. Hurry up, the later the time, the more people eat. To really Xu father today, send kindness? Nonsense is so much. Remember to shout on the old way as well. 2. New benefits. 100,000 yuan. Outside the University of Tiandu. Walk a 10 minutes or so is a food street. At night here food stalls everywhere. The aroma wafting. For Xu Kun. Once again walking on this street. See the familiar and unfamiliar buildings. Barbecue stores, department stores, KTV bars, and the flow of people walking by. Really some feelings. For people chose a lamb steamed bun. Because Xu Kun is very bold. This time he let everyone casually build. The three roommates were surprised, but also made a point of confirming the truth of what he said before unceremoniously ordering a large meal to help him build more than $100. Tiannan province's mutton burgers. Flavor is really not to say. After eating, the sun's afterglow gradually spread on the road. Mottled asphalt road, tilted silhouettes. Xu Kun glanced at the system, found that after an hour of time, and has accumulated 508 yuan, can withdraw cash. He did not hesitate to choose to withdraw cash. Your cell phone tail number card October 9th, 1746, income 508 yuan, balance 2078, 37 yuan. Construction bank, cool this is the welfare of open hanging, an hour of minimum $500. Cattle cannot be cattle, every heartbeat has money to earn. Xu Kun heart, not to mention how happy. Every day there is more than 8,000 income, enough to let him become a real rich second generation. With money, that also lack of girls this life he must be colorful to live through life. A good experience once again. What is called life? Ho Chang, three people are chatting about the girl walking by the side of the road. With the gradual arrival of the night, the air becomes cool. The university city near a lot of dressed-up flamboyant young lady also began to come out to roam. There were couples and some single girls with fair skin, small mini skirts and hot pants, dressed sexy, a pair of long white legs exposed in the air, quite eye-catching. Let me tell you guys, not having a girlfriend in college is definitely a kind of regret. Li Xiaowen told the crowd about his experience in picking up girls. With an eloquent face, he pointed to a white short-skirt young lady passing by and whispered, "Like this kind of girl, you have to hit on her directly. To WeChat the chances of success will definitely be very low. But if you use an excuse to go to talk to her for a few sentences, like you're your classmates for example, and then send a red packet, the contact information is very easy to get to the hand. And as for the following things, hey, it's up to you." Ho Chang spat out, "Still sending red envelopes? If I have money, as for being single, it doesn't have to be too much, 66 yuan is okay. Sending red envelopes is nothing more than giving each other goodwill. Those who understand understand." Li Xiaowen hemmed and hawed. With Kuan's face value, I think the chances of success without sending red envelopes are also high. Wei Dongming cracked a joke. "Kuan, why don't you demonstrate it live?" Su Kuan rolled his eyes. "If you want to go you go." A few people joked and laughed, and strolled around the scenic area in this neighborhood. There are some famous monuments near Tiandu University. In modern times, although part of it was demolished and built into an industrial area, but still left a lot of it. Especially recently, the country has been vigorously developing tourism. These famous monuments have been reused again. You guys see who that is? After not wandering around the scenic area for long, Ho Chang's eyes lit up and pointed at a group of girls taking pictures over there. Can't see clearly, but the legs are quite white. Li Xiaowen was a guy cesium beer. A glance at the attractive legs, commented, "School flower Qin Lua." Ho Chang hemmed and hawed and said, "It seems that their dormitory is also shopping here. Well, it looks like the overall face value ratio is quite high. If you're interesting, I can recommend myself to give you a ride. Just say that monkey wants to know you." "Guys," Li Xiaowen said, "who do you say the school flower?" Wei Dongming said doubtfully, "That short skirt chick." Li Xiaowen explained in a low voice, "The girl they met last time they went out. Pull it down. Just her high and mighty character. She probably can't even look at a few of us." Ho Chang grunted as he hugged his shoulders. "Brother Cohen, I think there's a bit of a chance." Li Xiaowen looked at Su Cohen and said tentatively. Wei Dongming had a different opinion. He wore glasses and had a strong schoolboy temperament. "The chances are low. That girl likes a high quality of life." "How do you know?" "Look at the wear necklaces, earrings and skirts, basically did not fall." Li Xiaowen patted Su Cohen's shoulder and said, "Don't just focus on your own play, you also say something." Su Cohen, who was playing with his cell phone, looked at the girls over there who were talking and laughing, and skimmed his mouth. "Rich, anything is good to do. I'm a realist, I don't want to talk nonsense." Qin Lu in his previous life, he did know, but only a nodding acquaintance. That girl winter and autumn seasons love to wear white silk. Body is also wow. The person is beautiful, but it is not his kind of poor students can come into contact with. Now there is a hangout. Su Cohen naturally have ideas, but at present his pocket is not full of 10,000 yuan. Want a gun, she is also powerless. This sentence is very deep meaning. Li Xiaowen also said with a smile, "Don't even talk about those driving topics. They are coming over." Wei Dongming prompted. For girls whose face value and body shape were still decent, chirped and walked over, just in time to meet Su Cohen and the others. One of the girls rushed Wei Dongming and greeted, "Such a coincidence that you guys are also out shopping." Wei Dongming does not talk much, very reserved. Him counted as a response. Li Xiaowen has the most experience with girls, is also very lively, waving his hand and said, "For big beauties, add a WeChat it. There is time for us two dormitory sorority to eat a big meal. You have a girlfriend. Invite us to eat a big meal. Is not afraid of Zhanglan to beat you." A short-haired girl covered her laughter. "If you guys don't say anything, she won't know." Li Xiaowen raised his eyebrows, then pulled Su Cohen out and said, "See, we have a school grass-level handsome guy in the dormitory. On this face value this body, when your boyfriend is qualified, right? For women like looking at goods." In Su Cohen body survey a few eyes, wearing a halter skirt, draped with a small fragrant wind jacket of the girl smiled and said, "Treat us on the go. Hey don't worry, if you guys come over it will definitely be our treat." Ho Chang also came over, licked his face and smiled, although he likes to play the game, but for the girl is naturally also the heart of the desire. Can find a girlfriend is always better than holding the game machine all day. The four girls discussed, "There is a free meal, do not eat for nothing." Then all nodded and agreed down. Su Kuan's eyes swept over Qin Lu. For him among these four girls, it was Qin Lu that fit his prey range. Shoulder-length hair, fair skin, she wore a short dress with a peninsula style. A pair of thin and long beautiful legs were exceptionally bright. The curve of the dolphin part was tantalizing, and the figure was really top-notch. But people are indeed more arrogant. She came over, also just swept the crowd, and was not saying anything, obviously feeling that Xu Kun and his party are not interesting. But now is not the time. Wait for me to develop. Such a school flower goddess, give me a dozen. After the 4 girls left, Xu Kun and a few of them in this scenic area after strolling around, also returned to the dormitory. On the way, Ho Chang and Li Xiaowen is still discussing, should go when to ask them to go to dinner suitable. This month is definitely not. Both of them are shy and cannot open the pot. It is difficult to go to the lone treat dinner. If this is the case, the group of girls will be touched not. Maybe a high probability. Will be a foot kicked away from the 2 of them. There is no money to ask the old lady to eat what meal. October 10th. Ding! You get a limited time benefit. 100,000 yuan of free consumption on that day. Consumption does not produce experience value. Early in the morning, Xu Kun, who was brushing his teeth in the restroom, heard the system's prompt and rushed to check it up, only to see a line appear in the field of vision. 100,000 yuan free consumption quota. And this benefit, although it didn't generate experience value, it was equivalent to giving him $100,000 to spend for nothing. Boy, this system is too powerful. Xu Kun stroked his chin, an amused look on his face. Originally he thought that the system would let him upgrade a little bit according to the rules. Now it seems that there is this unknown benefit that will be gifted to him at any time. If that's the case, that's rather interesting. Maybe I don't have to develop for too long before I can hunt a little and fill my stomach. The corner of his mouth tugged as he looked at the boy in the mirror. With a high face value coupled with the golden finger of earning a lot of money with the system, the killing power for girls, that wasn't even at the super god level. After washing up, he and his 3 roommates went to the cafeteria to fill up their stomachs, and then came to the classroom together. Tiandu University, as the province of Tiannan, ranked the number of universities from different provinces a lot of people, which has a lot of girls' temperament. Style is also a big difference. Hot-tempered from Liaodong, gentle as water is the Jiangnan Suzhou and Hangzhou area. There is a tall and slender, then the model is almost how much of the girl. In short, very eye-catching. Chapter 3 Rich college life is better when you have money. There were 4 classes a day in Tiandu University, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Each course was 1 hour and 20 minutes. The professor who gave them the class is named Zhang. The style of lecture is very humorous. Most people can listen to it, but the classroom is not without those who touch the fish. This includes Xu Kun. 2 classes in the morning he was playing with his cell phone. Although it is a miscellaneous machine, but to understand the current social information, for him is the most important. What is the purpose of going to school? Is not for money. He is now the most important, is to plan for the future, not to say become the richest. At least there must be 100 billion level of family. The morning class just ended. Xu Kun said to his roommate 3, do not have to wait for me to eat. I have something to go out for a trip. Day, what is more important than eating? It can't be that there's a girl. How the 3 people muttered behind their backs. Xu Kun was not clear. Now he was carrying a huge sum of money in his pockets, riding a cab in a hurry to the city, the most luxurious shopping center, ready to spend some good money. David City is one of the biggest luxury shopping centers in Tiancheng City. There are countless luxury goods here. It can be said that the people who come here to spend money are basically worth a lot of money, whether in his past life or in this life. Xu Kun is the first time to come. There is no way that people are poor and short of ambition. Just one piece of clothing is his 1 month's salary. Who can afford it? Enter the mall. Take the elevator to the 7th floor. He directly chose the Armani store. Not to mention his family's casual clothes are quite good looking. Armani is Italy's international brand. Fashionable young in the country is very popular. The sales of this store, each wearing a bustier uniform, curvy and moving, stockings and long legs, quite a charm. Xu Kun just came in. There is a female salesgirl smiled and welcomed up. He was a simple dress, looks very ordinary, but Reborn Xu life memory fusion after the temperament is very colorful, especially Xu Kun's pair of eyes, vivid and godly. These female sales with a torchlight gaze, naturally would not be foolish enough to open their mouths and mock. Even if their hearts were upset they would only discuss it after Xu Kun left. Sir, what can I do for you? Buy 2 sets of clothes. I like black and light colored styles. The saleswoman stepped in small mincing steps, a pair of black silk legs swaying in front of her, bringing Xu Kun to a row of hangers and said with a smile, this is our newest model for this season. The materials all come from the Mediterranean and Western European countries and are then made by renowned designers. The only downside is that the price is a little higher. What this girl said was very profound. That is, she stated the quality and brand of the clothes, but also implied that the price was expensive and would not make it difficult. Xu Kun waved his hand and said, just these. Pick 2 sets for me with your vision. Okay, please wait. Soon. the saleswoman picked a suitable set of clothes for him. After entering the changing room to change and come out, let a person's eyes light up. This set of fashionable and simple casual wear set off is extraordinarily handsome, coupled with its own temperament. There are a few points to say that it is not possible to say. Female sales pursed her red lips. On the side also smiled and complimented, Mr. This set of clothes is really suitable for you. The general public cannot wear this kind of temperament. Look like a star. Not bad. Pick another set of other colors for me. Wrap it up and take it away. After picking the clothes, Xu Kun used WeChat to pay. I have to say that these two sets of clothes are really not cheap. Together they cost him $17,000. If it was an ordinary person, it would take more than 4 months of salary to get it. It's true that poor people can never experience the happiness of rich people. Receiving another set of clothes bag from the saleswoman, Xu Kun glanced at the invoice and casually stuffed it into his pocket. Female sales is very respectful of his courtesy to the door. Before he left, deliberately handed a business card over. Mr. Su, this is my business card. Cell phone number is my microsignal. If you are interested in, you can add me. Every week I provide you with the latest men's clothing news of the store. Xu Kun took the business card and looked at her. Sister, what do you mean? Want to be hit, need a law. However, in addition to her body a little better, other aspects of Xu Kun really do not see. Fierce is not big, legs are not long, coughing. Maybe he thought too much. The 8th floor is a place to sell cell phones. Xu Kun spent another $16,000 more than the ocean. Bought the latest Vivo cell phone and Apple cell phone, as well as Bluetooth headset. These things. In his previous life, he had 2 cell phones, one for work and one for life, so it was most convenient to plan. Due to the morning half a day of classes, Xu Kun has long been hungry. In the mall to find a high-class Western restaurant, spent $7,000 ocean to enjoy a good meal. After eating has been more than 1 o'clock. At this time he still has more than $40,000 free quota. Continue to shop on the end. Then he underwear, shoes and laptops. One by one for all brand name. A circle down this 40,000 yuan spent a 7 or 8. Until 3 p.m., he returned to the dormitory. Only Ho Chang and Wei Dongming in the dormitory. As for Li Xiaowen must be accompanied by his girlfriend to go. I wipe by so many things. This is the latest Apple laptop. And this LV shoes. Ho Chang exclaimed as he rummaged through his stuff. Wei Dongming, the school bully, looked at his computer. The corners of both of their mouths twitched viciously. How much money did this cost? Listening to their question, Xu Kun said in a very pretentious manner. Not much, it's only 100,000 or so dollars. My day, this is not much. 100,000 dollars, child. My dad and mama year also cannot earn down so much. Ho Chang looked at him with a dumbfounded face. I really didn't think, Kun, you're still a deeply hidden rich second generation. Simply Wei Dongming was also speechless. They say rich second generation is much bull. I've seen it today. Spending 100,000 dollars without blinking. If it is really my 100,000 dollars, may be really heartbreaking. But this is free money, does not spend for nothing. But this feeling of spending money is really cool, especially when shopping. Some of the young ladies looked at him differently. If Xu Kun at that time towards them to WeChat words, he estimated that 99% chance, the other side will absolutely give. This is the reality. A rich girl more. No money can only lick screen. Xu Kun is also very happy today. Directly waved his hand. Don't be sour. Evening dad, please eat hot pot. Dad bull, force. Both cheered up. Not to mention a rich second generation roommate is good. Even the meal money are saved. For Xu Kun a hot pot, it's just a small amount of money. Heartbeat plus money. After a night of saving, and more than $8,000 can be withdrawn. It is not hurry to make, hard to build. Happy on the end of the matter. Night drifting. Lights curling. More than 6 p.m., the street lamps just lit up. A hot pot restaurant outside the University of Tiandu. The 4 people from Xu Kun's dorm room, plus Li Xiaowen's girlfriend, and 3 sisters, totaling 4 men and 4 women were sitting at the table, surrounding 3 hot pots, happily eating. Sorry, I'll pay you back half of the money for this meal, Li Xiaowen said to Xu Kun with some embarrassment. Originally their dormitory was their own line of people eating. His girlfriend heard about it and had to follow over. To be honest, he was also very unhappy in his heart, but was too embarrassed to show it. Although he did not have much money in his pocket, but has decided to eat after dinner to call home, so that mom and dad turn point over. As for what excuse he had to think about it, nothing, don't take it to heart. This money is nothing. Xu Kun patted him on the shoulder and said, besides, more than a few girls, we eat more happy. Look at the monkey and the doctor. These 2 goods are hard to the girl there to aim. Monkey is Ho Chang's nickname, and doctor is naturally Wei Dongming's, the school bully. For the arrival of Zhang Lan and his line of girls, Xu Kun heart does not have much upset, because he has money for this little money does not care, so look very light. If there is no money, ahem, then he is now long black into the face of the bag. Li Xiaowen girlfriend of this dormitory, and there is nothing too colorful beauty, just to say that our durable girl, all young and beautiful, skin tender. Xu Kun has no idea about them, but it does not mean that the girls have no interest in him. Everyone chatted and quickly brought the topic to him. When it was learned that he was a hidden rich second generation after spending $100,000 on consumption today, Zhang Lan side of that, a wraparound short skirt, fierce mouth fat, wearing short boots girl looked at Xu Kun and said, Xu handsome, add a WeChat it have the opportunity to come out to eat together again. Xu Kun has not yet spoken. Everyone began to coax. Yo, what is this doing in front of our face active tease that is, to WeChat also score occasions, private is right, can know the reasoning of the first strike, rich and handsome is good. Unlike me to find a girlfriend is as difficult as heaven. Ho Chang touched his head inside as he took a sip of wine. Xu Kun is very good at what he does. He certainly won't let the girl in front of him do the hard work, although he has no interest in her, but still reached out and handed the cell phone over. Chasta's still broad-minded sister swept down the WeChat, joyfully added, not just her. The other two girls even Zhang Lan added his friends, and as in the case of his cell phone did not return to help him agree. Xu Kun's mouth corner slightly a draw. The other two girls on just, Zhang Lan what do you mean? Your boyfriend can be sitting next to me. How do you want him to wear an emerald hat Of course this is Xu Kun joking. Even if Zhang Lan interesting, he could not agree, because Zhang Lan is also an ordinary girl, is not much beautiful, such dishes are everywhere on the roadside. It is not worth it to hurt his brotherhood for this matter. Chapter 4 To become a male god. After dinner, everyone did not return to school, but in Xu Kun's proposal, came to the next Galaxy International KTV to play. In the cashier directly booked a 1888 yuan package room. A variety of drinks and snacks also bought more than 1,000 yuan. A line of people in this luxury package room high up. Lula 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 lula. Lula 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 lula. I'm going to be brave. I'm going to be first. I'm going to be first. I want to fly an airplane. I want a TV. I want a CD player. I want an MP3. I don't know why Ho Chang liked the song Piggy Man, but as soon as he came up, he gave a rather self-congratulatory performance to the crowd, which was a good laugh. Zhang Lan 4 girls in order to express Xu Kun invited them to dinner to thank, but also came to a dance. Although the dance is not good, but that a pair of long white legs, really very attractive. Wei Dongming and Li Xiaowen also sang their own songs. Only Xu Kun kept that kind of cloudy temperament and watched with a smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, in addition to Zhang Lan, the other 3 girls from time to find him chatting, very active. It seems to want to be hit really Everyone has been crazy play to more than 9 o'clock, before returning to school. What's going on today? All sweeping towards me, the campus in the morning. As always, the air is fresh, but also full of noisy noise. Perhaps only to the late night 2 or 3 o'clock in the evening will seem quiet. Xu Kun stepped into the classroom, and when he passed by the front row, he found that quite a few girls looked at his face from time to time, implicitly measuring the color. Just pretend. Li Xiaowen grunted and said something very sour. Pretend what I get up in the morning and don't know anything okay. Xu Kun was a little helpless. He honestly lay in bed and slept, and didn't go with anyone to see the scenery, much less go up to the national production area, not to be famous. Ho Chang at this time interface said, Brother Cohen, you yesterday hand wave, spent 100,000 yuan thing. I do not know who was passed out. And then in the group of girls crazy rumor. Our class has a rich second generation. This year's rich second generation is still rare, especially spending $100,000 a day. This money is still not affordable for ordinary people. Just this? The corner of Xu Kun's mouth tugged. He really didn't know that it was necessary to spend a $100,000 like this. This is how a rich second generation behaves. Spending $100,000 a day is similar to spending $1. Ho Chang exclaimed. What's wrong with it? Wei Dongming, the school bully, coughed on the side and said, Our Tenda University's tuition fee for a semester is only 8,000 yuan. Your 100,000 yuan is equivalent to the university's 3 years of tuition fees all wrapped up, not to mention that, but also extra a lot of material fees. Cannot let some people lament. Xu Kun sniffed stunned. A time really do not know how to open. This $100,000 he spent easily. But for others want to earn that, how difficult. Li Xiaowen patted his shoulder and flirted with a smile. You're going to be famous. I'm sure tomorrow is not. Or less than tomorrow you will certainly receive countless love letters. Ho Wen and Wei Dongming also nodded their heads at the side. agreeing with what he said with envious looks. University life is originally a bit boring. Many men and women are here to fall in love. Perhaps the end of the academic year will break up, but the sweet love can only be felt here. A piece of ice cream for 2 people to eat. A bowl of noodles divided into 2 halves. An umbrella 2 hands hold. But chasing a girl is nothing. Tender, not a girl chasing backwards. That is really a cow. I said I never had this idea. Do you believe? Xu Kun looked at the 3 of them and said. The 3 people put up a contemptuous finger in unison. If it is a change of the 3 of them, even Wei Dongming, the school bully heart will be cool to the extreme. There are so many girls for you to choose. You can really. The first class in the morning. The end of the uneventful. The bell just rang. A girl wearing a short beige skirt, thin and long legs, walked to his table, holding a cell phone, daintily said, Xu Kun, can you add WeChat? Xu Kun, who was playing with his cell phone, raised his head and looked at her eyes. This girl was wearing light makeup. Her face value was not bad. There was a 70 points or so. Her skin was very white, shoulder-length hair. Her body was slim, and she had a kind of showy temperament. Ho Chang held the back of his head, grunted and said, this is not coming. Xu Kun's mood at the moment, for the time being, cannot be expressed. The happiness of the rich second generation he is considered to feel a little bit. It is true that the person looks handsome, coupled with money, the girl will be quite active. Looking at the girl, he smiled and took out his cell phone and swept the other party's WeChat, and opened his mouth, added, look at it, quite a pretty avatar. It's brave? This girl ruffled the hair on her fair face and said somewhat shyly, it's a brave. It can bring good luck. I hope it can bring me good luck too. With a red face, the girl said something that made people quite want to laugh. Don't worry, I will let him bless you. After this sentence, without waiting for Xu Kun to agree, she stepped on her short boots and ran out of the classroom. There's no way everyone is a freshman. At this point in time, both boys and girls are inexperienced in striking up a conversation with the opposite sex, except for those sunflowers. It actually worked. It seems that this rich second generation Xu Kun is quite good at talking. Humph. Just we'll see the wind and make the rudder. Why don't you want it at the beginning of the school year? I also go to add a big sister on your buffalo waist. People will be interested in you? Maybe. He likes this one of me. At the time the girl went to ask for WeChat. Some other girls in the classroom also have to look here. After seeing the success of some of the people who have the idea of the heart also give birth to a small mind. Other not to mention. At least Xu Kun handsome, but also a rich second generation. Very consistent with their boyfriend standard. Whether successful or not, make a friend or not. In this way, the end of this break, Xu Kun added a total of 6 girls WeChat. Although many people have ideas, but the real action is still not much, or young and reserved not like some of the society, as long as there is an opportunity to climb up the pole. The morning class, in Ho Chang 3 people flirting and envious look in the end. In order to plug their mouth, Xu Kun and take them outside to eat a big goose stewed in an iron pot. For him, a few $100s are trivial now. And it costs money if he wants to upgrade his system, and currently he is still more than $5,000 away from upgrading. Gotta find some time and wait him some more before he can upgrade early and make big money. After eating dinner, there are still classes in the afternoon. Stayed 2 more classes. Also has come to the evening. Xu Kun changed his clothes and came outside the school, ready to buy something and level up. Xu Kun, are you also going out to the night market to shop at the stalls? Xu Kun, who was playing with his cell phone and checking out the luxury goods, heard these words and saw the 2 girls standing in front of the school gate. One of them, who was standing in a pavilion with long and slender legs, was none other than Qin Lu, and the other one was her roommate. Right, what about you guys? Xu Kun's eyes rolled and he smiled. We also want us to come together. Xu Kun, since there is no impossibility, although he currently does not have the idea of preying on Qin Lu's, but a little more contact is also fine. The necessary moment he can show off his own ability to pay money. After all, for this kind of high and mighty girl, the more you get together in the past, the more the other side of the old to see you as the kind of spare tire licking dog. But he is now already the school crazy rumor of the second generation. Naturally cannot be so low, have to be arrogant, have to be high and cold as a male god. Let them him to be okay. Chapter 5. The effect of money power. The ground stalls in any night market were more or less the same. All kinds of tricycles converted into food carts, canvas-built ground stall tents, and all kinds of groceries set up on the pavement. At a glance, the whole street was full of them. It was more than 6 p.m. The night had not yet fully arrived. The night market was already lit up with all kinds of lights, as well as the passing stream of people near the university town. Look, that doll bear is so cute. Let's eat some lamb skewers. Do you two want chili? Darts, playing balloons. The grand prize is actually 1,000 yuan. Xu Kun and the two girls are strolling together in this night market, and the mood is still relatively pleasant. Not only because of the girls, that youthful and beautiful face and curve attractive body, there is also the reason that he has money. Walking from the school gate, he did not less show his ability to money. Fried skewers, meat buns, and lamb kebabs. As long as it is passing the food truck, he will buy a little bit, divided into two girls half. At first they don't want, but after the mouth to eat up, can no longer stop. Really fragrant. Next Xu Kun took them, played a few dart games. 1 yuan a dart, randomly grabbed is $20 or $30. Can really black, but their skills are really not very good. After spending 50 yuan, but also got 2 second prize palm-sized Donald Duck and Winnie the Pooh dolls. But the two girls were quite happy. Their cheeks flushed like little apples, very attractive. Beauty, handsome. This is the mechanical watch I brought back from the peninsula. Just these 12 pieces. If you are interested you can take it down in advance. This watch is very rare in China. Qin Lu looked at the white-style mechanical watch. Her beautiful eyes carried the color of liking. She secretly estimated her wallet. After throwing away her living expenses, she still had some money. Then boss, how much does this watch cost? The boss looked at them with a smile, like he was looking at a fat sheep. Not expensive. Not expensive. It's only 1,088 yuan. What are you talking about? More than $1,000 is still not expensive. Shady businessman. The roommate girl named Wang Yiting, who came with Qin Lu, spoke indignantly, her face full of contempt. This is an authentic Peninsula mechanical watch. Selling it at this price, I'm already heartbroken enough. If you guys don't want it, there are plenty of people. The middle-aged chubby boss had an expression of not haggling, making people helpless. Qin Lu shook her head. Although she liked the watch, she wasn't stupid enough to take out her 1 month's living expenses to buy it. Forget it, let's go. We'll take this watch. WeChat transfer is fine, right? At this time Xu Kun suddenly opened his mouth and said, so that the boss, who thought he could not do the single business, was surprised for a while. Can you sweep my two-dimensional code on the line? Then in Qin Lu and Wang Yiting, the two expressions of a flustered, a slightly playful look. He paid 1,088 yuan to buy this fashionable pearl white mechanical watch. The strap is white with gold pattern, elegant and noble. Give. Qin Lu bit her thin lips and swept the boy in front of her with a complicated look. She shook her head. I can't have this watch. You spent $1,000 on something. My monthly living expenses, can't afford it. Wang Yiting looked at the side. The heart dry anxious would like to say, you don't want to give me Look at this pair of handsome men and women. She is a burst of envy. It is obvious that this rich second-generation handsome. Obviously on their own this school room made interesting. I have to say, this Xu Kun is really generous. More than 1,000 yuan of gifts to say send on send. I send you something. What do you have to be sorry for? Xu Kun put one hand in his pocket, smiled and handed the watch to her roommate. His steps kept moving forward. Give it to you and you take it. That bastard is interested in you. Can't you see it? Wang Yiting hated the iron. Stuffed the mechanical watch into Qin Lu's pocket and said in a low voice. But, Qin Lu's pink thin lips slightly moved. Softly spoke. There is no but. You this. Oops. If you do not want, go back to me always okay. After Wang Yiting finished the sentence, Qin Lu didn't say anything else. It's already more than 7 o'clock. Let's go back after a little more shopping. The two girls behind her both softly no matter what. In the end, Qin Lu still took the gift. After all, this fashionable pearl white mechanical watch is really beautiful. No girl would refuse a gift for nothing, even if the temporary refusal, only because of the love of face, reserved, if the gift is a sports car, villa, a kind of top luxury goods, they will only weak legs cannot stand. Refuse, the word will not appear in the dictionary. After this little episode, Xu Kun and Qin Lu, two people between the atmosphere, it becomes a little subtle up. Not a couple but also with a kind of ambiguous sweet flavor, especially Xu Kun, that constantly spend money to buy grapes, bananas, oranges, all kinds of fruits, and dessert snacks, handwriting, spilling by 3 big bags, let Qin Lu bring back to the dormitory to eat. This scene let Wang Yiting look at the sour want to wriggle away. This scene made Wang Yiting look sour and wanted to turn her head away. All are girls, but were treated separately. Her heart is also full of sour feeling. Eyes are a little wet. She is also considered a good posture, but in front of Qin Lu, or a lot worse, in the eyes of Xu Kun, this experienced guy Shibuya cleave. Prey value is not high. Close to 8 o'clock in the evening, black clouds floating in the sky, the bright moon shed a ray of light. The large Tiandu University into a quiet. Xu Kun accompanied the two sisters to their female dormitory downstairs, ready to see off the two women upstairs, tilted his head, and could see some of the windows that were still lit, occasionally visible on some drying racks with different colors of clothing. Then we are leaving. You also go back to rest early. When she said this sentence, Lu only felt her ears burning. She was the first time she said this kind of words to a boy, especially since she herself was inexplicably attracted to the boy in front of her. If Xu Kun knew what was going on inside her heart, he would only laugh in a low voice. This was the effect of banknote power. See you tomorrow. Good night. Xu Kun smiled and waved at her, stepping on the broken light-sprinkled pavement, and soon that slender back disappeared. Don't look, the people have gone far away. Wang Yiding grunted, her white face and black hair at her temples, slightly flamboyant. Her face was playful and envious as she patted Lu's fragrant shoulder. Congratulations, from now on there is a boyfriend. What the heck? What boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Lu pouted and glared at her. You dare to say that he has no interest in you? I just counted. This guy has spent close to $2,000 for you tonight. My god, my 2 months of living expenses. It's been squandered by you. Wang Yiding and her together into the building. The words are still non-stop said. If you do not mean to him earlier said. I can especially like that guy. Handsome and money. The old lady chased him backwards can be. Lu would like to refute her, but the words to the mouth and stopped. She is really afraid of their roommates do not have the cheek to go after Xu Kun. Wang Yiding's bottom is not bad. Dress up and wear some sexy clothes, for the boy's killing power is very high. If Xu Kun also fell under her pomegranate skirt, Lu dared to say that her heart is absolutely uncomfortable. The two women had a sentence without a sentence of small talk, pushed open the door back to the fragrant female dormitory. The other two female roommates, who were playing and reading novels, when the two of them saw the 3 big bags of fruits and snacks, their screams of excitement suddenly resounded throughout the female dormitory. Mama, yeah, are you guys rich? You even bought so many delicious things. What is all this? Grapes, bananas, oranges, and beef jerky. You two won't rob the night market. The two sisters pouted their rounded butts in unison and climbed down from the bed, coming together in front of the desk to reach out and play the autumn wind. Wang Yiding said with a smug look on her face, give you two a chance to guess who sent this? Who sent it? The two girls were first stunned, then coincidentally said, which boy is it? These 3 bags together. At least there is 200 young. So luxurious. $200. Do you two want to laugh me to death? Wang Yiding directly pulled Lu Lotus Root General White Jade like pink arm, pointing to the fashionable mechanical watch on the white wrist, said, look at what this is. The Peninsula's mechanical watch. Worth 1,088 yuan ocean. The two women looked at each other. Both revealed a surprised expression. Lu is their dormitory school flower level beauty. Chasing her boys can be quite a lot, but spend 1,000 oceans to send gifts cannot be a few, or never. To know that this is the year of 2013, this time of the year 1,000 oceans is definitely not cheap. Really can't guess. Quickly say, who actually sent it? Under Lu's helpless gaze, Wang Yiding gave the answer. Xu Kun? That handsome rich kid. Both sisters came to a realization. As the most popular rich second generation within the school nowadays, coupled with a high face value as well, in the freshman circle, Xu Kun's reputation could be said to be such that a lot of people might not have seen him, but definitely heard of him. Looking pretty is good. Even a handsome rich second generation like that likes you. The simple sentence spoke the common voice of the 3 sisters in the dormitory. Chapter 6. The first sports car of this life. I love this mechanical watch. Thank you. This was a WeChat friend circle message, accompanied by a picture of a white wrist like white jade with a pearl white mechanical watch. When this message was sent, it was after 2100 hours last night, but somehow, quite a few girls in the class unexpectedly knew about this message, and also knew which person was the one who sent the mechanical watch. At 7:10 in the morning in the cafeteria, many people were lining up for their meals. Xu Kun and his 3 roommates found a place to sit down to eat while chatting. Brother Xu, this is a picture sent by my girlfriend. Look, you're on the hot search list of our freshmen in the Tendu forum. Li Xiaowen joked, showing the picture in his cell phone. 2,000 yang, you can really dare to spend. Not ashamed to be a second generation. 2 months of living expenses just like this was you one night. Take it to pick up girls. Ho Chang scared with a look of envy. The college life of rich people is different. These were Wei Dongming's words. Xu Kun looked calm. Light, this little money is nothing. The previous life when he watched some videos on the internet. Really rich people's children go to school to drive a sports car every day are not heavy change to open. As for the gift sent in love, that is not to mention. Tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of all have. What goddess school flower have to be willing to bow down? Honestly go together to chat about life. He is now only to which level? Far from it. Look, the one from your family came over for breakfast as well. Hi. This was the first time Lu greeted them. Her pretty face with a smile and her beautiful eyes lit up with radiance as she and another female roommate she didn't know carried their dinner plates and walked over. Today she is wearing a very beautiful, black short skirt binding the slender waist, Under the hem of the skirt is a pair of round and white big beautiful legs, wearing the kind of breathable heightening white shoes, appearing to have a very tall figure. The upper body is a kind of lace-patterned pure white shirt, black bangs hair, simply spread on both sides. The whole person carries a kind of elegant and delicate temperament. Hello sister-in-law, please sit over here. Ho Chang made a gesture of reaching out and inviting as if he was messing around. Without waiting for Qin Lu to respond, Xu Kun glared at him. Eat your meal. You're the only one who can talk. Qin Lu pursed her lips and didn't get angry, greatly pulling her roommate, sat beside Xu Kun. She also thought clearly last night, a short time of contact, although it is not clear how Xu Kun's nature, but the other party's face value and other aspects really let a person's heart. Like her girlfriend Wang Yiting said, such a boy must be grasped in the hand before it's too late, or else there are too many wolves and too little meat. Other girls in the class and some senior sisters will pounce on a piece of meat. Among them, there is no lack of face value is not inferior to her people. Before it is too early to pinpoint each other, can always be invincible. You seem to like spicy food quite a bit. Glancing at Xu Kun's dinner plate, Qin Lu fiddled with the hair around her ears, her eyes blinking gently. The distance between her white face and Xu Kun's cheeks no more than 3 fingers. Spicy has flavor. I heard on the Sichuan Shaanxi side that eating spicy nourishes your face. You can try it. I can't. Light spiciness is okay. Strong spiciness is easy to catch fire if you eat too much. Qin Lu was very cute, tooting her red lips, her shell teeth lightly biting her lower lip, said, girls, in order to nourish their face, isn't it possible to do everything? But I'm still pretty now, aren't I? Don't I look good? Her soulful and God's bright eyes, looking straight at Xu Kun, a showy and delicate cheeks, dye eyes and eyebrows seem to be green mountain clouds, white neck, slightly high raised. General people face this situation, really embarrassed to look carefully, but Xu Kun is what people. He is an experienced returnee. In the face of this kind of secret teasing and provocation, he gave the response, is nonchalantly carefully measured, up and down the kind of look. Qin Lu this grasp a little chopping male experience of the girl, where is his opponent? Not a moment's work on the look of the blush up, little kind, just this still want to tease me. The interaction between the two of them was like a show of love in the eyes of the onlookers, directly causing 3 boys and a girl to cry out that they couldn't stand it. Dog food eating all over the place. I'm already full. Stop spreading dog food, okay? No wonder so many girls like to see the story of the overbearing president and beautiful assistant. On this style of painting the average person who can afford it. Alas, the game instantly does not smell good. Everyone joked and flirted with the two, and after eating they linked up to go to the classroom. For Xu Kun, college classes were nothing more than that, and he was now full of thoughts of living out a world in this new life with his reborn experience and the golden finger system. The morning class had just ended, and with the thought of upgrading his system, he took a cab to the city, and after spending more than 3,000 oceans on a Givenchy jacket, he was greeted with a long overdue reminder. Ding! Your system is upgraded to LV2. Obtaining the benefit of heartbeat rewards doubled 5 times. Obtaining a Ferrari purchase full free coupon. Player, Xu Kun. Age 18 years old. Level LV2. Benefits from now on. You can get $5 reward for every heartbeat. Props Ferrari full free coupon for car purchase. Upgrade experience, 0 to 1, 000, 000. PS, more benefits will be opened one by one after the system is upgraded. The reward for each heartbeat has changed from $0, 1 to $0, 5, a 5-fold increase, and there's also a Ferrari sports car purchase voucher. This upgrade is really cow. The last time I checked, a person's heartbeat in a day is about 80, 000 to 120, 000 times, and the money harvested every day has changed from 8,000 yuan, to close to more than 50,000 yuan, which is more than 1 million a month, and more than 10 million a year. He is only 18 years old as a young multi-millionaire. Cannot believe it. Xu Kun incomparably excited back and forth. There is no way. 10 millionaires. This word, in his previous life he is the first time to get his hands on it. This system is not, or rather, the divine hero system. Just the second level let him gain such a great benefit. As for the latter is even more unimaginable. This is just the beginning. With this money he can start his own business. Otherwise, just having money is just a landlord. The truly influential people are all giants across several industries. His goal is to become that kind of existence. For an ordinary person, starting from nothing and wanting to build up that kind of business empire is like a dream. But for him with the golden finger this point is not unattainable. With the experience of being reborn plus the system, Xu Kun had the confidence to do it all. Right, take a look at this Ferrari sports car voucher. Without saying anything else, first bring back this sports car and drive it for a few days to have a good time. Ferrari purchase totally free coupon. Purchase any Ferrari sports car within the month. Use this coupon when paying for the goods. You can pick up the car for free. This consumption does not generate any experience. I see. This full exemption coupon is equivalent to the system paying the money for itself. Xu Kun nodded slightly. Ferrari sports car, that is the world or well-known supercars. Even in his previous life, he has not opened the first sports car in this life. This to hand. As an important provincial capital city, Tiandu City, whether it is the degree of prosperity or the level of GDP in the Central Plains hinterland is a flag. Ferrari 4S stores naturally also have here. From the cab down, looking at the front of the luxurious and exquisite atmosphere of the sports car store, floor-to-ceiling windows to see the inside of the people are not many. After all, the sports car is the top of the luxury goods. Can buy up the people are really not many, but also caused most of the time. These stores appear to be a little cold. Xu Kun's stride just walked in, caused a few wearing uniforms, curves moving, youthful and beautiful female sales attention. These female sales maximum age may not be more than 35 years old. Why the sports car store female sales generally young? This question is very meaningful. A female sales with short chestnut-colored hair and long white legs, stepping on short black high heels, greeted her as if she were taking a catwalk. Hello sir, are you looking to see a Ferrari? She greeted while her eyes swept over Xu Kun's body with great precision. Chapter 7. The most beautiful cub in the room. From the face value body and also clothing aspects have seen. White silk long legs female sales face expression, quickly become enthusiastic, received a lot of people, experienced her, naturally saw out this handsome man, wearing the latest models of the quarter Givenchy leisure suit. The price aspect is her month's salary almost. This kind of person came to the store. Basically the possibility of lifting a car was very high. Yes, I want a Ferrari latest model sports car. Can you introduce it? Xu Kun's eyes scanned the store. On the spotless floor, the lines were elegant and fashionable. The styles were colorful. There were red models, gray models, and open-top versions of Ferrari sports cars. Sir, we have here the limited edition 2012 Italia bright yellow Ferrari sports car, as well as the standard model of 11, and the latest version of the newly released 458. Splendor. Compared to the previous design, both the interior and performance have been improved excellently. The white silk saleswoman led him to a dazzling red car with LED headlights, a razor-sharp sword-shaped exterior, wheels and seats wrapped in Mediterranean handmade leather, and smooth curves, all revealing an air of honor. Female sales not only words but also taught by pulling open the door. Sitting in this fashion sports car, a good show. Her figure compared to the sports car, a little bit of a feeling of disparity. Anyway, not to spend their own money. Xu Kun is not distressed directly asked, how much is the landed price of this sports car? This sports car due to the latest release not long ago. The price is not cheap, including licensing fees, car tax, insurance and so on. The landing price needs 13 million yuan. Saying this price, the female salesman looked at him with some apprehension. This price can be said to have been very high. In this era to buy the prime location of the Tiancheng City mansion are no problem. Full payment purchase. Can I drive the car away tomorrow? Yes. As long as you pay the full amount sir. I will do the formalities overnight, to ensure that you can drive the car away tomorrow. The white silk saleswoman assured as she patted her chubby fierce mouth. In that case, let's sign the contract. Yes, please follow me to the VIP lounge to sign. Hearing him say he's going to sign the contract, the female sales are all stunned. Such a bold customer. The first time she's ever seen. Buying a sports car as if it's like buying food. In a matter of words, the handsome man in front of her is definitely the top two. There is no doubt about it. Thinking of this, her heart is even hotter. Twisting a plump, moist dolphin. In front of the left and right swaying lead the way. White silk long legs also stretch from time to time. These Xu Kun are in the eyes. But this female salesgirl is just the body is not bad. Face value is not up to standard. He did not have much interest in accompanying her to talk about life for a night. Came to the luxurious VIP room. The manager of the Ferrari store also came out. After all, any Ferrari owner is a potential customer. He had to make a few contacts to do. White silk saleswoman sat down next to him. For him to explain the contract and benefits. Very sweet added his WeChat. Ready to follow up the development of a look. See the contract has no loopholes. Xu Kun is also very quick to sign his name. But also use this car purchase free coupon. This 13 million business into Mr. Xu. In the future, if you have any questions about Ferrari, you can consult me on WeChat. I am at your service 24 hours a day. Before exiting the VIP room, the saleswoman bowed slightly, her sexy and moving body on display, blinking her big eyes and looking at him in a gentle tone. Her thoughts were simple. The boy in front of her had a handsome face and was generous. In every way he met her standards, and it was definitely good to have more in-depth contact. Okay, if there is a situation I will definitely trouble you. Under the courtesy of the manager and the saleswoman, Xu Kun left the Ferrari store. He was in a very good mood just like the two people. With a sports car, he is a rich second generation is considered to be really worthy of the name, coupled with the monthly living expenses of millions of dollars, which if you say out, bubble girl that is absolutely no harm. Unfortunately, he is not the kind of salted fish waiting for death. The first career, he also has an idea. That is to open a milk tea store. This kind of small and fine store, it is easy to develop in the country, especially this time in 2013. If it grows quickly and is carefully constructed, a popular brand will explode across the country at a plague-like rate. Although there are other business opportunities in his mind, but at present, opening a milk tea store is undoubtedly the one with the least investment, and the income is also more substantial. Of course, to open a milk tea store, capital is essential. The initial investment does not need to be too much. First open one to try the water is best. Tonight we'll make the plan. It is best to start the implementation at the end of the month. Xu Kun thought in his heart and took a cab back to the school. With a goal, his motivation was very high. After all, it was about a better life in the future. In the evening, he faced the window to the moonlight. While looking up information and writing the plan, he was busy until more than 10 p.m., and then almost finished. Ho Chang and Li Xiaowen, who were playing games next to him, looked at the documents on his computer and said curiously, Sweet Honey Milk Tea Development Plan. Sweet Honey Milk Tea. Is Xu Kun for their own brand name, a milk tea fire or not? Not only lies in the means of sales and the kind of easy to remember the name is also very important. Sweet honey, this 3 words easy to understand, but also has a good meaning, symbolizing the concept of love, happiness, sweetness, etc., so that people will be able to remember. He himself is also very satisfied with the name. Brother Su, you want to start a business? Ho Chang was surprised to see that there were tens of thousands of words in the plan. Xu Kun laughed aloud and said, That's right, I'm going to open a milk tea store. To accumulate some experience for my future career work, you two remember to go and support me. The two heard the words are surprised up. The same are college students about the same age. They are playing games. People have been thinking about entrepreneurship, future development. Really people than people die of anger. Really rich people are richer. Really not cover. The next morning, Xu Kun strolled around the university town, ready to find a suitable location of the door. First set the location of the first milk tea store. As for the other aspects, step by step, a little bit of jigsaw puzzle on the completion of the line. Busy to noon, he received a call from the Ferrari 4S store. Today is the day to pick up the car. Inside the exquisite and luxurious store, the decoration was incomparably grand, with camouflage balloons, ribbon banners, and 2 rows of female sales dressed in short skirt uniforms with enchanting and moving curves, stepping on pairs of high-heeled legs, standing side by side, applauding together to welcome his arrival. Mr. Xu Kun, congratulations on becoming our Ferrari's valued owner. May your heart be in the right place on the road ahead. The manager of the Ferrari boutique brought a group of youthful and beautiful female sales, looked at him with a smile and sent his blessings. Thank you. At the center of the end of the red carpet was a brand new and dazzling Ferrari sports car. The bright and wild curves of its body were as dazzling as a noble red knight. Anyone in front of it could not remain calm. Xu Kun smiled and sat in the car. Inside the car was red interior. All kinds of facilities were quite cool. He started the engine and slowly drove the vehicle on the road in a pair of eyes. Ferrari sports car compared to the general sports car, maneuverability is very difficult, especially the novice a little inattentive may damage the body. Therefore, Xu Kun drove very slowly and attracted a lot of attention for him. On the sunny road, a latest model Ferrari 458 sports car was slowly traveling on the asphalt road, causing the attention of the surrounding passers-by and taking pictures. In today's world, this kind of luxury car is undoubtedly the most precious luxury goods. If you drive to the nightclub bar, even if it is a dog that walks down the road will also become the most beautiful cub in the whole scene. Chapter 18 Lose Sense of Crisis. I wipe. Ferrari sports car. Catala. The little brother sitting inside is so handsome. Want to add his WeChat. Another guy who is pretending to be a cop, listening to the whispering of the passers-by outside. Xu Kun's heart was quite cool, driving a sports car through, especially the eyes of some girls looking over in surprise. He felt that if he went over to ask for WeChat, 9 out of 10 would be delighted to give it to him. In this way, he slowly enjoyed the gazes from all around him as he drove the sports car to the outside of Tiandu University. As he entered the school, he still had to apply for a kind of license plate, so he couldn't drive the car in for the time being. Even so, it still caused a huge stir. There were many people coming and going in front of the school. As college students are the fastest in accepting new and trendy things, the Ferrari sports car is undoubtedly synonymous with luxury. When Xu Kun stopped the car, the surrounding boys and girls gathered around, and soon became a circle. Dude, this car is bull. Which one of the Ferrari? This is the latest release of the 2013 model of the Ferrari 458 sports car, the top version. The current official website are priced at more than 4 million, landed down to less than 5 million yuan. A knowledgeable person introduced it to his classmates, making everyone look complicated and shocked. More than $5 million. What concept is this? The boy in front of him that has to be how rich looking at Xu Kun's fair face, still slightly with a hint of childishness, obviously not too old, so young to have a Ferrari, and then look at themselves, not even an ordinary driver. I know you, elementary school brother, freshman finance department Xu Kun, right? A schoolmate dressed in an imperial sexy style and stomping on black boots, pursed the lips of her flaming red lips as her gaze drifted over him. Xu Kun had seen her, smiled and greeted her, and seeing that the people around him were getting more and more, he had the idea of slipping away. As painful as it was to pretend to be a cop, it wasn't a good thing to be treated like a monkey. After chatting with the crowd for a few moments, he squeezed through the crowd and went back to school. As for the remaining students, those who took pictures and sent videos. There was no doubt that this time he was on fire again in Tiandu University. As expected, there was a lesson in the evening. Xu Kun came to the classroom early, and pairs of hot, surprised, and envious gazes were thrown from all directions, especially the eyes of the girls, hot as if they were looking at a lamb, filled with the excitement of a vicious wolf. Ferrari sports car, brother Xu Bull, this kind of car I have seen on the video. Reality is still the first time to see. Have time to take me for a ride? Ho Chang followed behind, a little bit with the feeling of honor. This is a small matter. Look at the eyes of the girls around you. They want to eat you up. Li Xiaowen hugged his shoulders and spat out. In my girlfriend's dorm room, their discussion of you has also turned into a strategy. All of them are thinking of ways to approach you. You can be careful. There are a lot of female goblins, and it hurts your mind. Right? Oh, tomorrow not. This evening, Lao Su. The people who add your WeChat will grow exponentially. Wei Dongming also couldn't help but break open his nerd mask of a school bully and said sourly, there is no way. People handsome and rich, is so happy. Xu Kun stuck one hand in his pocket with a cool expression as he walked past. I really want to whack you. The three roommates sighed. For this rich second-generation roommate, really can't make any comment. Not long after the school year started, he bought a Ferrari sports car. How rich his family is they don't dare to imagine, but met each other. For the three of them is undoubtedly a kind of luck. After graduating from the university rely on this relationship how can also make a living right. Outside the window, the clouds and the moon are dazzling, the distant jungle trees and shadows. This evening class is also quickly ended. From the classroom step out, Xu Kun looked at the cell phone more than 7 WeChat application. The corner of his mouth cannot help but spread a bitter smile. These three people's guesses were really right, and sure enough there were even more people adding WeChat. He hugged the back of his head and looked at the night scene in the distance. In his heart he could not help but say, is this college life? It is really good. The flavor of love is growing all the time. In his previous life he hadn't fallen in love when he was in college. How could he not experience it a few times in this life? Back to the dormitory room, took a shower. Lying on the bed, Xu Kun was preparing to perfect the sweet honey milk tea shop plan again when WeChat floated over a message. Rested? Qin Lu, that girl sent. That girl in the night unprecedentedly sent a message to chat, but also a little intriguing. No need to think to know. That chick must have also gotten the thing that he drove the Ferrari back. Must have moved a little mind. For her move, Xu Kun had expected. He typed a word sent over. Qin Lu is almost a second back. I also just finished a bath lying in bed. Nothing. Just want to find someone to talk about. Look at the other side to say how deep meaning. Want to find someone to talk about, immediately found him. And still a boy. It is not implying that people have you in mind. So late to take a bath? Out shopping. University has no late classes. Almost always will be published. Qin Lu today no late classes he is aware of. The reason why Xu Kun has this question is naturally in order to test. Didn't go running it. Ran for 40 minutes, legs are a little sour. Fortunately after the shower much more comfortable. Sent this message, also accompanied by a picture. That is, she was wearing a white short skirt of the lower body, a pair of incomparable charming, as good as sheep's fat jade like the beautiful legs of the snow, flat on the fluffy bedding. I've been a bit busy lately, if I have time I'll run with you at night. For the benefits she sent. Xu Kun acted calmly, although he had a young and childish body shell, but the soul inside had more than 10 years of experience. But what are you busy with? Sometimes run into your roommate did not see you. In entrepreneurship. Awesome. You're only 18 years old. Right, just went to college to start a business. If someone else said I thought he bragged about it. I am also inexperienced. First intend to invest 300,000 yuan to open a milk tea store to try the water. In another dormitory room, Qin Lu leaned on the furry white brown bear doll, holding her cell phone and chatting with Xu Kun, who was a few hundred meters away in another dormitory building. Her beautiful eyes looked at the investment number of 300,000 messages. The heart cannot help but produce a slight flutter. 300,000 that is 300,000 RMB. Spend out to try the water. The other side can really dare to say. She pursed her thin lips coated with moisturizing cream, blinked her beautiful pupils, and continued to type. If you need any help, just open your mouth. I don't have experience in working, but I can also contribute. Ha ha, I'll take this heart of yours, but most of the things I've already arranged pretty much. One day the milk tea store opens, you bring your roommates over to hold the show. This is absolutely no problem. The two of them chatted for more than an hour before putting their cell phones down in this cool and windy late night. For Xu Kun, this night was still as ordinary as ever, but Qin Lu, the girl, had a sense of urgency that time was running out. The boy who liked him, whether it was his face value, body and mind, seemed to be changing by leaps and bounds. Let her a little caught off guard. Never boys chasing her, a steep sense of crisis around the body, just because the man is too outstanding. Entrepreneurship, Ferrari running, 300,000 investment, car. These terms deeply shook her heart. The bright moon sprinkled bright clean frost glory, beige pajamas wrapped around her youthful and delicate body, shawl hair sprinkled behind a thin waist, those eyes looking out the window. Moon. For a time some confusion. Another day of the morning, the end of the morning course. Xu Kun drove his Ferrari 458 sports car. Busy in the neighborhood. Although driving a sports car is really a bit eye-catching, especially his recent reputation. In the university, a bit more intense flavor. But he himself does not care. Sometimes fame is also an effect on his business, also has a role in promoting. Life should be colorful. Chapter 9, Meng Shuawei of the Academy of Arts. Time quickly stepped into the middle of October. The sky is high and cool. The leaves are falling down the street. Looking up is fashionable and elegant without losing the heavy sense of historical vicissitudes of Tiandu University. These days Xu Kun in the choice of the door, arrange equipment, contact the decoration company and several other aspects. Busy feet do not touch the ground. In addition to a bit of trouble outside, everything is very smooth. At the same time Qin Lu, the niece, also seems to become active. From a chaste girl into a sweet, kind of pure school flower. Sometimes he went to the cafeteria in the morning. That girl will put an early breakfast plate in front of him, quietly watching him eat. Girls to the boyfriend, not much, and still so beautiful, eye-catching school beauty, delicate and well-behaved service. Just for this, Xu Kun's 3 roommates envy the dog food full. Xu Kun is very indifferent to this performance, to his current conditions. Honestly, a day to change a girl like Qin Lu is not a problem. Besides, he is now part of the mind on the entrepreneurial above. For men and women, love for the time being did not stay too much. There are plenty of opportunities in the future. How to say a sentence comes. The happiness of the rich, the general public will never know. Entrepreneurship is not an easy thing. Even though he has the help of the hangers-on, is still spending money like running water. More than 40,000 yuan a day into the account, but also a large number of flow away. At the same time, his first sweet honey milk tea store, but also in the repair. More and more fashionable, perfect up. The whole milk tea store was purple and white, romantic starry sky as the background. The storefront to the road is to the floor, windows as the main body. Palace-style portal, a bit of European castle sense of temperament. Storefront facilities such as tables and chairs, counters, are specially customized. Xu Kun's this milk tea store not only make milk tea, will also sell some cakes, desserts, snacks and whatnot. Whether it is to drink afternoon tea or have dinner break shopping when sitting here, is a beautiful thing. Is this the milk tea store you opened? It's so beautiful. The feeling of being in love. Ah, if there is a handsome boyfriend like you to accompany, well, so happy. Girl, moved. Ah, however, we Qin Lu goddess, I'm afraid will not accept you. This little 3 drops. Just finished decorating the sweet honey milk tea shop, filled with a flavor of fragrant paint. A group of girls flocked in, looking at the store's layout, chattering and discussing. When are you going to make milk tea? Let us taste it first. I won't promote it for you if it doesn't taste good. A girl with a ponytail said to Xu Kun with a smile. Don't worry, tomorrow my clerk will be officially on duty. When the first batch of milk tea is made in place, I will surely treat you all to a drink. After Xu Kun chatted with them for a few moments, he turned around and came to the side of Qin Lu, having seen her slender waist, her erect dolphin, and looked around the store. How is it? I'm okay here. What do you mean it's okay? It's simply beautiful, alright. It's definitely hot when it opens. Qin Lu's beautiful eyes gazed at the purple and white store. Those customized tables and chairs were also filled with a cartoon fantasy style, full of the feeling of fairy forest. Xu Kun is also very proud of a few points. Said, I designed it. The goal intends to first in the Tiancheng city to the milk tea store layout to the whole up. Each milk tea store style is different. I've already thought of the next one. will be the magical style of the rising sun forest, laying out the layout in Tiancheng City. Then how much money would you have to invest to do that? Hearing his bold words, Qin Lu's eyes, which were gazing at him, lit up with a hint of luster. The minimum would have to be around 3 million, and that's just a few in the city. As for the other urban areas nearby, we have to look at the situation and do a detailed investigation before we can plan to start. His words are not finished, not only in the layout of the milk tea store, the same also for the door, even if the milk tea store to the lake do not go on, can also be made into a kind of chain of small supermarkets or express mail points. These two aspects of the business is also very lucrative. It can be said that his entrepreneurial planning, from the beginning, is across the multi-industry business empire map. At least 3 million. Qin Lu sucked in a breath of cool air, shook his head with a bitter smile, and couldn't say anything after thinking about his top-of-the-line Ferrari sports car. Taking this group of girls that Qin Lu called out to him, he played here for a while, and near noon, Xu Kun invited them to have a hot pot. The warbler apiece, rouge perfume gas dazzle, surrounded him, looking at a pleasant anger, delicate and colorful, different styles of white face. He was a little bit complacent feeling. What is called life? This is, so many girls. Is it really just for the sake of Qin Lu's face up here? If so, then add his WeChat those, is trying to do what? More than 1 p.m., after courtesy sending them back to school, Xu Kun drove a Ferrari sports car to the Evergreen College of the Arts near the university town. A lot of art colleges' girls accounted for more. Evergreen College of the Arts is no exception. From the number of people passing through the entrance, some of the high value of the girl in the minority. Here, they were the brightest scenery line, especially in summer. A pair of long legs, eye-catching. When the Ferrari stopped at the entrance of the school, many pairs of eyes projected over, looking at the young handsome man who came down from the car with suspicion. Young boys with high face value, plus a Ferrari sports car, really attracted some eyeballs. Ah, I'm here. Where are you? The one driving the Ferrari is you. Ah, the one on the phone in the left front is me. Crisp and pleasant female voice, with a kind of surprise, from the voice can be heard. Over there is certainly a young girl. Xu Kun put down the phone to the left front to look. As expected, that is an age of about 23 years old tall girl. A pure white silk dress and autumn wind jacket collocation. Slender and delicate waist. Black hair fell over the shoulders. Fair skin, limpid and moving. She was tall, with a foot of about 1.75 meters, and her dress was also on the fashionable trend, with a pair of flawless white legs, welcoming the wind stepping on white breathable short boots. Ms. Meng Shuewei. Xu Kun swept a few glances, greeted, extended his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Xu Kun." "Hello, I didn't expect that this cooperation is a rich handsome man. Take care of the business more, haha," she said with a generous smile. Her eyes couldn't help but gawk at the sports car, as well as his personal surroundings. The girl in front of him is a senior sister of the art college. She is responsible for many art college students' walk, stand, makeup, performance and other business. Xu Kun intends to recruit a group of beautiful girls to stand in the sweet honey milk tea. When it opens, the beauty effect is quite hot from ancient times. As long as there is this topic, not afraid of those boys do not come. I think I'm handsome but I have it, and my money is just a little bit. Otherwise I wouldn't have opened a store and started a business. Xu Kun joked. Meng Shuewei's shallow smile. Also do not make comments. Maybe in the eyes of the opposite boys a Ferrari sports car, really not worth the money. This kind of pretend cup really make people jealous. Opposite the coffee shop chat, guests follow the host. After entering the milk tea store, the two men took their seats and one asked for a latte, and began to discuss this business. I need 12 girls, the ones with pretty faces and youthful beauty, to do a week's worth of publicity for my milk tea store. Xu Kun looked at her bluntly. What you said is rather general. Does a week of publicity mean handing out flyers, standing on platforms, yelling on the streets, or something else? There are also many divisions of publicity. Meng Shuewei sat in a beautiful posture, her crossed legs resembling the arcs drawn by curves, her voice pleasantly hushed as she spoke. This I am naturally clear. I opened a milk tea store. Doing business, I came to send you business. Naturally for the effect of the hotter the better. This aspect you to grasp. My plan is to first send 3 days of flyers, and then let them be responsible for the milk tea store waiter work. A person I will open a daily wage 180 yuan of salary, paid on time every day, never in arrears, 8 hours of work, meals and water at noon and the fare. Your side must also bear. Meng Shuewei frowned her eyebrows and thought for a moment. Add it all up and you'll give me a daily salary of 220 yuan. Xu Kun took a sip of his coffee and thought for a moment. Yes, but you must ensure that the person you find can't drop the ball and delay the opening of my milk tea store. No problem. All of this can be written into the contract. Xu Kun and Meng Shuawei chatted for more than an hour in a sprawling manner before finalizing this cooperative business. The next step was to find a lawyer to write the contract and sign the matter. Chapter 10, Where can I find such a boyfriend? After the work of publicity is solved, Xu Kun can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The general fall has been all completed. The next is the time to wait. With a little bit of small free time, he intends to tease Qin Lu, that girl. The road of entrepreneurship. Happiness cannot be lost. Tonight I treat. Call the girls in your girlfriend's dormitory and the girls in Qin Lu's dormitory together, and everyone goes out to eat a big meal. At 6 p.m. or so, Xu Kun said to Li Xiaowen and Ho Chang, who came back from the playground after playing soccer. Please, so many girls, oh, where to eat a big meal? Both of them were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Although it's cool for boys to eat and drink together, it's a bit monotonous with less eye-catching girls. This time, the big Tycoon invited a total of 8 girls, not to mention other things. He and Wei Dongming can at least add a WeChat or two. There is no way. Looking at the 2 roommates have the other half to accompany. Ho Chang also began to be anxious. Moonwood Hong Western Restaurant. Senior. Right. Superior. Kao. I'll call out immediately. Li Xiaowen hurriedly picked up his cell phone and started to call out his friends. Moonwood Hong Western Restaurant is a famous Western restaurant near the distance from the university city. The average price of a single person is above 3,000 renminbi. From the environment, service and flavor, it can be said that it has already stepped into the threshold of senior. The people who come to eat in this restaurant are all wealthy people, and go to this restaurant to eat when you have to make a reservation in advance. Rough budget Xu Kun this time to spend at least $1 or $2 million. These money for Xu Kun is nothing. His day's income is basically in the 50,000 yuan or so, sometimes a little more. These girls have a group, basically a message sent out they know. When they learned that it is to go to the Moonwood Hong Western Restaurant, all let out a shout of excitement. Go to eat a big meal for free. Come to send our special car for free. None of the girls said not to go. When they received the news, immediately began to take action to dress up. 7:30 or so, 8 slim, beautiful and moving girls in the dormitory downstairs collection collectively came to the outside of the school. At this time, Xu Kun 4 people have also been waiting here. At the same time there are 3 cabs. After everyone meets there is no nonsense. Qin Lu is unshirkable. Very consciously sat on Xu Kun's Ferrari co-pilot. Then the sports car in front of the open road to take the lead. Behind the 3 cabs, followed by disappearing in the eyes of the passers-by. Having a rich second-generation roommate is good. Inviting so many girls to dinner, his roommate doesn't have to worry about finding a girlfriend. A boy said with an envious and depressed face. Yes, there is no need to worry, but I'm afraid he has to be on tenterhooks as well. Why? The roommate beside you is handsome and rich. Your girlfriend is still introduced by him. Aren't you afraid of one more emerald crown yourself? This was said and everyone was speechless for a while. It was indeed a bit not too good. The Moonwood Hong Western Restaurant was quite high class. It was laid out as a garden. Under the leadership of the bustier waitress, Xu Kun and the others came to the large private room on the 3rd floor. Here they were able to enjoy the night outside. The bustling Sky City with its red lights. Inside the private room, romantic layout. Pure white soft dining cloth spread on the long dining table. Double rows of high-back chairs. Both sides of the floor-to-ceiling windows are charming night color. The people were separated and seated in a cross form. There were 6 young waitresses, holding menus to introduce them to the specialties of our restaurant. The 888 renminbi Spanish ham and grilled sausage. It's so expensive. A short-haired girl from Zhang Lan's dorm room exclaimed after looking at the menu. Xu Kun heard smiling and said, Today I'm treating. Everyone eat whatever you want to order without being polite. That's right. Our brother Su doesn't have much else but a lot of money. Ho Chang's words made everyone laugh. But the girls didn't stupidly really go and order that kind of high-priced dishes, but chose all the more moderate ones. Xu Kun watched and shook his head and didn't say anything, but turned his head and exchanged words with Qin Lu next to him, recommending some of the better-tasting dishes for her. Tonight she wore a very beautiful, exposed snow-white shoulders of a word halter dress. Skirt hem is very low, long and thin legs, bright eyes, deliberately washed after the hair looks bright black, bangs scattered to reveal a clean forehead, light eyebrows under a pair of colorful god's eyes. Small sexy style black halter short skirt, and her white as snow skin is very complimentary, so that she has a kind of fresh and vulgar beauty. This dress makes some guy Shibuya cleave cannot hold, because a low head is easy to see that very bright arc line welfare, and Xu Kun also do not blush, like to see that will look at a few more eyes chant. He this ton of operation directly to Qin Lu will not be whole, so generous to look at the boys, she is still the first time to see, especially the other party's eyes are not the kind of colorful squinting, but a kind of pure appreciation. Really let her want to see that kind of stunning expression of the mentality. Quite depressing. In order to make everyone happy, Xu Kun also specially asked for 2 bottles of wine made in France. Each bottle is priced at 17,000 yuan. Just these 2 bottles of foreign wine cost him more than 30,000 yuan. After a wine test, sober, waitress to each person poured a small half-cup. Wine is not much, but each of them carefully and sipping. Expression that is quite enjoyable. Many people also deliberately took photos and videos, obviously intends to send to the circle of friends to show off. This is tens of thousands of dollars of wine. Moreover, maybe tonight is the most expensive meal they have eaten in their lives, and there is still this possibility in the future? The dishes were still being made, and everyone just chatted with each other. Handsome Sue, what does your family do? You bought a Ferrari right at the beginning of the school year, and invited us here to eat a tens of thousands of dollars meal. I'm really curious. Can you reveal a little bit? A flirtatious temperament girl from Qin Lu's dorm room looked at him curiously. Not only was she curious, even the rest of the people were filled with inquisitiveness about Xu Kun's family affairs, only that everyone didn't have the heart to open their mouths. It's all ordinary people, there's nothing to talk about. Xu Kun waved his hand and said, if you are an ordinary person, then what are we people? Someone muttered in a low voice. He didn't say everyone didn't ask after him. After all, this was someone's privacy, but they still couldn't help but reverie in their hearts. What kind of son is Xu Kun? Anyway, he's definitely very rich. Not long after, all kinds of dishes came up, a wide array of dishes, a sumptuous table meal. Before eating, they took pictures, and then only began to move their knives, forks and chopsticks. The flavor of this steak, so tender and delicious. And this cake, it's completely different from the ones I've eaten. The grapes dotted on top melt in your mouth like jelly. The waitress, who was standing at one side of the service, explained with a smile, these grapes are the specialty of our store, specially imported from Chile. The lamb chops are also delicious and crispy, with a crunchy flavor, very tasty. Enjoying the great meal, they all lamented, is this the rich man's world? It's really great. With the caliber of the dishes, one wouldn't get tired of eating it every day. No wonder so many people wanted to be rich. They are considered impossible in this life, but if they can find a rich second-generation boyfriend like Xu Kun, it seems that it is not impossible to swing towards success. Have this kind of idea of the girl, eat at the same time, the afterglow to Xu Kun's eyes that is more hot. In front of this is not it, the face value in line with everyone's ideal type, the same rich, from the contact to see the character is also very good. Find an opportunity, no matter whether it can be or not, must try his depth. Many girls in the heart roar, I heard that you like to eat lamb chops, this store has the most unique lamb chops. Xu Kun talked to Qin Lu in a low voice. His words made Qin Lu's eyes light up, and softly asked, so this store, was it specially picked by you for me? Xu Kun was slightly stunned, looking at this niece. You can think of it this way. Although Xu Kun answered somewhat vaguely, Qin Lu looked happy, her bright eyes were bent into a crescent moon, and her delicate body took the initiative to approach a few more points. Chapter 11, Employee Girl Who Likes Her Boss. This meal everyone is very happy. The whole Xu Kun is chatting with Qin Lu. That relationship is miso soaring. Eat about nearly 2 hours later, the crowd only together to leave this high-class Western restaurant. The evening wind blowing up their faces' hair. Street lamps flowed with the Hui Man. This time the meal consumed a total of more than 70,000 yuan, and when the girls saw the bill, they were staggered beyond measure. A meal ate more than $70,000. Mama, in the past I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Who says it's not? This 70,000 yuan is enough for me to spend for I don't know how long. Qin Lu can find Xu Kun such a boy as a boyfriend. Really let people envy death. Alas, how come I don't have this luck? 7 or 8 girls divided into several pairs one after the other, while walking muttering discussion. Not long, this time they gathered to eat the matter. We'll soon let the school other people know. Xu Kun not only do not care about this, but a few happy, rich not to show. It is not as good as the brocade night. Life, just a few big things. Eat well, drink well, play well. Fame and fortune, even the saints cannot be exempted. And this also helps him to pick up girls. It elegant and noble Ferrari sports car slowly sail through the night-filled road, and then in the university gate guards under the watchful eyes of the security guards into the school, both sides of the ginkgo tree. Something was brought over the wind blowing. 2 days ago Xu Kun did a good pass. Sitting in the passenger side of the Qin Lu looked at the lights outside the window. The heart has a hint of strange. The afterglow glanced at Xu Kun who was focused on driving. That side of the face, although still with childishness, but white and handsome and gives a heavy sense of vicissitudes, so that people are very reassuring. She stretched out her jade hand and straightened her skirt. Her pink legs were long and thin, and looked at him and said, will you still go to the cafeteria tomorrow? Should go. Qin Lu ruffled her hair, biting her thin lips, the corner of her mouth with a smile. Well, Then I'll prepare breakfast for you. Xu Kun nodded without even saying thank you, because in his opinion it was a matter of course. The other party wanted to be his girlfriend naturally had to pay something. Otherwise just having a pretty face and a hot body would not be able to stand up to him, and it would not be easy for him to find a girl of her caliber. Sent Xin Lu to the female dormitory downstairs. Watched her enter the building. Xu Kun only stride away. In the next few days, Xu Kun was either in class or busy with the opening of the Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop. Meng Shu away from Evergreen Art College was also very responsible, and after receiving Xu Kun's notice, she immediately arranged for 12 art college girls with slim figures and fair skin to start doing publicity near the milk tea store. After these girls arrived at the milk tea store, Xu Kun also met with them. Their face value and body were great, wearing sexy mini short skirts, showing a pair of slim and slender big white legs. They were beautiful in most eyes. Their appearance, so that the milk tea store was soon known by the people around. Send out flyers. Many people even if not interested in milk tea, but will politely take over. Beautiful women. Tolerance is always very high. In this way, the time bit by bit came to the opening day, October 22nd. A sunny, early fall feeling of depression gradually filled the day. Purple and white romantic storefront, palace temperament full of portals in front of the 2 rows of beautiful women in JK uniform short dresses, with a sweet smile holding a banner. To the people around the people announced the official opening of the Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop. Pre-opening, discount offer. Welcome to taste the first cup of milk tea in early fall. Regardless of how the flow of customers, this publicity effect of the lineup is considered to be set out. Coupled with Xu Kun's recent publicity in the school, many students are also in the lead of their friends to this milk tea store. Taste this so-called sweet honey milk tea in the end. How Xu Kun in the sight of the whole attention. See, a lot of people are pouring into this milk tea store. He held shoulders, face showing a few points of smile. Popularity is good, otherwise empty that would be embarrassing. Ding! Congratulations to player Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop opening. Hereby presenting a milk tea taste enhancement card. Taste enhancement card? Xu Kun puzzled and looked towards this system gift. Milk tea taste enhancement card. After using it, it can be used to enhance the taste of milk tea under the player's banner by 35% for a duration of 3 years. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There's this kind of nebulous prop that can add to the flavor of milk tea. Xu Kun in the study heart exclaimed bull. If this is the case, with other milk tea the same price, he here but drink more delicious, then do not have to think to know the gap will quickly pull apart. A short period of time fire up no problem at all. And the same recipe, the other side does not know what is happening. Think about it makes people want to laugh. With that, he immediately used this milk tea taste enhancement card, without any special effects, only the system's prompts to show that the prop was used successfully. And as time passed, more and more people came to Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop to drink milk tea, and many of them were shouted at in the context of calling for friends. The flavor of this milk tea, it's not the same as the one I used to drink. Is this milk tea? How come it's a bit of a crispy cake? No way. How can the one I drink have that sweet and sour feeling? So flavorful. This milk tea is great. Say no more. I love this milk tea store. The first cup of milk tea in early fall. This milk tea tastes really good. It seems to have a recipe. Listening to those people's conversations, the effect of the prop card was obvious. Xu Kun suppressed his inner joy and looked at the store girls who were busy inside the store, intending to give each of them a big red packet after the work was over. Since it was the first day of opening, and this was also Xu Kun's first business in his past life, he was very attentive and waited until the flow of people was less before stepping in to check the situation. How is it? Profit can it? Boss, you've made a lot of money this time. A total of 13,765 yuan. A day's income of 10,000 RMBO. The cashier girl wearing a Sweet Honey Milk Tea uniform skirt said excitedly. Not bad. Everyone work hard. I'll treat you all to hot pot at night, and the work group will send you 10 more 100 renminbi red envelopes. Xu Kun glanced at the running water data on the computer and nodded slightly, announcing this good thing. Hooray! Boss, I love you. No more. I'm full of energy now. No one should think I'm selling milk tea out of. This Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop of Xu Kun's was all girls, and he might recruit boys in the future. But for now, it was these 6 girls who were in charge of the operation. It's not that he didn't look for boys, but the girls are handy and obedient, and the smelly boys are easy to get into trouble, especially if there are girls, and there are girls in they won't be able to work full time. Time flies, soon came to the night more than 10 o'clock. Xu Kun also fulfill his promise. In another street hot pot store please these 6 girls unlimited eat up mutton hot pot. 6 women and 1 man. Their lineup is quite eye-catching, but diners see the Ferrari sports car parked outside. It would be logical to ignore. It couldn't be helped. It would be strange if there were no beautiful girls around the rich second generation. The girl in charge of the cash register daintily gave Xu Kun 2 slices of shabu shabu lamb and asked curiously, "Boss, do you have a girlfriend?" "Not yet. Why do you have an idea?" Today Xu Kun was in a good mood and deliberately joked to her. "There is a little." The cashier girl smiled cheekily, her white shell teeth biting her chopsticks, her crystal eyes showing a few intriguing colors. Her face value and figure is the highest one inside the milk tea store, with a score of about 83, long legs and dolphin, good-looking diaphanous eyes, delicate face, with a few points of Jiangnan woman's gentleness, but with a very cheerful personality. From the first day of her employment, No Xu Kun open sports car alone invested more than 300,000 yuan to create sweet honey milk tea. The mind is a little wrong. Speaking of Xu Kun, these staff girls, age are older than him. The smallest one is also a year and a half older than him, but like a person is not based on age. For example, sweet honey milk tea store staff girls, can say more or less have a few ideas about him. After all, his face value and wealth is placed there. Looking at it makes them greedy. Chapter 12, teased by a sister. There was no way around it. For a girl, a guy like him was undoubtedly the best boyfriend. Xu Kun smiled after hearing this and said, "Your words make me a little, well, happy, but my mind is on my career right now. I don't have too many ideas for a relationship." "It's okay, I can wait for you." The cashier's high-color girl said this. "Yo yo yo, I say, two handsome girls, now's is the time to eat. Let's talk about something happy. This strong flavor of love is really unbearable." Another girl also nodded her head and said, "That's right, I also have thoughts about you, boss. The same can wait for you, yo." Everyone flirted cheekily for a while and misplaced the topic. This is just a small episode, but in the eyes of some people, but found some opportunities for progress, because this handsome boss does not seem to be the kind of gentleman. Well, after dinner, Xu Kun drove away in his Ferrari sports car. A group of girls standing at the roadside billboard waiting for the car looked at the wild sports car taillights. This boss of our milk tea store can really have money, driving a Ferrari sports car, even invested in making milk tea. That's right, huh? If we can hug his thigh, won't we be able to struggle for 20 years less? It seems like you should be a boy saying this. May I ask if girls aren't allowed to say that? The girls in the milk tea store flirted and chatted with each other, and their voices drifted with the wind and disappeared into the night. The next few days, Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop and the Beauty Effect and vigorously publicized, apparently in the university city near a small fame, gradually into the right track. Xu Kun would occasionally go to the store to spot check and see how things were going, but most of the time he was enjoying life and planning for the future. There's still 530,000 yuan left for the second system upgrade. Xu Kun looked at the amount accumulated in the system. There was still 230,000 RMB that could be withdrawn. Without saying anything, he directly withdrew all of it into his bank card. Today is October 25th, Saturday morning, more than 8 o'clock. He is waiting in the downstairs of the female dormitory, waiting for the person who is undoubtedly natural is Qin Lu. It did not take long. The girl stepped on a pair of half-knee boots, half-exposed white lotus root like Saishua's long and thin legs. Gray pleated short skirt has a few JK girl's temperament. Beautiful legs, beautiful and moving. Very bright from the hallway came out. Very beautiful dress. Xu Kun looked at a few eyes complimented. "Thanks." Qin Lu fiddled with the hair beside her ear, a happy smile on her face. She had gone through a lot of effort for a while in order to wear this outfit, and this time it was still the first time Xu Kun had invited her out to go shopping. It could be seen as a date. How could she also have to dress up a little bit? And sure enough, from the moment she appeared, she firmly attracted his attention. "The first thing this guy looked at was my legs. It seems like he likes those kind of girls with long legs." Qin Lu secretly pondered in her heart. Fortunately her height was considered tall among girls, and then she changed into high heels, or boots, and appeared to have an even taller body, perfectly fitting the description of a white-skinned and beautiful girl with long legs. The two got into the Ferrari sports car, chatting along the way to the Tiandu city's Wanxiang City. As one of the premier large-scale shopping malls in Tiandu City, just like David City, all kinds of luxury name brands gathered here, and the luxurious streets were very crowded. The Ferrari sports car slowly traveled on the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by. After all, it was a top-of-the-line sports car. Just looking at it was a dazzling enjoyment, especially for the people inside the car. Qin Lu is this kind of feeling. She is also an ordinary girl. Vanity is naturally there. Deliberately fall half of the car window. Outside people can see the co-pilot, revealing the exquisite face. Hair cape girl, the genus of the outsider's envy. When the Ferrari sports car parked in the street parking space, she took a pair of long white legs, bent over pouting dolphin out of the car. Shawl black hair, slender and graceful body. To the outsiders of the attraction degree is very high. Being watched by outsiders, Qin Lu coldly with a pretty face, came to Xu Kun in front of him to hold his arm. With a sweet smile, together stepped into the Wanshan city. After entering the shopping mall, Xu Kun took Qin Lu shopping. They in Chanel, LV, Dior, Fendi and so on, these several luxury goods store consumption shopping. Those let the girls crazy screaming luxury goods. In Qin Lu's eyes, in a way that makes her delicate hand cover her mouth, was Xu Kun gave her a Chanel limited edition bag, worth 33,000 yuan, was bought, a pair of LV high heels and a Gucci dress, a combined total of 27,000 yuan, Dior's latest season's skincare and makeup, a full set costing $23,600, a rhinestone jacket from Parisian House and a one-piece dress from LP. These things Xu Kun with a cloudy face to Qin Lu bought down. For him this wave of consumption is only 2 days of the amount. Both can increase the experience value, but also can capture the heart of the girl beside him. Why not do it? But Qin Lu beside him, but do not know what he thought in his heart. She is now only full of shock and excitement. Out shopping, she never thought Xu Kun will actually give her to spend so much money. More than 100,000 things, all are the most expensive luxury goods. Any one of them given to the girls passing by can harvest their favor. This guy really does not regard money as money, she roared in her heart. These things are too expensive. More than 100,000. Qin Lu looked at the luxury bag she was carrying in her hand with a heartbroken face. After hesitating for a moment she spoke. Is it really okay for you to spend so much money on me? Is this much money? Xu Kun looked at her somewhat terrified look, casually walking within the colorful corridor, looked ahead and said, if you're a bit uneasy, then send me a cup of milk tea. I happen to be a bit thirsty. Following his line of sight, he only saw that at the end of the corridor, there was a window selling milk tea. Qin Lu's beautiful eyes looked at him softly, smiled ear to ear and said yes, then ran towards the milk tea window with a pair of long legs. Not 5 minutes later, she returned with a cup of milk tea flying, then handed the milk tea to Xu Kun and said, your favorite strawberry flavor. Thanks. Xu Kun reached out but didn't catch it. He looked at the other side in dismay, only to see the opposite beauty, pretty face with a smile, help him tear open the straw and insert it into the milk tea cup, pursed pink moist red lips, first for him to drink 2 mouths of milk tea, before pretending to be calm face back to him. Drinking it this way, the milk tea will be a little sweeter. Xu Kun froze for a few seconds, looking at the milk tea that had been drank, some light lipstick marks imprinted on the straw, and he laughed a few times. Was he himself being teased? Inexplicably in the heart there is a seemingly sweet emotion brewing and spreading. This may also be that kind of so-called pleasure. Perhaps not pure, but a schoolgirl level beauty. So tease you, heart of that smoothness, but it is better than everything. Xu Kun drank a few mouthfuls, looked deeply at Qin Lu's delicate pretty face, and said approvingly, sure enough, it is different from the original flavor. Quite sweet. I hope that I will drink milk tea every day afterward, and it will be so sweet. Qin Lu's cheeks rolled as if they were dyed in a haze, and she said with some squirming, then I will try my best. Chapter 13, Career and Girls Are Equally Important. After a good flirtation with Qin Lu, the two talents wandered out of the mall. At 11 o'clock, the street was still bustling with people, and Xu Kun encountered an acquaintance just after he came out. What a coincidence. You are also out shopping? Yes. Is this your girlfriend? Quite pretty. Meng Shuawei brought her own good girlfriends jokingly. Just bumped into Xu Kun from the mall out of the two. Xu Kun smiled without explaining. Qin Lu on the side saw the face of delight, her pair of bright eyes to the opposite side of the beautiful and colorful tall beauty when she instantly alerted. Hello, I'm Qin Lu, Xu Kun's classmate. Meng Shuawei, you've worked with handsome Xu before. Meng Shuawei swept her eyes at this little sister with interest, able to see the vigilance in the other party's eyes. Without thinking about it she knew that this niece was afraid of her stealing her boyfriend. Well, looking at it this way, this sister didn't seem to be this rich second-generation's girlfriend yet. No wonder it looks a bit familiar. It looks like we've met at the milk tea store before. Qin Lu revealed a dazed look, her guard slightly relaxed. Meng Shuawei pursed her light moist red lips and looked towards Xu Kun. You guys are done shopping and are leaving. Xu Kun nodded, pointing to the high-class Western restaurant across the road. I'm ready to go back to school after dinner. What about you guys? Do you want to eat some with us? No need. We just finished eating before coming out. In that case then you guys eat first. The two of us are going to play. Xu Kun smiled, leading Qin Lu across the road towards the Western restaurant. He has a girlfriend. Really disappointing. Originally I had already planned to ask him to WeChat to chase after him backwards. Lu, the art college beauty who had worked with Xu Kun and had quite a hot body, eyed the handsome man far away inside with a sigh. What? Didn't you aspire to be a supermodel? But you want to turn into a golden phoenix in the blink of an eye. Meng Shuawei looked at, with some amusement, her good friend who was still on good terms. What is the purpose of being a supermodel? It's still not for money. If you can become a daughter-in-law of a powerful family in one step, then what's the hesitation? Hot girl crossed her waist with one hand, stepped on high heels on the stone road, grunted. Say you don't have any interest in that guy? There is a handsome guy with face and money. Hey, I'm a realist and know that this kind of boy is not something I can hold, so I never think about such so-called ethereal thoughts. Meng Shuewei said calmly. I know, aspiring to become a billion-dollar female CEO. Over here, Xu Kun and Xin Lu had a lunch at a Western restaurant before driving their Ferrari sports car back to the school. After sending this niece to the women's dormitory downstairs, Xu Kun personally tasted the food that makes milk tea sweet. That taste is really great, like a mint-flavored tea is sweet. Xin Lu blushed with the blood, shyly stomped his feet, carrying 2 or 3 bags of luxury goods ran up the stairs. After she left, Xu Kun went to the milk tea store as usual and looked at the store, while also budgeting in his heart for the second sweet honey milk tea shop that was about to start. He felt that he started his own business, just like playing that kind of virtual construction type of game, starting from a store, a little bit of accumulation of all kinds of resources, and slowly built a huge business empire. This kind of process, although it is only just beginning, but it is very attractive. At night, the night is like water. With a Ferrari, tens of thousands of dollars a day, Xu Kun did not go out to wave, but stayed in his dorm room, sitting in front of the laptop, calmly planning the next business. For him, the cause is the same as the long-legged beauty, both with fascinating charm. The former and the latter in Xu Kun's heart has the same status. When working, absolutely will not be slow. Rast and girls together, the same enjoyment, clear division. In order to go farther, Tendu University, in another female dormitory building, perfume smell wafting dormitory, for white tender thighs, legs exposed, wearing various colors of nightgowns, girls exclaimed a good sound, sitting around together, looking at the bedding spread, all sorts of luxury goods. My gosh, Xu Kun guy actually treats you so well. Dior cosmetics, LV skirts and high heels, all of them are the world's top name brands. My boyfriend is going to be so good to me. Tonight I'll accompany him to the hotel, to talk freely about human life. Let people die of envy. Wang Yiting was also red-eyed, although Xin Lu didn't say anything, but listening to the words of envy, words of the 3 roommate girlfriends to her, her pretty face carried a look of complacency and happiness. Settle down, you guys, it's all gadgets. What's the need to make such a fuss? Yo. More than 1,000 a lipstick, more than 2,000 a perfume, and shower gel skincare products. Our 1-month living expenses or even gadgets in your eyes. Wang Yiting hugged her shoulders and yelled angrily. The 3 girls all looked at her with contempt. That's right, having a rich second-generation boyfriend, you're floating like this. Xin Lu laughed, took out lipstick, shower gel, and perfume from Dior Cosmetics and gave them to the 3 girls, sent them to her hand and said, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. It's for you guys. Really? I know Lulu is the best. Don't worry, from now on Xu Kun is our brother-in-law. In the future, if anyone dares to think about him, I will immediately report to you. Xin Lu immediately laughed, a satisfied smile on her face. That's good. If there's anything that blows in the wind, immediately report to me. Roger. Night and day alternated. As another week flowed by, the weather gradually became cooler. Occasionally the first wisp of wind in the early morning was surprisingly refreshing, as if it was a cold winter. And even when the air temperature was extremely low, a few wisps of white frost could be seen. Early in the morning, Xu Kun ate a bowl of wontons on the roadside. In the surrounding diners, under the eyes of surprise, he drove a Ferrari sports car to leave in style. Turning through the traffic light and corner intersection, he casually looked ahead, stared for a few seconds, and then honked his car horn. The girl in front, who was carrying a white duffel bag, walking while eating a bun, and had a slender figure, froze for a moment, and turned her head back to see the dazzling Ferrari sports car that slowly leaned over. Handsome boss? Get in. Responding to her was a soft magnetic voice. Ruan Qi froze, then walked around the front of the car and pulled open the passenger door, bending her slender-waisted dolphin, and sat in. The sports car is really different. This facility, this configuration, full of technology. Start the engine after the sports car continues on the road. Xu Kun looked at her face of tsk expression, swept that bright body, eyes flooded with a few wisps of light. First time in a sports car? That's for sure. This Ferrari sports car in the Sky City hands are counted over, worth $5 million of supercar. Let people drool, alas. This I do not know. Xu Kun laughed lightly. People with cars naturally do not go to study those things. On the contrary, those of us who do not have a car, very much like to say these useless things. That is, in front of outsiders bragging. Ruan Qi stretched her proud waist. She was wearing a light white tight sweater. Her exquisite and seductive curves were set off, and her long legs in jeans looked thin and long. With fair skin and shoulder-length hair, the whole person exudes a lazy girl temperament. Sweet honey milk tea store in the face value and body of the most clam female clerk, really has the capital to dare to put out bold words to chase him. Simple movements, very ordinary dress, but gave Xu Kun a mouth-drying flirtatious, sexy, so that he drove his eyes were inadvertently attracted. Noticing this, Ruan Qi, the corner of his mouth slightly curved, his thin lips wiped up the arc. The milk tea store is operating okay. Is there any drawbacks? Recently it's all okay, the flow of water has been very good, but most of the people who accept milk tea are young people, and when they reach middle age more like to drink tea and wine. Ruan Qi, pretty face with contemplation, said, I think when the university summer vacation or winter vacation, milk tea store business will certainly fall a lot. In fact, I would like to ask Mr. Su before, you're so rich, why do you still want to invest in milk tea? Try this business. There are a lot of lines can be invested in. I have my ideas. This can't tell you for now. Xu Kun observed her color, slowly said, I have already planned to open a second milk tea store. You are the one that I see the most inside the store. What are your thoughts and opinions? You can put them forward. Ruan Qi's heart jumped when being asked for opinions by the boss. It's either good or bad. The current one is obviously good. If she answered appropriately, she might be able to turn around and become a store manager from an employee. Chapter 14 Drunk. After considering it again and again, Ruan Qi slowly set out some of the epiphanies and work difficulties he had recently encountered inside the milk tea store. The most important thing in this business of milk tea is promotion. Most of the profit points come from the publicity effect. The choice of location for the store must be good, especially the internal decoration. Must give people a refreshing feeling. Ruan Qi spilled out several opinions. In Xu Kun's ears, although some childish, but the other party already meets the ability to become a store manager, and she still has the potential to grow. Thinking of this, Xu Kun looked at her with a slight flash in his eyes. You are right, some of the opinions do need to be improved. Ruan Qi revealed a relieved look, a pair of beautiful big eyes. Nice to look at. These are all my insights from my work. Just do what you think is useful. After Xu Kun pondered for a while, the next words he uttered made Ruan Qi vibrate. Recently, if you have time, you can help me to walk around the Tiandu city area to see which stores are more suitable. I'm going to open a branch. At that time, if you're willing, you can go to do this store manager. Be a store manager? Really? Is this true? Two questions with incredulity and surprise were suppressed raw by Ruan Qi. She pursed her thin lips and took a deep breath. Is it okay for me to go and choose a location and be the store manager? What's not okay? If I say okay, you're okay. Xu Kun's words were simple. The decision was in his hands. You still have to rely on me to succeed. Thank you. I will work hard and live up to your weight. Ruan Qi's great figure, wrapped in a tight sweater by the chubby fierce mouth, gently up and down. Visible her excitement. Store manager and clerk, a word difference, but the world of difference. Wrong. You are for your own in the struggle. You want to open such a sports car in the future. Refueling efforts is, I believe that this day will not be too far away. After Xu Kun gave her some chicken soup for the soul, he didn't look at the pretty face covered with redness, slowly parked the sports car outside the milk tea store, pulled open the door and got off the car to walk in side by side with Ruan Qi. Inside the milk tea store, to all the female employees opened a meeting. Pumped up, checked the accounts, stayed for more than an hour. He left. In the afternoon, Xu Kun asked Qin Lu out, shopped some streets, played a good half day, in his intention to provoke, successfully on the Tule. He expects it won't take long to call her out and watch a grand fireworks together. In this way, time gradually passed, day by day. In the blink of an eye to the end of October, the system's upgrading experience also managed to complete 90%, and then spend more than $70,000 to upgrade for the second time. For the next benefit, Xu Kun is somewhat looking forward to. Last time, he sent a Ferrari's car purchase full free coupon. I don't know if there is any other benefit this time. October 29th, Friday. Inside a cafe on the street in the city, Xu Kun looked at Ruan Qi, who was sitting on the opposite side of the street, wearing a light white professional short dress, full of OL temperament and bright and colorful. She was slowly speaking in a pleasant voice about the recent investigation report in the city. In that case, the store on Huaiyang Road meets our requirements. Yes, all things considered, that store is the most suitable, and as long as our decoration and equipment are in place, we can open at any time. Ruan Qi, who was dressed in professional attire and looked very competent, and put together her long legs with high heels, her pretty face was more colorful than ever. Perhaps, this was the motivation after having a goal. In that case, let's contact the other party to sign the contract in the afternoon. After pondering for a while, Xu Kun said, seeing the other party nodded, and seeing the slightly tired look on her pretty face, he comforted her with a few words. The last few days have been hard on you. You've been busy until late at night still working on the information. This is what I should do. Ruan Qi's heart had a few more points of warmth. Her body was tired but her heart was full of energy. After all, this was an opportunity to become a store manager from a store clerk, and the general public didn't know how long it would take for them to make it to the store manager. After a few contacts with Xu Kun, she found that the boy in front of her is not the kind of empty rich straw man, but rather quite talented. Every step seems to have a purpose. She also does not believe that the sweet honey milk tea store will only open a few branches, perhaps not a few years. As Xu Kun said, she can really open the Ferrari sports car may also be. Xu Kun stretched out his thick palm and patted the back of her plain white and tender hand. What you do, I see in my eyes. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Ruan Qi gazed deeply at him, soft and beautiful face, without much change, just nodded her head slightly. The afterglow of the sun, still remaining at the edge of the sky, in the private room of a luxury hotel, Xu Kun brought Ruan Qi and the other party to have a sumptuous meal here after signing the contract. The contract signed this time is different from the past, because today's store, equivalent to the flagship store of sweet honey milk tea, the store's area is very large, coupled with being in a superior prime location. Just to buy this store, Xu Kun will need to pay the other party too, 3 million renminbi. He of course does not have this money at present. The first payment of 300,000 deposit, the later will repay a portion of the other party every month, until the repayment is complete. Daily income of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, so that Xu Kun is fully capable of undertaking this debt, and he remembered that in his previous life, this street after the expansion of the demolition of part of the store, in which this store is in, after the demolition of the cost of more than 7 million yuan, it can be said to buy this store he has absolutely earned. Drinking and eating, both sides of the people harmoniously left the scene. Xu Kun looked at the side of the pretty-faced drunk, stepping on high heels or a little unsteady Ruan Qi, helpless to hold the other side of the soft white arm. If you don't know how to drink, don't drink, and no one forced you, make yourself like this? No, I can't disgrace you boss, and I'm also happy today. The milk tea store manager's throne with a monthly salary of 6,500 is mine law. Speaking of this, her drunken eyes revealed a happy color. Her whole face smiled, her soft petite body leaning against him. Xu Kun shook his head, helped her into the passenger side of the Ferrari, sat in the car and fastened the seatbelt, asked Ruan Qi where she lived. But Ruan Qi is a cicatriarch leaning on the car window, hair like water spilling down, the corner of the mouth from time to time muttered, as if drunk, not saying a word. This niece is not afraid that I am a bad person well, continuously asked a few sentences she did not answer. Xu Kun had no choice but to drive the sports car to the hotel. He first opened a senior view suite in the front desk, then back to help Ruan Qi to the elevator, past the front desk when the two half-skirted front desk girl, look at his eyes strange, there is a kind of contempt disdain feeling. Xu Kun would like to ask a question. What is the meaning of I am taking care of drunken subordinates well, not the kind of bar you think pick up. Came to the 17th floor, into the view suite insert the room card, the lights instantly illuminated the whole house. The floor window is a starry night. Xu Kun held Ruan Qi's waist, put the other side of the soft bed, take off the high heels, revealing the white bare feet, carefully for her to cover up the quilt. Looking at the bed of the beauty of the delicate face, drunken female subordinates, a man and a woman in the hotel, is very a bit of urban drama feeling alas. However, he is not the kind of person who is not strong-willed. Xu Kun is good and astringent, but it is a good and upright person, never taking advantage of others. Sleep at ease. Good night, said good night, sighed he turned around and took a step to go. At this time behind the back suddenly came the sound of breaking air, then a hot and feverish delicate body pasted up, and that exhaled like orchid's lips next to his ear, rendering a burning breath. Don't go, okay? Chapter 15 Ruan Qi, the female store manager who can be trusted, alas, still young, sitting on the bed of the clean white futon, inside the aristocratic bedroom, Xu Kun sighed, looking out the glass window at the brilliant light that revealed itself at dawn. It was now more than 6 o'clock in the morning. Walking over and pulling open the window, letting a wisp of morning breeze blow in, sweeping away last night's gloom and lingering odor. With a creak the bathroom door was pushed open. Wrapped in a white bathrobe, hair wet, skin white, looking bright and beautiful Ruan Qi, wearing slippers, striding a pair of long white legs walked out. Seeing Xu Kun standing in front of the window looking out, Ruan Qi bit her red lips, her flawless jade legs striding over, whispering, you don't have to have a psychological burden, this is my voluntary. The corner of Xu Kun's mouth tugged, glanced at her and shook his head. You saying this makes me look like I'm a bit crummy. Right now I'm still in school and my mind is on my career, so I can't give you anything, but if you're in trouble, you can call me at any time. Ruan Qi wiped her wet hair with a towel. Her slim figure looked bright and colorful in the sunlight, and after listening to what he said, She nodded slightly in a very calm manner. The human heart is not guessable. This topic is not suitable for too much conversation. Not to mention that Xu Kun did not intend to let a woman bind himself. Married. This word, before he was 30 years old, it is impossible to appear in his mind. He directly diverged from the topic and said, "What do you want to eat? I will let the hotel send something up. I can eat anything, okay? The two of us now have an unusual relationship. I'll give you some. Just eat to replenish your chi and blood. You are the one who has to make up for it." Ruanqi pretty face red, very charming white glance at him, flavor very moving. See Xu Kun also heart jumped, almost could not hold back, continue to talk to her about great biology. It didn't take long for the waiter to send the ordered breakfast up through the food cart, and while eating his meal, Xu Kun gazed at the system. After the signing of the contract last night, his system had also received its second upgrade. Ding! Your system is upgraded to LV3, receiving a heartbeat reward of plus $0.7 per time, and a bottle of gene potion. The benefit given this time is surprisingly a gene potion, and this kind of super scientific contraption. Looking at the gene potion in addition to the heartbeat reward change, Xu Kun was a bit dumbfounded. Gene potion, after using it, the body will go through a subtle change towards perfection. All qualities will be greatly improved. The longer the time, the more changes. There are genetic potions, so when the system is upgraded to a later stage, will there be alien black technology? This is anyone's guess. Xu Kun didn't want that much. He directly put the bottle of potion that looked like glass water in watery blue color, and poured it into his stomach in one gulp. It tasted sweet and had a lemon flavor. After drinking it for 10 minutes there was no reaction at all. Xu Kun couldn't give an explanation, but according to the system, this potion was to change the physical quality through the passage of time. So naturally it couldn't turn into Superman in the blink of an eye. If that was the case, on this blue planet, wouldn't there be an earthly god who does whatever he wants? Eating, Xu Kun put the matter of the potion behind him. This time the system upgrade in addition to the daily income. Another part of the increase. Other aspects did not change much. From 50 cents per heartbeat to 70 cents. The daily income is almost on the verge of reaching 100,000 yuan. As for the upgrading experience, it enters into 5 million after opening the third upgrade. Life must go on. Entrepreneurship naturally cannot stop. And through last night's things after, he and his own under this beautiful female store manager, the relationship is naturally soaring. All of a sudden changed to be able to give each other 60% of the trust. Xu Kun can also arrange more things for her to do. Perhaps under his training, Ruanqi will also become an important member of his future business empire. In the morning Xu Kun did not leave the hotel, but talked to Ruanqi about the future development of the sweet honey milk tea shop. The two of them discussed together to formulate a program, which was a lot easier than in the past, when he was thinking about it all by himself. No wonder, a lot of businessmen are husband and wife team. In addition to each other can trust, is able to make up for the neglected loopholes. After lunch, taking advantage of the bright sunshine and nice weather, their pair of fire-breathing newcomers talked deeply and carefully for more than 2 hours. It was only at 4 p.m. or so that Xu Kun left the hotel, leaving Ruanqi alone in the bedroom to rest soundly. When he drove back to Tiandu University, it was already after 5 o'clock. There were quite a few people commuting to and from work, and he drove his Ferrari sports car into the school amidst a sea of attention. Xu Kun hardly had any low profile, shouted Qin Lu down from the female dormitory building, took the other party to the nearby food street to eat a big meal, and then another tease in the car. For him to talk about work with the beautiful female store manager in the morning and chat with female classmates in the afternoon. Xu Kun is no psychological burden at all. Reborn to still be as bitter as his previous life to study. It would be better to go to be a monk. How are you going to spend the 2 days of the weekend? Cheeks as if dyeing haze, wearing a Chanel short skirt, feet stepped on LV boots. Qin Lu, sitting in the front of the Ferrari, as if the white rich beauty is looking at the handsome rich second-generation boyfriend in front of him. Well, she thinks of herself as a boyfriend. In front of the two of them was a piece of navy green mountains and green water, which already belonged to the famous tourist attractions in the suburbs of Tiandu City, and they were in the position of half of the mountainside. The sun's afterglow was as if the phoenix was sobbing for blood, rendering half of the sky, and the bustling and ancient concrete city behind them had now fallen into a half-darkened situation. You can say what you want to go. I'll accompany you as long as it's not too far. Taking a picture of the beauty in the distance, Xu Kun put down his phone to turn his gaze to her. Not far from the city there is a Yunnan hot spring resort. The village has hot springs, customary snacks and some attractions. Let's go there to play then. Can we? Qin Lu blinking a pair of bright eyes, full of anticipation looking at him. The cost of going there to play is naturally not low. With her own living expenses I'm afraid that it will be enough to stay there for one night. Yunnan Vacation Villa? The distance is not far. 2 days is enough to play there. Xu Kun checked the address and said thoughtfully, so you agree. Lu happily let out an exclamation of surprise, directly jumped down from the front of the Ferrari, jogged a few steps bouncing and scurrying to his body, very happy to peck him on the cheek a few times. You're so nice. I'm so happy. That place I've wanted to go for a long time just didn't get the chance. Xu Kun held his soft hand, looked at her delicate and charming face for a few moments, and smiled gently. I'm so good to you. I hope you won't fail me either. Don't worry, it won't. Never. Lu promised with a solemn face. Xu Kun didn't say anything. He, the uncle who contains decades of social experience, can never believe in what the oath of eternal promise? In this world want to keep other people's true heart, but also have to look at the strength. For example, the girl in front of her, she may not have noticed that she is changing little by little. Before a month of more than 1,000 living expenses have made themselves satisfied, and now she is wearing all the high-grade brand name. Every day will also be Xu Kun from time to time to take to the high-grade Western-style restaurant to feed the meal. It can be said that although Xu Kun did not give Lu pocket money, but she enjoys these things, but enough to her year's living expenses. In the beginning, from Lu accepted Xu Kun first gift resistance, to now gladly accept as well as take the initiative to request. This change is only half a month's time. I have to say, the environment affects people. This point is really not true. Look at her that in the joyful, to their girlfriends to share the good news. Xu Kun did not say anything, just the corner of his mouth slightly revealed a light smile. Very intriguing. Chapter 16 The Opportunity of Black Soil Chicken. On October 31st, an early fall rain enveloped the entire Yunnan hot spring resort and spa like a cow's hair, rendering the place like a fairyland. A dazzling red Ferrari sports car drove into the resort in front, followed by 2 commercial vehicles. What a bad year. Why is it still raining? I don't know if we can still have a wild barbecue. This ghost weather. A group of people held up umbrellas and walked into the resort hotel with a very sufficient light luxury wind. Looking at the fine rain that had been falling outside for more than an hour and hadn't stopped, they were all very helpless. Forget it, playing video games inside is fine. This group of people was no one else. It was the people who came with Xu Kun and Lu, Li Xiuwen, Zhang Lun, and Wang Yiding. Come to the resort so fun place. A group of guys slightly received a little gossip. Like a shark smelled the smell of blood, the ass also followed over. Xu Kun does not care. More than 1 or 2 people is just a little money. And more people also play also happy. But the rain fell a little suddenly, so that everyone is quite spoiled. Inside a luxurious high-level suite, the opposite side of the floor window was a piece of blue lake enveloped by fine rain. Ripples Point is quite a mood. Lu looked at Xu Kun who was sitting in front of the round table on the floor window, holding a laptop and working. Her head came over to look at it for a few moments, and she beamed in boredom. It's so uninteresting. I'm going to find Xiaoting and the girls to go play. Xu Kun did not say anything, just nodded. He was busy with the matter about the planning of the sweet honey milk tea shop, which had the time to take care of her. After entering the work state, he could be said to be quite too on the ruthless. He was busy for more than an hour, close to 10 a.m., before he stretched out of the suite and took a step to rest at the viewing deck of the vacation lodge. The viewing deck was presented in a European style of marble columns, with a sort of castle-style round cover overhead, allowing for a beautiful view of the area in all directions. There were quite a number of people watching the scenery here. There were tourists as well as couples and couples with young children. Everyone was sitting at the edge of the railing talking in small voices. Xu Kun looked at the system and realized that the funds had accumulated to 180,000 yuan, which he nonchalantly pocketed. He is now spending money like water. Hate to break a coin into 2 halves with. They say it is difficult to start a business. Only those who have started a business know how difficult it is. Forget it, these troublesome things do not want to. This time out is a distraction. Thinking about surprisingly chatting about the work, Xu Kun shook his head, put his mind away to appreciate the scenery here. It did not take long to noon. He went downstairs to the restaurant and a group of students ate a meal. Authentic pot-packed chicken. The flavor that is quite good. I heard that is the local vacation resort near the people who grow their own. Is this called Black Earth Chicken? Xu Kun's eyes lit up. Suddenly asked the waitress next to him. Yes, handsome. This Black Earth Chicken is the local rural people's alias for it. This Black Earth Chicken, heard them say, it is farmed with special feed, often fed some mountain herbs. The flavor has the medicinal use of kidney tonic. The waitress's words made Xu Kun ponder. This Black Earth Chicken seemed to be the very famous specialty dish in some high-end restaurants in his previous life. I didn't realize that the birthplace of Black Earth Chicken is actually here. He muttered an idea. Black Earth was speculated quite hot in the later life. Ordinary $1,200 apiece. Some of the high-end quality of 3,000 yuan, 4,000 yuan are available. It is said that the experience of rebirth is a hard-won valuable wealth. So it seems to be true. In his previous life, although Xu Kun did not understand the company of this Black Earth Chicken, but know that the market price will not be low, More than 10 billion is absolutely there. Now this Black Earth chicken treasure land has not been unearthed. He naturally will not let go of this valuable opportunity. With the idea of Xu Kun on this Black Earth things more interested, he asked the waitress several questions. Want to understand a little more about this matter? Due to a new opportunity, Xu Kun in the second day when the rain stopped, drove away from the hot springs resort, causing Qin Lu a burst of pouting. There is a beautiful girlfriend in the side, but also so uninterested. The next time, Xu Kun busy to create an investment company. He has an intention, that is, to create an investment company, ready to put this Black Earth chicken brand name in the bag. Just like the previous life, the Black Earth chicken pushed up to the domestic and even foreign high-grade restaurants, to become a special dish. This is naturally less money. And sweet honey milk tea store is also in full swing. There are places to use money. He is not yet to the point where he can spend money at will. Every investment must be in place to achieve profitability. This busy until November 5th, along with his time with Qin Lu or less, but with the beautiful female store manager Wan Qi. On the contrary, the two will often discuss some entrepreneurial topics. Although it is on the window, it couldn't be helped that there weren't many people around him who could discuss it, and sometimes with such a pretty, capable and saline female store manager by his side, Xu Kun could save a lot of heartache. I'm going to establish a breeding company called Black Soil Chicken with the Shinshou Investment Company, and the purpose of this time is to discuss the acquisition program with the people of Luotai town. This is a highway leading to the town of Luotai, black business card glittering in the sunlight. Xu Kun opposite a OL professional dress skirt, acting as a female assistant Wan Qi. In addition to the two of them, there are lawyers and professional managers and so on, a total of 7 people. Wearing glasses very competent lawyer quickly said, Xu total, you can rest assured that the contract this side I have prepared, absolutely no loopholes. Xu Kun nodded. In order to this investment acquisition program, he prepared for a long time, not to say once and for all the Black Earth chicken this brand in the hands, at least in the early stage to make his Black Earth Chicken Company to become a genuine brand. Luotai town is the largest village and town of Black Earth chicken farming nearby, located under the town of several dozens of miles on the outskirts of Tiandu City. The business car ran for more than half an hour before arriving at this town that appeared to be a bit of a rustic style. Mr. Xu, there are quite a few people in front of us who seem to have come over to greet us. The driver who was driving the car slowed down and said to the big boss behind him after even glancing a few times, I saw it. It's the mayor of Luodai town and some people who can officiate. As soon as this group of guys heard that there are investors, they even made some phone calls to me. Xu Kun whispered and laughed. After the business car arrived in front of them, the opposite side immediately blew a gong and drums to welcome them. Their party just came down from the car. A local wonderful girls immediately surrounded them, put a cluster of fragrant flowers woven into a garland around their necks. Welcome Mr. Xu to our Luotai town to inspect and invest. It's a great honor to be here. Luotai town doesn't have much else. It's just a lot of wild game. And the home-brewed wine is definitely tasty enough. I'll get drunk with everyone at noon. Luotai town's mayor surnamedly, not tall looked very strong. A pair of eyes looked quite cunning and shrewd. This time trouble Li town mayor. I hope our cooperation can be pleasant. Xu Kun very calmly withdrew his hand and said faintly, then followed them to the best hotel in the town and stayed there temporarily. How is it that this place is poorer than my hometown? It's located in the neighborhood of Tiandu City, and it's not even developed? Helping Xu Kun to help him take off his jacket. Ruan Qi was a bit strange, thinking about what he had seen and heard along the way. He said doubtfully, there are many reasons for not developing. The road out of the village is just this one. There are not many mineral resources, special tourist attractions within Luodai town. Breeding Black Earth chickens is their only way out. Xu Kun smiled, but in his previous life he seemed to have traveled here once in a while. At that time this place was already one of the biggest tourist towns outside the suburbs of Tiandu City. Black Earth chicken hot pot, fried chicken, special Black Earth chicken noodles and so on were the specialties of this place. And at that time, not to say that everyone here was a multi-million-dollar household, at least there was no problem to have $1 million deposit in each family's house. It can be said that if he can put this place in the bag, how can he make a great deal of money? Chapter 17 The beginning of Double 11 welfare. Luodai town is a village and town with a sizable area. The scale is vary about 50,000 to 60,000 people living in it. The whole village and town is full of traffic like a small county town. Xu Kun with his temporary female assistant Ruan Qi and recruited henchmen, in Luodai town inspection for about 3 days, and then through negotiations successfully completed his expectations, signed a contract of investment and acquisition. A breeding company called Black Earth Chicken successfully appeared in this land. This is only the beginning. In Xu Kun's planning, the future will also have instant noodles, chicken jerky, hot pot base and a series of Black Earth chicken brand development, so as to set up a huge food company group. Of course, to develop into a market capitalization of more than $10 billion is definitely not a simple thing. After signing the contract and having a celebratory meal with a group of his men at the hotel, Xu Kun resumed his campus life. However, the difference was that his business was developing in both directions. The sweet honey milk tea shop and the black soil chicken breeding company were both in order, and the second milk tea shop opened on schedule, making a considerable profit when it was put on the market. Although there are studies in the body, but Xu Kun will still go from time to time to spot check a bit. After all, is his own company heart always have to have a number to do? Time has come to November 11th. This day Xu Kun just got up from the dormitory. He saw the system of a welfare message. Double 11 activities began. Congratulations to the players to get 0.1 yuan shopping benefits. The total price of shopping shall not exceed 1 million. This consumption will not produce any experience value for a period of 7 days. After reading the message, Xu Kun stroked his chin. Does this mean that I only need to pay out $10 for a $100 item? What does this mean? He can spend $100 as $1,000. Bullish. Double 11. Even the system will organize activities. Awesome. Without saying anything, Xu Kun directly went downstairs to call Qin Lu down from the female dormitory room, drove a Ferrari sports car and took her, and together they came to David's City, a place where luxury name brands gathered. What do you want for Double 11 today? I'll buy it all for you, Xu Kun said to her with great bravado. No need. You only brought me here the day before yesterday to shop. Qin Lu was happy in her heart, but she politely refused. In this short less than a month's time, all over the body to wear have changed several styles. All kinds of luxury goods have tried to want enough things, and then want to. She was afraid that she was a bit greedy. Take it if it's given to you. Didn't you want a Rolex watch before? I'll buy you one now. After saying this, Xu Kun brought her to the Rolex watch store and chose an elegant aristocratic style watch for Qin Lu. White strap, pink star diamond dial. The shape was quite exquisite and atmospheric. The price was naturally not expensive. Foot to 330,000 yuan. But in the system of Double 11 benefits, he only spent 33,000 yuan. This is the charm of the activity. System. 33,000 yuan. This amount of money in Xu Kun here is just a hair's breadth. But Qin Lu face red, full of moving, bright eyes moist. She touched the table that was brought on the white wrist by Xu Kun himself. Fast moving wet. This is more than 300,000 watches. This guy said to give her. On their own is really too good. There is such a boyfriend. Is their own previous life? Saved the galaxy? Next Xu Kun brought Qin Lu in a few luxury storefront continuous shopping, and bought her more than 20,000 yuan. That is, more than 200,000 yuan of gifts. Can be described as luxury to the extreme. When passing by a beverage store, Qin Lu bought a cup of lemon tea, took a sip and handed it to him, looking at him tenderly. Why are you so good to me? I don't know how to repay you. Looking at her delicate face, slim figure, sexy long legs, Xu Kun's face revealed a smile. Want to repay me? Then let's go to the hotel to have a candlelight dinner tonight? Go to the hotel to eat a candlelight dinner. This hint makes Qin Lu's heart jump and understand the other party's meaning. She bit her thin lips and contemplated for a while before she delicately whispered, eating at night? Would it not be too appropriate? What's inappropriate? Still afraid that I won't eat you? Qin Lu blinked her beautiful eyes and gave him an angry look. Isn't this what I'm afraid of? In any case, the title of the candlelight dinner is considered to be set. Xu Kun deliberately booked the most luxurious Earl's Hotel. Double 11 activities under the suite is not expensive, but also a few $1,000s. Smoky color night, luxury hotel living room. Xu Kun on a table of well-known dishes, and asked for more than 20,000 US dollars a bottle of red wine, and wore a sexy dress. Sexy and moving Qin Lu, in this quiet environment chatting. Because tonight's program was destined to be uncomplicated, Xu Kun was not in a hurry, and was very gentlemanly in brewing the mood. Xu Kun, I'm actually curious about what your family does? Perhaps because of the atmosphere and perhaps because just drank wine. Qin Lu's face looks a little red. Saishu a general swan neck below the sexy V fierce white dress. Open skirt under the slender legs. In the light of the special moving. My family well, very ordinary, nothing to say. You said ordinary. I think there may be some ambiguity. Qin Lu deflated his mouth. This life is still considered ordinary words. Then my home counts what? Well, tonight's program is something else. Let's talk about something happy. Then chat what? Talk about dreams. Talk about life, such as looking at the stars together by the balcony. What kind of scenery will it be? Xu Kun said with a soft smile. Qin Lu opened her cherry lips and was speechless. Looking at the scenery from the balcony? This night was quite deep. The lights of the luxury suite were on until the early morning before they went out. and the autumn wind blew the corner of the curtain veil. The following day at noon, in the parking lot of Tiandu University, Xinlu tiptoed down from the passenger side of the Ferrari sports car. She deflated her mouth and looked left and right, then sucked in her breath and returned to the female dormitory room to rest with a somewhat crooked walking posture. It is also fortunate that it is now class time. There are not many people on the road, otherwise the more trouble it may be to meet someone you know. Thinking about this, Xinlu's pretty face is a little hot. Angry, her nose is a little crooked. That guy is simply an asshole. Coming out from the stairway, pushing open the door of the dormitory, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw 3 pairs of eyes aiming over. You 3 didn't go to class. She looked at her 3 female roommates with some embarrassment. No, we've been worrying about you all night. Where have you been wandering off to? The girl on the bed next to her looked at her slyly. Yesterday something happened. Went out for a trip. A little late, also stayed outside. A trip out. This trip is a night. And I see that your face seems to be a bit off as well. Yeah, look at you. Your eyes are even still bloodshot. And your knees are also red. It feels like you haven't slept all night. Wang Yiting had an odd smile on her face. I think she must have been very tired last night. Let's not disturb it for the better. Maybe Lulu's legs and waist right now are sore and painful. The dolphin is even more difficult to kill. The moment these words came out, the other 2 sisters quickly came back to their senses, and after re-examining Xinlu carefully, they soon discovered the subtleties. Everyone was smart and quickly understood it in seconds. No, you were with Xu Kun last night. The next words, they did not say, but everyone revealed a meaningful smile. Looking at Xinlu was groundless. Chapter 18, The Company Takes Shape. Ahem, you guys think too much. Xinlu's cheeks rolled, pursed lips and said, but her words, girls, pressed not to believe a hair, but instead they all agreed to flirt. Don't worry, we understand. Yes, such a handsome boyfriend. If you don't catch the hand before it's too late, run away. How to do? That's right, change us, to be the same as you. All the women a burst of squeezing eyebrows and teasing. To be honest, they also envy Shosuer's Louboutin pas cher like lemons. Rich but also handsome boys. It is too difficult to find. All are scarce resources. This side, Xu Kun watched Xinlu into the female dormitory building. He drove a Ferrari sports car out of Tiandu University. The Double 11 welfare activities still have 6 days left. He can't let these lucrative benefits go to waste. Driving leisurely back to the neighborhood of David City, after parking his car on the roadside parking space, Xu Kun walked into the roadside luxury storefront. Taking advantage of this welfare, he intends to give himself another makeover. The whole body kind. All kinds of famous brand clothes and shoes. Not to mention the whole carriage at least must be able to change 20 or 30 sets of it. This is not a high request. In this way, Xu Kun shopped for more than 2 hours, spent tens of thousands of dollars, but the equivalent of hundreds of thousands of dollars. A good consumption. From underwear, shoes to jackets and pants of these styles of clothing, by almost all piled up Ferrari sports car. This point of sister-in-law operation, not surprisingly, caused the roadside girl's attention. Open sports car, needless to say, is quite dazzling. There is also as to let him this constantly raised from the luxury goods stores of high-level brand name, but also let a person's heart very much. Not a moment's work. There are 2 or 3 girls up to WeChat. Face value and figure is quite okay. Xu Kun also readily agreed to have the opportunity to invite them to eat a big meal. In-depth chat about life. At this time a stylish Porsche sports car, from the side of the street, drove past, slowly parked in front of him. The window fell down. The driving of the flat-headed boy smiled and looked at his sports car. Dude, is this the latest Ferrari 458? Xu Kun looked at him for a few moments and nodded slightly. Yo, make a friend. My name is Xie Dongping, from Post and Telecommunications University. The boy called Xie Dongping pushed open the car door and got down from the Porsche car, smiling and shaking hands towards him. Xu Kun, from Tiandu University. The 2 of them talked for a while. Xu Kun quickly knew the identity of this guy, a rich second generation from Xijing City. His family is in the real estate industry, also has billions of assets, a proper step to the end of the life winner. Your car can be really good. I want my old man to buy me one. Dead set. Sitting inside the Ferrari, Xie Dongping admired it for a while with a marvelous face and said with envy, if you like it, I can lend it to you to drive for a few days. Xu Kun said indifferently. Although the sports car was good, but connections could sometimes be much harder to deal with than a sports car, especially Xie Dongping, this kind of person. The other party is willing to make friends. He naturally will not be stupid to refuse. More friends, more road. Well, forget it. The car is like with a girlfriend, as forgiveness not lend. When I have a birthday, then let the old man send me. Xie Dongping waved his hand. Although it is the first time to meet, but the relationship between the 2 is quite good. The atmosphere is cordial. Contact Xu Kun's senses of him is okay. This guy speaks with a big grin, quite bold. More than 6 p.m., The other party also invited him to eat a meal of authentic Tendu private food. The flavor is quite good. After dinner, the two people drove away separately. One is the University of Posts and Telecommunications. One is the University of Tiandu. The distance is not far from a phone call if you want to drive over to get together. Make friends, not in the moment. The next few days, life has been very uneventful. Xu Kun in the sweet honey milk tea store hanging around. And by the way, also look at the development of the black soil chicken breeding company. With both going on at the same time, his business was doing quite well, especially with some of the latest salesmen recruited to successfully push out the pre-existing Black Earth chickens at low prices in some gourmet restaurants. According to Xu Kun's plan, the main thing was to occupy the market first, not to say that he could make a lot of money, at least not at a loss. I think it's time for us to the whole office now. It's also troublesome to do things without a main office. Calculating last week's profitability. Ruan Qi, a professional dress, stretching a pair of slim and slender legs. She batted her eyelashes and reported to Xu Kun. I don't know from when she started. She is more and more like, in front of Xu Kun to wear professional clothes. Maybe. A ham last time the office play it. Xu Kun pondered for a moment, slowly nodded. It is the whole of a temporary office space, so I'll go to arrange later. You go to order some desks and chairs. What needs to contact me again? Okay. Once the cause is developed, all aspects need money. The two companies of one add up to the number of people is also quite a lot, especially some of them also have to sit in the office, also equivalent to the nature of the white collar. This is the beginning of the formation of most of the group's employees, can be said to be on the good side. This means that, the two words of the company, began to live up to its name. Next, Xu Kun rolled into a nearby office building in his Ferrari sports car. Right now his career wasn't too big. There was no need to rent one of those more luxurious areas, not to mention he didn't have too much money. In a short skirt wearing black jeans female receptionist led, he looked at an area of about 270 square feet of office space. Office area is not large but definitely enough to the use of the early stage. He secretly gave the female receptionist a red packet of $3,000 and succeeded in obtaining the lowest price of the lease agreement. With the experience of his previous life he, naturally, knows what to do in order to pay the smallest result, get the biggest gain. We all come out to work are not all for money. And Ruan Qi sighed to get Xu Kun's authorization. She also contacted the wholesale market of desks and chairs, the whole more than 20 people's desks, chairs and computers. This consumption is also naturally Xu Kun out. The next day two people with a group of employees, the tables and chairs moved into the office area. Busy a morning, before finishing, looking at the front of the neat, staggered office area, Ruan Qi looks very happy. In front of the Sweet Honey Milk Tea and Black Earth Chickens Company employees said, our office area is small, but all aspects of the welfare will never be worse than a large company. I believe that, Mr. Su, within 6 months of each one here, as long as they can hold on to the fact that you are the patriarchs, will be rooted in this prosperous city. Snapped. Thunderous applause rang out in the office, and everyone nodded their heads enthusiastically in praise. For Ruan Qi's chicken soup some of them might not be a fan of it, but for Xu Kun, who was a second generation of rich people, he was fully capable of this to bring enough benefits and welfare to everyone. There was no way, just because there was money, everyone was assured that they could work here without worrying about the boss leaving and running away. Since there is a salary and a potential that can be seen, everyone is naturally full of confidence. Adding to this company and fighting together. Chapter 19, Traveling in Yunnan. Still 3.9 million short of LV3 level. Looking at the experience value he had gained from this bout of spending, Xu Kun nodded his head contentedly. Now that his two Sweet Honey Milk Tea shops were officially open for business, while the Black Earth Chicken Breeding Company was also generating profits for him. Speaking of which, he was now considered to be a young tycoon with a fortune of nearly $10 million. He is now only how old? But is 18 years old? Get the system is only 2 months' time has been worth 10 million. In the past this is completely unimaginable. Well, still have to work harder. Their own point in the eyes of the really rich, or nothing. November 13th. Most of the things in life have been dealt with. Everything has been on track. Xu Kun always felt a little flat. Plus the Double 11 welfare activities are still there, so he thought of going out to wave around. He then directly asked the counselor for a short leave, under the pretext that something happened at home and he needed to go home, and managed to get a leave slip. The moment he got the leave slip, he immediately booked a flight ticket to Yunnan, where Dali, Lijian Ancient City, Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, and the Arisei are all beautiful landscapes that have been rumored by word of mouth and that Xu Kun has been longing for a long time. Whether in his past life or in this life, he would like to travel all over this great mountains and rivers. A good understanding of this side of heaven and earth. Before it is no way in addition to work is work, and now he started have been the pinnacle of life. Life is still so boring. What's the point? This time out he did not bring Qin Lu and Ruan Qi. The The first two have their own things to be busy. The second he went out to meet the local customs. Maybe also meet some beautiful girls. Around the girlfriend is not good to go up to the hook, so alone to be dashing comfortable. First class airplane. More than 10 p.m. can arrive in Yunnan. Xu Kun sitting in a comfortable and luxurious first-class cabin, looking out the window at the blue sky and white clouds of the scenery, walking past the uniformed stewardesses, shapely body, slender waist, full sense of temperament. Hello sir, what do you need to drink? Jade legs slender, slim figure, wearing purple and blue short, with a small beret of the female flight attendant, a smile on the face of the push fruit snacks food cart passed by him, slightly bending over and said gently, a cup of juice. Xu Kun looked at her, swept his gaze across the circle, and gave a B rating in his heart, drinking juice and enjoying the comfortable environment of the first-class cabin. Just like this, the journey was calm and peaceful to reach Yunnan, making it a pity that there was not enough time to ask for that female flight attendant's WeChat. After leaving the airport, he first took the business car of the top 5-star hotel that had been booked long ago, and came to the luxurious hotel presidential suite to rest for half a day, and then was directly taken by the hotel's driver to the ancient city of Lijiang. Originally he wanted to find a tour guide, but out of traveling to find a tour guide always feel not much fun. Those fun still have to explore on their own. At the same time when he passed by the high-end shopping mall, he also bought a latest top-of-the-line Sony camera, ready to record his happy time in this Yunnan. Mr. Xu, in front of you is the big water wheel of Lijiang Old Town. You see, it's still running now, and those next to it are flowers planted all over the country and abroad. The hotel's commercial car driver was a local. Seeing Xu Kun didn't call for a tour guide, he automatically volunteered to point out the way for him with an enthusiastic face. Xu Kun nodded. With his hands the top camera clicked a few photos. The effect is quite great. Lijiang ancient city in the afternoon. There is a very poetic beauty. Only to see the distant sky is reddish-brown. Haze slow light sunset dying. Vicissitudes with a sense of history of Lijiang ancient city give a person a kind of shaking beauty. Come here to travel a lot of people, and occasionally you can hear the sound of national songs. In the farther is a local characteristics of the food street, the aroma wafting. There were also quite a few girls, and just Xu Kun walking all the way here. There were several that caught people's eyes. Handsome, can you take a picture of the two of us? When he wandered to a stone arch bridge, the two traveling girls next to him, one of them with short hair, suddenly stepped forward and said to him, yes, right here? Yes, with that side of the sky creek and barge as the background. You wait for us to pose. These two girls are not much older than Xu Kun. They look like college students, youthful and beautiful, graceful. The long-haired girl on the left has a slim and delicate figure, very white skin, pretty face, and her speech is a bit soft, with a bit of Jiangnan temperament. Another initiative to talk to Xu Kun to take pictures of the girl. Stay a cool star type of short black hair, wearing a short jacket and sports undershirt with exposed umbilicus. The lower body is a white ultra-short skirt, long thin legs pink and white, quite sexy and alluring. Face value and body. In Xu Kun's opinion, both have 85 points belonging to the T2 downstream girl. Shot. You guys take a look. Thanks. The short-haired girl took the cell phone and looked at it for a few moments, complimented Xu Kun for a few moments. Then she said as if nothing had happened, handsome, listen to your accent as if you're not from the local area. From Tiandu. Xu Kun smiled and said, wow, big city ugh. The short-haired girl blinks those big eyes and looks at him curiously and says, you're a college student? Double 11 specially came out to take time off to come out to play. You guys too? Right. Guessed right. Same as you. Through conversation, Xu Kun quickly learned the names of the two girls. The one with long hair was called Liang Yatong, and the one with short hair was Han Lei. Both of them were current college students at the Conservatory of Music, who took advantage of the Double 11 event to order air tickets for the tour on the internet and some other discounted benefits to come here to play. Three people are almost the same situation. Let them quickly chat together. When the two of them inadvertently learned that Xu Kun hands of the camera is the Sony price of more than 30,000 yuan, plus WeChat, there is that life in the first Ferrari sports car, such WeChat circle of friends message, as well as the usual he dined in a variety of Western-style restaurant selfies. Let the two women look at. Eyes are showing a kind of essence light. The internet says that this place has the best snail noodles, but it's a bit too crowded. The three of them left from the big water wheel and kept joking and gossiping all the way to the food street. Originally they wanted to have a meal of snail powder, but the long line was really daunting. What flavor do you two like to eat? Xu Kun suddenly asked. Han Lei didn't understand why he said that, but still answered, I love spicy food, and Yatong likes to eat slightly lighter. Xu Kun nodded and came out directly from the team, and under the eyes of the two women who were surprised, he walked directly to the front of the team. He's not going to cut in line, is he? Liang Yatong hesitated, her shell teeth biting her lips, and asked in a low voice, If so many people still cut in line, then this person's quality is a bit of a problem. It shouldn't be. Han Lei wrinkled her diaphanous eyebrows, looked at Xu Kun's back and argued, don't jump to conclusions easily, take a look and say. It wasn't long before Xu Kun returned with 3 bags of loaded snail powder, handing the items to the 2 women respectively. Liang Yadong curiously asked, how did you get the stuff? Actually, she wanted to ask if Xu Kun had jumped the queue, but that seemed to have a bit of a questioning tone, so she changed her statement. It's simple. I gave the guy at the front $100 as a tip and he bought it for me. The 2 women were both stunned, and then they laughed bitterly. The 3 of them snail powder added up to less than $100. Xu Kun just tipped people $100. This handsome man is really a waste of money. Chapter 20 Liang Yadong. What is the experience of accompanying the rich second generation shopping? Han Lei and Liang Yadong is a deep feeling. The rich world is how extravagant. Spicy fried skewers, meat buns, shizhou baba, flour cakes, all kinds of delicious snacks as long as you like. No said directly by. In less than an hour, the 3 of them hand carried a full 2 bags. All are local delicious snacks. Simply absolute. This is the life of the rich second generation. Let a person envy to death. Han Lei looked at Xu Kun's face, her eyes glowing. She couldn't help but ask, is this how you usually shop, buying whatever you like? Pretty much. Xu Kun pretended to be plain and said this loaded cup of words, so that the 2 women were shaking their heads speechless. The world of the rich, can't afford to mess with. The 3 of them strolled around this food street for more than 2 hours until more than 9 p.m. before they parted ways. As Xu Kun lived in a 5-star banyan tree hotel, the 2 women would like to take a look, but so late to go and embarrassed, and the 3 agreed to continue to shop tomorrow. So they separated, calmly a quiet night to spend. However, back to the hotel lying on the bed of the 2 women, still cannot help but chat about Xu Kun this person. The next morning, Xu Kun early after washing up from the hotel downstairs, in the hall outside to see the 2 women who came over to ask him, up so early, looking at the 2 women sexy in beautiful outfits. Han Lei was in a black pear-shaped bustier dress. Liang Yadong was in a white ultra-short dress, wearing a sun hat, but without exception were those 2 pairs of snow-white long legs, which were exceptionally appealing. Xu Kun's eyes lighted up and smiled as he said to them, the reason why Han Lei and Liang Yadong got up so early, naturally want to come over to see how this super 5-star hotel is like, and after coming here it really is true to its name. The green bricks and black tiles, the verdant bamboo cover, the style and features were all surprisingly good, but when Xu Kun's face, this naturally cannot be said. Han Lei pursed her lips, her eyes flashed with light, and smiled. Go early with fewer people. Xu Kun nodded and asked, have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat some together? Han Lei and Liang Yadong hesitantly glanced at each other, but in the end, they nodded and accompanied him, going to the hotel's buffet restaurant and having a sumptuous meal. Subsequently, the majority of the day, the 3 are in Lijiang ancient city of various attractions wandering, the 4 sides of the street, Mufu, Wui Street, etc., during which Xu Kun took a lot of photos. The 2 women's beautiful style is also embedded in them. The relationship between the 3 of them is also in this short period of time, more and more in-depth friendly, which is naturally less Xu Kun's ability to money. In this world, there may be true love, but most of the time will never be too pure. A boy cannot handsome, but absolutely cannot be no RMB. If handsome and rich, then his killing power will be the level of neutron bomb. At noon they eat as a top private dining room, authentic Yunnan dishes. The flavor is excellent, but that price is absolutely not cheap. Lily steam pot chicken 488 yuan a pot, plum vegetable codfish 676 yuan a copy, red wine roast pork 1,300 yuan a copy of, so on and so forth. A lunch down. It cost Xu Kun more than $3,000. For Han Lei and Liang Yadong, this lunch can be said to be the best they have ever eaten. And the aftertaste. After eating this lunch, I'm afraid that I'll have trouble swallowing any other lunch in the future. Han Lei said with a complex expression and a face of emotion, and Liang Yadong beside her also nodded rather tenderly, her pretty pupils carrying an inexplicable look. The afternoon was still a happy shopping life, and under the leadership of Xu Kun, the second generation of the rich, the 2 girls were having quite a happy time. During the period of some expensive luxury goods, he also bought a little, given to the 2 girls, did not spend much money, let her 2 happy. Evening meal, the same as a high-class Western restaurant, top Wellington steak, and tens of thousands of dollars worth of wine, fully let the 2 women enjoy what is called life. After dinner, and then play in the May 1st Street for a long time, until the stars are dimmed, only to go back. The night was quite colorful at night. The silent and vicissitudes of the ancient city of Lijiang was sleeping peacefully under the starry lights. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xu Kun drank a glass of ice water and appreciated the night. At the same time, He also pondered in his heart some wonderful beautiful things. Just at this moment, the door of the house was knocked suddenly. He was stunned, then thought of something, walked over and opened the door. Soft and smooth with glossy hair draped over the white shoulders, the fragrant breath of the shower gel around the mouth and nose, the delicate atmosphere of the face with a kind of reddish flirtation, and its own gentle Jungnan temperament is out of place. This sister was no other than Liang Yatong, who was standing playfully outside the luxurious suite, her moist and beautiful eyes looking at him. "Come in." Xu Kun smiled and pulled her in, closing the door to the room with one foot, admiring her beauty as he walked. "You're the only one. Where's Han Lei?" Liang Yatong bit her red lips and said softly, "She was a little tired from playing today, and went to bed early." Xu Kun nodded, signaling to sit on the sofa, then eyed that proud figure, as well as the round and white legs. This girl's face value and body proportions were very high, and in the eyes of outsiders, she was considered a goddess. The air all seemed a little quiet, and his gaze made Liang Yatong a little uncomfortable. Liang Yatong's onion fingers pinched the hem of her skirt, straightened her slender legs, took a deep breath and asked, "What you said this afternoon, is it true?" She was referring to the story after Xu Kun added WeChat with her in the afternoon. Originally, according to Xu Kun's intention, was to add both of their WeChat separately, to see if there was any chance to have an in-depth chat. Let Xu Kun some surprise. That seems to be a big grin. Brash and charming Han Lei is not very good contact. Or this gentle and moving Liang Yatong surprisingly moved. The next natural, needless to say, after a chat successfully let Liang Yatong, this little lamb, fell into his heart. Of course it's true. Xu Kun took out his cell phone in front of her face, after a burst of operation, said, "Look at your WeChat. The red envelope has arrived." Liang Yatong hurriedly looked over the phone, immediately froze. This is indeed a big red packet. Enough 100,000 yuan it. How is it more than double? She pursed her pink moist red lips, and her beautiful eyes looked straight at him. "I like gentle and pretty girls. The extra is my reward for you." Liang Yatong's pretty face reddened. Her pink moist lips moved and didn't say anything. The next two people chatted for a while before going to the moonlit and quiet balcony to look at the scenery. And they didn't rest until very late. And the glazed chandelier in the living room was aggravatingly lit up for most of the night before it went out. Early in the morning at 7:50, the alarm clock had just gone off, and a white, slender arm reached out from under the covers and turned off the cell phone. Han Lei opened her bleary eyes and got up after getting dressed. She looked at the gorgeous bedroom and pouted without knowing what she was muttering. "This room, or last night Xu Kun opened for the two of them. I heard that it costs 1,088 yuan a night. Expensive to death, but it is true that living is also quite comfortable." Walked out of the house, casually knocked on the door of the room next door, after several sounds, but no one opened. Handle a twist, but also did not lock. This girl got up so early? Han Lei kicked slippers and walked in, looked at the bed and found no one. She fiddled with her hair, just ready to take the phone to call, and came out just in time to bump into Liang Yatong from back. "What are you doing so early?" Liang Yatong pretended to be calm and casually said, "Went to the gym here to take a turn." "Gym? Is it fun? I'll go and take a look at it later. Hurry up and take a shower. You'll have to go downstairs for breakfast later. Don't keep Xu Kun waiting." Han Lei waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, it'll be done in 10 minutes. After saying this, her gaze went back to Liang Yatong, and after taking a look around that gentle and soft pretty face, she was puzzled. "Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that your temperament has changed a bit?" Liang Yatong's heart jumped, thinking that the other party had discovered something. "Net nonsense. I'm not possessed. Yet. That's not what I'm talking about. It's just that the temperament is a bit strange." "Weird? What weird?" Well, don't say these useless. Hurry to take a bath and eat." Pushing her slender back and sending Han Lei into the bathroom, Liang Yatong only then patted her still-sized breasts and put down that apprehensive heart. If Han Lei probed in detail, she would definitely find something wrong. Fortunately, she wasn't the meticulous type. Liang Yatong spat out a breath. "White pretty face, surface tired look. Tired all last night? That guy is simply terrible." Chapter 21 Changes in the Body. Liang Yatong sat on the sofa, rubbing her slender, snow-white, but sore long legs, and waited until Han Lei had finished her bath and changed her clothes before the two of them went out, with Xu Kun, who waited in the restaurant early, after having a meal together, still out of the Banyan Tree Hotel, in this scenic infinitely beautiful ancient city. Strolling up, for Xu Kun, playing was secondary, with two charming girls by his side, it was only interesting. This kind of tour has continued for 2 days. Every night time, Liang Yatong will sneak into his house, discuss hundreds of millions of dollars of business. Han Lei is not a fool. By chance, she found something wrong, secretly fell asleep, observed Liang Yatong, saw her in and out of Xu Kun's room. This scene directly angry Han Lei fat chest to be big. What the hell this is? Their own good girlfriends, Surprisingly silent, not ha eat up the soul food. You can really be enough. The sunny balcony, Hanlei hugged her arms, puffed up and looked at Liang Yadong, who had an embarrassed expression on her face. Quite angry. So what can I do? Who told that guy to tempt me? Liang Yadong muttered in a small voice. Hanlei looked at her with complicated eyes. You're his girlfriend now? Liang Yadong shook her head, biting her lip without saying anything. What does shaking your head mean? It's not. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Hanlei opened her eyes wide and said directly, no, you've accompanied him. That, and you're still not a couple. Liang Yadong smiled bitterly and said, do you think he'll look for me as his girlfriend? One thought of Xu Kun's fortune. Hanlei also understood. She sighed, her heart with a few points of joy and regret, softly said, you're the wife suffered a little bit, right? He gave me $100,000, and also promised that if something happens, you can look for him at any time. Liang Yadong didn't know if she had done the right thing, but she still had a good feeling about Xu Kun. Hanlei opened her mouth. For her own best friend's behavior, she really wasn't good at evaluating anything. But Xu Kun, she is understood. That goods is purely a crumbs male. At lunchtime, she looked at each other's eyes, contempt mixed with something else, especially after seeing her own best friend, with a sweet face, feeding each other. Her heart was even more sour to the extreme. I'm full. The dog food was full, making her depressed as she dropped her knife and fork and stepped on her high heels to leave. Xu Kun didn't care about her reaction at all. Just be happy. The other party wasn't his anything. As to care, since his affair with Liang Yadong was crashed, he was even bolder. And in the following days, perhaps during the day or night, Liang Yadong directly checked into his luxurious room and played games together, just leaving Hanlei alone, dumbfounded and empty, guarding the room. This is too much. Coming out on a trip, and the two of you are just traveling in your room? Full breasts against the table. Hanlei's pink fists clenched, slapping the table and screaming. If you want to go listen to the corner, I can leave a doorway for you. Xu Kun's words directly made Hanlei make a big red face. Liang Yadong's cheeks also rolled red like she had smeared her cheeks with xia. You. Shameless. Xu Kun joked and then put away his smile. I won't tease you guys. I've already booked a ticket for 3 p.m. I'm ready to go back to Tiandu. I'll treat you guys to another meal at noon, and we'll say bye-bye at that time. Ha? What? The two women looked at him in a daze, not coming back to their senses for a moment, until Liang Yadong bit her pink lips, her bright eyes dull. So soon you're leaving? There's no way. The company has a little something to deal with. Xu Kun spread his hands and smiled as he sized up the two women. If you have the chance, you can come to play in Tiandu City. I'll receive you two in grand style. Regardless, the matter of him going back was finalized, and Liang Yadong and Hanlei sent him to the airport after 2 p.m. Before leaving, Liang Yadong hugged him tightly, her eyes red. Xu Kun didn't say anything, just whispered in her ear, I've left you a gift. Remember to go home and open it. Let go of his embrace. He looked to the side of the same complex. Hanlei spread his hand. To go. Want to hug? Hanlei's shell teeth lightly biting her thin lips, stepping on the long legs of her high heels, stepping over, and Xu Kun hugged, opening her mouth. Liang Yadong is cheaper for you guys. We will both go to Tiandu from time to time to look for you, but don't forget her. Don't worry, won't forget. Xu Kun looked at her flirtatious face with flaming red lips, clean and short hair, swan white neck, and the bountiful breasts. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Do you know what I have in mind right now? Hanlei looked at him in confusion. What thoughts? It's a pity that I wasn't able to talk about a piece of business with you before I left. Xu Kun finished, not waiting for her to get angry before he laughed loudly and ran towards the entrance of the airport, leaving a dashing and slender back to the two women. This asshole. Hanlei's pretty face reddened as she stomped her foot fiercely. Riding in the comfortable first-class cabin, Xu Kun savored the fruit juice and started his journey back to Tiandu. For him, this trip to Yunnan was just a small episode in his glorious life. Liang Yadong and Hanlei, the two girls, were also fragments of the beautiful scenery that brought back memories, as beautiful as the stars, but would not let him stay in his footsteps. Back to the sailing time is very fast, after more than an hour of time, to the city of heaven, but even so, Xu Kun down the plane, still to the afternoon after dusk. After checking the ticket out of the airport, came to the parking lot outside, drove on the Ferrari sports car, all the way speeding in the ring highway, soon arrived in the city. At night, the university city was beautifully lit from above, and Tiandu University was as quiet yet noisy as ever. Under the watchful eye of the security guards, the Ferrari entered the school. Xu Kun came to the dormitory. The three roommates were there. Holy, Big Brother is finally back. Enough to go for a week. How about this expedition is still smooth, right? In the face of the three brothers' inquiry, Xu Kun smiled and said, it's okay, talked about a big business. Well, hundreds of millions of dollars of big business. Smooth on the line, hurry up, drop on the line. together with open black crossfire, bless you this sniper god, are not good to play. No problem. Overnight tonight. Soon, the dormitory resounded with the sound of snapping AKs and pistols, and the four of them held their laptops and fought in front of the moonlight-shattered window with great vigor. November 20th, 7:10 in the morning. Xu Kun came to the cafeteria with his roommates as usual, and apart from him, the other three were all wearing panda eyes that were haggard after the all-nighter. Everyone's had an all-nighter. Why are you bastards still so energized? Ho Chang had a puzzled look on his face. That's right, can't it be that the three of us have the worst physique? Li Xiaowen is also very depressed. If not, this morning's class is more important. He really want to go back to the dormitory to sleep a lot. Last night, he regretted that he stayed up all night. Nonsense. I who drank the gene potion can be the same as you guys. With these days, Xu Kun was able to feel the change in his physical quality, especially his spirit. Physical strength, endurance, and strength were the most obvious. Not to say that it surpassed human beings, at least it surpassed most ordinary people. At this point, Liang Yadong was quite vocal. Chapter 22, The Business Opportunity of $0 Purchase. After returning to Tiandu University, Xu Kun found time to go to a hotel with Qin Lu to cozy up for a couple of nights before continuing to commute between the school and the company, occasionally flirting with Ruan Qi, the female store manager who had already become his beloved, or video calling with Liang Yadong on WeChat. The simple university life was lived by him in a bland yet wonderful way. At the same time, he didn't forget to lay out in advance and start expanding to other business circles. In Xu Kun's memory, there were quite a few business examples of making a big profit with a small amount of money, all of which could be copied over quite perfectly. Invest 200,000 yuan. 2 or 3 years later, at least can earn a few tens of millions of dollars. Just ask this kind of investment incense? Soon. The time has come to November 24th. This day is the Western world's traditional holiday, Thanksgiving Day. Although there is no such holiday in the country, but due to the rapid prosperity and spread of the internet, a lot of young people have begun to celebrate Thanksgiving Day and Christmas. Of course, this may also be a lot of people want to find an excuse and favorite girl out on a date just. This night, Xu Kun is equally busy. After accompanying Qin Lu shopping dinner, and Ruan Qi in the night market shopping, close to 2200 hours, and Liang Yadong also came to 1,000 miles call, incidentally flirting with Han Lei. These are just the spices of life. The company's affairs he remains firmly focused on, and at the same time feel that the funds have also accumulated a lot after the start of the next action. The prosperity of the internet is undoubtedly let the world and a lot of rich people, which the way to get rich there are many kinds of, which makes Xu Kun fresh in his memory is 0 yuan purchase event. This 0 yuan purchase, that is, customers spend money to buy things, do not need to pay. Of course, this is only the late return. For example, online shopping for a bottle of milk tea, the need for 6 yuan, the customer paid the money up front. According to the 0 yuan purchase agreement, the next month will give the customer back 1 yuan, last 6 months. Other goods are the same. This is the so-called $0 purchase. As for how the business is to make money, not only the site's traffic and funds, advertising, etc. In short, the loss of things, no one will do. Similarly, with the gimmick of $0 purchase, cash out a large number of funds to run away. This is like drumming, like, the risk is unusually large. Xu Kun naturally will not play this kind of set. What he wants is the kind of real influence, step to the top of the ladder. If it is only for the sake of money, he still need to start a business? With the system, it is completely easy to enjoy life, every day to spend the day. Young models, school flowers, net red change, the system is constantly upgraded, and finally graduated from college. The annual income of 1 billion yuan is no problem. With a complete plan, Xu Kun and in their own sweet honey milk tea, Black Soil Chicken Company outside of these two companies, registered a fourth company, Black Star Technology Limited Company. Naturally, the control of these companies are in the God Show investment. About this company's $0 to buy goods, Xu Kun temporarily chose two kinds, respectively, sports watches and cosmetics. The former was designed by him trendy fashion, a variety of functions, such as heartbeat detection, outdoor temperature view, time display, alarm clock lock, geographic location display, etc. Very high. As for cosmetics, he was going to acquire a small cosmetic manufacturing factory, specializing in these products. Mr. Xu, according to your orders, our website interface, which is a fusion of fresh and technological wins, especially the three big words $0 purchase, is definitely eye-catching. The newly recruited program 8-man gulped his saliva and introduced the so-called $0 purchase website to Xu Kun with a nervous face. Good job. Patting him on the shoulder, Xu Kun held the mouse and flipped through, finding that the goods on the shelves were a bit cold, but this is also the early stage. After all, Everything has to have a transition. $0 purchase look eye-catching. But in fact a lot of people absolutely hesitant about this. The sky falling pie thing. Most people still do not dare to eat. Have to wait until the first batch of customers who eat crabs. After the evaluation, only then will someone follow up. The next thing is publicity. Can this really make money? After returning to the office with Xu Kun, Ruan-Ki had a light-colored uniform short skirt. Her delicate body was bound and delicate. Her beautiful legs stepped on a pair of high-heeled shoes, and her hands hugged the bear to look at the young handsome man in front of her. For the internet you still have too little contact. Xu Kun shook his head slightly. In his heart the future potential of this $0 purchases website at least exceeds Sweet Honey Milk Tea and Black Earth Chicken Company no problem. Ruan-Ki steps white slender jade legs, came to the front, stretched out the white tender hand to help him straighten the collar. Do not care about the opening. I do not understand. You understand not on the line. Backhandedly holding her soft hand, Xu Kun lightly laughed a few times, and did not explain anything. At noon, the two went outside to eat a meal. Before each separated, one went to school, while one went to the company. Coming back and still so busy. Could it be that the few of us went to a fake university? In the classroom, Ho Chang's three faces spat. Apart from the time for classes, the time they had to see Xu Kun these days was getting less and less. There's no way the company has a lot of things to do, and I still have to take out a part to accompany my girlfriend. Xu Kun muttered in his heart. Li Xiaowen looked solemn, looked at the old professor who entered the classroom, and opened his mouth in advance. If there is any need to help, don't be polite with the three of us. The cause is important, and your body has to pay attention to it. Yes, the day before yesterday in the middle of the night also saw you send driving video. More than 2 a.m. TSK. That is I just came out of the hotel with Qin Lu okay? Xu Kun face pumped, smiled and nodded. More than 6 o'clock before class. Into the end of November. The temperature difference between day and night and the visibility of inversely proportional to the dissipation of some of the stars also gradually filled the sky. The four of them came to the off-campus hot pot restaurant and enjoyed a hearty meal. As for the beer, they even finished off 3 boxes before the end. In addition to Xu Kun, who has already surpassed the norm, Li Xiaowen and the three of them were all drunk, walking all 5 or 7, almost unable to return to the dormitory. Cold air came to the face. The early morning sunshine although soft and warm, but could not block the cold air that flew from the north. The quiet and prosperous Tiandu University, but also became a lot more depressed. Xu Kun was panting slightly, having been running in the playground from 5 a.m. until 6 a.m. My current stamina is still really mutated, running continuously for more than 40 minutes before gasping for some air. This staying power is too scary. No wonder Qin Lu doesn't come to him these days, obviously scared. Xu Kun stretched his waist against the sunlight. The whole person is full of energy in the morning. Alas, this voice is crisp and pleasant. Without turning around Xu Kun knows that it is a girl, and there is a high probability that it is twisted to the leg. He turned around and looked. It is indeed a girl. A short white dress, bending the body curves voluptuous. Black long straight hair sprinkled down the thin waist, calves at the white as snow, a pair of high-heeled boots on the feet. Chapter 23 Ruan-Ki's Audi A5. Xu Kun hesitated for a few seconds, approached and looked at the pink girl, sizing up. Is everything alright, classmate? I seem to have twisted my leg. The pure and lovely girl raised her pretty face, frowned miserably and said, she strongly endured the pain and wanted to stand up, but it was obviously quite laborious. Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? If that's okay, thanks La. Xu Kun then helped her and headed towards the infirmary, and on the way he also learned this girl's name. How Xine. As her name suggests, she has a pure temperament with a bit of quiet intellectualism, and her figure belongs to the slim type. This girl is still a sophomore, higher than Xu Kun. At first she didn't recognize him, but after a conversation, she knew Xu Kun's identity. Ferrari God, I know, you're very famous on the school forum. She blinked a pair of pretty eyes and said with a smile, this I don't know. Arrived at the school infirmary. After examination the problem is not big. The school doctor prescribed some medicine to dress the trauma. 3 days time basically can be healed. Sister, need me to send you back to your dormitory? Idiot, can I still go out for a walk in this condition? How Xine gave him a blank look, puffing out her pretty face without any goodwill. Xu Kun frowned, his heart getting upset, and looked at her calmly. Treating a benefactor. You don't say you're grateful. At least have a better attitude, okay? How Xine was stunned. No boy had disliked her yet. For a moment she froze for a few seconds. A small joke. Not too much? Are we familiar? His rhetorical question left Hao Sini speechless for a while. Then Xu Kun laughed again. Joking with you. Don't mind ha. Let's go. I'll send you back to the dormitory. Send this girl paper to the female dormitory downstairs. Wait until her roommate down. Xu Kun waved his hand after. Long gone. is that Xu Kun? The same dormitory roommate looked at the back of that departure, assisting her arm. Well, this time it's thanks to him. How about this guy? Is not quite handsome? Not bad. Is the character is not pleasing. For Xu Kun, the matter on the playground is just a small episode. That girl is pretty and lovely, but it's not like he can't get over it. At the moment, the most important thing is still to make money. The company's things cannot be delayed. Every day need to check the progress. Due to the company's good planning, basically does not need him to worry about what, especially zero-yuan purchase aspects of the business, but also with those who like to greedy cheap, wool-gathering customers, cannot help but buy goods to taste fresh. This inconspicuous website also began to sporadically usher in a lot of traffic, as well as some funds remittance. Time quickly stepped into December. Tiancheng City also ushered in a water snowfall. The end of fall and the beginning of winter made the weather gradually lower, and everywhere was a frosty sense of temperature difference. An autumn rain and a cold, said the current scenario. This weather is really cold. Xu Kun rubbed his hands together as he came out of the newly opened sweet honey milk tea shop at around 9 o'clock in the morning, looking at the occasional glow manis drifting down from the clouds. Behind him was Ruan Qi, who was wearing a blue and white trench coat with a short pink v-neck lace dress inside, her feet stepping on Chelsea high heels, a pair of round and slender white thighs, hidden and exposed in the cold wind. It had to be said that girls really spared no effort for the sake of beauty. Sitting in the Ferrari sports car, turning the air conditioner on and blowing warm air for a while, after seeing Ruan Qi's white cheeks flushed up, he opened his mouth. After looking at the last store, go to Auto City and take a stroll. Ruan Qi sat in the bright red co-pilot, a pair of slender legs stretched out. After hearing Xu Kun's words, he was puzzled. What's the point of going to Auto City? Have new business? No, to buy you a car, eh? Xu Kun swept over her pretty face, slowly said, the recent weather is cold. The company has a lot of things. You can't take a taxi everywhere to and from work. There is a car is also convenient. No need. A taxi is also quite convenient. Not to mention that the company has just started. There are still many places that need money. Ruan Qi bites her thin lips and shakes her head to refuse. Since she joined Xu Kun's company, it can be said that it's really busy as hell. The business of working every day makes one's head spin, but she is happy in it. Not to mention that the salary that arrives on time every month. Just mentioning the future of this company and the relationship with Xu Kun, Ruan Qi will work wholeheartedly. I don't lack money. Not to mention that seeing you suffer makes my heart ache. Xu Kun wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned close, ruffling the beautiful hair with his right hand, and said in a slightly deep voice. Hearing his words, Ruan Qi's heart immediately surged with a sour feeling. After being with Xu Kun for so long, the other party finally said such words. She blinked her eyes and took the initiative to encircle his neck with her delicate jade-like arms, moving over to stabilize Xu Kun's lips. As long as you open your mouth, I'm willing to do anything for you. Love to the depths. There is no shortage of sweet deep entanglement. Fortunately, this is on the street. Xu Kun's self-control is also strong enough. A burst of third base hit. The sports car is on the road to run toward the car city. Auto City is one of the largest foreign trade car dealerships in Tiancheng City, most of which are still imported from abroad, and the reputation is quite good at this time of the year. What kind of car do you like? Sedan or SUV? Ruan Qi is managing the hem of her skirt. Her cheeks still have a few moments of flushing left. She thought about it. Sedan it, the white kind. As long as it can be used for transportation can be. Porsche, Audi, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, whichever you like. Auto City has them all. Pick them yourself later. No need. I usually just walk. Do not need so good. Xu Kun used his thick palm, patted her big white leg, and directly helped Ruan Qi to undo the seatbelt, using his action to tell her that he still has the money to buy a car. He doesn't need to help him save. Mr. Xu, this Audi A5 is our store's latest model, belonging to the Slinky Coupe. 4-cylinder 2.0T gasoline engine. Maximum horsepower 224 PS. Maximum torque 350 Nm. 19-inch wheels. Dual-zone air conditioning. Keyless entry, etc. The most top-of-the-line version, especially suitable for girls to drive. The store manager of the Audi store, looking at the handsome man and woman in front of him, smiled and introduced. This white outside red inside coupe is also quite suitable for your girlfriend. The temperament is very compatible. Xu Kun looked at it for a few moments and asked Ruan Qi's opinion. After all, the car was driven by her. Like it? Ruan Qi didn't say whether she liked it or not, but asked, how much does this car cost? The store manager smiled and explained. Since this car is new and also has the highest configuration, it will cost 530,000 yuan on the ground. Ruan Qi white beautiful face moved. More than 500,000 yuan. Is really expensive, outrageous? She came out to work. Add up the money is not even half of it. Okay, no. Just this car. Swipe. our card tomorrow over to pick up the car can it? For Xu Kun. What is this money? A few days of work to earn back. Of course you can. All the procedures we will arrange for you. Please rest assured. The store manager took the bank card with both hands and handed it to the saleswoman behind him, inviting the two of them to wait in the rest area next to him with an attentive face. The handsome man in front of him is a real second generation, buying a car for his girlfriend, spending more than $500,000 without blinking an eye. This kind of big brother must be properly befriended. Well, I don't know if he lacks a girl who knows about cars. There are several beautiful salesgirls in his own store. Chapter 24, bought 2 sets of doors. From the car city out, Xu Kun first sent one key to the company. He himself went to the town of Luodai to make some rounds. Midway roadside also encountered a costed girl. Very eye-catching long legs girl. Let Xu Kun sent a road, but also added WeChat. Agreed to have time to go to the nightclub to play. Waiting for Xu Kun from Luodai town back. Has been late at night more than 2200 hours. He was afraid of disturbing the sleeping roommate. Also did not go back to school, but in the Tendu University near to find a hotel. It seems that there is money. Must first buy a house near the school before lying on the bed and falling asleep. He pondered in his mind. December 5th, Saturday. Early in the morning just got up. Xu Kun saw in front of his eyes the floating system prompt, weekend welfare giveaway, congratulations to the player to obtain 2 million renminbi investment fund. Limited to consumption for 2 days time. P.S. Investment fund, can only be used for career aspects, cannot be consumed, and will not produce the warp experience value. I chow. 2 million investment fund? This welfare is better than once. Xu Kun's eyes moved slightly. With this 2 million investment funds, his current business could expand another wave, especially the streets near the university city. He was greedy for a long time. Many of these streets are not sold out of the door. The latter part of the time those doors, a single one have to need more than 3 million yuan, and now is quite cheap. If you can buy it, absolutely earn. Think about it, the whole street is his. How awesome it must be. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough funds right now, otherwise he would have done so a long time ago. After coming out of the hotel and having a meal at a roadside stall, Xu Kun went to the sales office. It's still 2013, and the business on the door market is not as hot as it was in later years. The work of the sales office is also quite idle. A lot of sales ladies, still playing with their own cell phones. Xu Kun drove a Ferrari sports car to the door and was warmly received. And when he learned that he came to buy the door market, he was even more excited and enthusiastic. Mr. Xu, wait a moment. I'll immediately bring you the door market that hasn't been sold yet. A group of sales immediately got busy, serving tea and water to welcome him to the VIP room to discuss. Soon, the beautiful female sales, holding a stack of folders over, for him to explain in detail the existing door market. Xu Kun to choose, naturally, is to choose the best, the most superior prime location, which meets his standards. There are two. He remembers very clearly. The latter day a door market is open Hai Di Liao. Business is quite hot. With the day into the bucket of gold to describe it is not too much. Another one was opened as a KTV, which was equally good and very popular with the young college students in the neighborhood. How much money do these two stores need? After looking at the doors in the field on site, Xu Kun discussed the price to the saleswoman sitting in the passenger side of the sports car. Mr. Xu, you also know that these two stores are the two best ones in our current location? Price-wise it's a little expensive. It needs 75 million yuan. The female sales pursed her red lips, her eyes turning, having seen the luxurious sports car decoration, and spoke softly. After discount? Yes, if you buy one, it will be more expensive. Xu Kun's face was calm. How rich his experience was, he naturally knew how to kill the price. Let's put it this way, beauty. I'm not going to grind this price with you. You directly pull a minimum price for me. Afterward I'll give you a 50,000 RMB red packet. If it's okay I'll buy it. If it's not okay then I'll pull it. What do you think? The saleswoman's face with light makeup, slightly moved, her eyes revealed a thoughtful color, obviously moved by his proposal. 50,000 yuan of red packets, more than her commission, and out of the price is high, in front of the little handsome man, also not necessarily will buy. In that case, Mr. Xu, business well natural integrity first, since you have the heart to buy, I will not intentionally pull up the price. In this way, Xu Kun shelled out 50,000 yuan red packet, successfully got the lowest price of these two door markets. These two markets now cannot see how much business opportunities, but 2 years later, just rent, enough to enjoy a family of food and clothing life. Ruan Qi, who was considered Xu Kun's administrative assistant, also knew about his purchase of the door market when he was eating at the Western restaurant. Then what are you going to do with these two door markets? I'm going to plan it, open Hai Di Lao and KTV, but now the financial aspect is not too enough. So first draw the design, later in the preparation to start. Xu Kun wiped his mouth. After thinking for a while, he gave an answer. Obviously he did not intend to change the fate of these two stores. After all, who knows the bottom of the sea into selling shoes? Will still earn money not? He did not want to bet, but also do not have the heart to engage in other. Ruan Qi, who had a more detailed understanding of the company's affairs, frowned her eyebrows and thought, if that's the case, the end of December should be able to be renovated. But the layout of Sweet Honey Milk Tea Shop in Tiandu City may be a little slower. Xu Kun nodded, expressing his understanding. His daily income today was around 90,000 yuan, but his expenses were also quite high. Just the company's monthly employees' salary expenses alone had to be 270,000 RMB, and other utilities were also a headache. His company was profitable, but it was growing in all areas, and basically it was in the red in terms of funds. He also has a system in place, otherwise the average person how can afford it? Sure enough, this entrepreneurship is really not something that ordinary people can do. More than 7 p.m., Qin Lu's female dormitory. A female classmate had a birthday and invited her to dinner, and she quite rightly called Xu Kun up. Just me a male? No, there are others. Oh, other classes of male classmates, girlfriends and so on. There should be a dozen people. Oh, what place? On the school next to the food street stall, leaning against the left side of the road Yin Yin Fire barbecue stall. 5 minutes away. But Xu Kun still put the Ferrari also drove on. Not that he loaded cup, because there is a car accustomed do not want to walk. Of course, this also has Qin Lu's strong request, sitting in the car boyfriend's sports car to participate. That much face sitting in the passenger seat of the sports car, the car window outside a piece of red wine and green, specially carefully dressed Qin Lu, quite youthful and beautiful, shoulder hair sprinkled with white shoulders. In particular, she also wore a word strapless sweater and black skirt collocation, appearing white skin, the whole person exquisite and atmosphere, but also more than a trace of sexy. Under the hem of the black skirt, a pair of glistening white slender legs wearing Martin boots, gently placed horizontally like a starburst dazzling, the sports car playing the latest popular songs, a little bit of drift to the window. Soon, the gathering of the ground near the eye, slowly coming bright red Ferrari sports car, is undoubtedly the most eye-catching, especially a lot of early arrival of male and female students, looked out of the car, exquisite and beautiful Qin Lu and a bland face of Xu Kun, everyone in the heart of the collective sour up, are people, for why the gap is so big, especially a few boys, the heart of the very much, other people's college open sports car, gun school girl, their own even a girlfriend are not, think of the tears. Chapter 25 The soccer ball of the stadium. Regardless of what they think in their hearts, everyone on the surface is still very polite to greet Xu Kun. After all, they are all classmates. Maybe there will be contact in the future to deal with the opportunity to do it. Because of the drive, Xu Kun did not drink much alcohol. With a drink, the girls on the table is quite generous. A bottle and a bottle of very powerful. The topic of everyone is also north and south of the world. Very active atmosphere. During the period of many new acquaintances, but also deliberately added WeChat. Of course, or want to add the most Xu Kun. A meal eaten by all the people are happy, and then each dispersed to leave. As for Xu Kun and Qin Lu, she is naturally under the eyes of some girl paper like envy, sitting in a sports car disappeared in the colorful streets. Destination, hotel. To know that what she wore today can be very heartwarming, sexy and pure, must be tortured properly, with the deeper and deeper in December, the cold from the winter, but also quietly swept the prosperous city of Tiandu. Early in the morning just get up. The windows are a misty frost. These days Xu Kun busy after the company, then honestly in the school class, so it has been continued for more than a week, before being broken by a thing. What? Go play soccer? Is sitting in front of the laptop, checking the company mail Xu Kun, looking at the front of the hand rubbing, a face of excitement Li Xiao and 3 people. Yes, the suburbs of the city outside the new stadium, just started to send coupons, go to see it. I finished the ball can, kicking the ball can no longer. Xu Kun in his heart slandered, but saw in front of the excited 3 people, he is also embarrassed to refuse. What's more, so many days have been in class plus the company's business, he is also a little tired. Go play is also okay. It's just the 4 of us, how are we going to kick it then? Don't worry about it, there are still girls, my girlfriend and they all went over, in addition to another acquaintance, it's enough to add up. Li Xiaowen patted his chest, saying that the number of people is completely enough, when the time comes to directly do it. Okay. You guys make the decision. When to go? Notify me. Okay. After deciding well, the next day set off. There are 16 people. Girls have a big half more. because the place is not close. We also deliberately rented a minibus. Xu Kun didn't say anything. Naturally he drove over in the sports car, with Li Xiaowen sitting on the passenger side. Do not know for what reason. This goods also his girlfriend Zhanglan to pass off. Their own grabbed this throne. Qin Lu did not come ah? I heard that there is something else. Li Xiaowen heatedly smiled. Then this cake has a game. Girlfriend is not around. You can let go and do something big. Xu Kun glanced at him. I feel as if that's not what you mean by asterisk. He. It didn't take an hour to get to the flying fairy soccer field. The field was huge, surrounded by green mountainous landscape, with hidden peaks in the distance. It had a very quiet and mysterious feeling at night, because it is a newly opened soccer field. The number of people is not too much. Around the supermarket with special consumption, accommodation hotel. In the coupon discount, single 66 yuan tickets directly into 23 yuan a person. Lunch also provides boxed lunches and 2 bottles of water. As for kicking soccer shoes and jerseys, you have to bring your own or rent. The blue water and green mountains are so nice. Well, let's all kick the ball around today. I'll be the goalie later. No one is allowed to grab it from me. Didn't bring a jersey. Go pick out a set of jerseys first. Everyone was talking and laughing. A group of youthful boys and girls walking on the grass in groups. Quite attention grabbing. Especially the girls who accounted for the largest number. Short skirts, jeans, bottoms and so on. In these girls, Xu Kun also found a familiar person. How Cindy. Before that girl, she was wearing denim shorts, slender body, straight and fine white legs, very bright. Boss, how much is a set of uniforms? Do you want to rent the new ones or the old ones? The boss sat behind the wooden counter and said without raising his eyes. What do you mean? New ones are unopened soccer jerseys, and old ones are ones that have been washed after someone else has worn them. The boss pointed to the soccer jerseys on the hanger and said slowly, a new set is 119 yuan, and an old one is 76 yuan for a 12-hour rental for 1 day. So expensive? Everyone rounded up at once. A set of ground floor soccer jerseys would be this price. Li Xiao and 3 people also did not expect this out. Originally there 3 organizations out to play. Looking at the back of the face of the men and women, also muttered, asterisk. I should have known to figure it out. The old jerseys I don't think there are a few people wearing. How can I do it? One person $100. Not much. Willing to play on the rent. Not willing to watch on the side. Ho Chang does not care. A face of indifference. No. The 3 of us organized people to come out to play. To leave others on the side of what? Wei Dongming disagreed. Xu Kun looked at the men and women of the sister-in-law move. Directly said, do not waste time. The uniform is not able to buy it. I pay everyone a set of outside with sneakers. Men and women on this side have not said a word. The boss directly called out, handsome atmosphere. I'll give you a discount. A set of uniforms plus a pair of sneakers. You pay 150 yuan on the line. No, Kun we come out to play. How can you let you out of money? That's right, I can't. I don't want to wear these clothes. Just kick it. Traitor one person 150. Do not waste time. Listen to me. Go to choose. So many people today is rare to come out to play. Xu Kun waved his hand unconcernedly. A total of $2,400 of small money is not yet on his mind. The crowd hesitated for a moment, or under the lead of Ho Chang, approached the store to pick up the uniform. The boys' side chose the blue stripe color style, very novel and especially bright. The girls are collective white and red. The lower body is a pleated short skirt, slender white legs wrapped to the knee of the soccer socks. Their leg type has thick and thin, but coincidentally all very 100. A glance, in the short skirt under the backdrop, flush clear long legs, really brings sensation. Oh, want to drool, grinding must be good. Boys' side whispered. Uniform equals control this hobby. Basically men have. Otherwise why the girls have the most types of clothes it. Don't be so astringent. Hurry up and start. If you play happily, I invite everyone to go to a 5-star hotel to eat a big meal. Xu Kun looked at the originally kicked the ball. After seeing a group of soccer girls, all have other ball-minded boys, helplessly sighed. Woohoo! Then what else to say? Everyone open. How to play always have to have a constitution. Let's average out. Boys with girls. The form of confrontation began. Before coming to the planning of Li Xiaowen 3 people, directly arranged up, 10 girls divided into 2 groups of 5 people. The boys 6 people also separated 3 plus 5 such combinations. Began the ball game. No matter where you go, youthful and beautiful girls can always attract people. Not to mention a change of a beautiful Jersey college girls. Not long before there are a lot of people next to the stadium. Look up the athletic and beautiful body. Chapter 26, a feast at a 5-star hotel. Goal, charge, cheer up. In as the emerald field a lively, shouting sound endless. Xu Kun, in which the left and right into the white soccer ball seems to be in the bottom of his feet sticking like the opening, but 10 minutes was he kicked in 3 goals. I wipe. This is also 2-6. Is this bastard practiced? Followed behind Xu Kun's ass, Ho Chang, who was panting heavily, his tired forehead sweating, his mentality was a little bit cracked. 2 people surrounded each other, even ran away. Although everyone did not go through professional training, but Xu Kun is the same 0-3 record. The next hand to give strength but do not to the last ball did not enter. Li Xiaowen is also a face of speechless. I knew that with Xu Kun divided together, their side of the pig teammates cannot bring That's right, next hand will both follow him closely, as long as we take it out. Everyone else is scum. Agreed. Get ready to start the game. The whistle sounded. The soccer ball was immediately high up in the air to draw a beautiful arc, smashing on the grass and running towards the distance. Everyone charged collectively. Look at my sliding shovel. The first 3 games everyone was in the warm-up phase, and as time played out more and more familiarly, the skill of grabbing the ball was also a variety of means frequently. What a flying saucer in the distance. Shoelace open, whose wallet dropped, but exposed, and so on. Such tactics are endless, but in front of the absolute strength, these small means of Xu Kun cannot play too big a role. After the genetic change of his physical quality can be said to be strong beyond ordinary people, even if it is a real athlete may not be compared to him. One person show turned the whole field as him. About the soccer competition, although he did not see much, but in the excellent physical quality, soccer is still played by him out of the flower. In particular, a male student rushed out from the left side in a furious manner, shouting, "Look at my Starlight Stream airburst slide shovel." Xu Kun easily dodged his block with a jumping plus rolling maneuver, and next in front of him was Li Xiaowen's block. The other party roared with anger and flashed an evil smile at him, assuming a one-man-at-a-time stance. But still, he was able to overtake him left and right, and with his superior speed, plus his so-called positioning, he overtook him perfectly. In this way, he still smashed into the scoreline with the ball by himself, even though most of his teammates were intercepted. The girls who saw this scene all let out flowery screams. Handsome, 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 almost as good as a real soccer player. It's a shame we didn't record it. Ho Chang, who had just fallen into a dog's mouth, yucked, spat out the grass in his mouth, and yelled unconvincingly, "I still don't believe it. I really can't stop you, kid. That is, hurry up and start." Everyone used their real skills. The boys in their camp were also roaring like chicken blood. I'll let you guys lose and see what is called disparity. Xu Kun struck a cool pose and kicked the soccer ball over, looking out of the corner of his eye. The next soccer ball was even more white-hot. While they recognized Xu Kun, almost as long as the ball into his hands, at least 3 boys must come over to chase and intercept, and this also almost did not intercept the ball. But in the end, Li Xiaowen, at least they also kicked in 2 or 3 soccer balls. Xu Kun's side of the players also grew up quickly. With the existence of this bug, Xu Kun, almost into a crushing, hanging the opposite camp. Every goal, as if playing the increase of buff, the crowd more excited, with the paddling of the 3 girls, also stride that striking long legs, followed by running on the grass. The most attractive is the jumping mountain range. There are several boys just because of this collision, fell into a rolling gourd. Soccer is a very consuming physical exercise. Not to mention Xu Kun, they play purely for fun, also not very formal. It is even more tired. Morning played less than 3 hours. At noon, after eating a boxed lunch, to continue to more than 4 p.m. Each hot face red. Newly bought jerseys are also stained with mud. Even the girls, who love cleanliness, sat paralyzed on the grass, flattening their long white legs and gasping for breath. No more games. You kid is simply a monster. That's right. Aren't you tired at all? Ho Chang and Li Xiaowen, who were paralyzed with exhaustion, as well as the other boys and girls, were all lying in a figure 8 on the grass, looking at Xu Kun, who was striding with one hand in his pocket, with a speechless face. Almost everyone was tired and weak, but this kid was in high spirits, except for a little sweat on his forehead. It was like he hadn't kicked a soccer ball. Physical strength is not good, and the staying power is not good, but girls won't like it. Xu Kun flirted with them in a leisurely tone. Off. My body is great. 7 times a night is fine. That is, don't pretend. We know you must also be tired. Say whatever you want, but you can't say that boys can't. After resting on the grass for a while, everyone went to the temporary bathroom to take a shower, and then began to eat the meal Xu Kun promised. Jin Li Hotel is a Chinese and Western merger of 5-star hotel, not far from the soccer stadium, driving more than 30 minutes to. Before coming, Xu Kun ordered a large box, enough for 16 people to eat the kind. Under the black starry sky, colorful lights, a flame-red Ferrari sports car in front of the road, with a minibus to a splendid top hotel door. The door of the Ferrari was pulled open by a red uniformed doorman. Xu Kun came down and looked at the crowd. How about here? Still classy enough? The men and women who came down from the car looked at the luxurious high-class hotel in front of them and let out gasps of amazement. It's really luxurious. The sports cars parked in this parking space basically don't have a car that is less than $200,000. The rich man's world. It's so nice. Say no more. Today there is a Tycoon treat. Make it hard. That's right. Can't save money for Kun. Everyone was laughing and joking, led by the waiter to the 7th floor. Through the corridor after covering a fairly large area of the box, surrounding curved floor-to-ceiling windows, on both sides of the kind of conference room sofas. The center is eating round sandalwood table rotating, and there is also the top of the audio as well as turned off the lights. You can use the KTV equipment. Very luxurious and advanced. Bull ******** ah. I feel like this private room will cost $1,000 to use once. A female waitress wearing a bustier professional uniform wrapped in light-colored foot socks responded with a light smile. According to the normal situation, this private room of ours is not opened, and will only be used if it reaches a certain amount of consumption. That is, how much you consume. Yes, how Cindy, who had short pants and thin legs with a hot body, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, with the sparkling night scene and ribbon-like traffic in the distance, and her girlfriends beside her talking in low voices. XINE, this Xu Kun is really rich. He even invited us here for dinner. Handsome, the girl said, sneaking a look at Xu Kun's eyes. Just a burst of color. What? You like him? There is this idea. The girl hemmed and hawed, licking the corners of her mouth. Handsome and money. Too tempting. Ha, Shirbari girl. Shibuya girl is a Shibuya girl. If you're not Shibuya, don't go near him. The two women quietly muttered, unanimously despising each other. Everyone come over and sit. Order what you like to eat yourself. After arranging the seats, Xu Kun greeted and passed the menus one by one. Chapter 27, Expansion of the Company. Can you order anything? Just don't waste it. The sister in the same dorm room as Zhang Lan cheered. Fantastic. I want this. Crispy breast pigeon. Maz, is there any steak? I want to try it. Then I'll go with the red wine roast duck. Xu Kun listened to their mouthful of food orders, smiled and let the waiter bring 2 bottles of wine worth more than 5,000 as a celebration. More than 5,000 bottles of wine. I wiped the cow off. A bit of drinking gold. Not much nonsense. Brother Kun Bull. This is called a small wine before the meal. When the real meal will come up. That's only cool. Left hand holding a goblet. A face of enjoyment. Ho Chang said so. The food has not yet come up. Everyone chatted about some topics. Agreed to have the opportunity to come over again to play together, but also asked Xu Kun's opinion. What do you think? I think you guys want to eat a big meal. Xu Kun rolled his eyes. He wouldn't be unaware of the crowd's small minds. He. If you are willing to come we can naturally enjoy it. With you as a Tycoon roommate, college life has become colorful. Li Xiaowen unusually emotional. The beginning of the school year. He did not expect his roommate. There will be a big Tycoon. Xu Kun did not want to take care of them. And not what top beauty every day to invite them to dinner. Think too much. Point of the dishes. Not more than half an hour began to be waiter at end on the table. Dressed in uniform bustier female leader. Each dish will also explain in detail about the origin, small stories and moral. But for the men and women who have long been hungry, completely left ear into the right ear out. Chopsticks to the hand directly open to eat. The flavor of this meat is awesome. Crispy pigeon is fragrant and crispy. The meat inside is fat and juicy. It's too good. It would be better if there was a bit of garlic at this point. Come on. This is a 5-star hotel which has this kind of mixed vegetables. A little bit of taste. Okay. Li Xiaowen got up and said to the crowd. Handsome guys and girls, everyone raised their glasses together to toast our Kun. Thank him for treating us to a great meal. When these words came out, they immediately gained everyone's approval. And they all cast their eyes on Xu Kun, who was quietly tasting the food and stood up to raise their collective glasses. This wine tastes so refreshing. What about 5,798 yuan a bottle? It's not good. I'll wash my head upside down. Ha ha. Xu Kun looked at delicate and beautiful eating dishes. How Cindy, with the crowd proposed, here there is audio equipment. And so after dinner, everyone and then hi half an hour sung how? Agree. Play to have fun. The sound of eating and chewing in the box is constantly accompanied by some people's whispered discussions. As for the action of taking pictures and sending friend circles, it is more. Some boys, also deliberately sent to their own friends group, to show off. After the meal, the face value of the waiter fish passes through, come in to clean up the desktop, and then sent some snacks, fruits, drinks. We began the KTV singing. Move times and times, the sound of powerful music echoed endlessly. Originally, it was to play for half an hour, but the crowd was on top of it, and they directly played until about 11 o'clock late at night before they started to leave the hotel. How much did it cost? In front of the hotel, the night is cool, the autumn wind flicked, A group of people yawning one by one boarding the car. The last Ho Chang and Wei Dongming are probing to look at the payment receipt that Xu Kun took out after checking out. Not much, 22,000. Ha, more than 20,000. A meal ate more than 20,000. Ho Chang confused, looking at the receipt in his hand, very detailed list of dishes and prices, which those 2 bottles of red wine on more than $10,000. Too ruthless, more than $20,000. Eat more than a few times. You, this guy is not bankrupt, Wei Dongming murmured. My share of sending a microblogging to you, can't come out to play together, are letting you put money out. Right. So expensive. Really scared me. No, this little money is nothing. Daily income of almost 100,000 yuan Xu Kun. This money will earn back in a while. Afraid of a hair. No, I will send you. Now. See, 2 people insisted. Xu Kun shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. After driving on the Ferrari sports car along the night, began to return to school. The next day, the company's office building conference room, is sitting a group of heads of various departments. Ruan Qi with straight long hair was sitting on Xu Kun's left-hand side, with a short light green colored skirt and her legs together. She was reporting on the recent operation of the company. According to the financial side of the report, this month the company will make a profit of 1,870,000 yuan up or down. There will not be too much fluctuation, but the $0 purchase that side has always continued to invest, and the recruitment of software, network maintenance, and planning has always been there, is the big head of expenditure. Speaking of this, she looked at Xu Kun, desktop wearing a short high-heeled fine white legs gently move, continued, sweet honey milk tea. Recently there are franchisees over to ask about the situation, intends to work together. There are also Black Earth Chicken Company there. Businessman reporting the city side have been run out, want to expand the circle, but also have to develop to the surrounding cities. After the report, Xu Kun cleared his throat, looked to the crowd here. All are important people in charge of various departments. Tell us all. Discuss the company's next development, and the plan for the next year. To have a good year, it also depends on the strength of the company and the mood of the boss. The middle-aged woman in a small suit located on the right side in charge of the financial deputy, with a slightly softer voice, Mr. Su, I think that with the company's current planning, this meeting was a very long one, from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. before it ended. The discussion was all about the company's next development. This company, although Xu Kun absolute holding, but he is not God, it is impossible to all aspects of things, are arranged in all aspects, want to develop also have to rely on the talent under the hand. After having dinner with the company, everyone came out from the hotel, under the respectful and watchful gaze of Mr. Su. I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow and slow down on the road. Xu Kun sat in Ruan Qi's A5 co-pilot, looking at the road in the distance, talking about the sweet honey milk tea store. What do you mean thing? It's time for sweet honey milk tea to go out? Maybe it's because the air conditioning is on. The temperature inside the car is a little high. Take off the jacket to reveal the voluptuous curves of Ruan Qi, hair cascading over her shoulders. The light green lotus-like skirt has not yet covered the plump dolphin. The slender, moonlit legs gently pointing at the brakes. Well, according to our investigator report, the neighboring provinces and cities have milk tea brands present, especially the creative Winter's First Cup of Hot Milk Tea that you said Su General is blowing this wind a little high. A lot of people have found this milk tea business opportunities, if not earlier to seize the market, to the future of our sweet honey milk tea put together. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. What you said, I have also considered this. Xu Kun looked at her face, his eyes moved down. Some trouble, go to the provinces to seize the market. It means that the bow has not returned to the arrow, not to mention the funds is the aspect of talent. I trust you one. Go out to expand the market. It will be very tired and bitter. You can rest assured that these are not problems. Chapter 28 Bar Party. In that case, get ready and leave the day after tomorrow. Aha! Ruan Qi lightly nodded her head, her shell teeth biting her lip and said, do you need me to recruit another administrative secretary for you? Expanding the market to the outer provinces, at least half a year. The company could not afford to not have its own people in for such a long period of time. Xu Kun laughed lightly. Do you think I can trust the new recruit immediately? Feeling that measuring gaze, Ruan Qi's cheeks slightly red. Why she herself is trusted? What connotations inside? The two are quite clear. I'll take care of this matter, so you can rest assured that you'll be able to break new ground outside. Ruan Qi nodded, then half joked. Don't I come back? There's no longer a place for me. Xu Kun's gaze flickered, and he came over and reached out his hand to help her smooth out the hem of that light green colored skirt, mooching some oil in the process. In my career, you are an integral part. Simple ordinary words, listening to Ruan Qi's heart-warm current rippling, her beautiful eyes flooded with winks. cheeks reddened whispered, where to go, send you back to school, or, the still need to say, naturally where you live. Beautiful legs stepped on the gas. Audi quickly disappeared in the street. This night the two together unlocked a lot of useful skills. Next, Xu Kun announced in the company, Ruan Qi's appointment as the executive vice president of Sweet Honey Milk Tea, and the next day, he set off to the neighboring province with his team. Deeply feeling that the talent is not enough, he also issued a recruitment notice in the job market, but it is already close to the end of the year. It is the off-season of the working day, but also the time for the companies to summarize, so the large-scale recruitment will have to come in the next year. December 26th, more than 8 p.m. Bro, are you free? What for? Xie Dongping, who knew Xie Dongping from the University of Posts and Telecommunications before, smiled and said, play, come on, LK bar, there are a lot of girls. Oh, okay, anyway, it's okay, you treat me to go. The two joked for a while, hung up the phone. Xu Kun cleaned up a bit, came to the parking space not far from the teaching building, drove to the LK bar, that's Xijing City's second generation, from with Xu Kun added WeChat, usually occasionally contact, or play games together, 1 to 2 also familiar. Less than half an hour, Xu Kun drove the Ferrari arrived at the destination, the trees and shadows, the street is lined with red lights or eating, drinking and entertainment stores, neon lights flashing, very gorgeous, but those or play with the phone, carry bags, waiting for someone's sister quite a lot, even in this slightly cold end of the fall, still showing the tender white legs, black silk white silk, bottoms short skirt, etc. Very let a person's heart. When Xu Kun came down from the sports car, the eyes of the surrounding girls immediately aimed over, handsome guy, are you alone? Or, just into the bar there is a waiter over to ask, open sports car in this era are generally rich, can rent the same rich, have a date. Xu Kun said sprinting to a card seat that is laughing with a group of girls. Xie Dongping left hand wrapped around a red-haired short skirt girl, is saying something loudly. I wipe, who is it? Was tapped on the shoulder. Startled Xie Dongping, directly turned his head very nonchalant called, Kun A, open is considered to come. Come. Xie Dongping froze, Xu Kun sat to the opposite side of the card seat, and then signaled the periphery of the two young ladies over to accompany, and then introduced with the crowd. This handsome man, my buddy Xu Kun, you can take good care of, not only handsome but also single, as for whether there is money, he did not say but the men and women present understand that it is impossible to play with Xie Dongping without money. Hello handsome, my name is Ye. Xu Kun's left hand side is a long curly-haired girl, the upper body is a cold-proof white leather jacket, inside is a sports undershirt, glistening white delicate collarbone is visible, and under the waist is a shaping shark pants, tight and slender, set off the two legs delicate and long. According to her introduction, this girl is also a college student in the neighborhood. As for how she came to this bureau, it is not clear. On the right-hand side was a chick called Shuiru. She just introduced her name and didn't say much else. The whole person wearing a black one-word short skirt, slippery legs wrapped in knee-length leather boots, very much a celebrity temperament. Xu Kun gave these two girls, hit a score of about 80, belonging to the kind of beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. After taking his seat, he chatted with the crowd. Without the kind of face-slapping episodes, the four boys present in addition to Xu Kun, the other two do not talk much, belonging to the kind of cudgeling. As for the 6 girls present, they also enlivened the atmosphere. Everyone was talking and laughing quite happily. By the way, New Year's vacation. If you have nothing to do you can come to Xijing City to find me to play. Xie Dongping drank a mouthful of wine. Secretly his right hand did not know what he was stealing. Let's talk about it when we have time. It's not like you don't know lately. My company has a lot of things going on. Wrapping his arm around Shuiru's thin and white shoulders on his right side, Xu Kun sighed. There are even more things to do back home. Wait until you have the chance to say it again. Ha ha, who told you have to try to start your own business? Honestly finish this college life is not good. Have to toss. Xie Dongping knows a little bit about his situation. Directly laughed. Don't talk about these annoying things. Drink. Right, drink. Xie Dongping raised his eyebrows at Shuiru and Yu. This buddy of mine is quite rich. If you two can coax him to be happy, I'll cover this month's pocket money. The two women heard the eyes light up, immediately with fiery eyes to Xu Kun. January's pocket money. This number can be more or less, no matter how in front of or a handsome man. How to say they are not bad. With your bag? Xu Kun rolled his eyes. I lack this money. Ha ha. As the night grew darker, the next thing the men and women present started playing games. Truth or Dare, King's Game, Werewolf Killing and so on. It didn't break up until late at night, past 11 p.m. A group of men and women walked out of the bar, the cold wind blowing to lift their spirits. What about you guys? How are you going to go? Do you want me to give you a ride? Xia Dongping looked at the little brother who went to drive. A 5-seater Harvard H6 was slowly driving. This time there were a lot of people out. He didn't drive a Porsche. You think the Ferrari can't take 3 people? Xu Kun left and right, his chin resting on the fragrant shoulders of the slightly taller Shuiru. Rushed Xia Dongping. It's also true that there are no more car checks this late in the morning. Xia Dongping swept past them, teasingly said, I will withdraw first. Rest early tonight. Xu Kun waved his hand and watched a few people leave before he brought the 2 sisters to the nearby Muse Hotel and did a check-in at the front desk. Then he took the elevator and came to the luxurious atmosphere of the top suite, where he was able to see the night view of Tiandu City, and the floor-to-ceiling window facing one side was made of high-strength glass, which was not nearly as transparent as it was safe. Have a late-night snack? Casually, the jacket is still on the warm-colored sofa. Xu Kun gestures the 2 women to sit casually, his eyes scrutinizing, looking up and down. Chapter 29, LV4 Level System. The 2 women looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. I just had dinner. I'm not hungry now. Xu Kun looked at them and said with a smile, then drink some wine. Tonight's night is bound to be long. Shuiru and Yu's pretty faces blushed, understanding what he meant by that. Long night? In this noble and elegant high-altitude scenic suite, lone man and 2 women's just the thought of it. The atmosphere is a little different. Xu Kun let the waiter send 2 bottles of champagne up, and then in these 2 sexy and pure beauty. While drinking and chatting up, they are together with beautiful legs, sitting on the sofa, shapely tall skin in the light, the shadow pulled long. The 3 of them had this chat for a long time, and the lights in the suite stayed on until the early hours of the morning before going out. The next day, until noon, Xu Kun and the girls went downstairs to leave the hotel. Incidentally, had a lunch. The 2 women are not without rewards. Each took 10,000 yuan of red envelopes. Before leaving also agreed to continue to play together next time there is an opportunity. The date for winter vacation has been set. When eating in the cafeteria, a few people in the dormitory chatted idly about the recent spring festival booking of tickets to return home. What number? Xu Kun sipped soybean milk. His eyes drifted over the passing short-skirted schoolgirls. The weather is getting colder and colder. But these girls in turn were the same thin as usual. That slender and soft legs. Quite eye-catching. Nesses very much. January 15th. Ho Chang sighed and said, another year has passed, and it will be another month before our brothers can see each other. You can come to my house for a trip when you have the chance. Wei Dongming ate his donuts. His hometown was in a foreign province, and it was also a famous scenic area. I will definitely go, when I have the chance. He remembered that in his previous life, the 4 people's college graduation dinner is in Wei Dongming's hometown to get together. That dinner also seems to be the last time, until Xu Kun went abroad to work. The 4 people are not much contact. After breakfast 4 people linked to the classroom class. At noontime in the off-campus small gathering, ate a meal of beef ramen. Xu Kun was busy with the newly discovered business opportunity after spending a day at school. In the company's research office, Xu Kun took a look at the newly researched product, a short video software that was currently quite rudimentary. The shape of the flame was exactly the volcano small video that had been hot for a while in the past life. Brush short video in the latter days has become the public entertainment and recreation of a tool. It can be said that the flow of traffic with megabytes to calculate, which profits naturally need not be said. Today's market, there has not been the kind of short video to occupy all the market. He has every opportunity to take down this market, or 3 worlds can also be. All in all, this piece of cake, he definitely wanted to take a bite. Mr. Su, this is the volcano short video we created according to your request. This is version 1.1. Most of the functions are not perfect yet, but it can be put online. Xu Kun looked at the volcano small video software downloaded to his cell phone, clicked in and took a closer look. It is indeed quite rudimentary, but in today's market, counting on should still be very good. You and Sweet Honey Milk Tea Commercial Department of Contact, first in the Sky City to this volcano small video to promote open. Xu Kun's plan is to start from his own industry first. Look at short videos to brush money or create works can also get money. These small means to promote. Of course, nowadays his funds are slightly insufficient, can only slow way into. Other than that, the first market to account for it, lest the back of the big brother to follow up. Fight the battle too. A day a million is not enough to throw. Okay, I will immediately arrange for someone to do it. The head of the research and development department rushed to say. He pushed down the black framed glasses, his face hesitant, said, Mr. Su, in order to maintain the 0 yuan purchase website, as well as to create this short video, nowadays our department's computer apparatus equipment, some insufficient also need to apply to you for a sum of money to buy. Do not know. Xu Kun waved his hand, interrupting him. The emperor is still not poor hungry soldiers. You need to buy the fund statement application to the financial. I will sign after the review at that time. Okay, Having said that, the two of them chatted for a while before Xu Kun walked out of the R&D department. It had to be said that this era was quite good. Quite a few areas that could make money had yet to be occupied, and it was entirely possible for him to rely on his excellent vision and foresight to seek a share of the bountiful fruits. In his luxuriously decorated office, Xu Kun sat on the desk and talked to Ruan Qi, who was expanding the market in the provinces, asking if there was anything he needed help with. After chatting for more than 40 minutes, he was able to learn about the general situation there, as well as the current situation they were facing, which was still very good overall. Sweet honey milk tea has now made a name for itself in the Tiannan province of Tianjin City, and the provinces just have to need partners, which is why it's a bit slow, and it was close to the Chinese New Year. It was also difficult to talk about business at this time. There's no need to work that hard. If there's anything you need help with, call me directly. Good. Ruan Qi smiled softly and didn't say anything, only a delicate and crisp answering tone. Hanging up the phone, Xu Kun contemplated for a while. He looked at the experience of the system upgrade. There was still more than 1 million to go up to the next level. I'll have to rush the upgrade down next, otherwise the funds are always stretched to the limit. With this idea, it had to be acted upon immediately. Xu Kun left the company without saying a word and drove his Ferrari sports car away from the company's entrance under the watchful eyes of the female receptionist. More than $1 million of consumption said not much, said less is also not less. In fact, it is only a door thing. It just so happened that the several door markets he had previously looked at, which he didn't have too much money to purchase last time, could just be made up for now. After some more maneuvering, the lot that could be demolished in the future was purchased, and Xu Kun's system experience had reached the time to upgrade. Ding! Your system is upgraded to LV4 level, obtaining a heartbeat reward of plus $1 each time, and obtaining a 30 million yuan mansion limit card. Aha! Add $1 per heartbeat. Xu Kun counted in his heart. If he went on like this, every day he could earn at least 100,000 yuan or more per day. Bull ah! Is this the charm of opening up? Love love love. There are also upgraded rewards. Take a look at the 30 million yuan mansion limit card. After using this card, you can buy a set of mansion not exceeding 30 million yuan for free. A $30 million house is considered the top kind in the current Tianjin City. Xu Kun gave this upgrade reward a nod of approval. Before, he was always annoyed about the place to live. Take the young lady out to play, but also have to go to the hotel, which has in their own home peace of mind now. This time with this card, directly buy a set of top villa. That play is not cool. Ferrari sports car plus villa plus daily income of 100,000 plus barely assets of more than 100 million companies. Who still dare to say that Xu Kun is not rich second generation? Chapter 30, Buying a Villa and Giving Benefits. It was more than 8 in the morning. Autumn cold and early winter. The windows of the Ferrari sports car were shrouded in a layer of fog. Xu Kun left the school after having breakfast. He purposely took a vacation today to buy the first villa in his life. Last night he searched online. The closest villa area to Tiandu University was Wunjiang Garden. This villa area covers an area of 2,800 acres, and it is filled with all kinds of luxurious buildings. It can be considered as one of the biggest rich areas in Tiandu City. Driving the sports car through a green belt under the astonished gaze of passers-by, it didn't take long to reach the sales office of Wunjiang Garden. Due to the rich district, the roads here were extremely vast, with dense emerald green forests on both sides, and in the distance, there were golf courses surrounded by barbed wire fences, and even some open-air swimming pools could be faintly seen. Although everyone was under the same sky, the living environment was very different. No wonder so many girls would rather sit on a BMW and cry than sit on a bicycle and laugh. This gap moves the heart at a glance. After parking the sports car, Xu Kun stepped into the sales office, where the hall is quite bright and elegant. Wearing a light blue uniform, sales beauties, in 2s and 3s, are chatting, or playing with cell phones. The hall of the sales office looks quite idle, cold. After all, the lowest price of the house here are more than 5 million yuan. If the same with the vegetable market, that real estate bosses do not earn hair. He just entered the hall. A few nearby salesgirls rushed to welcome up, of which the head of the hot body, black silk high-heeled female sales, eyes slightly bright, staring at him. Hello handsome, do you need to buy a house? Xu Kun's eyes glanced over them and casually said, is there a single house? Hearing his words, several girls' eyes lit up. The black silk high-heeled female sales hurriedly nodded and said, yes, of course there is. If you want to take a look, I'll give you a detailed introduction. Xu Kun nodded and followed her to the front of the sand table, which was the sand table map of Wunjiang Garden covering an area of 2,800 acres. The lifelike sand table plan. You can clearly see the villas, large flat, and those swimming pools, balconies, shopping malls and other places of entertainment. Everything is very complete. This part of the area is a large flat. All belong to the finely decorated house. All kinds of styles are caused by the well-known designers we invited from abroad. This upper body hanging nameplate called Xiao11 female sales cleared her throat. Slowly soft voice for Xu Kun introduced. Large flat night line of sight is very good, especially the night view. Able to overlook most of the area of the Sky City. This side of the double townhouse is a noble villa area. Handsome, you want to see a detached villa right here. French style detached villa is also well decorated, ready to turnkey house, equipped with elevators, double parking, open air swimming pools, gardens, balconies and other facilities. As for the villa around the soccer stadium, KBN supermarket, as well as four-way traffic roads facing the city center as well as movie theaters, shopping malls and so on, the traffic is very convenient. Xu Kun nodded slightly and took the brochure in her hand, looking at the interior inside that villa. From the photos, it looks quite good. Go and have a look on the ground. Is it okay? Of course it's fine. I'll arrange a vehicle for you right here, Xiao11 said in a hurry. For her, if this single is successful, the draw will be worth her 1 year's salary. No, just get in my car. Followed Xu Kun to the outside, into the Ferrari sports car, such as the wind like whistling across the road, toward the villa area of the Wenjiang Garden and go. Xiao11 suppressed the inner slightly excited mood. She felt that this single absolutely can be successful. To her eyes, in front of the handsome, temperament and makeup, as well as transportation tools, are the kind of real second generation. Certainly not bad money. Want to buy a detached villa is also true, depending on whether the other side can see. Thinking of this, Xiao11's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, with an inscrutable look, stealing a glance at Xu Kun's white face that was focused on driving, and the black silk hot long legs under the hem of the skirt, straightened a little. After arriving at the Wenjiang Garden Villa area, only after being checked by the tall, supposedly military retired security personnel, did Xu Kun drive the sports car in. The security here is also very tight. Absolutely no accidents will happen, Xiao11 said with a smile. Arriving in front of the villa, the sports car had just parked, when Xiao11 twisted her arched dolphin and stepped on her high heels to get out of the car. Leading the way in front, they walked on a path with stone steps, flowers and plants blooming on both sides. The sunlight spilling down on the pavilion of the detached villa in front of them, setting it off like a palace. But Xu Kun's attention, but always by the front to lead the way of the female salesgirl lured. Black silk long legs and warped dolphin, from time to time flashed across the eyes. This is 5 rooms, 2 halls, 4 baths detached villa. What we see now is the open-air swimming pool. In the summer when Kun can invite some friends over to participate in the party. This also has a newly constructed gazebo. Walking all the way, Xu Kun saw that the environment here is really satisfying. All the designs show the beauty. All of them are exquisite classical beauty. Walking into the living room inside, the design of the circular corridor-type staircase. There is also an elevator that can reach the topmost floor on the pavilion. The study inside is also equipped with a separate small movie theater. This is the rich people live in the house. Really is luxury to the extreme. Xu Kun in his heart secretly staggered. His previous life is also considered a good mix, but with this time compared to nothing. Xiao11 led Xu Kun around the place, and then the two of them stopped at the side bedroom, the open-air balcony that could face the driveway. Brother Kun, if you buy this villa now, it will have a great appreciation value in the future. Although the villa is expensive, it is definitely cost-effective. Xiao11 held the information in her arms tightly embraced. White shirt lined that mountain range is quite high. Her bright eyes flowed like water like luster. Blinking look at Xu Kun. After looking at it, Xu Kun also quite liked this house. He held his hands on the balcony guardrail carved out of granite and admired the scenery in the distance. Then how much does this villa cost down here? Xiao11 looked at him and said apprehensively, $29.8 million. Nearly more than 30 million yuan of detached villa can be said to make a lot of people are daunted. 30 million put in the bank to eat interest is not good. Although the villa has appreciation value, but have this money to buy a villa of people, will not buy better. Before there are several business owners have seen the villa. Here is also very satisfied, but after listening to the price straight shake his head. 30 million yuan to do what is not good. Have to spend on this. This time the villa is still more expensive. Eyeing Xu Kun's handsome face, only to see him slowly said, the price is okay. Xiao11 had just breathed a sigh of relief when the other party's next sentence caused her heartbeat to soar up again. If I buy this kind of villa with full payment, is there any discount? Yes, if you buy this villa with full payment, we will waive the utility bills for the first 3 months of your use, and we will also undertake to clean the villa for you for free for the next year. Speaking here, Xiao11 slightly hesitated, her shell teeth biting her lips, seeing his slender figure, young and handsome face, her cheeks slightly reddened as she whispered, if you can sign it now, I personally can give you a little bit of welfare as well. Welfare? Xu Kun, who hadn't reacted for a moment, was slightly stunned. Chapter 31 How Xin Yi's sister. The golden light drifted through the clouds, warmly sprinkled on the pavement. After enjoying the benefits, the two people who came out from the detached villa looked at the time that had already reached more than 1 p.m. Are you going to eat first, or to sign the child? In front of her, Xiao Wenwen was straightening her shirt, her scallion white fingers tying the buttons, and after hearing what Xu Kun said, her movements gave a slight lurch. Let's sign the contract first. After signing the contract we'll go for dinner. The words were like this. In reality, Xiao Wenwen had been famished long ago now, and due to the physical exertion just now, her slender beautiful legs were a little unsteady when walking. Xu Kun nodded slightly, pulled open the car door for her, sat in Mercedes-Benz all the way back to the sales office, into the VIP room. A few sales office of the lady, tea pouring water busy up the contract, as to why they went out for 5 or 6 hours. During the conversation what? No one asked, but everyone knows. VIP lounge. Xu Kun took a long-haired sales lady handed over the pen, signed his name on the contract, and then transferred the 29.8 million yuan. After the long-haired sales lady made a call to her colleague, she made an okay gesture. Brother Cohen, happy cooperation. Xiao Wenwen stretched out her slender and tender fingers and shook Xu Kun's hand with a big smile. The commission from this single transaction was enough to bring her several tens of thousands of dollars in hand. Happy cooperation. Xu Kun nodded and asked, when do you get off work? I still owe you a meal. Under the gaze of several co-worker girlfriends around her, Xiao Wenwen's cheeks rolled as she said, I can clock out at 5:30 and go. Okay, I'll pick you up then. Xu Kun smiled faintly, nodded at a few women and pushed the door to leave the VIP room. He just left the VIP room immediately chattered. A few female sales looked at Xiao Wenwen, strongly inquiring about the details of when they went out. Tell me, how exactly did you get this deal done? The long-haired, innocent salesgirl looked at Xiao Wenwen with a playful expression, her large, single-lidded eyes looking up and down at her sexy, petite body. Normal transactions, what do you mean get it done? Xiao Wenwen said without a trace of humor. If you listen to others, I don't believe you. Look at your black stockings still have holes in them. They were intact in the morning. The sales lady with big orange waves, pursed her red lips and flirted with a smile. That's right, you two go out for half a day and just talk ah? Another uniformed sales lady with a petite figure but a very broad chest also hemmed and hawed. Anyway, I sold this house. You guys love to believe it or not. A few sales ladies made a few jokes. Like this kind of thing everyone is an understanding person. They just go through the motions. Even if they bumped into it, they would treat it as if they didn't see it. Okay everyone, don't talk about this. When 130 million order when to treat is tonight okay? Can tonight? That handsome man is not just now also about you. Speaking of that handsome man, that said, you have not thought about the idea of contacting him more deeply. The long-haired pure temperament sales lady, holding her fragrant shoulders asked. Xiao Wenwen heard the joy on her pretty face slowed down a little, and a bitter expression appeared. You think I don't have this idea? Who doesn't like a handsome and rich boy? What is our status that can match up with others? Her words fell. The salesgirls present were silent. Don't look at them on the surface of the bright and shiny, but in fact the bitterness of which only they themselves know. Everyone don't be unhappy. Today is supposed to be a day of joy. Tomorrow after work I will invite everyone to eat hot pot. This topic is on point and can't be explored deeply. Xiao Wenwen said with a smile, the loss in her eyes, but no one can see it. The villa in Wenjian Garden still needs to be cleaned up before he can move in, so Xu Kun still has to go back to his dormitory. But in the evening, he has to ask that saleswoman Xiao Wenwen to have dinner. Xu Kun drove his sports car directly to the nearby internet cafe, opened a computer and played the game. Now one of the hottest gun games, Crossfire. Xu Kun wearing headphones concentrate on the gun. I'm not going back. Pleasant and nice girl from the back of the machine came. Xu Kun is at a critical moment. A frown and did not look back. Then the back is a good few words. The voice is particularly large. And it does not matter to me. I will be at the internet cafe all night today. Then you don't take a bath. Don't sleep. How to eat. This is another sister. Listening to that voice, it seems to be somewhat familiar. A ham sausage and 2 eggs, plus a bucket of instant noodles will do. You go back and leave me alone. Next to the game playing people directly speak. Beauty, help have words. Let's go outside to say okay. I'm busy here. Here not old sister, you hurry to go. Do not disturb us playing games. Let's go outside to say good night. Listening to that familiar voice, Xu Kun turned his head to look. Yo or acquaintances. She wore a white cloud sweet small suit overskirt, white bottoming shirt inside, long slender pink legs stepped white boots inside. From the side to see the body curves exquisite. Warped dolphin is very tempting. The whole person is standing like a pink lotus blooming. She is with Xu Kun has had several contacts. How Xine. What is the situation this is?
How Xine was discussing with her sister when she heard a male voice coming from behind her and she turned around.
Why are you here? Going online? Is this your sister?
The wonderful girl sitting on the gaming chair with pink headphones,
with a black ponytail and a short pink skirt, delicate and exquisite, a beautiful girl with a quirky, lively temperament. How Xine has not yet said anything.
This girl is blinking her big eyes.
Sizing up Xu Kun, sister. Who is this handsome guy? Your boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. This is my classmate. Classmate? I do not believe. Delicate and lovely.
The ancient spirit of the girl heatedly smiled and said,
you look as beautiful as I do. All the boys who are close to you surely want to canning you. You do not believe if you ask this guy has this idea.
Xu Kun, a burst of speechless looking at this little girl.
Looks pure and beautiful. How a little bit of the potential of the little witch. Don't talk nonsense. How Xine's cheeks slightly red glared at her. Now it's about you. Go back with me right away. Do you hear me?
The pink-skirted girl immediately shook her head like a rattledrum.
Don't try to persuade me. I will absolutely not go back tonight. You. How Xine was so angry that she couldn't do anything about it. She wanted to fight but couldn't.
She could only stare at her coldly with a bulging face.
The pink skirt girl has a dead pig's expression. Just like that raising lying on the gaming chair, crossing a pair of long white legs, bored and fiddling. Xu Kun saw the nearby people playing the game, cast over the unhappy eyes, directly said, you also calm down a little bit. What is the matter? Slowly discuss.
This way it happens to have a dessert store nearby.
Let's go there to drink a cup of coffee. Slowly chat. How Xine looked at her own sister and sighed helplessly. I also go to. The pink skirt girl said delicately. She in the eyes of the two slightly surprised. Spitting out her pink tongue. I didn't eat at noon and now I'm hungry. Anyway, you two chatting with more than one of me, not less than one of me. I'm not less. Go just right to regulate the atmosphere for you guys. Shameless. How Xine commented. Xu Kun did not care, slightly nodded his head and said, since you are hungry, then we will not go to the dessert store. Go to the Western restaurant to eat it. 200 meters from the internet cafe is the Lerman Western restaurant. It is not far. Really fake to go to the Western restaurant to eat.
Handsome that Western restaurant's single person consumption in 2,000 yuan or more it.
My pocket can buy a meal of instant noodles money now. You treat? How Shenjia.
How Cindy's beautiful eyes coldly glared at her sister, emitting a cold air that made the temperature in the neighborhood lower.
Chapter 32. It's all just scenery. This is a high-class light luxury Western restaurant. The decoration is exquisite and atmospheric. There are a man and two women in the seats against the glass window, looking at the menu and talking. Wow! Tomahawk steak, matsutake chicken pizza, Spanish ham burger, all so delicious feeling. The waitress with black bow tie and white vest was smiling next to her as she listened to the trio talking. How Xine gave her a dissatisfied look, her lips slightly moving to make her pay attention to her way of speaking. It's supposed to be so delicious looking, not to mention it's my first time to eat here. How Xine held up her delicate porcelain-like nose and hummed lightly, her slender index finger pressed against her pink lips as if she was considering which one to choose as better. Xu Kun saw this and picked up the cold water, drank a mouthful of it and said, if you like it, you can pick them all. Really? Have not waited for Xu Kun to answer. How Xinjia directly revealed a look of suspicion, afraid of expression. You are so good to me. Will not be looking at me? I tell you, people this year is only 17.5 years old. Cannot fall in love. Xu Kun. But then, I can send my old sister to you as a girlfriend. She's beautiful, although compared to me just a little bit worse, but absolutely worthy of you. Come over for dinner and still can't plug your mouth? How Xine's red face, exasperated, picked up the banana that was delivered on the table, peeled the skin and stuffed it directly into How Xine's mouth, then took the other party's menu and returned it to adaptation student. These will be fine for the two of us. The waiter nodded his head elegantly in response and waited until Xu Kun had also finished choosing his dishes before saying please wait and turning around to head inside the restaurant. Brother Cohen, say what does your family do? How Xinjia had a curious baby expression on her face, carefully looking at him, looking up and down. What else can you do? Just ordinary people. I don't believe it. Driving a sports car, Western restaurant to eat a big meal. You tell me ordinary people. Xu Kun shook his head with a smile and no words. How Xinjia licked her pink moist lips and said with a smile, what do you think of my old sister? She is suitable to be your girlfriend. Why do you want to be my sister-in-law? The corners of Xu Kun's mouth flushed with a playful expression. Yeah, if you became my sister-in-law, then you wouldn't invite me here for a big meal every day. How Xinjia had a face of rightfulness. Must give me the benefit of the doubt. What? In order to eat a big meal even your sister I can sell. What do you mean sell? I think Cohen is quite suitable for you. Handsome and rich. The three of them joked. Wait until the waiter brought up the dishes and then opened to eat. I have to say that the dishes of this Western restaurant,
the flavor is really good. Especially the Wellington steak that Xu Kun ate, also with a fruitwood flavor.
After eating the meal,
it was already more than 4 p.m.
The sunset in the distance slipped into the sky.
Part of the sky had gradually revealed the black night.
Are you two going home, or going to an internet cafe? Standing on the street by the side of the road, Xu Kun looked at their pair of pavilion sisters. Are you going back with me? Revisiting the topic, Hao Sini looked at Hao Xinjia and inquired seriously.
Hao Xinjia put on a thoughtful expression,
and after a moment of silence, going back is fine, but you have to promise that this can't happen again next time.
Okay, I will talk to our mom properly.
After the two discussed, Xu Kun did not ask what happened between them,
and directly said,
I'll send you guys?
No, we'll just take a cab.
The three people chatted for a few sentences. Xu Kun watched them on the roadside and recruited a cab.
Watched the two women sit in the car. The last Hao Xinjia before pulling on the car door, very naughty, shouted goodbye.
See you later, brother-in-law. Have time to find you to play. You get the hell out of. It was Hao Xinyi's petulant voice. Xu Kun smiled and waved,
waiting until the cab was far away before he drove the sports car in the direction of the Wenjiang Garden sales office. Although he had already had dinner, the main dessert of the evening had not yet been enjoyed, so he had to treat himself to this meal.
Near 5:30,
until Xiao Wenwen got off work, changed into a rather bright trench coat with a slim skirt, a pair of pink legs slim and white. After getting into the car, the two of them went to another Western restaurant, had a sumptuous dinner. Very logical to go to the nearby hotel,
spent a wonderful night, until the next day more than 9 Xu Kun drove away.
For him, Xiao Wenwen was nothing more than a piece of scenery on the road of his life,
bright but not something that would make him stay. Driving a sports car on the way back to school,
passing through the high-priced supermarket,
Xu Kun got off to buy some fruit.
All of them were foreign imported high-priced fruits.
Can you imagine an apple costing $9.99?
A bunch of grapes selling for $33.
As for bananas and oranges and whatnot, the price was also abnormally high. If you don't know, you would think that this is a supermarket opened in Japan. This fruit, although expensive, but the selling really especially good.
Grapes luscious round with the same amethyst.
Bananas are also the same plump and dazzling. When he came out of the supermarket, he also met a bit of a costing JK black long straight girl. The waist is very thin, the dolphin is erect, the skirt under the legs of the temptation infinite. When she saw Xu Kun is driving a Ferrari sports car, that girl also deliberately over to Accost plus microblogging, agreed to have time to go to the bar together to play, to which Xu Kun of course will not refuse. That girl's face value is definitely 85 points. Driving to the school entrance, just bumped into Qin Lu and a line of dormitory girls. Just came back from shopping? Xu Kun dropped the car window and greeted her. From his expression it didn't show at all that it was just from the hotel suite with another girl separately. Well, this is fruits bought from the supermarket, you eat with them. Qin Lu took the fruit, looked at the label on it, 9.99 yuan, 33 yuan. Beautiful eyes widened. Just these two bags will have to be more than $500. Right, a real loser one. What kind of fruit is this? So expensive. I know. This seems to be a high-priced supermarket over on Tianan Road. The fruits are all imported. The grapes look just like works of art. So exquisite. Finding a rich boyfriend is different. It makes people envious. The words of a group of roommates made Qin Lu's cheeks red, but she was frankly enjoying the bragging. Why did she want to be Xu Kun's girlfriend in the first place? Wasn't it because the other party was handsome and rich? She admitted that she was a little bit of a gold digger, but Qin Lu would also fulfill the responsibilities of a girlfriend. Gentle and well-behaved and obedient, she would make Xu Kun feel that she was definitely not bad for being his girlfriend. You guys play, I'm withdrawing. Looking at a group of refreshingly beautiful girls' face showing the color of fire, the tone of voice is all envy and jealousy. Xu Kun gently smiled. What he wants is not this effect. The girls nodded and watched as the stylish and cool Ferrari sports car drove into the campus of Sky Reading University. Chapter 33 New Year's Day's Raffle Benefit. On December 31st, the outdoor temperature was -7 degrees. The sky was fluttering with snowflakes. And looking closely, the sky was as bright as a mirror. It's so cold this weather. Hands in his pockets, Ho Chang cursed the ghost weather. A group of 4 people walking on the road back to school. Last night their dormitory suddenly had the idea to go to the internet cafe to play. Came to a section of the trip. 4 people in the internet cafe has been all night to the early morning, only in the roadside to eat a breakfast walking back to school rest. It's snowing, and the girls on the road are still dressed so sexy and pretty. Li Xiaowen lit up those light bulb eyes like an infrared scanner, constantly scanning the passing girls. Although the low temperature was already more than -5 degrees Celsius, the girls on the roadside still had several of them showing their long bare legs. Their upper body was just a down jacket with a small short skirt wrapped inside. Fashionable and sexy. However,
There were also some of the young ladies who had changed into stockings to protect themselves from the cold, especially the kind of flesh-colored white silk, which was really quite great at a glance. I'm really short of girlfriends now, or else I wouldn't be cold at night, Ho Chang said as he shook his head inside. The school bully Wei Dongming was also rare and agreed with what he said. You two want to hurry to find especially the school bully. Find a girlfriend is not easy. I remember before the other first year. Is not a young lady chasing you. Xu Kun is not like the other three people like hands inserted shrinking neck. His physical quality beyond ordinary people, like this low temperature cannot play a little role for him. If it wasn't too scary, he would have no problem wearing shorts and shirts on the street. I don't like fat. I like skinny. Same as me. I'm into that type too. Anyway, brothers have the right introduction. Don't just focus on yourself. Hey you guys look. There is a rather beautiful big beauty in front. Look at that skin, that long legs, that body. I can make a 90 points. As soon as Li Xiuwen's words left his mouth, he immediately made the three of them cast their gaze into the distance. Just see that girl, wearing a white down jacket, black and bright hair sprinkled on the left shoulder, light and delicate slender body just wearing a tight single thin black slim pants, black pantyhose stuffed in boots. When measured from a distance, it appeared that her figure was as slim as an ant bite, and her pair of long legs were tall and good-looking. A goddess, Ho Chang commented. So, big beauty in front of you. Dare to go and ask for WeChat? Li Xiaowen asked with a smile as he kind of wanted to see a good show. Forget it, I'm still a little self-aware. Just buddy this face value. This body people can take care of me even good. The three immediately laughed. Ho Chang's face value is really not in the drop, coupled with the love of playing games often all night, but also give a person a kind of firing too many pale sense. He wants to find a girlfriend. Difficult. For people side secretly appreciate. Footsteps unceasingly from the beautiful girl to buy breakfast roadside stand walked past. The girl's side face was fair and beautiful, and her height was not low. When her afterglow inadvertently glanced at Xu Kun who was walking by, she was slightly surprised and softly called out, Mr. Su, it's you. Good morning. In the surprised, astonished and interesting gazes of the three roommates, Xu Kun greeted the beautiful and moving girl in front of him, that is, Meng Shuowei, as if nothing had happened. Is there any business that Mr. Su Kun introduced to me recently? I can barely afford to eat, Meng Shuowei said half-jokingly. Sweet honey milk tea recently in Tiancheng City, as well as some of the online quite fire. Before participating in part of the publicity, Meng Shuowei was very surprised. This milk tea store even in such a short period of time without realizing that has opened so many branches. And in the online, especially there is also a part of the life of Tiancheng City can be seen sweet honey milk tea silhouette. In the words of her friends around, this milk tea is good and cheap, but also nutritious. Morning and evening each cup. Good guy drink milk tea as mineral water. Although a little exaggerated, but also can see. Xu Kun this career is changing little by little. Meng Shuowei is also the kind of heart of the girl. Want to hole a career out of their own. But so far there is no clue. Certainly by virtue of the beauty of the art college of this resource earned a little money. But this is not the way to go on. Especially with Xu Kun, this rich second generation has had a comparison, but also let a person sad. Recently our company's business are biased towards online publicity. The steps of the physical store has been a bit reduced. If there is a need I will notify you. Xu Kun calmly shook his head. Although the girl in front of him is beautiful to make his heart move, but Xu Kun is not the kind of hothead will spend millions of dollars to wrestle the beauty of the heart smile of the losers. He is still the development of the career period, but also to the company as the center. Meng Shuowei slightly lost nodded, and after a few words of small talk, moved slender legs, graceful figure disappeared in the sight of the four. Who is this beauty, your ex-girlfriend? Ho Chang has long been unable to hold back. The goddess in his heart once gone, immediately put the idea in his heart. The previous partner. Partner? It won't be on the window. Li Xiaowen ran a train on his mouth and teased. Bull ********. Xu Kun laughed and scolded, although he also had this idea in his heart. After returning to the school, the three went to sleep in the dormitory, while Xu Kun drove the sports car to the company, stayed in the company for a while, toured the company's situation, and part of the department in charge of a small meeting, close to the New Year's affairs have to be arranged. He left the company at lunchtime and drove his sports car along the roadside, looking for a ramen restaurant to fill his stomach. He then returned to his mansion, Wenjiang Gardens detached villa, to rest. The day was roughly the same. January 1st, New Year's Day came and went. All kinds of businesses started their discount promotional offers. Xu Kun's company was naturally no exception, and likewise his system sent benefits after a long time. January 1st, New Year's Day welfare open, temporary lottery activity open. Every consumption of 1 million yuan can be a lottery. The number of times the lottery is 3 times. The average price of the prizes drawn varies.
This consumption does not produce experience value. There's this lottery thing?
Xu Kun was also a bit stunned by the system's tawdry operations.
Consuming 1 million yuan for one lucky draw. You can draw 3 times? With such a high level of consumption, one should be able to draw something good. After carefully studying it, he couldn't see anything. In any case, he had to spend money to experiment.
And a spending level of 1 million yuan was nothing more than a doorstep for him.
The sports car drove through the streets, came to have been considered familiar with the Tianshang real estate sales office. He just stepped into.
Immediately there is a small black skirt female sales,
stepped on a short high-heeled,
full of smiles to welcome up. Xu Kun has come here to buy the door a lot of times. The sales office of a lot of beautiful female sales are to recognize him. The two sides are very familiar with.
Not only the appearance, there is also the inner is also. After all, sometimes look at the door market to see the late, less together to eat a dinner.
Then go to the hotel floor to ceiling windows to look at the scenery.
Soothing the mind and body are often. Chapter 34 3 Lucky Draw Benefits. Mr.
Xu, which set of doors are you looking at this time?
Short high-heeled female sales held Xu Kun's arm.
Like a pimp, like very enthusiastic to invite him into the VIP room to discuss.
I fancy you. How about going out for a meal with me? Xu Kun half-jokingly flirted. Okay, as long as you open your mouth. How late to eat dinner can be. Female sales flirtatious smile, delicate body leaning closer. The aroma of shower gel dazzling in the mouth and nose. Let a person relaxed and happy. Xu Kun patted her little arched dolphin, pursed his lips and waited until she brought over the door-to-door atlas and picked out a set. Then the two of them left the sales office on the topic of field trips, and it wasn't until more than 4 p.m. that the female saleswoman twisted her slim figure and came back with a signed contract in a satisfied manner. You have spent $1 million and have been given a chance to draw a prize. Will you be drawing a prize? Lucky draw. Without any sign, in a few seconds, the system's prompt echoed in the mind.
Congratulations to the player. You have obtained a Lamborghini 10 million yuan gold coupon.
With a 1-week usage period. Lamborghini 10 million yuan gold coupon. When purchasing a Lamborghini sports car,
you can use the gold coupon to purchase a Lamborghini model that does not exceed 10 million yuan, and it can only be used for Lamborghini models.
And the period of use of the gold coupon is 1 week. Lamborghini is also a world-class top supercar. Driving out of the degree of street bombing is not inferior to Ferrari.
In terms of appearance is also incomparable dazzling kind.
For sports cars, Xu Kun naturally likes a lot, although he has a Ferrari, but another Lamborghini is no problem at all. These are invisible assets, and a kind of sports car to change to drive. That how energetic If I want to buy a Lamborghini, I still have to go to Guangzhou, and look at the airfare. This evening just have to go to Guangzhou first class. Tomorrow morning more than 7 o'clock can arrive.
And Guangzhou these days also carries on a car show activities. The latest all kinds of vehicles will be unveiled in which.
This also saves Xu Kun running around. No words, direct booking. After booking the tickets, Xu Kun looked at the remaining 2 draws, ready to take advantage of the remaining time. All down. Fortunately, in his planning book, the university city near the door, restaurants, KTV bars and so on are recorded. Which stores will be demolished in the future? What business opportunities are clear? This includes a large internet cafe called Qingli, later sold into a supermarket. With the day into the money to describe it is not too much. This time Xu Kun shows it to spend. Qingli Internet Cafe although money, but the face of 2 million yuan acquisition. The owner of the internet cafe did not hesitate to sign the word at that time, for fear that Xu Kun backtracked. Although the bar is profitable, but at most it is worth about 1.3 million yuan, the net income of 700,000. That is not enough? In his eyes Xu Kun is a loser. Spend 2 million yuan to buy internet cafes. Really stupid. As for Xu Kun know the future business opportunities, he also felt that he did not lose. Anyway, the two feel that they earned. You consumed 2 million yuan, get 2 lottery opportunities. Whether to carry out the lottery? Of course. Congratulations to the player. Obtaining a beverage business research information. Due to too much information please prepare a large memory card for storage. Congratulations to the player. Obtaining a heartbeat reward 3x strike card with a 7-day usage period. Beverage type business research information? Xu Kun, who was seeing this for the first time, looked closely at the system's introduction. Beverage class business research material. This is a material from a large beverage group from a different time and space, which contains a variety of water purification equipment, beverage formulas, and other over-the-top knowledge, and the system estimates the price to be around 5 billion US dollars. Holy, 5 billion US dollars is more than 30 billion. This is a pot of treasure. Xu Kun surprised to see. This information is obviously of inestimable value. Find knowledgeable buyers to sell. Absolutely can make money. However, he did not have this idea.
The light is the source of information Xu Kun cannot understand. Too dangerous. Not as good as their own secret research. Strive to be bigger and stronger. Become a world-class beverage group. After all, compared to the fate of others, it is better to hold in their own hands. Xu Kun's eyes flickered slightly, pressed the idea to the bottom of his heart, and looked at another thing he got from the lottery. Heartbeat Reward 3x Blitz card. After using this card, the player will receive 3x the Blitz income for the next week. In other words, my daily income of 100,000 has turned into 300,000. Not bad. This New Year's Day benefit ended there, and Xu Kun sat in the villa's study, admiring the night color outside the balcony and pondering over the beverage group's future plans. Dear travelers and friends, the plane has. Inside the first-class cabin, the sweet voice of the stewardess woke up the sleeping Xu Kun, who yawned and looked at the blue and white sky outside the cabin, looking into the distance at a bustling concrete city with traffic running. It's already here. Xu Kun stretched, ready to start disembarking from the plane. It was his first time sitting in the first-class cabin, and sure enough, it was quite good compared to the other cabins. Not only was the environment superior, the face value and figure of the flight attendants in service was also very high. It was that there were no foreign movie scenes appearing, which made people a little disappointed. Get off the plane. After checking the ticket out of the station, before coming Xu Kun has booked the Curly Hotel Presidential Suite with the top of the city. They special car over to pick up and drop off. And sure enough, when Xu Kun admired the young lady who went out of the station together, there were uniformed drivers and housekeepers waiting by the roadside. Xu Kun's photo has long been sent over. He has not yet approached. A short dress of OL, temperament gentle housekeeper, welcomed up. Her face value had 83 points, but wearing a small suit short skirt for workplace commuting added a bit more charm, and the whole person was elegant and temperamental. Hello Mr. Xu, I'm Guan Xiaoming. 24-hour service for your hotel stay trip this time. During this time of your stay, you can look for me if you need anything. Xu Kun slightly nodded his head and sat in the luxury car that had opened the door long ago. The car that picked him up this time was also a top-of-the-line and comfortable Rolls-Royce, with a commercial car in front and back escorting him. Housekeeper Guan Xiaoming closed the door of the car, with an aroma, sat across from him, wearing beige round-toe high-heeled shoes with long legs, without stockings, thin and snow-white side by side. Mr. Xu, I don't know if you came to Guangzhou this time for tourism, or if you have business cooperation. If you need me to plan your trip for you in advance. Guan Xiaoming crossed her hands, elegantly and very temperamentally folded in front of her belly. Her demeanor carried an indescribable beauty. No need to be so troublesome. I am simply killing some time this time, and incidentally buying a few cars at the car show. Xu Kun looked at the scenery and the crowd outside the car window. When it was already freezing in the city, it was still sunny here in Guangzhou, just like spring. The girls on the street, t-shirts, shirts, short skirts one more than the other are new and trendy. A pair of eye-catching long legs all over the street, comfortable with a sexy style beauty. Okay, I'll plan the fun places in Guangzhou for you, as well as the latest vehicles at the auto show, Guan Xiaoming skillfully said, while in her heart, she secretly speculated about the handsome man in front of her. Which family's son came out to have fun? What a big deal to directly pack the presidential suite for 10 days. To know where she is the presidential suite. The price of each day in 677 yuan. 10 days need more than 300,000 yuan. Ridiculously expensive. Guan Xiaoming graduated from England's Noble Butler Academy and had been working at the Curly Hotel for more than a year now. And with all the benefits and bonuses and salary added together, it was only about 230,000 yuan a year. And the other party stayed for a week's money, just like her salary. It really makes people envious and jealous. A smooth journey to the Curly Hotel. This is located in the central area of Tianhe district, is a modern classic, vibrant serenity and fashionable blend of design. Just look at the appearance of people obsessed, and the luxury of the presidential suite was definitely beyond the imagination of the average person. The golden white glazed modern door. The floor was covered by an earth-colored mixed with rose-colored carpet when you walked in. There was no sound at all when you stepped on it. And the 2 rows were the staffs dedicated to serving the presidential suite, dressed in uniforms and serving beside each other with a respectful face. Welcome Mr. Xu to the presidential suite. These service staff in addition to the chef, are all youthful and beautiful girl. The oldest are not more than 35 years old. Professional clothing are short skirt style, and it is easy to distinguish. They are engaged in what occupation? Black and white princess short skirt maid dress cleaning. Service, as if the nurse dress after the modification of the nutritionist. Xu Kun slightly nodded his head, his face calmly swept over them, a saint's expression. In fact, he secretly, while thinking, when there is money, he also put this lineup to a few, just looking at it with a feeling. Ivory-colored wall panels with gold leaf and carvings, vases in the corners with Italian-style design, curved floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city spread in the sunshine. The presidential suite reflects the beauty of the beautiful. This is just a corner of the presidential suite. Other areas such as movie theaters, gyms, swimming pools and other places, the presidential suite are equipped. At any time you can call the professional staff for action guidance and coaching. This is the world of the rich. Their happiness, ordinary people can never experience. From the wine cupboard, he took out a bottle of wine of French origin and poured half a glass. Xu Kun drank it while sitting on the sofa against the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery under the 100-meter building, climbing to the top. This is what I want. With his eyes looking at the ground, he whispered softly. Chapter 35, 2 Lamborghini sports cars. Guangzhou at night was very beautiful, especially in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, overlooking the entire city. It gave people a thrill of being high above the city. However, living in such a place, with fewer girls around, it is considered a drop of regret. In the morning, after eating the nutritious meal made by the chef of the presidential suite, Xu Kun wrote a few comments on the evaluation sheet. Mr. Xu, the car has been arranged. Guan Xiaoming today wore a navy blue professional short skirt, still without stockings legs, wonderful delicate body, was set off fresh. It's beautiful today. Xu Kun, who was in a good mood, complimented her. Guan Xiaoming's heart jumped, her pretty face surfaced with a natural light smile. Thank you, Mr. Xu, this way please. Taking the elevator down from the tall building and getting into the special car arranged by the hotel, the two of them set off to the car show center. This time of the year was in the approaching spring. The working expatriates in Guangzhou had basically gone home, and the locals were idle, so entertaining things like this were very hot. Not to mention the fact that at the car show, there were long-legged car model ladies with white skin to look at. When the car came to the center of the car show, into the eyes of all the dense crowd, the large car show hall, under the soft light of a latest SUV, sedan, sports car dazzling in the booth. Next to them, there are one or two, wearing a sexy dolphin skirt car model, bright with a pair of long legs, with a sweet smile set off the luxury car. But for the onlookers, they were even better looking than the sports cars, and the flash of the camera was on all the time. Xu Kun's target was mainly Lamborghini cars. Once he arrived at the hall, he followed by Guan Xiaoming to the side of the booth. There were not many Lamborghini sports cars over here. There were old models from the year before and the latest releases of this year. Lamborghini Huracan, Lamborghini LP550-2, Lamborghini LP560 for GOID edition, Lamborghini Huracan, Lamborghini Huracan, Lamborghini LP560 for GOID edition, and so on. For GOID edition Lamborghini LP700 which are in different colors. For sports cars in this showroom, in white, orange, black and blue arrangement. The moment you see them, even the light of those dolphin-cocked long legs and big ferocious car model ladies, are covered up. Xu Kun looked at these sports cars, also very satisfied, then Ferrari to the same no less. 10 million yuan of gold coupons outside a little more money. It seems to be able to buy 2 units, he calculated, also was surprised by the idea, a price of about 4 or 5 million or so. He looked at the Lamborghini LP700 landed down to more than 7 million. The rest of the money cannot be wasted, and then add a bit of money to the same can take down a Lamborghini sports car. Xu Kun detailed calculation, think this idea is feasible. Then he put himself to buy. Lamborghini LP700 and Lamborghini LP560-4 Gold Edition told Guan Xiaoming. When she heard that Xu Kun wanted to buy 2 sports cars, Guan Xiaoming was confused. If she didn't know that Xu Kun lived in the presidential suite, she thought that this handsome man was playing with her. A sports car would cost millions of dollars, and 2 of them wouldn't add up to $10 million? What a rich man! Guan Xiaoming sighed in her heart and helped him contact the showroom manager. The middle-aged manager who got the message hurriedly invited Xu Kun to the VIP room to discuss buying 2 sports cars at once. This was a big order. Mr. Xu, the white outside and red inside Lamborghini LP700 you want lands at 7.36 million yuan, while the Lamborghini LP560-4 Gold Edition is at 4.26 million yuan. Both of these cars belong to Lamborghini's representative and Pinnacle. The middle-aged manager personally poured Xu Kun a cup of tea, then slowly introduced, just for example, the orange appearance of the LP560 is the Gallardo Swansong version, very collectible, while the LP700 is the peak in the representative works, which is none of the configuration is not the most advanced current. Xu Kun looked at Guan Xiaoming, gently smiled and said, Mr. Wang, you don't need to introduce so much. I buy a car is to drive, collection value and so on. It's not important to me. Just tell me, How much can I get a discount on the full price if I mention 2 cars? Although he is rich, but not the kind of stupid direct all to the goods. Save 1 or 2 million. Please beautiful young lady to eat breakfast is not good? Then I'll do the math for you. The middle-aged manager took out a piece of paper in person and paired it with his cell phone to count up all the items, and then he discounted it in person. Mr. Su, I'll give you a discount of 10,000 for the LP 700 Dino, landed at 7.35 million yuan, LP 560 Gallardo discount of 10,000 yuan, 4.25 million will be fine. The total price is a total of 11.6 million yuan. What do you think of this price? Hearing his words, Xu Kun directly laughed, all discounted 10,000 yuan. Feelings Mr. Wang, you have long been prepared na. Although the middle-aged manager was embarrassed in his heart, he still said on the surface, Mr. Su, this is really the biggest discount I can give. You are such a big shot 10,000 or 20,000 yuan in your eyes can't even be counted as a piece of money. But for us, million yuan is our 1 month's salary. Really can't be more favorable? Really can't discount? Or I personally pay for you to add 2 tanks of gas? Forget it, I'm not the type to make things difficult for people. Xu Kun picked up the tea on the coffee table, sipped it and said, that's it, you bring the contract, sign it. Okay, you wait a moment. The middle-aged manager hurriedly sent a message to arrange for someone to fetch it, while he himself joked and laughed with Xu Kun, enlivening the atmosphere of the VIP room, waiting for the female sales to bring the contract to sign. Xu Kun also transferred the money, a total of 11.6 million yuan, of which 10 million with the golden coupon, he himself out of 1.6 million yuan, spending $1.6 million to buy 2 of the top supercars of the moment, can be said to be cost-effective to death, even if he resells it, can net millions no problem. Mr. Su, you can come over tomorrow at noon to pick up the car or leave your address and I'll send the car over to you whatever. The deal came to fruition. The middle-aged manager sent Xu Kun out of the VIP room, accompanied to the outside. Their line of people in addition to Xu Kun were all professionally dressed in suits and short skirts, as if they were accompanying the subordinates of the group's son's inspection. Xu Kun nodded slightly, then he suddenly said, by the way, I have an unkind request. I wonder if Manager Wang can help me. You please say, I will definitely do what I can do, and I will think of ways to do it for you if I can't. Manager Wang said with a solemn expression. Xu Kun's eyes looked towards the long-legged car model ladies in the Lamborghini booth. His handsome face calmly said, I want to get to know those ladies, add a WeChat, and I'm afraid that I'm not familiar with them. Manager Wang smiled at the words, I think you are too careful, even if you are not familiar with Mr. So you can debut as a star's face value. They will also add, words are like this. The middle-aged manager still guaranteed to bring WeChat to Xu Kun's promise. This would have been a small matter, not to mention that these car models are still under his control, and they add microletter is not a bad guy, but instead is rich and valuable big group son. On this point want to add Xu Kun microletter car model sister. Wang manager dare to ensure that not too much. As for what to add microblogging, all understand. Chapter 36 A little game at the bar. After 7 p.m., the entertainment street turned from cold and clear during the day to noisy, with all kinds of vehicles constantly pulling into the parking spaces. The lights of the bar shone brightly, but the hot dancing girls on the dance floor, a pair of big white legs were even brighter, and the sound of powerful DJ music was vaguely transmitted to the street outside, and the passing cars, forming a symphony, and 2 beautiful car models during the day after eating at the Western-style restaurant. Xu Kun 3 people with the elimination of food and fun mind, came to the bar. Through manager Wang, he added several car models Miss WeChat. After returning to the hotel, casually find 2 people to talk. The other party agreed to come out to play the invitation. There may be factors in it that he does not know, but it does not matter. The purpose is reached. There are really a lot of rich people in Guangzhou, and none of the cars parked on the roadside is less than $300,000. The 2 car model ladies and Xu Kun are very close to each other. Walking between the muscle friction, can also smell the orchid-like body fragrance. At the same time as a car model, they all have long legs without exception. Guangzhou's temperature is relatively comfortable. Tonight out also carefully dressed up. Face value and body charm. Straight line uplift. There are a lot of rich people, but there are even more who don't have any money. But these people are still quite a bit worse in front of you. Kuan. The one who spoke was the car model girl called Mining. She had a height of 176 centimeters, wearing a very comfortable coffee-colored thin shirt and short skirt. Her long black hair was not bound, but rather casually spilled behind her waist. Her tall figure, her long, showy and fair legs, and her breathable high-heeled short boots, casual and lightweight wear, appearing the whole person bright and dignified, fashion in a few more sexy. Yeah,
Buying 2 Lamborghini sports cars at once is the first time I've encountered it.
The girl's eyes burned as she stared at Xu Kun, not hiding her favorable feelings.
Her name was Lin Shasha. According to the introduction, she hadn't been a car model for half a year. Her character tends to be lively and active.
I heard that she used to study ballet.
She has a head of medium-length hair, bright eyes and teeth. Her figure is exquisite and the proportion is also quite good.
A simple loophole high-waisted jeans,
the waist below the long legs, to set out. Xu Kun smiled and didn't say anything. Through the manic bar corridor, the three of them smoothly entered inside. In the waiter's service, looking for a card seat,
swipe the card to order some expensive foreign wine champagne.
Ace of spades, Hennessy Richard and so on. Spent more than 10,000 yuan. 2 women and 1 man just like this. Sitting on the card seat, eating barbecue, drinking beer and chatting.
Waiting for the atmosphere is almost.
Xu Kun put down the wineglass.
Looked to the 2 women who are reflected by the colored lights.
Fair skin, tall and beautiful.
It's no fun to just drink and chat.
Let's 3 play a small game. Minning said jokingly. Brother Cohen, you say. Play what game? As long as it is not illegal, sister, I will definitely accompany to the end. Me too.
Lin Shasha hurriedly nodded her head.
This game is very simple. Xu Kun took out a deck of cards,
shuffled it in his hands 7 times, put it on the coffee table and pressed it down to gently wipe it,
and the cards spread out like a folding fan.
That is more than the size. Each person draws a card from the card to see who has a big card. The person with the smallest card drinks.
The biggest person wins once.
I give her $1,000 red packet. The 2 women who were quietly listening were originally calm. When they heard about the $1,000 red packet being given out,
their showy eyes immediately brightened up. They looked at each other. Small heart bang bang straight jump.
To know the 2 women in the showroom stand a daytime,
but only 700 yuan or so. This is still a large showroom. Nowadays casually play a small game. Can earn 1,000 yuan? This is simply great. As for drinking what?
The 2 women's alcohol volume is not high, but in the stimulation of the banknote absolutely can drink a lot. Lin Shasha pursed her pink moist red lips,
pointing out the game's loophole. Then Cohen, what if it's the middle card? Not the biggest or the smallest. This situation is not punishable nor rewarded.
The 2 women slightly lightly nodded their heads, mentally focusing on making a ready stance,
and began to play this game.
Minning took the lead in taking the cards, her onion finger wiping in the cards, taking out the cards and placing them in front of her eyes to look at them, her pretty face revealing a hint of a smile.
My turn.
Lin Shasha prayed in her heart for God's blessing and drew a card.
She looked at it, her pink face devoid of sadness or joy. Xu Kun was next,
casually drawing a card before looking at the crowd and placing it on the coffee table.
Mine is a 7.
Lin Shasha smiled cheekily.
It's bigger than you. Mine is 9. Minning very elegantly put the cards down. Her folded and cocked legs seemed to be as delicate as ivory, flowing with luster in the light.
This woman seemed to be releasing charms all the time.
I won 11. Ah, ugh. Lin Shasha's face was full of disappointment,
but soon she lifted her spirit again.
This was only the first game. There were still plenty of opportunities for the next. The red packet has been sent over. Collect it. Xu Kun sipped his wine,
his eyes skimming over Minning, who seemed to be sitting with her legs crossed as if she was the heroine of a TV drama.
This woman was interesting. Min Ying's afterglow was just a glance. Her white face showed a happy color. She never thought that making money would be so easy. This time less than 1 minute of time.
She earned 1,000 blocks.
If she could,
she was willing to play this game for a lifetime without any problem. This also proved side by side that the young boy opposite with an elegant demeanor and mysterious background was definitely not a bad moneymaker.
Thinking of this, Min Ying's sitting posture became even more graceful and beautiful, and her pair of white jade-like long legs were as if they were works of art, facing straight ahead. Come on, start.
Lin Shasha was the first to start, and this little game also from this moment, entered into a white-hot state.
For the 2 women, I'm afraid that this is an opportunity that can't be encountered in a lifetime. And Xu Kun only spends a little bit of money,
letting himself get pleasure.
Both sides are not bad. Ha ha, I won this time. No way. It was so close. Ugh, how is my luck so miserable? I've already lost 3 times in a row. Drunk.
At the beginning Lin Shasha and Minning were able to remain calm. By the time they collected the red packets over $5,000, their spirits also rose and fell with the cards.
Except for Xu Kun. No one could stay calm.
The 2 women had made a lot of money, but they had also drunk a lot of foreign wine. The empty bottles on the table were increasing with time.
Hiccup.
Lin Shasha burped a bracing burp. She now only felt that her face was all hot,
just like a fever.
Her vision was a bit fluttering as she looked ahead, but when she looked at her cell phone with her residual light, she had already earned 17,000 yuan in red envelopes, and her whole spirit perked up again.
Even if I have to crawl back today, I have to play the game until the end.
Minning sitting next to her is also this idea. She drank quite a lot of wine, but compared to Lin Shasha who foolishly pours a full cup and gulps it down every time, Minning is a bit more mindful and just sips it lightly in large mouthfuls, coupled with the dim vision in the bar. And the opposite side of the bar, Xu Kun also intentionally didn't care about it, and her drunkenness is the shallowest. In this way the three played this childish little game, until late at night, more than 2200 hours. Xu Kun see the situation is only began to call a halt. The next is the most important program. Chapter 37, Happy Hour in Hiroshima. Let's stop here today. The two women who were drunk were a little disappointed but also relieved. If they continued to play they were afraid that they would really be propped up by this foreign wine. Apart from Minning and Xu Kun, Lin Shasha was already a bit delirious and collapsed on the soft sofa, muttering something under her breath. After packaging the rest of the wine, Xu Kun carried it and left the bar with the two women. The streets near 11 o'clock were still bustling with activity, and the lights of the night contrasted with the city that had fallen into silence in the distance. The posters of sexy celebrities plastered on the walls and the deep blue night dome set each other off, adding a bit more of a bewitching luster when looked at closely. The three of them rode in the special car arranged by the hotel and returned together to the presidential suite of the magnificent hotel. Good evening, Mr. Su, do you need me to prepare some antidote soup for you? Guan Xiaomeng, who was on standby 24 hours a day and ready to serve, glanced at Lin Shasha, who was being supported by Minning in the corridor, and her soft tone was like a warm breeze. Let's have three. Xu Kun nodded and pushed open the door to stride inside the presidential suite. Minning, who followed her, was also in this kind of top suite for the first time. The luxurious environment and layout, as well as the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the whole city, made her all fall into a kind of obsession. The view here is awesome. After placing Lin Shasha on the sofa, she paced to the floor-to-ceiling window with her beautiful legs, her beautiful pupils reflecting the bustling city with lights curling up. Xu Kun's elbow was propped up on his chin while looking at the floor-to-ceiling window while admiring her slim and slender figure, only to see her taking pictures of herself with her cell phone while admiring the scenery outside. In a few seconds, Xu Kun's circle of friends has a new message: the night view of the presidential suite of the magnificent hotel. Simply beautiful. Not like the Earth. This title was just sent out in a few minutes. There are a number of people like. Xu Kun took a look, walked over to her and said with a smile, how can you have a night view without people? Give me your cell phone and I'll help you shoot. Min Ying's beautiful eyes flashed, readily agreed to hand him the cell phone, and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and posed herself. The black and beautiful long hair, elegant and tall figure, delicate jade-like skin, coupled with that sexy and fashionable outfit, and then the starry sky and the city as the background situation. The effect of the pictures taken is quite good. Minning smiled sweetly as she looked at the taken pictures and asked, Cohen has learned photography? Never learned, just have this hobby. He had learned some techniques of photography in his previous life, mainly during the time he was abroad. He wanted to tease those foreign girls, all had to have a topic. For example, the other side looks very beautiful. Want to take some fashionable wearing photos for them? This is the excuse. So over time Xu Kun's shooting skills compared to the average person is considered good. So then you seem to have a talent in photography. Casually taking such good-looking pictures. Minning pursed her rosy lips and complimented with a smile. Well, when one day my family goes bankrupt, I'll go use photography to make a living. When that time comes, you'll have to be my first material. Xu Kun's eyes burned as he looked at him, not avoiding his admiration and thoughts in the slightest. No problem, it's my honor. The antidote soup was made very quickly. While Xu Kun and Minning were chatting, the door of the presidential suite was knocked on. After getting an answer, Guan Xiaomeng stepped in with 3 bowls of antidote soup. Knit. Looking at her placing the antidote soup on the round wooden coffee table, she quietly waited at the corner. Xu Kun directly said, Ms. Guan, you go back to rest first. There shouldn't be anything else tonight. If something happens I'll call you again. Okay? I'll be waiting by the phone 24 hours a day. I wish you a good dream, sir. Guan Xiaomeng glanced at the sexy and beautiful Minning fiddling with her cell phone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Knowing what's coming up next, she nodded slightly, and OL's temperament-filled figure disappeared indoors. Xu Kun and Minning drank the antidote soup and chatted on the sofa, while Lin Shasha had long been so drunk that she passed out, and the two did not call out to her, just sent her to the side bedroom next door. The night is very deep. The starlight is also quite brilliant. In the sofa chatting two people, said after the meeting of the entertainment industry. After the topic, it deviated from the track, directly discussed the math problem. This discussion is most of the night time. The scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is incomparably beautiful. On the morning of January 3rd, the sunlight shot down from a height of 10,000 feet, reflecting everything indoors to the slightest degree. Lin Shasha, who had slept most of the night through the wine, rolled over and woke up from her dream. Opening her eyes, she looked at the luxurious bedroom. First stunned, then reacted. She touched her own clothes, wearing the same as before. In addition to the shoes were taken off other not a little change. The side bedroom also had floor-to-ceiling windows. She stepped barefoot on the soft carpet and looked at the scenery outside for a while before putting on her shoes and walking out refreshed.
Good morning. You two up so early? On the table in the living room, Xu Kun and Minning were enjoying their breakfast.
Minning couldn't help but frown when she saw her coming over with the smell of alcohol.
Hurry up and go take a shower.
All covered in the smell of alcohol.
It smells bad. When did you wash? And didn't call out to me. Min Ying's eyes moved. Did not say anything. Can shout you well. She is not a person to wash. Breakfast is really sumptuous. Happy. I took a bath. Don't eat it all and leave some for me.
Lin Shasha glanced at the sumptuous and incomparable breakfast on the table, biting her shell teeth and humming a song to run to the bathroom cheerfully.
In less than 10 minutes,
Lin Shasha, who had taken a shower and was merely wearing a snow-white bathrobe,
came out,
revealing a pair of white and tender thighs, and directly sat down in the seat opposite Xu Kun,
enjoying the food with a big mouthful.
Worthy of the presidential suite's breakfast, it tastes so good. After a night's rest time she had long been hungry, and when she ate she devoured the food.
Plus the customized version of the presidential suite's breakfast tasted that was quite good. She ate even more enthusiastically. Alas and alas. Sister, you also took pictures last night. So beautiful night.
I should have known that I drink less wine. Hello.
The circle of friends also did not send. But this breakfast can also be photographed. Eat quietly, okay?
Because she slept too late last night. Minning was a little tired mentally and physically and didn't want to listen to her nonsense.
It's no fun to eat and sleep. You have to get up early in the morning with full energy. What do you say, Kun? You are happy. Don't need to care about me. Listening to what she said, Xu Kun smiled,
eating while enjoying the two car model young ladies in front of him. Minning was wearing a nightgown sent by the Curly Hotel,
a white kind of style,
similar to the form of a short wraparound dolphin dress, revealing her fragrant shoulders and snow-white thighs.
And after last night's activities,
her skin was almost all with a kind of white aqua color, and the whole person had a kind of national temperament.
And Lin Shasha seems to be the morning just get up. Pretty face has a kind of naive feeling, plus just draped a pure white bathrobe, inside what also did not wear. Think about it, let a person have a kind of wall-cracked punching hole idea. But fortunately Xu Kun released some vigor last night,
making him still able to control his own will.
Did not do bad things. After dinner, Guan Xiaoming brought the waiter to clean up the table, and the three of them sat in the special car arranged by the hotel and headed to the shopping mall. The time of 9 o'clock or so was the time when there were many people. The street was raging and lively with people coming and going, and there were a lot of eye-catching young ladies. Xu Kun led the two girls to chat while strolling in the mall, occasionally encountering some luxury stores, but also took the two women in, send them some cosmetics and clothes, casually bought some down.
It cost him $70,000 to $80,000.
Brother Kun, thank you. Muah. This is the first time someone has given me such a good gift.
Lin Shasha blinking her beautiful eyes,
two hands carrying luxury bags. Xu Kun bought her a Chanel dress, Valentino high heels and Dior cosmetics.
It simply made her happy as hell. Minning didn't say anything but just used her green onion fingers to ruffle her long hair.
After last night's incident her relationship with Xu Kun skyrocketed.
Words of thanks didn't need to be said on her lips.
Just like it.
I still have to stay in Guangzhou for a few days next. At that time I still have to trouble you guys as a tour guide to accompany me out to have fun.
No problem. It's a piece of cake.
Lin Shasha patted her chubby fierce mouth to ensure that for the fun places in Guangzhou she knew absolutely quite a lot,
to ensure that Xu Kun had a good time. Minning, on the other hand, silently looked at her, secretly muttering in her heart, do you think it's just about playing along?
Chapter 38 Feelings are like smoke clouds, a blow that is scattered.
At 12 o'clock noon, Xu Kun's trio came out of the high-class Western restaurant, and the two women,
who were carrying large bags of luxury goods, accompanied him back to the magnificent hotel.
Now under the sunny weather,
right in front of the lobby of the Crest Hotel, a lot of casual or passing guests were gathered. They were looking at the top of the line sports car that had been brought down from the trailer,
a white sleek and dazzling Lamborghini Big Bull,
and looking at the staff carefully inspecting it there.
The crowd was talking about which son's toy this was again.
Getting down from the hotel's business car,
Xu Kun saw the middle-aged manager with a smile on his face at a glance. Mr. Wang, trouble you?
No trouble, no trouble, it's all trivial. The middle-aged manager glanced at the beautiful and colorful car model behind him, slightly nodded his head in greeting,
and then said, Mr. Xu, according to your instructions, Gallardo sent to the Tianjin City Wenjiang Garden. Denyo sent here. You see if there is any problem with the car.
Test drive it. What needs to be improved can be at any time to talk to, I said.
Good. Then you wait a little while. Xu Kun nodded.
beckoning Min-ing behind him to accompany him on the car. And then under the gaze of a pair of eyes, the white Lamborghini Dignò issued a roaring and pleasant roar. Like a white dragon, General Mercedes-Benz rushed out of the hotel. In this 2013, Lamborghini sports car is still rare, and the shape at a glance know is the top super hit is absolutely lose money. So when Xu Kun's sports car passed by the side of the road, the nearby vehicles had all pulled away. Sitting in the passenger side of the Min-ing lifted up the hair blown by the wind. She stretched out her white neck to look at the scenery outside the window. Familiar city but not the same as usual. Is this a matter of perspective? Sitting in a sports car is completely different from sitting in an ordinary sedan. Xu Kun, who is used to driving a Ferrari, also has a different feeling when he drives a Lamborghini for the first time. But no matter what, he always has a cool word in his heart. Driving a sports car, with a sexy car model tour. The world, there is a better thing than this? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but use his right hand and slapped Min-ying's snow-white thigh. What for? Min-ing pouted. Want to hit you hard. Min-ying's red lips moved. Her pretty face reddened without saying anything. She vaguely understood the other party's beating, as if it didn't match that action at all. After circling around the Crest Hotel on the long street, Xu Kun only returned to the main entrance of the hotel lobby and signed the middle-aged manager's slip. You go back upstairs and rest. I'll go out with Min-ing and take a look around. I might come back at some point. Call room service yourself if you want to eat anything. This sentence was said to Lin Shasha. Xu Kun finished and didn't wait for her to have any reaction. He went back to the driver's seat and drove off in the sports car. What the hell? What's the point of leaving me alone? Lin Shasha stomped the thin white legs that make people's eyes covet, beaming with a face of unhappiness. These two people really go out to play without her. It was useless to be angry. She could only go up to the presidential suite through the elevator sullenly. Lin Shasha, index finger pointing at her lips, eyes flashing. She felt as if she had overlooked something. Min-ing and she are the same as yesterday, and Xu Kun recognized why the relationship will be such a sudden progress. Thinking about the slightly intimate interactions between the two when they were shopping, and when they were eating at the Western restaurant at noon, Min-ing personally divided a piece of steak into even shapes and fed it to Xu Kun with a fork. At that time, she had thought that Min-ing was trying to please Xu Kun, but now that she thought about it, it seemed like she had fallen into a misunderstanding. Lin Shasha knitted her eyebrows. Her straight legs stood in front of the gorgeous floor-to-ceiling windows. Her pretty face was in deep thought. As for Xu Kun's side, he drove Min-ing in his sports car and went around some fun places in Guangzhou, from shopping malls to tourist attractions, then went to a movie theater to watch a movie in the evening. After the movie and ate an incomparable candlelight dinner. For Min-ing, all this is like a dream. This day's happiness is more than a lifetime of her happy to add up. Looking at Xu Kun's fair and handsome side face, Min-ing deluded in her heart. If he is really her boyfriend, that would be so good. Unfortunately, she knew that it was all just that vain fantasy. Thinking of this, her heart just ached. Pearly tears involuntarily slipped down from her tender white cheeks. The wind on the beach was salty. The waves crashed against the sand, as if they were playing a mournful melody. What's wrong? Xu Kun saw the girl who fell in tears. No, it should be a woman who is right. Speaking of, Min-ing and Lin Shasha's age are older than him, but they have been shouting brother. It's fine, it's just a happy desire to shed tears. Wiping down the tears on her cheeks with her green onion fingers, Min-ing hid her heart, then her beautiful eyes swept over Xu Kun, seeing him sitting in the front of a Lamborghini sports car as if he were a leading man, his slender body under some lights, suddenly bright and darkly handsome and mesmerizing. You brought me here. It shouldn't just be to see the sea, right? Min-ing opened her arms, facing the dark sea, and fed in a high voice, her beautiful hair fluttering against the sea breeze. You're so smart. You should be able to guess it. Xu Kun had a smile on his lips, not answering but asking a rhetorical question. Poof. Min-ing had a haughty look on her face. She turned around and walked over step by step, stretching out her slender and tender arms to encircle Xu Kun's waist, resting her head on his chest, seemingly murmuring as if unconsciously, if this time can be eternal, then how good. Xu Kun felt that warm heat, crispy, soft. His eyes are quite calm. His soul is from more than 10 years later. See more personnel changes, but also know the social evil, the feelings between people, will always only occupy a small part. Today may be the Sea Oath and Mountain Alliance forever. Tomorrow may be a great difficulty to fly. Separately, if he has no money, based on the face alone, Min-ing might only look at him a few more times, which would be like a cat, shrinking in his arms. Even this moment, whether the other party was deliberately saying this and making this kind of action in order to gain his pity, who knows? So life should seize what should be seized. What should be done? Never hesitate. It was late at night. The waves crashed sharply on the beach. At Xu Kun's request, he drove the Lamborghini sports car to a remote area of the beach, and the two of them tried the performance of the sports car together.
It wasn't until close to 11 in the evening that they returned to the presidential suite. "You're still awake?" Min-ing, who bent her slender and tender waist and took off her high heels to replace them with slippers, looked at Lin Shasha, who was playing with her cell phone cross-legged on the sofa in the living room. "Couldn't sleep. Where did you guys go to play so late?" Lin Shasha hurriedly jumped off the sofa to take Xu Kun's jacket. As if she didn't think about it, her white and erect agar nose sniffed like a dog. "What's that smell, this?" she asked as if she was testing the waters. Xu Kun didn't say anything. He didn't need to explain anything. In his eyes these two girls are cakes. He needs to do nothing more than when to eat into his stomach. Chapter 39, Let This Time Last Forever. Sweat odor. Min-ing said without blushing before casually throwing a piece of clothing on the sofa and entering the luxurious bathroom to take a bath. "Can the smell of sweat be that weird?" Lin Shasha muttered as if she didn't believe it. Then she turned her gaze, striding her beautiful legs to Xu Kun's side and sat down. "Have you eaten? Do you want me to order something up for you?" Xu Kun shook his head. His eyes like electricity spread on her body. Lin Shasha this is then wearing a black halter black dress, thin and still vaguely transparent. He said with a few playful, "I want to eat some dessert cake, then I call some up," backhandedly holding her white and tender catkin. Xu Kun stretched out his index finger with a sense of domineering president instantly picking up Lin Shasha's delicate and charming chin. "I want to eat a dessert that's different. The only one in the world? Understand?" Lin Shasha's face instantly reddened and rolled up, shaking her head like a rattle drum. "I don't have a cake dessert here. And I'm not opening a cake store. If you want to open one, I can send you one." No. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to bed. Bye." After saying that, Lin Shasha ran into the bedroom as if she was flying, disappearing in Xu Kun's line of sight. Xu Kun didn't stop her. He just smiled and looked in the direction of the bedroom, also ready to start showering. Next, Min-ing seemed to have figured something out, no longer hiding her relationship with Xu Kun. All day like glue and Xu Kun spreading dog food. Let Lin Shasha eat enough. Sometimes, the two go out to play and not bring her. More let her angry. Not only that, come to Guangzhou to play a painful Xu Kun. Not only about the two of them, there are other female car models. Because the car show has ended, those car model girls also idle down. The face of both handsome, but also driving a sports car please Western restaurant to eat a big meal. Luxury boutiques to send gifts Xu Kun. Very few car model sister refused. In this way, Xu Kun with car model girl driving a sports car, traveled up in Guangzhou. Fun attractions almost look all over. Car model girl is also a day a change, with happy time always flies. So time came to January 9th. From the school vacation there is a week. Tomorrow afternoon I will return to the Sky City. Presidential suite you too if you want to live. I will give you another week to renew. Xu Kun, who was eating spaghetti, said to Min-ing, who was sitting beside him, and Lin Shasha, who was in front of him. Lin Shasha somewhat sullen no sound. This period of time she and Xu Kun's relationship seems to have dropped to the freezing point. The other party as usual to talk to her to send gifts, but she herself always feel twisted very much. Thinking of this, she felt pity for Min-ing. The other side also paid a lot, but Xu Kun this big chip man, but also to find other female car model play, which there are a few also with Min-ing is the relationship of girlfriends. I don't know what she feels in her heart. Lin Shasha sighed in her heart. I don't need to. In 2 days there is a runway show in Shanghai. The day after tomorrow I go back to my hometown. I also have to go out. If Shasha wants to live, you give her to renew. Although Lin Shasha is very moved. Such a luxurious suite. Invite her little sister over to have a party, that's how cool. But she knows her relationship with Xu Kun. Renewing the room is just for the sake of Min-ying's face. She's just in passing. She can't make things difficult for anyone. I also don't need to. Working outside for so long, also a trip home to see before. Xu Kun nodded and ate quietly. For a while the place became unusually quiet. The sunlight poured down on the three of them, carrying a warm and cozy feeling. After eating, Xu Kun took the two girls to the shopping mall to sweep up a bit more. Respectively spent 50,000 yuan for each person, which was considered to be the end of this trip to Guangzhou. Lin Shasha carried the luxury goods. Her heart was unusually complicated. Although Xu Kun was very crumbs and waves, but for the side of the girl paper is absolutely very good. Those who have talked to him about the business of the female car model, also is not a bad word have not said, but instead praised, said with Xu Kun together with the day, as if it is a short love affair. Lin Shasha exhaled, looking at the dashing young handsome man in front of her. Once she thought of the other side of this go back, perhaps this life may not see each other. She was a little difficult. The three of them shopped until very late in the evening before the hotel. In addition to shopping, they also took a lot of intimate interaction photos, as if they wanted to keep this memory until forever. The presidential suite at night, from the floor to ceiling windows sprinkled with moonlight as if it were frost and snow, spreading the carpet all over the carpet and moisturizing every corner.
Late at night, more than 2100 hours, Lin Shasha barefoot and noiseless, tiptoeing out of their rooms, ready to night attack someone, who knows in that bad guy's doorway, but heard the horror of the terrible sound, so that her legs are a little soft. What the heck? It's not easy for people to make up their mind. Biting her thin lips with her shell teeth, Lin Shasha's pretty face was a bit ugly, hesitating to go in or not. In the end, she decided to wait. Who knew that this wait would be no time at all, and it actually made her fall asleep. Wake up, dinner is ready. Lin Shasha, who was shaken awake, looked at the handsome face that was close at hand, and couldn't help but blurt out, "You two are finally done?" "What?" Xu Kun, who didn't react, froze slightly. Lin Shasha looked at the sunny city outside the window, lamenting with some dullness, "How is this dawn? You guys last night? How long did you fight?" Xu Kun, who sat down at the table to eat, looked at her. "This you don't need to know. What I can tell you is that all three of you are not my opponent." Bragging. Lin Shasha reddened her pretty face and muttered. She sat on the chair on Xu Kun's side and looked at the other vacant seat. "Where's Sister Ing? She's very tired and needs to rest, probably up in the afternoon," Xu Kun said indifferently. The corner of Lin Shasha's mouth twitched. Her afterglow surveyed Xu Kun, whose figure was not exactly robust either. How could he be so powerful? Did the other party have other BT hobbies? Thinking of this, her active mind immediately faded. Watched some bad video she knows, some boys terrible comparable to the devil, or not to provoke for good. After breakfast, Xu Kun went downstairs to contact the tow truck to send away the Lamborghini Bull that was driving, and Lin Shasha in the suite had no intention of playing with her cell phone. She hesitated for a moment, taking advantage of no one to sneak into Xu Kun's room, which is the master bedroom of the presidential suite, the most noble and elegant, surrounded by exquisite and beautiful arrangements. The white curtain veil that was pulled open. The opposite side was a bustling metropolis view, while Minning was draped in a thin brocade quilt, lying on the fluffy European-style bed, hair scattered, white skin and wonderful body, hidden in the bedding, from the side to see, her face with sweetness and full enough. After searching once, and did not find any fighting tools, Lin Shasha, puzzled, could it be that she thought wrong? Chapter 40. The road of struggle is still far away. Undeterred, she climbed onto the bed and put her hand under the covers, ready to wake up Minning. "Hey, Kun, I really can't. I'm so tired. Spare me." Sweet sticky words spat out from the sleeping Min Ying's mouth. She instinctively pouted and struggled against it. "Lin Shasha, hey, wake up. Look at who I am before you beg for mercy, okay?" She flicked the sleeping beauty's forehead in a good-natured manner, while her eyes held curiosity. "Hate it. What's the point of teasing me? I'm tired. Hurry up and go away. I don't have time to play with you." Min Ying's eyes opened a slit, squinted and looked down, not wanting to say a word. After putting down a sentence, she fell back into a deep sleep and entered into a sweet dreamland. "Is it that tired?" Lin Shasha, who hadn't eaten pork but had seen a pig run, was full of questions about this. But unfortunately, she didn't know just how BT Xu Kun's body was after the genetic alteration. As time passed, it was noon. Lin Shasha went downstairs to join Xu Kun, and the two of them went to a local gourmet restaurant to have a final lunch. At the dinner table, she still didn't hold back, and asked about Min Ying's status again. But unfortunately Xu Kun just revealed a mysterious smile, and once again said that three of her is not his opponent like this. This sentence, is true or false, has been difficult to prove, because Xu Kun booked a ticket in the afternoon. Two people this goodbye, maybe a long time. Minning woke up at 2 o'clock and ate the food Lin Shasha brought back in the living room. The three of them chatted about some family matters, each talking about interesting things about their hometowns, places of interest and so on. These ordinary little things at this point in time, chatting surprisingly a little sadness. "Mr. Xu, the car is ready." The presidential suite's housekeeper, Guan Xiaomeng, was still as usual, exquisite and beautiful. She saluted Xu Kun with the most elegant etiquette to send him off to the airport. There was one thing to say, this period of time she also had a good time. One is Xu Kun gave her a lot of luxury gifts, and occasionally went out and brought food, and the other party has very few things to do. In addition to frolicking with the girls all day long, there are not many places to use her. This 10 days of time also let Guan Xiaomeng a long time to feel free. In her heart, in fact, there is a little surprised to know to her body value, to her idea of the man, is absolutely not a lot. Originally Xu Kun's crumbs male situation, she also understands a lot. Guan Xiaomeng also muttered in secret. The other side perhaps will give her hints. Who knows? So many days down, calm and quiet, a little thing did not happen. She suspected that their charm is not out of date. How could she know that Xu Kun was not without ideas, but did not have the time to implement them, solely because of the many car model girls around her? Time was rushed, which still had the opportunity to tease her. A graduate of the Butler Academy, a high school student. Alright, since it's time,
let's get going. The four of them went downstairs together in the hotel's special car, and arrived at the airport through the winding highway.
The stylish and elegant Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road.
The suited chauffeur pulled open the door, and Guan Xiaoming, who was in OI professional attire, got out of the car, followed by the tall and beautiful two women, as well as Xu Kun. Their line was quite eye-catching, but no one would care. Xu Kun shook hands with the driver, followed by Guan Xiaoming. He looked at the fashionable long-legged beauty in front of him. Miss Guan, these days trouble you. You have the opportunity to come to Tiandu City to travel. Then I will definitely make you happy by hosting. This is my duty. I will definitely go when I have the chance. Guan Xiaoming looked deeply at him and let go of his hand. Coming in front of the two women, he smiled at them. It was supposed to be a one-night scenic affair, but someone had invested in unnecessary feelings, and Xu Kun had to set the tone for this matter. Before Xu Kun could open his mouth, the warm silhouette with fragrant wind pounced on his arms, only to hear, "Be safe on the road. I will always keep you in my heart." The woman in front of her, elegant and gentle, delicate face shed teardrops, her eyes red. Xu Kun wiped away those tears, and put a 100,000 yuan check into her palm. "There is something you can contact me. To be honest, in addition to my mom, you are the first girl who shed tears for me. This word and money." Is Xu Kun to the woman in front of him to his feelings of gift, he said when the words, past life and present life.
Minning is the first girl for him to shed tears.
Minning laughed, blown pink face with pout. "Liar. In front of this bad guy, so gentle and handsome and money,
and so crumbs and ruthless, how can they be the first girl to shed tears for him?
Maybe the other side in school. There are countless girls for its gloomy tears. However, even though no Xu Kun said is false, but she still joy. This bad guy gave her promise. It represents, she Minning still have a chance, even if it is not girlfriend-wife." Xu Kun did not explain, just stabilized her lips. Well, lipstick is cherry flavor. After resolving Minning, Xu Kun looked at Lin Shasha. This niece was wearing a beige suit dress, the beautiful lines of the body to show the tall, a pair of ivory long legs stepping on Chelsea leather boots. Looks very sexy. Do you want to shake hands, or do you want a hug?
Lin Shasha blinked her beautiful eyes, first stretching out her plain hand and shaking his before wringing Xu Kun's waist,
saying with a hint of exasperation, "Goodbye, crumbly male villain. I'll miss you. Think of me. Then come to find me in Sky City. I will let you see what is called strength." Xu Kun was beside her earlobe, blowing a hot breath. "Humph. I don't believe it. You wait for the opportunity. I must." With that, this 10-day journey ended. Xu Kun waved at them and disappeared into the crowd with a steady pace. People and things in the world, just like a mirror, the things that can really be preserved forever. In the end, who is not clear. Xu Kun, who had just left, was perhaps a little frustrated because of Min Ying's feelings, but with the shapely, long-legged stewardesses in the first-class cabin coming into view, his mood then improved again. "Sir, what kind of drink do you need? Coffee, juice or green tea?" Half squatting down, the skirt of the blue and white uniform, the long black silk legs, everything was so attractive. "Juice, please." Xu Kun took it and gave her a handsome and charming smile, then looked at his cell phone. "The voyage is a bit far. Find something fun to kill time. It is not unavoidable, and today's first-class people are still especially less." Xu Kun has the idea of that word, but perhaps the beautiful stewardess is used to seeing him such a handsome man. It has been the flight landing are not beautiful things happen. Let him a little disappointed. It seems to sit on the plane with him to buy a sports car is almost the same, but also the kind of chartered aircraft or their own private planes to recruit stewardesses to. Okay, private airplane stewardess. I'm afraid it takes a long time. Xu Kun rested his chin. His eyes looked at the night sky under the Sky City. Compared to Guangzhou is another kind of prosperity. Familiar people are here. His business empire will also go from here to the world. Chapter 41. Time before vacation. January 11th.
Tiandu University was mongering in the early morning.
A lot of local students ate their breakfast and went inside. Due to the approaching winter vacation,
the nearby morning market was much colder.
At this time,
an orange-colored supercar like a summer aurora borealis slowly drove through the school gate in the eyes of the surprised crowd.
F***CK. What kind of car is this? So bright? Lamborghini Gallardo. I heard something about the extinct version. Right, very collectible. Which dog big young man is this again? Seems to be the gentleman who drove the Ferrari before. Right, well so a few days have not seen. It seems to be to buy a car to go drive the Lamborghini into the school.
Xu Kun came to the classroom that has not been seen for many days.
A glance is slightly familiar with the classmates. Bought a car again. Ka.
Xu Kun walked past a row of tables and said lightly,
"The news traveled fast enough. Lamborghini Gallardo, or orange,
to not be so tortured.
Headache, on this starting gap. How can we compare these latter-day ones? What day? Rich, can be really good. There are boys half a day cannot evaluate what. Stifled out this sentence, after sitting in the position. 3 roommates as usual hanging like, in addition to sighing his family is really rich, the rest is full of jealousy envy color. Kun do you still have sisters? Lack of brothers? I am 1,000 times eager to become relatives with you, Li Xiaowen said with a shameless face. Sorry, I am an only child. Then you like demons? No. I can shell out money to invite brother one to take a trip to Thailand and fulfill his wish. Ho Chang also came over and said with a smile, you get the hell out of here. The 4 of them heckled for a while, waiting for the professor to come over to class before stopping, and the morning class was spent in Xu Kun playing with his cell phone. At noon Xu Kun ignored the invitation of the 3 goods to go to dinner, but came to the parking lot to find Qin Lu who had been waiting here for a long time. When did you come back and didn't come to me? A meeting. She took Xu Kun's arm, intimate pouting. Waterfall hair scattered looks very beautiful. Looking for you to do what? Eat peaches? Xu Kun pinched Qin Lu's pink face and rubbed it like a ragdoll. Nasty nah. Qin Lu waved her pink fist and lightly whacked his arm. Then her gaze went to the orange Lamborghini on the parking space. Is this the new car you bought? Would you believe me if I said I rented it? Qin Lu gave him a blank look, took out her cell phone and handed it to Xu Kun as she stood in front of the car and posed herself. It was only after 10 minutes that she sat in the passenger side, contentedly holding her cell phone, admiring the pictures of the fragrant car and the beautiful people, the scenery on both sides of the road constantly regressing, and together they went out of the campus under the watchful eyes of the students on the side of the road. Xu Kun took her to the place. Is a gourmet restaurant, long ago reserved a good position, arrived and began to order food. The two chatted and waited for the food, during which Xu Kun also knows about the main things that happened in the school recently. Not long after the food came up, Qin Lu and took several photos, sent to the circle of friends, and with the caption boyfriend came back and invited me to eat the first meal. Delicious, followed by pictures of colorful dishes. Is it the gourmet restaurant in the south of the city? I've been wanting to eat there for a long time, but I don't have the money. Is it so good to have a boyfriend? Keep showing off. Waiting for my family that, playing finish back. I also go a trip. Chatting with her sisters, Qin Lu put down her cell phone and concentrated on enjoying the meal. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Xu Kun across the table from time to time, and the corner of her mouth showed a silly sweet smile. What's wrong? Xu Kun, who was quite sensitive to sight catching, looked at her in disbelief. Nothing. Nah, taste this. Qin Lu used her own spoon to dig a spoonful of cake, her left hand resting on her fragrant cheeks handed over. What the hell? It's delicious. After a meal that lasted more than half an hour, coming out of the Western restaurant, Xu Kun was just about to go to his car when he was shaken by Qin Lu tugging on his sleeve and heard her murmur. The scenery of this road is quite nice yet. Let's stroll around. She blinked a pair of pretty eyes, looking over with a bit of serenity. Xu Kun knew that she was afraid that she had something to say, and nodded his head since there was no reason not to. They were a handsome couple, walking arm in arm along the roadside, lined with stores and stores, passing pedestrians and running vehicles, very much a second nature feeling. Actually, I've been a little scared lately. Scared of what? Qin Lu pursed her lips, pretty delicate face full of complex color. You are so good. I deserve you? Xu Kun looked at her eyes, as if nothing happened, asked up. Is not someone said something to you? No, it's the days you left. The brain thinks too much. You're so handsome and so good. I'm afraid I can't catch you. After all, I'm not good at anything else except looking a little prettier. Qin Lu put herself this time, thought of the problem in one word. Don't think too much. Say pretty is a big advantage. Like pretty and gentle girls, you just meet. Xu Kun held her shoulders, looking straight into those bright eyes. Comforting. There are a lot of pretty and gentle girls. I believe that there are also many girls who will become gentle for you. This is true. When he was playing with those car model ladies in Guangzhou, there were some of their suitors calling over, facing Xu Kun, and the tone of the suitors. It was very different. Heart this way, but Xu Kun did not say out, and even the expression did not change. He can see out now. Qin Lu, very a little bit of frightened deer-like, terrified. The other side needs is comfort and commitment. Comfort he has, commitment that is impossible. Not to mention that he did not have the idea of marriage before the age of 30. Even if there is also do not know with whom to marry. You mean, let me kick you now and go find another gentle and pretty girl? Xu Kun said to her jokingly. Which is? Xu Kun laughed a few times, pulling her soft vain hand. You are now idle. Nothing to think so much what to do. Go, I will take you to the sports. Tired will not think of these. Have no. Where to exercise? Gym? Guess. Afternoon class. Qin Lu also did not go, but with Xu Kun in the hotel's senior suite to learn the fitness movement, such as splits a word horse or something. This learning is most of the day. More than 7 o'clock in the evening, Xu Kun only from the hotel down, driving a Lamborghini sports car,
came to the roadside stall and the eyes of the passers-by surprised, and 3 roommates converged to eat. There are still 3 days on vacation. Before you leave, call all the people to get together again? Receiving the chili sauce handed over by Lee Seo-won, Xu Kun said thank you, and used his chopsticks to clip a piece of chicken to eat. I'm casual. See you guys. Ho Chang hemmed and hawed. With your words, then definitely must gather You left these days brothers several have lost weight. Wei Dongming also nodded his head in agreement. Xu Kun in the dormitory when the food has always been very good, and every now and then we'll go out to create a big meal. More than eating the seed is also cool. Then what else is there to say? How many people book a time? Call me when the time comes. Xu Kun raised the full juice cup, and the 3 touched. He now for that 10,000 children 1,800 simply do not care. College life light school what is the meaning of the previous is not the conditions, and now naturally how to happy how to come. Otherwise, he would not have been able to. Immediately to Qin Lu to cannon into the hands. Chapter 42 New Forest City. Night market stalls of this small gathering. The 4 people meal ate to more than 9 o'clock on their own separate. In the case of Xu Kun promised, Li Xiaowen a few study to find which to eat better. After all, is the last meal of winter vacation. Originally, Ho Chang also sent microblogging to ask Xu Kun it, but get is random this sentence. Well Xu Kun can be random, but they have to be careful of few brothers, and Xu Kun in the flow between the company and the school. Close to the new year all kinds of things have to be arranged, in order to wait for the development of the next year. At the same time, he also had to pay attention to the situation of Ruan Qi, so the time went by day. Soon came to the afternoon of November 14th. In the words of the brothers, after 6 o'clock, is a free man. Li Xiaowen 3 people have long been well prepared, but with Xu Kun reported the situation of the gathering. This time to come to the people really quite a lot. Male and female students combined 17 people, are usually play better. Playing the cell phone Xu Kun thought about it, opened his mouth and said, then the Bohin Hotel, next to the KTV after eating dinner is not addictive. To that and then sing. You say it, I will immediately send a message there to gather. Eating is mainly eat atmosphere. In addition to some really special hotel restaurant, there is really nothing to eat. At the end of the last class, Xu Kun drove a Lamborghini Gallardo and brought Qin Lu to the hotel ahead of time, and tonight her dormitory was also out in full force for dinner. This hotel is the style of the merger of Central Europe, very classical castle feeling. Xu Kun ordered in advance the box, is also the kind of business dinner nature, can completely accommodate all the people to eat together. This is not the first time Xu Kun with the crowd to get together, willing to come basically in the agreed point of time before the arrival of all, not willing to come at all do not need to wait. Ordered the food. After waiting for half an hour, the waitress served a variety of dishes up, a wide range of sumptuous meal. Chicken, duck, fish and meat is essential, as well as lobster and abalone and whatnot. At the same time there are boxes of beer. Ho Chang a few boys clamored. Anyway, tomorrow is also a holiday. Must knock down a few cannot catch the train to do. The atmosphere is very lively. A lot of people baked quite in place, coupled with the fact that there is really nothing tomorrow. Beer is a bottle after a bottle. Some girls also women dry cup, especially those 2 girls from Liaodong in Ji province, drinking with such bravado that the boys were afraid even when they saw them. Awesome. This is the first time I've seen a girl so capable of drinking. Qin Lu was beside her with her eyes wide open as she watched the girl from Liaodong blow up a bottle of beer in one gulp before receiving a warm round of applause. What's the point of getting drunk and not moving? Xu Kun commented. Qin Lu gave him a blank look and picked up a piece of sweet cake with her chopsticks and stuffed it into Xu Kun's mouth. This meal was a long time to eat, mainly spelled more alcohol, especially the boys all drink full of red, originally booked to go singing, but see everyone in this situation. Xu Kun gave back to school to rest, or go across the street to the purple spa, for the semester drew to a close. The 2 choices are not difficult to give the answer. Both boys and girls are decided to go to the spa first before anything else. As for tomorrow can catch the transportation home, that is to say, Quinn is awesome, then what else to say directly to the clubhouse I want 3. Xu Kun in front of the lead walking, smiled and said, this is a formal clubhouse, who if molested miss was beaten by others, I cannot care. What is the meaning of the formal, to go to the informal? Hey, don't forget, there are still girls here. The crowd joked and laughed and came to the Purple Light Spa Club. A group of 17 people made the club's receptionist busy. This spa club has a lot of programs, Chinese massage, push-back, acupuncture and so on. There are other sauna, steamer what, let a person dazzling. Xu Kun gave them a person to buy a 688 yuan medium package, just as a piggy bank. Let these boys and girls to play by themselves. Before leaving Ho Chang also ran over to him, twisting and turning to ask, this will all have what special services? What kind of special service do you want? Ho Chang said righteously,
I've been in college for a year, so at least I have to understand the true reason of men. These words made Xu Kun speechless for a while. He shook his head. I'm not sure about this. If you have an idea, you can ask yourself privately.
Ho Chang, who was nudged, nodded his head slightly and went to choose his own technician lady with a face of deep thought.
Xu Kun and Xin Lu did not in the club spa.
The hotel bathroom can accommodate several people's spa. Why spend those wasted money? Not to mention that tomorrow the two are going to be separated.
Must cherish tonight's time. The next day, more than 9 o'clock,
the two people who slept until almost noon started to leave the hotel. Xin Lu accompanied Xu Kun to pack up his things, and rode the company's car to the high-speed train station.
Mr. Su, driving the company driver, from the trunk to take the bag out. Very simple luggage, just a LV black shoulder bag. I'm leaving, when will you arrive home? Also give me a message back. Xin Lu slightly nodded, hugged him a little. Beautiful eyes watched Xu Kun disappeared in the line of sight. There were a lot of students leaving on vacation today, even if Xu Kun had booked tickets in advance. The second-class hard seats were almost not booked. This high-speed rail journey takes about 5.5 hours. Xu Kun's destination is Xinlin City, belonging to the most marginal third-tier city in Tiannan province, the kind that is not valued, and the consumption level is barely okay. High-speed rail to the station. After checking the ticket, into the cabin to find a seat and sit down, also heralded the beginning of the road home. Carriage sitting in a lot of people. A big half are students. Coincidentally, Xu Kun right seat is a girl. Face value in the 85 points of the kind. Khaki trench coat was taken off and held in the arms. Lace yarn sweater and tight jeans collocation. Slender body. Looks very tall. A pair of thin legs curled up casually. This girl is wearing a white headset. Is watching a Japanese anime. Xu Kun swept the eyes have not seen. Along the way is very calm. Xu Kun is not closed eyes is also playing the phone. As for accosting the side of the girl, he did not think about it. With his old experience, a glance can see which niece easy to be accosted. Sitting next to this, the value is not low, accosted boys absolutely quite a lot. He is now in addition to the value of stronger than others, but also did not open the sports car, adding more than wealth, more than 100 million of aura, at most, but also send a good man card. It is a complete waste of time. Two people well water. Until 15:45 p.m., the radio began to call the new forest city arrived. Xu Kun began to carry the bag to go. His side of the girl followed, took the suitcase carrying a pink duffel bag. It seems to also be the new forest city. Arrived at the station. Walking out of the carriage, the outline of the city in the distance in front of his eyes, Xu Kun took a deep breath. In his previous life, he hadn't been home for New Year's Eve for some years. The first time in this life, he sighed with emotion in his heart, took a vigorous step, merged into the crowd and disappeared into the high-speed train station. Chapter 43, Trivia. Su Mingchuan's goddess. Mom here. The crowd at the exit. Xu Kun saw the woman riding a small electric donkey. Although the person had reached middle age, the charm of her youth could still be seen. I'm not mistaken. You've grown taller and more handsome. Wang Jingyun sized up her son for a few moments and casually took his bag and commented, we are late developers. With you and my old man's qualifications, isn't it normal to become taller and more handsome? Xu Kun rode a small donkey with his mom. Mercedes-Benz in the streets, on both sides of the people, vehicles and the slightly old streets. In 2013, the old home is still the same as the memory of the clip. Everywhere is filled with the breath of life. The consumption level is low, is suitable for the retirement of the city. The money that buys a bowl of noodles in Tiandu City can eat well and hold your stomach in Xinlin City. Wang Jingyun nodded slightly. I shouldn't have to worry about finding a daughter-in-law when the time comes. Hearing her words, Xu Kun secretly laughed. He still needs to find a daughter-in-law now? If he needed to, he could immediately pull in a regiment of fair-skinned, long-legged young ladies as wives right now. Stop when you pass by the food market, buy some pork, scallions, and cilantro, and go back to make dumplings for you to eat. Wang Jingyun reminded. Got it. I want to eat your dumplings from mom after so many days outside. I'm blessed to have a mouthful tonight. The big city is not suitable for rich people to live. At least this is the understanding of Xu Kun in his previous life. As for this life, he is destined to be served by countless people. The idea of natural reorganization of the sky and the earth. But he is still full of warmth for such a small city in his hometown. Everywhere is the smoke and fire of the red dust. The vegetable market is a noisy, from all over the world of vegetables, fruits, meat, and the sound of that chopping price. After buying vegetables, riding a donkey and ran for 10 minutes, before arriving at the neighborhood here belongs to the kind of some years of the house. Not too remote road, but also very quiet at night. In addition to some of the neighborhood, with children's grandmothers and grandfathers outside. Not many people. Their family of 3 snail in this 96 square feet of house. Not spacious but absolutely appropriate. Back home, Xu Kun skillfully from the refrigerator to take out a tomato nibbled up. Where's my dad? Only come back at night? 4 o'clock class. Cut. His only son back. Also do not go to meet. His dad is now in a clothing factory when the maintenance section of the section chief usually also have the habit of night shift. The salary is enough in the city of Xinlin, coupled with the identity of the mother of this teacher. Xu Kun family's standard of living can be. Xu Kun took the onion at the table peeling. The heart is thinking, is not supposed to take out a part of the money at home to invest in some business. Dad and mom's work although also can, but ultimately not as good as their own when the boss. But these two people also did not do anything else, and invest in what business, but also to be considered. At the same time where his money comes from, also have to explain. Good trouble. Oh, onions washed without, hurry to bring me over. Oh, mother and son busy dinner, until 7 o'clock in the afternoon to start the pot. In the middle of Xu Kun was also asked by the mother of some of the things in the university. There is no favorite girl law, school life, and so on. Xu Kun of course cannot tell the truth. To know that he left home after the life of the prodigal, guaranteed to serve the family law, eat the fragrant dumplings, leave some in the refrigerator to leave the father. Xu Kun went into the bedroom, a very ordinary room, table, chair, bed, 3 of the most important. There is no window, it looks very narrow, compared to the Wenjiang garden mansion is simply a day a place, but Xu Kun felt very at ease. Compared to living in a mansion when not embracing a beautiful girl tax not realize, he is familiar with every inch of this place. Lying on his bed, he considered the idea of investing in a business in his hometown. Xu Kun recalled the memories in his mind and racked his brain to figure out a few routes. Let's discuss it tomorrow. January 16th, 6:50 a.m. A family of 3 was eating breakfast. Opposite Xu Kun was the tall and robust Xu Tianjin, with a dark complexion and a very slightly serious-looking expression. Dad, how's the business of the garment factory these days? Half dead. Orders have been that way. Production does not go up to earn money. This year's National Day Mid-Autumn Festival did not send something. I heard that next year is also ready to take a group of people on vacation. Xu Tianjin glanced at his son. How do you want to go into work? In addition to my high school graduation vacation that January, this life I have decided not to work for anyone, have ambition. Chat a few more sentences. After breakfast Wang Jingyun go to work, while Xu Tianjin go to the bedroom to catch up on sleep. Xu Kun was called out by the high school period. Back home really no fun at all. Xu Kun heartspit. If it is in the field, he is now sure to be left and right, which will play with these boys. In the morning and a few close high school classmates get together. Lunch he excused himself and returned home to begin to prepare for the investment. He remembers the latter part of the industry in Xinlin City. The clothing industry is the most hot and the technical content is not high. There is a foreign investors on the acquisition of many clothing factories, merged into a large clothing enterprises. Selling out of the clothes of the degree of profit is quite high. At present, Xu Kun cannot afford to engage in large, but small factories can always, and know that there is such a piece of cake in front of us. Do not seize the opportunity to eat some, but also let others get down. That is not stupid. Xu Kun rubbed his head. If the investment in clothing, which is another item of spending money, after careful calculation can barely take down. Entrepreneurship is really not easy. With the idea, you have to prepare to choose to acquire which clothing factory is better. As for sales channels also have to find a good, and what other messy, have to consider perfect. These things naturally Xu Kun will not do all on their own. The company has so many under them. Supporting them is not in the dry rice, although not a few days after the start of the new year. In addition to the investment, Xu Kun also bought a white Maserati, used as a means of transportation, priced at 680,000 yuan of luxury cars. For him now is a small amount of money. Unfortunately, at present, have not been able to find a beautiful woman to accompany him to try the performance of this car. In the end, whether it works. A few days after the arrival of the new year, the units collectively on vacation. Xu Kun's family to go back to the countryside to pay tribute to his grandparents. This thing every year, not only their family, but also a few other siblings of his dad. This is the car you bought? The couple looked at the stylish and trendy Maserati in front of them, and collectively looked at Xu Kun. Wang Jingyun and the two of them weren't that old-fashioned, so they naturally knew what kind of car it was. Don't look at me like that. Okay, let's say on the road. The couple looked at each other, put the things with the trunk, and then Dad sat in the passenger side. Mom sat behind. The two looked at Xu Kun skillfully playing the steering wheel, slowly sailed out of the neighborhood. Explain. In fact, it is also casually fool chant. Anyway, he did not break the law. In short, the dad and mom to the old house, or a pensive expression. 9 a.m. Maserati into the village. Came to a brand new yard in front of this old Xu family land next to the already parked a number of electric cars, black cars and a SUV. the last generation is not much else. That is, more brothers and sisters. Xu Kun's dad, this family of 6 people. Every time back is full. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Maserati. Who drives? Not yet come. Just the old 3 family. Hit the jackpot this is. Xu Kun parked the car.
The face to restore calm Wang Jingyun and Su Tianjin pushed open the car door and walked out. Began to exchange pleasantries with a group of relatives.
Xu Kun, on the other hand, went to their juniors. Like him, there are not many who went to college.
Basically all stepped into the society or just high school students.
Kun D. When did your family buy a Maserati?
This car has to be over $500,000.
Right? Su Mingchuan, the eldest son of the eldest uncle's family, looked at the luxury car with an envious face, and at the same time, he also wondered how Xu Kun's family could afford to buy this kind of car with their family's background. In the 6 siblings, their family is considered the most powerful. In the city opened a small hotel, not to mention, Dad is still the head of the contracting team. The family has a small asset, but in front of this kind of luxury car, still can only bow their heads. All landed down 680,000 yuan. Xu Kun said casually. His eyes looked at the young woman beside him. His eyes showed a hint of foreign light. This is your sister-in-law, my girlfriend, Luo Yishir. Stop. I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend. The woman did not give the slightest face to the words, so that Su Mingchuan smiled sarcastically and squeezed his eyebrows at Xu Kun for a while. The woman in front of him had a good figure and a high face value, with a melon-shaped pretty face, and diaphanous eyebrows and eyes that had a haughty aura, the same as the one Xu Kun encountered when he met Qin Lu. Her height is not lower than Su Mingchuan. There is a 1.73 meters. Cold weather is also wearing a hot white short skirt and sports undershirt, trench coat with, fashionable and sexy, a pair of long legs wrapped in meat silk, stepping on black boots, looks long and straight. Here she is undoubtedly quite dazzling, said Xu Kun did not come before. She stood in the crowd, and did not talk much, cold and playful, with everything around her seems out of place, the same as in the previous life. Xu Kun looked at this leg-long people beautiful fashion girl, because this Luo Yishir, in the previous life when his uncle family can be considered to be tossed not light, this woman is not a good deal, beautiful with a heart, not at all Su Mingchuan play around. As for the previous life Xu Kun certainly also cannot, but in this life, transfer teach 10 she has no problem. Chapter 44 Idle teasing high-speed railgirl, chatting with a bunch of table relatives. Time quickly came to noon, listening to the elders bragging at the dinner table. Boredom through this time. This trip back to his hometown is the same as in his previous life, uneventful without any accidents or changes, except that his family has an extra Maserati to make people fall down. As for where the money to buy the car, Su Tianjin and Wang Jingyun had to put Xu Kun fool them words, implicitly said all over they. This child invested in a small business during the school year, did not expect to earn. Well, the small business earned a Maserati money. Everyone is very surprised, can only marvel at this college students are really not cover. After marveling, this matter is also unveiled. After all, only a few $100,000. If it is millions of tens of millions of anything, Xu Kun dare to guarantee that from now on, then their relatives guaranteed to flip 10 times no problem. This is the world of human feelings. Most of the world is for the sake of profit, no matter with or without, will be close to a little more than 4 p.m. Xu Kun's family before going back. Boring relatives party finally ended. He can also be busy with their own things. Girlfriend, the company's business, have to contact one by one, and the acquisition of clothing factory plans, also under his supervision on the agenda. Busy one okay, idle Xu Kun, brightly with 18-year-old youthful exuberant body shell, but the soul is from the latter days of domestic and foreign inculcation for many years of crumbs mail. Nothing to do, is undoubtedly a kind of torture. There are still a few days from the new year. He did not want to lie at home. He found an excuse to drive a Maserati to go out and travel. New Forest City, although it is a third-tier city, but there are a lot of tourist attractions to enjoy. And then again Xu Kun is mainly for the sake of dispersal. As with the self-driving tour, no purpose along the highway to drive forward. Pleasant and melodious songs lively from the car windows fly outward. White fashion models of Maserati running on the bridge, winding road on both sides of the forest and cross the river. 3 days of time. Xu Kun drove to Siki Mountain. Some years of monuments. Hit the shrimp town. The town is its name from a high altitude as if lying on the prawns, is a famous food area, and right next to the highway service area. The flow of people has been quite a lot. Driving out of the shrimp town, Xu Kun get off the gas to buy water. Maybe it is fate like happened to meet the last high-speed rail homegirl. Several days have not eaten meat. He, habitually rushed, do not know what the name of the chick. Said hello. Quite a coincidence. Beautiful girl. Also come out to swim? The girl may also have an impression of him, but his face is a little ugly. Squeeze out a smile and nodded. After greeting Xu Kun was ready to leave, the other party hesitated and said, "That handsome man, can you lend me your cell phone?"
To strangers to borrow a cell phone. Most of the cases, whether it is the latter days or now in 2013,
many people will be very cautious,
because many guys do that kind of grab the phone and run routine.
The girl may see him a bit hesitant, hasten to say, "I lost my bag, maybe stolen, nothing on the body."
I would have wanted to cheeky to go to the supermarket to borrow a phone.
It's okay, I just feel quite coincidental, just like the plot in the urban drama. Xu Kun smiled and handed the phone over.
The girl sighed in relief and thanked him for calling home in front of him.
A few minutes later, the girl ruffled her hair around her ears, her face soothed and returned the phone. "Thanks, you're welcome, this shows that we are quite destined," Xu Kun casually said. "Did your family come over to pick it up?" "Well, it's a headache, to go to the restroom to turn around. The bag can be gone.
I bought a new Apple phone."
Sister face of grief,
want to cry without tears, said.
"Where is your home?" "Xinyang Avenue over there." "You, East 3rd Street.
"Oh,
I've been there, my high school bestie is living there." "Coming from Xinlin, it's at least a 2-hour drive, and it'll be dark by the time your family gets here, right?" "It's okay,
I'll just wait at the service station next to me."
Xu Kun left hand inserted pockets and she walked and chatted,
looked at the gloomy sky. "I will immediately drive back to Xinlin.
If you do not mind,
you can take my car to go."
"Ang? Take your car?"
Zhou Xinrui eyed the boy she met for the second time in front of her, and when she took a closer look, her face value was high,
her temperament was bright,
and her upright body coupled with fair skin made her a handsome man who made people's hearts flutter,
and didn't look like a bad person.
She also didn't want to wait here until the evening, so she didn't hesitate too much.
"Is this okay? What's not to like?"
"As long as you're not afraid that I'm a bad guy."
Xu Kun came up with a joke. The corner of Zhou Xinrui's mouth curled up, clenching her pink fists. Her pretty face arrogantly said, "Don't worry, I grew up from elementary school taekwondo. Dealing with 1 or 2 bad guys is absolutely no problem." Xu Kun laughed, slightly nodded. "In that case, then let's go. I see the sky color later, I'm afraid it will rain. By the way, I still don't know your name?" "Zhou Xinrui. What about you?" "Quite a nice name, Xu Kun."
The two simply exchanged.
In Xu Kun, this experienced guy intentionally idle tease, soon familiarized. One of the most important after Zhou Xinrui sat on that Maserati. In Xinlin City, such a third-tier city, 2013, there is such a more than 600,000 yuan car family, especially few. Zhou Xinrui was dressed in a dress that was also considered very material, and her family situation was solid. But after sitting in the Maserati, she also got nervous, and she carefully surveyed the interior. "This is the latest Maserati, right? Can't see that your family is quite rich." Xu Kun looked at her eyes. "This niece has a slender figure, wearing a fitted knit skirt with a trench coat on the outside. The trimmed body is very slim, a pair of smoky boots wrapped around the legs, the fashionable glamour embellished incomparably compelling. My family has no money. The money to buy a car is my own earned." The corner of Zhou Xinrui's mouth skimmed, a face of disbelief. "To earn a Maserati money, you think you look handsome, you can cheat me? Don't believe?" Xu Kun looked at her with a few urges, pulled out his cell phone and said, "To tell you the truth, this car is one of my cheapest. I also have a Ferrari 458, a Lamborghini Big Bull, a Lamborghini Gallardo. These sports cars, my dad and mom don't even know it." "Your joke is getting bigger and bigger." "Really?"
Zhou Mirei frowning eyebrows listening to what he said. Originally also have a few good feelings for Xu Kun. It. The other side of these led her.
This is? Looked at that 12,123 traffic control below the car model.
She froze, one by one carefully and look. Plus Xu Kun flipped some photos of the phone. Zhou Mirei swallowed up saliva. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the young boy beside her.
You're not kidding. When did I say I was joking? That's a sports car, a Ferrari, Lamborghini sports car. Something that's several $1 million. Zhou Mirei took a deep breath, feeling like she was dreaming. Her beautiful eyes blinked without blinking as she stared at the boy in front of her. To be precise, these 3 cars add up to $17 million. Chapter 45, to create opportunities for yourself. This is too crazy. Zhou Xinrui couldn't help but purse her lips. The beautiful legs under the hem of her skirt rubbed a little, and her head melon was incomparably confused as she stared at the young boy beside her. Did she meet the second generation of some top group? No. This guy just said that the money was earned by him. Zhou Xinrui pinched his face, confirmed the fact that he did not dream, could not help but swallow a little saliva. I cannot believe it. Your money to buy a sports car is a little too that. Might as well exist in the bank to eat interest. Is this a lot of money? My company is able to make a profit of a few $1 million every month, and I'll earn it back in a year. Zhou Xinrui. People are more angry than people. This guy is only how old?
He just said just on the first year of college. He opened his own company is really unimaginable.
Anyway, I want to have money. Surely honestly save. Zhou Xinrui blinking eyes, curious asked. I do not know what kind of business you are doing. Surprisingly can earn so much money? Farming, milk tea, and the internet, those three to be exact.
Oh, Zhou Xinrui slightly nodded her head,
with an expression of understanding and not knowing what you're talking about. Xu Kun didn't care.
His purpose of saying this was nothing more than finding a friend to play with for this winter vacation.
Otherwise,
in front of the girl's face and body is not good at all.
He must be half a sentence will not say more.
The same he himself if there is no point to get out of the skill. This girl is afraid that will not take care of him.
Maserati and playing a beautiful song. Running on the highway, the sky is also gradually dark. The two people chatting while going in the direction of the new forest. The road was not boring, because the environment of a man and a woman made it so, coupled with the fact that Zhou Xinrui was filled with intense curiosity about Xu Kun, questioned sentences from time to time one after another. What? How are you sure that the Black Earth chicken must make money? Sweet honey milk tea if smashed what to do? Just so confident. Xu Kun also properly loaded a wave of cups in front of her,
packaging himself as a real young and talented entrepreneur with incomparable potential,
with an excellent and energetic gaze. Give people a kind of living 18 years but more intelligent than others living 40 years. This is genius, right? Zhou Xinrui sighed in her heart as she looked at the fair face from the side. The more she looked at it, the more handsome it became, so that people couldn't help but stare at it.
We're almost there.
Let's go have a meal first and then send you back. Ah, Zhou Xinrui,
whose heart was flooded with other thoughts,
didn't react for a moment,
waiting for Xu Kun to repeat the sentence again before she nodded slightly.
According to her tastes, Xu Kun shows a better kind of Western restaurant in the city, is considered the most grade, French atmosphere decoration. There is a classicism style.
The dishes are also pure Western food, but the taste is completely localized.
Eating is a surface.
But Zhou Xinrui does not understand these.
The menu deliberately written out in Chinese and French text and that price.
All let her anxious very much.
What kind of spaghetti costs 799 renminbi a piece? Lebanon chicken salad, what the hell is this? Just a small bowl. It costs 278 yuan. Chocolate black truffle pine ice cream. Just this, $99 a copy. It's expensive, but it tastes really good. Slowly eat Zhou Xinrui. Look at the opposite guy. Bland expression. Moves with a sense of calm elegance. Obviously on these foods. Is used to eating. The night is misty. The street outside the restaurant has the hustle and bustle of the traffic. The breeze blowing up the hair. Zhou Xinrui's mind is still thinking about the meal just now. A total of 796 yuan spent. Her monthly college living expenses were only $500 for this meal. Spit out a cloudy breath. A tall and slender shadow under the street lamp slanting lone.
That does not have stockings legs. Under the protection of the trench coat half exposed his section. The deception of the snow is very good looking. My house is just in front.
You don't need to send. How? Still afraid I know your home address? Xu Kun laughed. What this time over their car more.
This car accidentally scraped how to do. Zhou Xinrui did not have the good taste to white his eyes.
Okay, time is not early. I will send here. You go back to rest early. Well, you are also.
Zhou Xinrui hands inserted in the pocket of the windbreaker, walked forward a few steps,
then seemed to think of something, twisted his head. Alas, we have not added contact information. When I have time to invite you to dinner, to express gratitude. No need. Something on the way. How can that be? Your micro signal. Cell phone number. Is there a pen? She ran back again, asked the boss of the store next to her to borrow a pen, and wrote down the contact information before letting Xu Kun go. This day's events, for Zhou Xinrui is like hitting the jackpot. It is incredible. After returning home, and parents said to hit the hitchhiker back to the matter. After dinner she lay on the bed, in the hands of the person's contact information, eyes closed, mind think of all. The conversation in the car on the highway.
18 years old to open the company, earn millions of dollars a month.
Gosh, the world actually have such a person. Proud slender carcass of body in the fluffy bedding, like dumplings rolling around. Zhou Xinrui mouth smiling, do not know what to laugh, but she is happy. Grinding around on the bed for a while, she was like looking for someone to talk to, but the cell phone was lost. This time it was more than 2200 hours at night again, and the cell phone store had long been closed. Forget it, tomorrow. Close your eyes and prepare to sleep, but then you can't sleep. The shadow of that person seems to have taken root, from time to time floating in Zhou Rui's mind, off and on until the early hours of the morning. She was swept away by fatigue and slept until more than 9 o'clock in the morning, when her parents yelled at her to wake up. Rui, going to your grandmother's house today? Are you going? Zhou Xinrui sat at the dining table, wolfing down her breakfast. and said without looking back, "Not going, I still have to buy a cell phone later." "You can't go to grandma's house if you go buy a cell phone?" "Oops, I have other things to do," Zhou Xinrui muttered, hurriedly solved the breakfast, returned to the bedroom and carefully chose a set of clothes to return, then went out the door, going downstairs out of the neighborhood. After walking for about 20 minutes, she came to an Apple cell phone store, and after choosing a cell phone with a card, Zhou Xinrui from the pocket of the jeans, took out the folded paper. "It is last night that guy's contact information." With a smile on the corner of her mouth, she entered her cell phone number into it, and the beeping dialing sound rang out. "Hello, who is it?" "Me. Introduce your identity." "I know who you are." Xu Kun's displeased voice came over very clearly. "What? One night has not arrived yet. You can forget me." "Really good." Zhou Xinrui pouted, very unhappy, thanks to her getting up early in the morning. "Bought a cell phone to be the first to call him." "Please, you said well early, my company thinks so much." Forget. Is my wrong?" "Where are you?" "Free, today I happen to be okay, we together skate around." "I'm in front of the shopping mall on this side of Xuanyang Road. If you can rush over in 10 minutes, I'll have time." Zhou Xinrui held her cell phone, her slender legs kicking the small stones on the side of the road, humming arrogantly. "Okay, be right there." Chapter 46. Nearly $20,000 for lunch. The weather is a little cold, the branches have frost wrapped around them, and the sunlight drifts down from the side of the wall. Zhou Xinrui rubbed her hands, looking left and right, wondering, muttered, "That guy, why not come over?" Not more than a few seconds later, a familiar white Maserati, slowly coming from the end of the street, half-open windows is Xu Kun. "It's been 10 minutes. Zhou Xinrui, hands inserted in the pocket, pink lips beeping, pretty white face is blown by the cold wind of the haze red, with a few points of complaint said, "No way, traffic jam waiting for her to sit on the car slowly into the traffic. Xu Kun casually put next to the bag, handed over. "This is hot milk tea. You make up for the heat." Zhou Xinrui would have been cold. Milk tea in the hands of a cheeky smile. "Then I'm not polite." "Well, tastes so good? $33 a bottle. There are calories and energy. Rich people nah." The two chatted idly and soon arrived at the South Lake theme park, barely a feature of Xinlin City. The main night scene was still in the summer, now in the winter. The lake is frozen, not to mention, the surrounding is even more bare. In addition to some forest trees, running fitness people, it is difficult to have any characteristics. Also fortunately, Xu Kun's biggest aura has long let this niece know, even if the two casually strolling idle chat, the other party has a great interest, or this appointment to play will really end in embarrassment. "I heard that the municipal government, ready to give the South Lake Park replanning to adjust a little bit of. Now the scenery is too monotonous," Zhou Xinrui eloquently said. "They do not know from where to hear the inside information. Those leaders have this idea is good. The city is basically no fun place. Sometimes boys and girls dating cannot find the place of love." Xu Kun nodded his head in agreement, while a pair of eyes were sizing up the girl in front of him. High nose, pink moist thin lips, no binding hair, scattered shoulders. Due to the cold weather she wore today is a tweed blazer, white style inside with a small black skirt. Even the dolphin cannot keep the kind of dolphin. Slender snow white legs, as if carved from jade, wrapped in black night boots. Every step is knocking on the ground, quite wild body in face value. Let a long time have not felt the warmth and softness of Xu Kun's stupid crumbs male mind for a time flow heart, but to be built? Are not sure when. Zhou Xinrui still do not know the side of Xu Kun to fight the mind. Two people only know less than 48 hours. The latter would like to report her on the window. She wants to know, guaranteed to punch in the face of this goods. When I have a successful career, absolutely in Xinlin City, to invest in building a mega park or vacation resort. When you come to play full free, really? Zhou Xinrui Guanxiang Ruashi eyes swept to Xu Kun. Xu Kun stretched out his little thumb and put it in front of her. "Don't believe it, then pulled a hook. You think it's playing house?" Zhou Xinrui's face slightly reddens a bit, her shell teeth biting the straw of the milk tea bottle. She also stretches out her plain white hand and he hooks a few times, walking on the side of the road. Frost, snow, forest, sunshine, frozen lakes. Xu Kun took a look at the scenery is good, picked up the cell phone to let her not move, opened the camera to Zhou Xinrui, took a few pictures. With his good skills, Zhou Xinrui looked at it also bright. Interest came up, pulling him to shoot a dozen. From the park to the end, have left the footprints of the two. Sometimes Xu Kun also intentionally used snowballs to hit her a little, causing dissatisfaction pout. In this way, in the teasing of Xu Kun, the old driver, the relationship between the two people became better and better, and the time quickly came to more than 11 o'clock at noon. So soon to noon. "What do you want to eat?" I casually on the line. "By the way, last time said I treat you." Zhou Xinrui looked at the park in front of the free road.
This place is already on the side of the city center area. Nearby are some hotels, Western restaurants of high-end places. Are you sure? There is a newly opened Western restaurant in front. I heard that the chef is coming back from abroad for further training. Then go together to taste it. The corner of Xu Kun's mouth curled up, and he directly chose the most expensive place. Oh, that's fine. Zhou Xinrui secretly prayed that the consumption of this Western restaurant was just the same as last night. Otherwise she was afraid that her private money would not be enough. Just entered the Western restaurant. Immediately there is a white tie waitress to welcome up. Makeup is very formal. Slim jeans stepping on high heels. Seems to carry an elegant atmosphere. This Western-style restaurant is the American retro-industrial ruin style. The restaurant in the middle of the Christmas tree is also a flash of light. Romantic and incomparable. Xu Kun looked at the opposite side of Zhou Xinrui looking at the menu. A distressed expression. Because this newly opened restaurant prices are generally expensive. According to the words of the waiter, their ingredients are air transported. Although the middle of the transfer station before the third-tier city of Xinlin. It's so expensive. It's better to order less. She endured the pain and ordered herself a frightening dumpling, which cost 368 yuan just for that. Aren't you hungry? Just this much? Xu Kun asked knowingly. Zhou Xinrui pretended to have a calm face and said, I ate a bit too much in the morning, so I'll eat less for lunch. As you wish. In the morning I ran over without eating for your 10 minutes. I have to eat more. Xu Kun said under the vicious twitching of the corner of the sister's mouth. He ordered a sizzling Australian Wagyu sirloin steak, a truffle pizza, a tiramisu, a pan-fried foie gras, a New Zealand loin of venison, and lastly a bottle of wine of French origin. Zhou Xinrui rough calculation. Just the other side to eat this meal will have to be a more than 8,000 yuan, and this is still the least. My private money, to be gone. After she finished counting, she completely wanted to cry without tears. To eat a meal to spend more than 8,000. Pure and simple loser. The dishes were served by the waiter. The whole table was full. Xu Kun ate with relish. Zhou Xinrui was difficult to swallow, because these are her hard-earned money. Not good? It's okay. I'm just not hungry. Eat more if you haven't eaten. Zhou Xinrui bit her lip and said, don't look sad. Okay. Reward you with a piece of steak. Hurry up and eat. I'll pay for this meal. Looking at the opposite girl's expression, Xu Kun couldn't bear to tease her anymore, cutting down most of the steak and putting it into the other party's plate. I said I'll pay, then I'll pay. Zhou Xinrui shook her head. Originally I was going to treat you. This meal is over 17,000. Are you sure you want to pay? Ha! More than 10,000. You're not kidding. Zhou Xinrui was directly stunned. How did this drop into more than $10,000? Nearly 20,000 it. The bottle of red wine I want is the 10,099 yuan. The others add up to almost 6,000 more. Xu Kun held his chin and winked at her. Zhou Xinrui's cherry lips slightly opened, took a deep breath. A meal is almost $20,000. Don't you feel pain? My heart is dripping blood now. Xu Kun picked up the wine on the table and gave her a tall glass in front of her, pouring half a cup of wine. You eat first. After eating I will tell you. Seeing that she didn't make a move, he added, don't worry. I'm treating you. I definitely can't finish all of these alone. Hurry up and eat. Zhou Xinrui blinked a little puzzled, but still ate. Anyway, this guy said he was treating. The big deal was that he ended up paying less. Chapter 47. What's the point? So full. After eating, from the Western restaurant out bathing in the sun, warm all over, occasionally blowing the cold winter wind, and added a few points of refreshing. Beautiful messy hair, naive pretty face, spring willow snow general slender waist, exudes a burning charm. Xu Kun look at the eyes, from the slenderness of the measurement to the firmness. Why? See flowers? Zhou Xinrui read with delicate face, gently patted him down, the corner of his mouth with a light smile, as well as a few points for their own body face value confidence of the god. No, I just think that this body collocation is not very reasonable. What? This guy said that he was not dressed well? Zhou Xinrui instantly puffed up. Her body was carefully selected out. How could it not look good? Humph. You are not appreciating taste. Xu Kun shook his head. People can. Clothes are not so good. There happens to be a mall in front. I will personally dress you up. Okay, I would like to see what kind of clothes you can dress up for me. You can say that a girl's studies are not good, and her cooking skills are not great, but you can never provoke the external aspects of their appearance and dress. Xinlin City was a third-tier city, and there were very few luxury goods like those big brands, only some mid-range and high-end brands that were not only updated quickly, but were also more up-to-date with the trends. Xinglong Mall was one of the highest-end shopping malls located near Shuanyan Road, named after a series of items such as clothes, cosmetics, jewelry, and other items from mid to high-end brands. Two people through the elevator, directly to the best brand floor, where girls' sales can also be very idle. A glance at the vast expanse of a floor, almost no much popularity. This white down jacket I look good. Like it? In front of the hanger is a new pearl white down jacket. Thin waist bright, like a short skirt can fall to the model's warped dolphin. Yarn weaving pattern. Very fashionable. Jo Shinrue looked at the label, 5,788 yen. She could not help but bite her lower lip, twisted her head and whispered, put together in his ear, good expensive oh. What is the case this is? More than 5,000 a down jacket? Xu Kun smiled. To serve next to the female sales said, beauty, for my friend to choose a suitable style, let her change to try. Okay, please wait. The saleswoman looked at the man and woman in front of her. The girl was dressed in ordinary clothes, but the clothes on the boy, when she took a closer look, she could see that the style was different from the popular ones, coupled with the other party's words and expression, without the slightest bit of restraint. She vaguely felt that today, I'm afraid I can make a small profit. Why, you want to buy? Xu Kun pushed down her soft and thin waist back, signaling to follow the past. Hurry up and go. Change on let me see. You pay for it, not by change let people say ugh. Jo Shinrue muttered and followed the front. And so the female sales pick after the down jacket, or did not hold back the temptation to change the first 5,000 young of this dress in her life. After changing, she walked out to Xu Kun and rotated her waist to show it left and right. What do you think? The only thing that can be described as fashionable and sexy is. Xu Kun's eyes lit up with luster, and he looked at it from the bottom up. Jo Shinrue today originally wore is biased towards sexy style clothes, and so she took off the small suit jacket to change into a white down jacket, directly covering the upper body. The hem of the down jacket out of the leg a piece of delicate skin, followed by black night boots wrapped in the long and thin legs. Incomparable coordinated collocation. Look at the human heart beating accelerated. Why the world's women's clothing is the most varied, because each piece with a very different senses. A master said well, half hidden half exposed is the most wonderful. Great. Xu Kun clapped, then took out a bank card and handed it to the saleswoman. Just this one. The female sales nodded slightly. Handsome. Your girlfriend's figure is particularly good, quite suitable for the clothes we have here. This side of the area are the latest models, which also have short skirts, tweed trench coats, small suit jackets, thin-legged pants. That'll have to be looked at more. Waiting for the saleswoman to wrap up the down jacket, the two continued to turn around, and Jo Shinrue beamed and complained, you guys are really spending money like water. You dare to buy even if it's so expensive? You do not want? Xu Kun in her face, measured a few rounds, smiled. Ah, you want to give it to me? Jo Shinrue was stunned. Her eyes fluttered. She had some small expectations. After hearing the other party's words, her heartbeat accelerated. Or else. But why such an expensive thing, said Jo Shinrue on cheeks, first rolled up, white neck to the root of the ear are pink, like an apple, with the temptation to want to nibble a bite. Xu Kun also does not do a direct answer, only said a meaningful words, you know, what do I know? You, like me? Jo Shinrue thoughts fluttered. In addition to this she did not know there is something else. Anyway, heard the words of the boys around her. She is a little bit of theft of joy. This is only to know how long. Their own charm conquered him. Humph. Next, Xu Kun did not stop things to take her to buy a number of things. From the 13th floor shopping to the 19th floor, a total consumption of more than 80,000 yuan before subsiding. Down jacket, skirt, coat, snow boots, stockings, skin care products, cosmetics, etc., of which the cheapest one is more than 2,000 yuan. Almost a grand slam shopping, everything. The first time to consume so much Jo Shinrue, the whole person was Xu Kun. This luxury handwriting, smashed dizzy, full down, pretty face like high super, covered with redness, the relationship between the two, with a rocket to describe also worse, afternoon sunset evening light, as if broken gems like sprinkling the corner of the carpet, strolling tired Xu Kun and Jo Shinrue, looking for a cafe, drinking hot coffee and chatting. I calculated, you spent 100,000 plus yuan today. Jo Shinrue, two white index fingers superimposed, made a 10-word, moving white face, with an indescribable luster, very bright and attractive. My heart now is still not calmed down, thumping. Today's experience is unforgettable for me for life. Listening to the girl's rambling words, Xu Kun finished the last mouthful of coffee and looked at her. In the future, there will be more unforgettable things for you. Look forward to it. What things? Jo Shinrue curiously looked her eyes over. Xu Kun didn't say anything, but like a scanner, he swept his eyes up and down over her, starting with those big white legs first, being looked at in such an odd way. Within a few seconds of effort, Jo Shinrue's mind surfaced bad images. She was not some extraordinarily pure, pink really girl, Association was also very rich. Hate it. Don't look at me with these thirsty eyes. Jo Shinrue hurriedly put the back of her hand in front of Su Kuan's eyes, yelling, "You this bad guy, just with me familiar with the start of other ideas law, not allowed to think of." Su Kuan did not say anything, just a light smile to see, in front of the slender legs of the fashionable beauty. Chapter 48 New Year's Eve is really busy. Outside the Maserati was the deep night sky and the reflected city, and the side windows could see a brightly lit residential building. I'm going back. Jo Shinrue on the co-pilot ruffled her hair, looked outside, and said to Su Kuan who had sent her back, "Rest early." Su Kuan nodded slightly and looked at her. "Before you leave, don't leave anything behind?" "Leave what?" asked by Su Kuan. Jo Shinrue looked at him in disbelief, only to see the other side nod at his lips. The meaning was very clear. No. We only know how long. Oh, this is still my first steady it. Jo Shinrue reddened her face, pouted and said petulantly, "Did this guy see her as that kind of casual girl? I think there should be give and take between people. I've done so much for you. You don't even want a steady. Is that good?" Su Kuan looked at her very calmly. His mouth said a flashy axiom. "Well, yes, it is chicken soup reasoning." Jo Shinrue's beautiful eyes flickered. The afterglow looked at the side of the bad guy boarded up the face. She hesitated. "That's fine. But just one. You have to close your eyes." Su Kuan slightly nodded his head and closed his eyes. Then he felt that his lips were touched by the pink moist jelly seemingly, and the fragrant wind was ruffled. "Okay, then I get off. Good night." Seeing that slender silhouette disappeared in the corridor, Su Kuan also started the vehicle began to go home. Both sides of the night seemed constantly backwards. Unfortunately, here is the old home of New Forest City. Otherwise, in accordance with his character, will certainly go by the way to the nightclub to play half a night, to know that sometimes fast food to eat, but also very flavorful. January 21st, New Year's Eve festival. After running outside the neighborhood and coming back, full of hot air up the stairs, Su Kuan looked at the system's holiday benefits, and it was no surprise that the new benefits had arrived. New Year's Eve welfare gift, career fund 2 million yuan, primary spending blitz card. Career fund 2 million yuan, can only be used for 2 million yuan on the side of the career company, remitted to the designated company account, not for luxury shopping consumption. After reading it a few times, Su Kuan nodded slightly. This money cannot be consumed, but putting it into the company is the same function. 2 million yuan is enough to expand for a while longer. Primary consumption blitz card, designate a consumption of not more than 1 million yuan for a blitz rebate. The amount of rebate by virtue of luck, the highest rebate can be 10 times. Crap. This blitz card can 10 times the rebate is $10 million. Waiting to find an opportunity to have to try. He was able to be reborn and also obtained the system. Should be favored by the goddess of fortune? Luck should not be bad. Return home to accompany his parents to eat a meal. Through and then in the bedroom and the company's people to exchange pleasantries for a long time. Su Kuan before going out to look for friends to sneak around. As for striking while the iron is hot to find Jo Shinrue to eat cake, he also wanted to go, but the former family to go to the countryside to pay tribute to the new year in advance. There is no way Su Kuan had to play with the boys. Chinese New Year, New Year's Eve dinner, the first day of the new year, the second day of the new year. Time just like this slowly went by. Before the rebirth of the perennial abroad Su Kuan, a long time did not feel the festive busy atmosphere. This time back to the university unprecedented good experience. That is really busy. Visit string relatives, and the company's subordinate New Year's call. Qin Lu, Ruan Qi, How Xine sisters, Min Ing, and so on, and even in the bar, in-depth contact with a few times of the car model girl, have sent New Year's WeChat. People have sent messages. Su Kuan naturally cannot be stingy with their own cattle-rich second-generation status. Good relationship with the girl sent 19,999 yuan red packets. The relationship can be sent 8,888 yuan red packets on the bar. For example, car model girls, maybe one night, lonely will have to shout over, relieve boredom to watch a movie. This is possible, not to mention that this small amount of money, for Su Kuan is also the heartbeat more than a few times, after he sent the red packet, which also no, maybe idol girl, directly asked him, the new year no one with the need, immediately take the plane over, can act as a girlfriend to see relatives, play, night warm bed all, that dainty voice plus some portrait picture. See Su Kuan is itchy, but he still politely refused, in their own land, or low-key better, all around busy, has been over the third day of the new year. Su Kuan and Jo Shinrue have time to meet, this time the two people although the reality did not meet, but WeChat chat, call what has not been broken, by virtue of his means and experience, also has long been this girl paper lulled into the honeypot, open some colorful jokes, flirting is common, finally I can relax, these days are either stringing relatives or someone visiting, yesterday it snowed, The ground was snow-covered. Khaki-colored boots wrapped around a thin leg stepped over. Cackling. Zhou Xinrui tied the pill-head ponytail long hair. The upper body is a short black cotton jacket. Below the cold wind to cover half of the body. From the belly below is wearing high-waisted light blue jeans. Well-proportioned slim figure. In this body with the exhibition. Looking at Xu Kun did not open his mouth. She frowned and tilted her head. Patted him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Listening to the... Xu Kun waved his phone and said the plan that had been prepared long ago. At 6:30 p.m. there's a newly released Times of Good movie. I booked a ticket for the two of us to go and see it. 6:30. After seeing that it's not dark, Zhou Xinrui looked at him suspiciously. You won't have bad ideas again, will you? Deliberately booking a movie so late. She had this suspicion solely because Xu Kun moved to hint at the idea of eating cake together, causing her to go from being petulant in the beginning to being accustomed to it now. For you and I, to eat cake is not a matter of sooner or later. Do I have to go out of my way to be in such a hurry? Xu Kun EQ expression. Directly on the hand ring her that slender body, even through the jeans can feel, the skin's hot and tender. Hate, I do not have this idea. Not to mention that you are still in my inspection period. Zhou Xinrui pushed his chest with both hands. The corner of her mouth skimmed, her beautiful eyes like diamonds shining brightly. If you don't treat me well, I can pull the plug on you at any time. Really? Then it looks like I'll have to do it early now. Xu Kun made a gesture to hold her waist expression. Scared the girl screamed and ran forward, while he chased behind. Laughter constantly air are full of lively sweet flavor. What is love? He also do not understand. Thousands of people's understanding are not the same. Some people think that the sky is long only. Some people think that sweet happiness is also. In short, no matter how long or short the time, that memory to think about it makes people feel happy and sweet, has been regarded as love. So Xu Kun is also the person who wants many copies of love. From the beginning is, whether it is in the past life or in this life, waiting for the time to more than 5 o'clock. Fooling around enough of the two first went to the Western restaurant to eat, and then went to the cinema to watch a movie. This time of the cinema is a lot of people, compared to the New Year has just passed or not yet at work. Black, quiet and noisy, in which the number of couples in pairs is not a few. Tonight the hotel near the theater may be full of a large number. After the movie, although he did not go to the hotel, but also in the understanding of the biology subject on the road. Another big step forward, to reach the third base hit achievement. Chapter 49, Bailey Garment, Wooing Xue. After the new year, all walks of life began to be busy again, and although the cold winter was still hanging over Xinlin City, some factories, stores, and the streets of the city also had more figures going to work against the cold wind. Living in this world, you need grains and cereals, oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, hard labor. For most people, it is always unavoidable. Going home for this period of time, Xu Kun is not only in and Zhou Xinrui flirting about the acquisition of the garment factory. He also arranged early. This is not just after the new year. The company's 3 subordinates, with luggage under his instructions, catch high-speed rail to the new forest city. This is the charm of power. A word others have to go out of their way to come from a long distance, although their expenses are all reimbursed by the company. At the exit of the high-speed rail station, 2 men and a woman saw Xu Kun standing by the roadside and hurriedly went forward with their luggage to greet him. Get in the car first. I've already booked a hotel for you. Take a good rest today and go to the garment factory tomorrow. Politely refused the lead man's request to drive. Xu Kun told them about this time on the road. Sent a few people to the hotel before he drove the Maserati away. As usual, the home-to-play Zhou Xinrui called on the outside to slip around and play a circle. By the way, the hands of the test a little, so it is dark before the two went home. The next day's temperature is slightly elevated, but still cold fingers. In such weather, Xu Kun and his entourage came to the clothing factory called Shang Beautiful Clothing. White Maserati after asking outside the door. Learned that is to participate in the acquisition of the company's meeting. The security guards rushed to open the door. Now the factory's heat is not as good as a day. Maybe these people are the factory's new boss. Xu Kun and his party of 4 people came to the clothing factory's administrative building, where cold and quiet office staff is particularly small. In a front desk girl curious to greet, came to the second floor of the large conference room. Here there are already several people waiting, which do the main smoking middle-aged man. See come in after they, quickly rose, to the lead Xu Kun, face surprised shake hands. Hello, I'm Zhou Wenxiang, the general manager of this clothing factory. Several people are the people of the Tiandu Xinxiu Investment Company. Right. Xu Kun had not yet opened his mouth to speak, and the henchman behind him was very eye-catching and introduced him, saying that this is our general manager Xu. Zhou Wenxiang a face of confusion. So young total, no matter how someone to clean up this mess to pay money on the line. In front of this young man may be the son of the boss of that company in Tiansheng City. With this idea,
he gave Xu Kun and his entourage introduced another group of people who want to acquire the clothing factory. The other party is 2 women and 2 men. The leader is a woman wearing a gray and silver suit, white face elegant, thick black hair coiled in the back of the head, thin willow general waist and hips, with a sensible, elegant professional temperament. The remaining 1 woman and 2 men, obviously assistants and secretaries of a kind of role, all stood back respectfully, giving up the C-seat. They were people from the leading garment company in Xinlin City, Bairue Garment, preparing to open a branch factory here in Xiaodong district, and naturally took a fancy to Xiang Mei, who had skilled workers and technology. When the 2 sides were each being introduced, Xu Kun saw the woman called Wu Xue. His face showed a shocked and puzzled color. From the group company in Tiancheng City, not far away from thousands of miles to a third-tier city to acquire a clothing factory with assets of more than 2 million. It is really puzzling. He naturally will not tell her that the so-called big group is all fake. Now money is the hard truth. Mosquito as small as also meat. After the introduction, the 3 parties formally launched a competition for the Shang Beauty. Belle Garment side obviously on Xu Kun their sudden entry, feel very dissatisfied on the acquisition of the price, raised to 1.7 million yuan, and the implied threat, explaining that Belle Clothing has been intended in the city of Xinlin to build a huge business chain plan, and also got the support of the municipal government, absolutely able to increase a lot of tax revenue for the city. Various advantages and disadvantages of the other side are listed a lot, almost directly said. Godshow Group in the metropolis like Tendi do not work well, run the countryside. Why? Xu Kun cannot care about these. After detailed thinking, he felt that he really should invest in his hometown of Xinlin some industry. After all, many of the group has its own territory, like the previous generation of Pizza Hut. Invincible hand. What? If the front of the Belle Garment really pissed him off, Xu Kun will get all the funds back to Xinlin. Both sides all dead knock this clothing industry. See who's bone hard. Anyway, he is not short of money. 100,000 yuan of daily income. Have the courage to play a war of attrition with any company funds this acquisition. From the beginning, the other side is doomed to not get Shang Beautiful, as expected to talk about the end. In addition to almost cannot suppress the joy. Was the price all the way up to scare Zhou Wenxian? Both sides of the face is very gloomy. The acquisition price of this clothing factory is at most only in 1 million yuan, more than a point, but hard to beat Belle Clothing side to get to 2.67 million yuan. This operation is obviously for the sake of evil. Heart Xu Kun them. Xinxiu Group is still really rich and generous. Admire. Hope that after Xinxiu enters Xinlin can also be like this. Adding to the construction of this city, the male minister of Belle Garment couldn't help but say cynically, with a profit of more than $500,000, even their company would have to put out a batch of goods ruthlessly to earn it back. Let's buy and sell without benevolence. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Su, let's meet again sometime. Wu Xue at first shook hands with Zhou Wenxiang, and then his eyes placed on the youngest and most handsome Xu Kun in the room, said with deep meaning, Su total young, out to participate in such a large business, in the Divine Show Group must not have a low status, right? Ordinary laborer. Xu Kun lightly glanced at her, not much emotion. Anyone who has pitched hundreds of thousands of dollars, the mood will not be good, although he is not poor. The long-legged girl in front of him, he has already made up his mind to cast a plan to teach him a good lesson. A small company in a third-tier city also dares to be arrogant in front of him. Wu Xue, a light smile, shook his head slightly, as if sighing something, twisting the quite arched snow-peach dolphin, with a line of people from Belle Clothing to leave. Negotiations are over. The contract is also signed. Most of the things end. The rest is nothing more than some closing work. Xu Kun with his men, 3 people, go to the nearest hotel to eat. Incidentally, say some things. Clothing factory is the most important thing, is the sales channel. Not sell out, there is no profit. This point he understands very well. So very early he contacted Xie Dongping, a few conversations down. The next nightclub his treat as the title. The other side will give him to find a lot of sales channels. To maintain the operation of the current garment factory is no problem at all. If you want to be bigger and stronger, whether it is money or outlets, are essential. This point must be done in advance. Early planning is. In this regard, Xu Kun also has the idea. His first step and Belle Garment aspects are almost the same. Have a unified Xinlin city clothing industry chain of thought. By then must be another fight. Not in Xu Kun here. It is the king of Qin swept the 6, destroying. He wants to conquer everything. Chapter 50 Sanya Trip. What is a big man? Shang Beautiful Clothing Factory things busy for more than a week. The various industries in Xinlin City is also in full swing. From the beginning of the school year and half a month time, Xu Kun to the company after most of the things to get done, began to put the mind on Zhou Xinrui, almost the beginning of the school year, how to eat the cake on the line. In this way,
Xu Kun with the excuse of looking for her to play, and called Zhou Xinrui out again. Outside is a chilly commercial street. The music in the cafe flows slowly like water, and a man and a woman sitting almost next to each other, talking in whispers. School starts in half a month. You're going to stay home all these days. Stirring the soup spoon. The girl beside her exudes fragrance. From time to time physical contact. Let a person's mind is difficult to guess. Xu Kun's gaze has also been measuring her. Not at home for what? Where can not go? You want to go out? Planning to go to Sanya to stay for a while to play. You go. Xu Kun gazed with a bit of deep. If the girl does not go, she will have to consider other tricks. Go to Sanya. I would like to go, but is it too far away? Sanya vacation. How many people girls do not want to go? Zhou Xinrui is no exception. Online some propaganda videos and pictures, said there as a paradise, is the holy land of marriage and Valentine's Day. What are you afraid of? There is me, where you go to the whole play and happy on the line. Xu Kun said with a smile. Then I don't need to bring some money. Zhou Xinrui took a deep breath, hesitated for a few seconds and asked, there is me still use you to spend money. What is the relationship between the two of us? Well, don't think so much. Tonight I will book a ticket. You go back at night to prepare. Ah, so fast. Early to go to play more days. From the beginning of the school year is not a few days. Setting things down. Xu Kun said some more words to appease her little heart that was out of town, and then booked the first-class ticket to Sanya in person. Departure time is tomorrow morning. Do not give her the opportunity to hesitate. Xu Kun home also have to talk to dad and mom. Not right. With an excuse to fool them. As for the matter of taking them on vacation, there are plenty of opportunities later. Now the two, because he earned money, are a little suspicious. If they give them a whole other month, just explain have to spend a lot of effort. The next day Xu Kun and Zhou Xinrui set off. Xilin City does not have an airport. They have to take a plane to the neighboring cities. High-speed rail speed is very fast, less than half an hour to the. Then there is a series of processes to get on the plane, because theirs is a first class. The waiting room is also the kind of special luxury area. The large hall. There are self-service snacks, drinks cabinet, as well as a few guests. Zhou Xinrui, who was entering this place for the first time, looked very novel, taking cell phone shots all the way. The time has come. In the arrangement of the pretty stewardess began to board. First-class comfort is undoubtedly the most superior. Very cool cabin quality service and drinks desserts. Enjoy. Zhou Xinrui is also considered to have seen the world of the rich. Is how happy. She was very sticky throughout the whole process. More well-behaved than at home. This was all a subconscious reaction of most girls. Coming to an unfamiliar place, they were bound to rely on the person who brought security in their hearts. More than 16 hours of sailing time can be incomparably torturous. Even in the first-class cabin is the same. Fortunately there are girls around. When Xu Kun slept, he naturally used Zhou Xinrui's pair of pretty white legs and towering June peak as a pillow. At first she was reluctant, but as he ignored her when he didn't, she soon consciously succumbed. But Xu Kun also gave her benefits. Promised to Sanya when accompanied by her good shopping. Enjoy spending some. Sanya is located in the southernmost tip. Is a famous tourist resort. Has the name of the East Hawaii. The weather temperature all the suitable for people to live. Zhou Xinrui holding Xu Kun's arm out of the airport. The distance is the scorching sun. This time of the day city is still freezing. And here the spring flowers. Roadside white luxury business car driver very respectfully took the luggage of the two. Put in the trunk. Xu Kun this time booked the Hilton Hotel. In Sanya is also considered to be among the top of the kind. All the way to the hotel in the wind. Outside the beach. Sea water, blue sky, walking bikini girls. Countries have blonde hair, blue eyes, brown hair and blue eyes and the Middle East exotic flavor. In short, this is indeed a place to feel happy. Who? Being led into the luxurious room by the attendant, Zhou Xinrui exhaled and looked at the place, unable to hide her shocked infatuation. The layout of the interior was understated and luxurious. The cold white colors were commensurate with the modern style. The curved viewing balcony fluttered with a white veil blown by the wind, and outside was the blue sea set like sapphires on the beach, with the occasional breakers of yachts visible. Sir, ma'am, feel free to contact us if you need anything. Have a nice trip. After the waiter finished his work, he said his blessing and bowed sagely and left, pulling the door shut in the process. How is it? This place still satisfies you, right? Xu Kun walked over to wring her slender waist from behind, his face nearly pasted together, his eyes surging with an indescribable luster. Satisfied too satisfied. Sanya really deserves to be the paradise in some people's mouths. The scenery is fantastic. Zhou Xinrui gushed. She leaned in Xu Kun's arms and boarded her fingers, planning to surf, play pickleball, apply sunscreen and so on. The fun was endless. Then plan first. What do you want to play? Let's come one by one. Aha. His words were echoed by Zhou Xinrui, and under Xu Kun's watchful eye, she curled up on a sun lounger on the balcony and tapped her cell phone.
Since it was already close to noon after arriving in Sanya,
it didn't take long for it to be close to evening, and the two of them chose a seaside restaurant for dinner. Very high-class look, a lot of suits and men and women in dresses, only wearing a super short skirt. Zhou Xinrui
looked at the casual wear. Xu Kun whispered, "We wear these clothes, is not a little inappropriate?" Xu Kun laughed when he heard, "Don't worry, this restaurant you even wear pants and flip-flops to eat. The waiter won't say anything. Don't look at these people wearing so formal. Maybe inside the real rich one is not." "Really? Then I'm relieved."
Zhou Xinrui revealed a relieved look and ate her breakfast at ease.
In the course of their meal,
they also encountered a few men and women who came over to hand over their business cards, all of them being some kind of directors,
assistants or whatever.
This time Zhou Xinrui did vaguely understand a little.
She and Xu Kun eat something different from the next person. In addition to that top quality steak, there is a bottle of red wine worth more than 20,000 yuan, and it is open and drink, plus wear a different. Just like this, the two of them are honored to become a big shot in the eyes of others. Looking at a pair of elite faction of men, dressed in sexy fashion, elegant woman,
over the smile elegantly climbed to make friends with the scene, she could not help but produce a trace of dissimilarity in her heart.
This scene, how similar. The treatment of big shots in the movie. Chapter 51, Interesting Beach Games. After eating at the seaside restaurant, the two of them didn't go back to the hotel to rest first, but walked along the rough sea, next to the beach. The sandy beach impacted by the waves rustled as if it were autumn leaves. It was already late in the day, the bright moon was vacating in the distance, but there were still quite a few tourists nearby. Wait a minute.
Walking in front of Xu Kun heard the sound, saw this girl stopped in her tracks,
bent over and took off the marten boots,
revealing white bare feet stepping on the soft sand. Zhou Xinrui flung her long hair and said with a heated smile, "I used to watch the movie to try this kind of no shoes, walk on the beach feeling. Some people say like cotton. I don't know if it's true or not. There are a lot of shells. You can't scratch your feet." Xu Kun looked at her two hands lifting her shoes left and right, as if she was a heroine of an urban drama, carefully walking on the sand. Those slender white legs, as if they were starbursts, were quite dazzling. Look up at the asteroids in the sky, twinkling to hold you up. The sweet singing accompanied by the silhouette, drifted far away from the beach, and the two of them played on the beach for a while before they started back to the hotel. After taking a shower in the luxurious bathroom with marble floor and plastered with gold leaf, Xu Kun hugged the tall and sexy beauty and sat on the sofa to watch a movie. Originally did not intend to watch a movie, but just came to Sanya, directly into the main program. He was afraid of scaring Zhou Xinrui, so for the time being to slow down a little bit, and so on the other side to coaxed happy and then began to study the main subject. Just like this, he talked and watched a romantic movie before starting to go to bed. Last night the two slept calmly, a night of peace and quiet directly to dawn. Xu Kun also keenly found that this girl is indeed in defense of him, lying in bed from time to time open his eyes to look at him, until the early hours of the morning before going to sleep. But this niece's energy is also really vigorous enough, perhaps also due to the environment. Seeing that the sky had just dawned, and the waves on the beach were still rolling in, she got up early and stood by the curved viewing balcony, draped in a snow-white nightgown, with a slender and infinitely beautiful figure, bathing in the sea breeze and enjoying the first rays of the sunrise. Xu Kun put a pillow behind his head and lay on the bed, watching her stand on the viewing balcony and keep taking pictures, experimenting with all kinds of poses, very much a bit of an actress. "You're up? Come on, help me take a few pictures." Zhou Xinrui, who hadn't had enough of shooting, saw Xu Kun waking up from his nap and hurriedly waved her slender hand to call him over, only to see her elegant and graceful body, back against the transparent arc floor window, a pair of tall and slender legs kicking slippers, messy beautiful hair fluttering in the wind. This photo was taken by Xu Kun with a click, and then several photos were taken at her request. Zhou Xinrui also said, "After dinner and then go to the beach to shoot some." Xu Kun does not express any opinion on this. Anyway, his purpose is mainly to eat cake. The other party is happy. Do not forget him on the line. Breakfast two people choose is an open-air scenic terrace, eating delicious food under the light of 10,000 suns, casually looking at the four directions of the sea and endless golden sandy beaches. This breakfast flavor is very moody. Not only the scenery is good but also can see the beach tourists, especially those front and back bikini girls, look carefully, even appetite are flourishing a lot. Especially Xu Kun, who has driven a foreign car, knows those fit and tall blondes. Driving up is how wonderful. Thief cool. After breakfast, the two of them started to come to the big beach under Zhou Xinrui's anticipation, and they both changed into a cooler outfit. "You have such a good figure. I didn't even see it when you were wearing clothes." With her eyes dead set on Xu Kun, Zhou Xinrui said, rather surprised, seeing that he was wearing simple pants and short sleeves. His slender torso was as if it was carved out of jade, white with a hard luster. His body didn't have that kind of big muscle mass, but it gave off a sense of impact full of power. It was as if the flesh and blood was very solid, that kind of feeling. Coupled with his originally not bad face value, his body carried a kind of heroic sense of heroic vigor. You are often going to the gym. Well, this body is also fantastic. Jo Shinrue couldn't help but touch Xu Kun's thick chest. Her green onion fingers gently pinched, hard with a warm jade touch. Not bad, Xu Kun casually said. His eyes also stared at Jo Shinrue. She was wearing a white bikini swimsuit. Her peaks and dolphins were tightly bound. Her figure was very wow. Just looking at it, he wanted to let people can't help but play with it a bit. He predicted it was about AB plus size, and measuring it with his paws was just right. Stop looking. Let's go play in the water. Do you know how to surf? Being stared at, some shy Jo Shinrue gently pushed him down, diverted his eyes and said. Xu Kun shook his head. In his past life and present life he is not the kind of person who likes the sea. Surfing, this kind of dangerous game, he has never played. I also do not know. We slowly learn there is plenty of time. Jo Shinrue face of interest. Before on TV to see other people surfing. In reality, regardless of whether it will always have to experience a good. When the time to go back to school classes is also a talking point. To know that her photos can be all saved. She wanted to play Xu Kun also does not matter. So accompanied her. The two in the shallow sea at the side of the ducks play water like surfing. Jo Shinrue is a face of interest. From time to time to observe others. To see with what action is better. Her side of the whole Xu Kun in the soy sauce. Incidentally, hands constantly in her seductive infinite sexy body, on the touch, soak, mooching oil, exploring the unknown places. Just like this the two of them, one surfing and one adventuring, soon came to noon. No more playing, every time you drag me back. Jo Shinrue reddened her pretty face, exasperatedly said, her beautiful eyes watery as she looked at Xu Kun. Her white skin was stained with water droplets, and in the sunlight the delicate collarbone was glowing with luster. There is no way. I will not play, can only be on the side for you to escort. Xu Kun embraced her slender waist, said with a flirtatious face. You that is escorting it. You that is purely disruptive. Okay. Speaking of this, Jo Shinrue's pretty face even more red. She is not a fool. How can she not know Xu Kun's hand has been dishonest? Up and down, want to go deep into explore a little. Now engaged in her own heart are produced different. Jo Shinrue biting teeth, gasping for breath, glared at Xu Kun. Take the other side, cannot help but endure. This guy is constantly challenging her bottom line at all times. Ready to find a breakthrough to eat the candy at any time. Don't play, just don't play. Just in time for noon, I'll apply sunscreen for you. Xu Kun took her hand and smiled as he walked towards the beach. Applying sunscreen was another beautiful job. Sometimes the real joy was not in going deeper, but that moment of wanting it but hovering on the side. The sun in the sky burning radiance. Hot golden beach, one after another mushroom-like sun umbrella bloom. Left and right to come and go bikini girls. Stride long legs everywhere. Xu Kun hands coated with sunscreen. Smiling at Jo Shinrue's body embellished. Chapter 52. Jo Shinrue, I am willing. The two of them played with applying sunscreen on the beach until almost 2 p.m. before they started back to the hotel for lunch. There was no need to say much about the drama in between. It was quite wonderful and amorous. When eating, Jo Shinrue pretty face like a drunken peach blossom. Delicate and blushing in white skin contrast. As beautiful as the blooming peony flowers. After dinner they did not rest, but powerful of joint went to the Sanya International Duty-Free Mall shopping. Here is the shopper's paradise. All kinds of luxury goods stores opened up all over the street. Blue-blooded aristocrat products, Chanel, Dior, Hermes, LV and so on. Very comprehensive. Xu Kun brought Jo Shinrue's first stop is the Chanel store. Exquisite cabinets filled with a variety of limited edition bags, like diamonds glittering. The first time into this kind of luxury goods store, Jo Shinrue directly stared wide-eyed. Looking at these not only were good-looking but also very collectible Chanel bags. Eyes are looking at the flower. When she heard Xu Kun said, she subconsciously repeated a sentence. These I can just pick. Xu Kun wrapped her slender like ant-like waist, blowing a hot breath by her ear. Of course, baby, or why I brought you here. Like what, just pick. I meet your desire. Jo Shinrue's cheeks flushed with excitement. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, looking at Xu Kun with a few moments of wetness. Any woman cannot refuse luxury goods. She is the same. These luxury goods are tens of thousands of dollars when any one of them is taken out. And it is easy to find two girls with a face value of around 80 points T2 middle of the road to chat in depth. Honey, thank you. Today is my happiest day. She took Xu Kun's hands, her beautiful eyes gazing at the former with a touched look on her face. Well, don't be touched. Hurry up and go pick it. Next, there are other specialty stores waiting for you to shop at. Today you are the biggest. Have fun and enjoy it to the fullest. Xu Kun's face had a smile on it, and the words he uttered were just like the devil whispering, luring the world towards the hell of degradation. But Jo Shinrue, listen in the heart, but sweet honey, She slightly nodded as if the princess's tiptoe came to the exquisite cabinet before. Carefully pick up those Chanel bags. Finally she in 1,000 considerations chose a frosty white gold pearl Chanel purse. According to the waiter's introduction of this purse, leather is made of a very rare Amazon jungle wildlife skin production. Very rare. By the same token, the price of this bag is not cheap. Just this one gadget is priced at $37,999. This is what concept? A leather bag on more than $30,000. This time an ordinary workers can earn $30,000 a year is good. This is the reality of the gap. Some people are born to drink wine and drive a sports car, while some people work for a year but only worth the price of a bag. Zhou Xinrui lamented in her heart. White jade-like delicate right arm holding a Chanel bag. She walked on the street and felt that the whole person's temperament seems to be elegant for a few points. Xu Kun looked in the eyes with a light smile. He kept on his feet and brought the other side to the LV store. LV is also the world's top luxury brand name. To shoes, coats, purses, hand jewelry, necklaces, etc. As one of the well-known luxury brands, as one of the famous brands, LV clothes are the hottest brand to buy every quarter. Fashion and sexy are synonymous with it. In the major show field, appearance rate is also the highest, especially suitable for some of the taller girls. With the experience of the last time, Zhou Xinrui was just brought into the store by Xu Kun, and the first glance at the door hit the closet of the fragrance jacket. Neutral models of the fragrance jacket, quite cool, in the modeling dummy body wearing, as if cloaked in diamond veil, flowing luster. After seeking Xu Kun's consent, the waitress fetched her one, and Zhou Xinrui immediately ran into the changing room to put the clothes on. After coming out she faced the mirror. The upper body was a neutral model of the fragrant wind jacket. The hem of the jacket was the snow-white delicate long legs. The slender waist was wrapped inside. The whole person was valiant and cool, like the athletic basketball girl. Does it look good? She made a shooting running pose, threw a wink at Xu Kun. Compared to the original woman's flirtatious and sexy, this time even more sunny fitness, Xu Kun was of course very satisfied. This scene made him look stupid, and in his mind he had already calculated what position to use to study better. Very good looking. Buy a few more sets if you like it. Zhou Xinrui nodded her head at the waitress's invitation, as if the hooked bar listening to the music of the male son of the general here, full of joy to stroll around. At this moment, she has completely forgotten herself, in front of the dazzling variety of treasures, as if the treasure placed in front of her, waiting for her to take at any time. Skirt, high heels and bracelets. Each piece is like a star, like treasures. In the waitresses under the bragging Zhou Xinrui gradually a little oblivious, waiting for her to feel about the time, do not know without looking at a shock. A full 3 bags of luxury goods. Looked at the front desk cashier with a computer count. My good boy. On this trip consumption spent 73,956 yuan, and still paying the discount price. Zhou Xinrui cannot help but swallow saliva. Put the eyes to Xu Kun. She cannot have so much money. If the other party feels that the money is more, and then let him return the things, that face can be a little bit humiliating. But Xu Kun obviously didn't take the money seriously. He directly pulled out a bank card and handed it to the receptionist. More than 70,000 yuan of luxury goods. Eyes without blinking brush off. Is this the rich man? At the side to help pack the bustier uniform waitress. Is also a face of emotion plus envy? Have such a handsome and rich boyfriend is really people jealous if not his or her face value is not enough. Would have secretly handed a small note? With such a handsome talk about a night of business. Must be more than a month's salary here, dry it. Zhou Xinrui blinked. She thought she had understood Xu Kun, but it was only then that she realized that the other party was hiding a lot more. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your next visit. The attendants of the LV boutique were side by side in front of the door to see the two off. They both didn't bring anything with them, as the boutique would have someone to provide door-to-door service. Walking in the crowded Sanya shopping street, Zhou Xinrui tightly holding Xu Kun's arm, the tone of some apprehension whispered, I just did not buy a little too much? More what? This is only which to wear. Or that sentence, as long as you like I have no problem. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Xu Kun's face with a smile, he stretched out his left hand and gently touched Zhou Xinrui's delicate and warm cheeks. You're so good. Listening to Xu Kun's words, Zhou Xinrui's heart carries a full of touching, even if she vaguely knows that the other party does all this in the end is for what. But at this time she could not give birth to a trace of revulsion, but instead was filled with sweetness and willingness. Chapter 53, Invitation to the Dinner Party. Let's go. Next stop, Dior Boutique. Still shopping? This is only wear to wear. Today I'm going to make you so happy that when you die, you won't be able to forget this day. Zhou Xinrui gently whacked him, her tone with pout. Hate. So happy day to say what to die or not to die. In the following time, they continuously shopped Prada, Hermes, Dior and a few other luxury boutiques. and gave Zhou Xinrui enough to spend more than $110,000 again before stopping.
This time has reached more than 4 p.m. The sun in the sky is a large fireball scorching the sea. The beach on the beach is still surging like a tide of tourists. The two chose a roadside restaurant to eat dinner, watching the waves crash on the shore. While watching, the restaurant owner heard that the orchestra specially invited from the west coast of the United States in the song and dance. A different kind of fun. After dinner, they walked hand in hand, as if they were newly married couples, along the roadside where a seawall had been built, stepping on the stars and moonlight. They didn't return to the hotel until they were tired of walking, and the hotel room had long been filled with luxury goods from various boutiques. Chanel handbags, Hermes necklaces, LV clothes, Dior cosmetics and other things were piled up on the bed as if they were the king's treasures. Looking at this scene, Zhou Xinrui, who was originally a little fatigued, immediately pounced on it by moving her vibrant slender legs. "I'm so happy." She held a white Chanel bag against her cheek and said with incomparable happiness. Xu Kun stood aside and looked at her, holding his shoulders and exuding a thick smile. "There's no need to rush. These are all yours." Zhou Xinrui nodded, seeing the other party take out an evening dress from LV, a black strapless bustier style, wearing on the body incomparably dazzling and sexy. "Change into it and let me take a look, and take a few pictures of you along the way. How about it?" When Xu Kun said this, his eyes flashed with a different kind of luster, as if he was a devouring beast. Thrilling. Zhou Xinrui vaguely know what may happen next, teeth biting thin lips after some hesitation. In front of each other's face to this black busted backless evening dress to change on, Xu Kun quietly looked at her. Up and down eyes showed the color of amazement. In front of the beauty, black beautiful long hair draped over the white shoulders, low-cut style evening dress binding the tall and proud body, open skirt hidden a pair of long white legs, her figure and face value in the eyes of outsiders, absolutely not inferior to the general female stars. In addition to the temperament still need to raise again. "I'm okay with wearing this dress, right?" Zhou Xinrui looked up at Xu Kun with a few small shyness. The former didn't say anything, but his demeanor of wanting to eat cake had fully explained everything. Xu Kun took her jade hand and came to the viewing balcony. His mouth implied, "What movie do you want to watch? Tonight I will accompany you until dawn." Hearing this, Zhou Xinrui's face turned even redder. She gently knocked her chin and leaned her forehead on the other party's hard and thick chest. "I don't know what you want to see. I will accompany you to see. Then let's both watch the kind that can learn." The next words of the other party. Zhou Xinrui did not hear clearly what was said. The waves on the beach with the time more and more urgent. The two people in this outsiders cannot see the viewing balcony together to enjoy the night scenery. The later the time, the thicker the color of the night. Until late at night, do not know how long. The next morning more than 10 o'clock two people only get up, called the hotel service up. In the floor window radiant living room, Xu Kun holding her like glue like paint eating breakfast. That look, don't mention how happy. Zhou Xinrui the whole person is also as thick blooming peach blossom water general. Little girl like curled up in Xu Kun's arms. "Have a bite of cake." Xu Kun passed the spoon to her lips, looking at the girl's pink lips at the corners of the mouth. With the white sweet sauce of the cake, the smile on his face is even more intense. After this scene was seen by Zhou Xinrui, she blushed and subconsciously coughed a few times. "Hate. I don't eat cake anymore. Bring me crooked again." "Okay, let's not eat cake. Let's eat sausage." Zhou Xinrui. Breakfast was eaten until after 12 o'clock noon. And just like that, after eating, the two of them didn't intend to go down to play in the water, but instead, they talked in whispers in this sunlight-covered living room. There were so many topics they wanted to talk about as a couple, and this time of the day was also the sweetest time to talk about almost nothing. When they ran out of things to talk about, their interest came up and they fought on the couch again for quite a while. Such drama has continued. They stayed in the hotel for 2 or 3 days before stopping, until they ran out of energy when they began to go downstairs to continue the trip to Sanya. Some have not played places such as diving and yachting. Xu Kun deliberately spent a high price to hire a female lifeguard at the side of the watch. The two are carrying the diving equipment in the neighborhood of the sea to play, sometimes also on man-made deserted islands. Experience a little wild survival, which those exciting games are naturally inevitable. As for what the female lifeguards have in mind, Xu Kun does not care. Anyway, the phone in his here. There is also riding a yacht motorcycle on the sea. There are all those moody games to play. Under Xu Kun's leadership and lulling, Zhou Xinrui in front of him is also more and more relaxed and dirty mind. Soaring. Such fun was not until an official dinner invitation from the Hilton Hotel that they regained their proper human faces. What does this invitation say? The woman with a sexy figure and wearing a 3-point equal style swimsuit was lying on her back on the sun panel. Her pretty face was framed with a pair of sunglasses. Her delicate and slender legs were in a big zigzag shape basking in the rays of the sun. And she who brought her own spring light didn't avoid Xu Kun beside her in the slightest. There is no one else around. because they are in a seaside villa. This villa is also naturally Xu Kun rented. Always live in the Hilton Hotel.
Sometimes some programs are not played.
Invitation to the dinner party. This hotel every once in a while will do some dinner party.
Invite some celebrities or star singers over, part of which is also live in the senior suite of those people.
Xu Kun is not too unfamiliar with dinners.
He has not been to the more advanced high society dinners, but the middle and lower level dinners he has accompanied the company's president from time to time to participate. The Hilton Hotel officially organized this kind of dinner,
is considered to belong to the middle and upper reaches.
After going to basically is to eat and drink, occasionally also can do some small business.
Most are to make contacts. Going? That delicate face wearing sunglasses looked over. Under the swan-like white neck was the delicate collarbone,
as well as some simple cloth-bound prohibited things.
Go, why don't you go? There's a free dinner somewhere and some song and dance programs. How fun. Xu Kun waved the invitation in his hand and smiled. Then I have to go prepare my dress. Which one do you think looks good? Anything you wear looks good. Xu Kun reclined on the sun lounger, looking at the slim, boneless little waist and peach-like arched dolphin. He. With a cheerful laugh,
she ran barefoot into the beach house where every inch of the corner was familiar.
Chapter 54. Life is all about profit.
Hilton Hotel dinner held at the location.
The same as a beach villa. Colorful lights. The seaside villa as floating in the water on the Dragon Palace in general.
Xu Kun and Zhou Xinrui took a special car to the villa when the neighborhood has a lot of guests. A luxury car in the guidance of the usher,
driving to the red carpet before. In front of the main entrance hall of the villa, a red colorful carpet was laid directly to the roadside, just enough to accommodate the guests who got off the car and walked through. On both sides there are men with cameras clicking photos. This scene is a bit of red carpet feeling. Xu Kun felt that these photo-taking should be officially arranged by Hilton, specially to satisfy the vanity of the guests attending the dinner. This practice was indeed
making quite a few women involuntarily exude the noblest and most ladylike gestures.
Zhou Xinrui was the same,
holding Xu Kun's arm as she passed through the red carpet. She also deliberately and very well-behavedly stretched out her vegan hand and waved it towards the person taking the picture.
This makes Xu Kun a twitch at the corner of the mouth. Into the villa main hall, he whispered to the girl's ear, "You do not think just now is very embarrassing? Awkward? Do not feel you feel bad."
Blinking a pair of big excited eyes, Zhou Xinrui looked left and right at the costumed men and women who were passing from side to side in the gorgeous hall.
"Well, you're not embarrassed. It's me who's embarrassed."
Casually taking a glass of champagne from the tray of a passing waiter,
Xu Kun pursed his lips and savored it, his eyes also sizing up the guests around him. There were a lot of young,
middle-aged men in suits, and likewise a lot of women in white princess dresses,
fierce evening gowns, and red flame dresses.
These women were dressed in flamboyant, enchanting and charming clothes, just like the flowers blooming in all seasons.
Competing in this hall, compared to the men's monotonous clothes, these women's outfits were undoubtedly more and more attention-grabbing, with their face value and body on the level, putting them outside at the level of beauty. A lot of people look at that actress, starring in Shallow Seeing You Know, 2 heroine, what's her name I forgot.
Zhou Xinrui also pretended to be elegant drinking red wine in a tall glass.
Red lips pursed on the rim of the glass,
her eyes kept looking around,
and every now and then she rushed to Xu Kun to say a sentence. There is that.
Seems to be recently also a little fire male supporting actor.
The real person does not look very handsome even 1/10 of you are not. Xu Kun nodded his head and said nothing. This dinner party has a lot of guests. Not only the summer people have a fit body, tall and white-skinned Mao sister, as well as wearing a special dress of the Middle East beauty, there are also a lot of foreign men. The dinner had not yet begun, so everyone gathered in 2s and 3s to chat, while Xu Kun brought Zhou Xinrui to the buffet table, casually taking the food and eating it. You don't eat? Can't eat Zhou
Xinrui's excited red face had not yet faded. She stepped on a pair of red-bottomed silver-edged high heels, accompanied by Xu Kun, and whispered, I suddenly realized that it seems like I can't find any topic to talk to them at all.
It feels meaningless.
The fault is not that there is no topic, but because you are not the protagonist.
Xu Kun kindly laughed, slightly mocking, chewing a piece of sashimi in his mouth. If you were an internationally renowned big director or had the title of the richest man in a certain province, those people would definitely be like sharks smelling fishy smells surrounding you.
Zhou Xinrui had a flash of light in her mind and quickly understood Xu Kun's meaning.
Everything under the sun is for profit. That's right, everything is for profit.
Xu Kun's gaze swept across the entire hall to everyone, his voice low and deep.
The reason why these people come here, you think it's just for this meal? Of course it's not. Men for money, hoping to get a business or contacts here, while the women are for the men who are well off. Everyone comes to this place with a common purpose. The same scene corners are happening. How about you? Haven't you ever thought of talking about a business here?
Zhou Xinrui curiously turned her beautiful eyes to Xu Kun.
Success is success. not also just, anyway, I came to Sonya's purpose has been achieved. Xu Kun gently smiled and said, his path with others is different, as long as the time is enough. What the richest man in front of him hair are not enough to see, and this is heard in Zhou Xinrui and in. It is full of a different meaning. She came over with a red pretty face. I am in your heart. So important, ah? Xu Kun was stunned at the words. Looking at the delicate and colorful face, the mysterious outline under the collarbone was vaguely visible, and thoughts flowed in his heart. Of course, I'm good to you, don't you know? Zhou Xinrui looked deeply at the young man in front of her, stretching out her plain white slender hand. She gently patted his chest, not saying anything, but the action carried sweetness and shyness. It didn't take long for the two of them to chat, and the dinner party soon began under the Hilton's officially arranged host. The host first introduced the singers, celebrities, pianists and such combinations that would be giving the song and dance performances this time, and then the hall began with the sound of cheerful music. The first half was a purposeful way to add color to the Hilton Hotel dinner, and everyone quietly listened to the songs of the singers, as well as the dance of a female group that I heard was specially arranged by a media company. Short-skirted girls, with long legs bouncing around the stage, were incredibly eye-catching and sensational. The end of the show, deafening applause in the hall heaving up. Many men exchanged words. After the show it was free time, and in another 40 minutes or so it was the ball. This arrangement is full of different meanings, so that everyone can find the right person to talk to, or to do business, or the men's business did not work out, but closed a single big deal of $1 billion a night. Originally Xu Kun is not intended to participate in this exchange, but chance and coincidence may also be someone feels that his face value temperament, plus where are very different, with the idea of picking up the leakage over and he climbed. There is a person over, there will be a second third, so a small circle is formed, as he guessed, among these men of different age groups. They are either company owners or directors or executive vice presidents of a group, so there are a lot of topics to talk about. A business worth millions of dollars. In such a conversation in 3 or 2 was confirmed. Xu Kun is also rare to their own clothing factory to pull a single, which he and a construction site boss gossip to. As for why he would give this business to him, Xu Kun felt that it might be due to the fact that he did not have a small background in the eyes of the other party. When the crowd was familiar with the introduction, he gave everyone the perception that he opened several companies at a young age, and also took his newly made girlfriend south to escape the cold. A simple pondering. He knew that it might be the son of which group again. As for the idea of starting a business from scratch, this idea may not have occurred to them in their hearts. It would be too difficult, and it is also impossible to be like him. Light and dashing manners, not groveling for business. What people's money is the best to earn. Naturally the money of the rich, especially the kind of big groups. Finger cracks leak a little something out is enough for some people to eat a year and a half. In this way, holding a relationship with the site boss, when learning that Xu Kun needs some clothing orders, directly to the business to him. Anyway, this business is not important. To whom to earn is not to earn. Everyone in this world is not a fool. No one feels that they will lose out. Xu Kun and the middle-aged site owner in front of him clinked their highball glasses. Mr. Do, then I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The middle-aged boss was also very bold and took the wine in his cup and drank it all in one go. Chapter 55, A New Year's school season begins. The dinner party held at the Hilton Hotel came to an end close to 23 o'clock in the dead of night, and the illuminated villa was the scene of all sorts of people. A business, either explicitly or implicitly, also ended because of success or failure. Many men came without a female companion to accompany them, and left with at least one or with 2 flamboyant dress girls. For Xu Kun tonight was not a bad night, pulling in a deal for the clothing factory while adding some business partners. Most of the time it may not be used, but when it is used this is a human network. Similarly his WeChat is the same in the eyes of those people. Zhou Xinrui plus WeChat to the entertainment industry people mostly. Because of Xu Kun's relationship there are a lot of people looking for her to talk about listening to the relationship between the background. She is also considered to be the kind of woman with a little bit of heart. Naturally know what words to say what words should not say. A chat down. Also added more than 10 people's contact information. On the way to the beach house, the two sat in the back of the car casually chatting. You know, she said I have the potential to be a star. Zhou Xinrui leaned her head on Xu Kun's shoulder, using his arm as a hugging pillow, and happily talked about what happened at the banquet. Xu Kun didn't answer directly, but instead said, do you think what she said is true or false? Zhou Xinrui beat down the mouth. Side-eyed Xu Kun, I know, she will talk about the scene. She herself is not read and how can bring me to move it? Ugh, but the words of these people when they are the star really hard. Hey, the early hours of the morning have to get up to make up and go to the theater. She in the mouth of the two people is the second female lead of Shallow See. Hard work pays off. Showbiz money is the best to earn. Otherwise why do so many people want to be stars? Su Kun said. Then he shook his head. Well, don't talk about this. The banquet is not interesting. Talk about you. What movie are you going to study tonight?
Jo Shinrui red-faced waved her small fist and whacked him a few more times.
This bad egg thinks about these things all day long. The next time, Su Kun and Jo Shinrui in Sonya's various tourist attractions one by one, took some memorable photos and videos. Wait until the excitement is almost the same time. The two of them rushed in the last 2 days of the beginning of the school year, flew back to the new forest city. From the airplane down the warm climate of Sonya, to here is already again slightly piercing cold. From the time they left, the temperature was a little higher, but it was still freezing, with some frost and snow remaining on some of the cars on the road that hadn't been driven in a long time. I'm going back then. Arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Jo Shinrui, who was wearing a LV warm windbreaker, stepped on a pair of white boots and walked off the black SUV, driven by the driver of the clothing factory. It's been a long day of sitting on the airplane. Go back and have a good rest. Su Kun nodded slightly. Jo Shinrui deeply looked at him for a while, before turning toward home. These days she and Su Kun has been sticky together, suddenly separated from the heart of a million, unwilling to part with. Mr. Su, is it back to the factory or? The driver in the driver's seat waited until Su Kun retracted his gaze before turning his head to ask in a whisper. First go to the factory to see. After all, it was his own business, and after going out for so long, he had to take a look at it anyways. Okay. The black Nissan SUV ran on the highway, and in less than 30 minutes it arrived at the Shang Beauty Garment Factory. And from looking out through the windows, the weather here was obviously very good. The major workshops have been in continuous operation. There are some semi-trailer trucks waiting in line. Su Kun was not going to get off the car, but some of the heads of departments in the factory. I do not know where to get the news. A line of people wearing blue uniforms collectively waiting at the door of the garment workshop. Joking. The big boss came. Which leaders dare not go to receive? There is no way. Su Kun had to push the door to get off the car. The cold air rubbing his neck flew by. A group of age generally in about 40 years old, enough to be his parents, of men and women collectively with a smile to welcome up. Mr. Su, you came to inspect without saying hello. Our workshop didn't prepare any work. This recent period of time is busy 24 hours without stopping. The health hasn't even been cleaned yet. The director of the garment workshop smiled fawningly and followed Su Kun, introducing the processing and utilization of this segment from time to time. Product quality should be taken care of, and the safety of the workers you have to be guaranteed. Su Kun asked, seemingly unintentionally and as if it was a warning. I heard that one of the porters in the material workshop broke his left little thumb? Yes. The workshop director wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly explained. The main reason for this incident still lies in the illegal operation. The material workshop practiced the system of early finish and early rest. He moved too much goods once and hurt his hand. But after the rescue, the fingertips have been connected and recuperated for another 2 months. There is no big problem. Su Kun nodded, and said a few words, accompanied them in a few workshops, casually stroll, politely declined to eat lunch, and then in the eyes of the crowd in the car to leave. There are 2 days to start school. Su Kun next did not go around the wave, but at home with their parents to chat about the matter of transferring positions to them. As for letting them both step up to be responsible for the management of the factory, Su Kun temporarily did not intend to implement, although the factory is not worth much money. But about the future layout of the industry chain. Dad and mom want to work on work, do not want to work, the national travel on the line. There is no need to stay at home. In this way, 2 days of time passed by. Su Kun also finally embarked on the journey back to Tiandu University. Jo Shinrui started school than Su Kun a day earlier, so she left when Su Kun also went to the station to send her. That scene does not say tearful. At least Jo Shinrui is not happy. In the get, Su Kun have time to often go to see her promise. Only reluctantly dragged the suitcase on the car. Bright sunshine sprinkled in the road. Su Kun from the company's business car down, still carrying a shoulder bag dress. Tiandu University outside the neighborhood of the road, all parked, all kinds of vehicles, and densely packed crowd. Today is the beginning of the school season, the most lively days of the university. He did not have any intention of staying on this. First reported to the school, then caught by the pain of lovesickness, suffering for a month. Chin Lu, haven't seen you for a month, did you miss me? Just after meeting, the former jumped into Su Kun's embrace, looking at him daintily. She was wearing a blue and white patterned windbreaker. Her lower body was a short skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in white soft stockings that were a godsend to keep her warm, and her feet were on knee-high boots. Still so moving and beautiful. Feeling that warm, delicate body, Su Kun pinched her delicate face and said with a smile, "It's okay." "What do you mean it's okay? Vacation back to people all the time do not want you. You're good. Sometimes video contact, no one promised." Su Kun ringed that slender little waist. "Enjoy the temperature," gently smiled. At that time how he promised. Is playing with Jo Shinrui not happy?
Looking at the girl in front of him with a sultry and pouting face, he directly led the other party's hand to the parking lot.
Isn't it a meeting now? I'll make it up to you.
He aggravated his tone in the word compensation, and his eyes were teasing.
Oof. Lu didn't say anything.
Only her face was scarlet, letting the other party pull her to the event location.
Chapter 56, the car model lady who came to Tiandu City.
A few days after the start of the school year,
Xu Kun and Lu fooled around for several nights in a row,
until this niece could not stand it,
and then moved back to the dormitory.
On her this physique, but also want to monopolize him,
is simply a joke. In addition to classes, Xu Kun is busy with the company. Most of the company's business is running normally. Volcano Small Video has been developed,
but surprisingly in the online Small Fire Up,
uploaded the number of video volume also more than 200,000. The daily flow is not a small amount.
The same company maintenance equipment technicians are also increasing, and recently the company has to recruit a number of people into the company.
His career is getting bigger and bigger,
but also more and more busy.
Walking through the company's office area on inspection, this modest area was overcrowded. Basically computer desk to computer desk,
the sound of keyboards and whispering phone calls constantly.
Although the environment is poor,
but there is definitely a lot of business.
These people's salaries are not low. For example,
last year's benefits were on par with some large groups, which is why these people are doing such a hot job.
Xu Kun turned around and couldn't help but shake his head. This is something that should be changed.
More than 50 people are still crowded in the office here.
It's really not appropriate.
It just so happens that the Blitz card he opened on New Year's Eve is still not used.
It just so happens that it can be used in the matter of renting an office building. Do it. This time Xu Kun put his company office area, selected in the Newborn Science and Technology Park in the Sky City. New Life Science and Technology Park is the financial foreign trade and some industrial groups of the business district, a building of 100 meters building such as high pine into the clouds. The traffic, subway 24 hours a day, can be said to be a variety of entrepreneurs' paradise.
Here is naturally the most commuters.
Xu Kun drove a white Lamborghini Dignot sports car, came here when it was noon. Coincidentally, you can see the building company building,
open the door to eat out of the white-collar workers,
men and women, which is undoubtedly the most eye-catching young ladies, all kinds of professional small skirt,
a pair of stockings legs stepped on high-heel shoes.
In this cold weather is also considered to be a beautiful and colorful scenery line.
He drove a sports car drove by, a pair of eyes surprised to look over.
Xu Kun parked his sports car in front of a building,
and manager Zhu Ping, who had been waiting here for a long time, hurriedly welcomed him.
Hello Mr. Xu, we meet again.
This middle-aged man called Zhu Ping, who had dealt with Xu Kun before, was the manager in charge of some floors rented for sale.
Xu Kun, this rental office area just belongs to his management. The two are also considered acquaintances. Without too many pleasantries through the building's elevator to the 36th floor. This floor it is divided into two sides. The opposite side is a cosmetic company, only accounted for 1/3 of this building. The remaining 2/3 area is completely enough for your company to use.
The two of them said as they came to a large floor-to-ceiling window, where they could just overlook a large area of Tianjin City,
with dense streams of vehicles and the ant-dotted crowds. The scenery here is also particularly good. As for the traffic, I believe that I do not need to say so. General, you also know. There are those supporting facilities, David City, movie theaters, apartment buildings and so on. Xu Kun walked through looking at the environment here. It's quite satisfactory, as long as after some rough renovation you can change the company over.
He didn't have the idea of renting here for a long time. The future company is surely going to build a mansion by itself as well, to become that kind of real world-class group.
Tell me the price. If it makes me satisfied I can sign now.
Mr. Xu, you also know that the leasing aspect has always been relatively hot now.
And here is the best location of the building.
You are also an old acquaintance. I will give you according to the price of 23 yuan per square meter per day.
Xu Ping's slightly chubby face piled with a smile and said, 23 yuan?
I'm afraid that even if I rent the most central area of the residence is not so expensive.
Xu Kun frowned at him. I'm looking for you because I trust you. I'm not satisfied with this price. Then you say, I will give you the biggest discount, 18 yuan per square meter. Mr. Xu, you're not called cutting prices, you're called killing prices. In fact, my bottom line is 20 yuan.
Xu Ping, I sighed with a face that tells you the truth, and also told him about how good the location of this building,
how many people want to rent. But Xu Kun didn't care about this.
If he was satisfied he would rent it. If he wasn't,
then he would withdraw. There were places that could be rented anyway.
Finally, two people to a suitable price to rent this floor.
Each square meter is 19.5 yuan, plus the property fee he needs to pay, a total of 2.67 million yuan.
And this is only his month's rent.
Can be said to be incredibly expensive,
but the same his company office here,
but also highlights a status.
The staff of the Spirit of Fear will be much higher.
The environment affects people, this truth is known to everyone. As for the issue of money, Xu Kun is not at all care. Only spend money he can upgrade. And this time, he spent 1 million out of the $267 million, and had already used the consumption blitz card. Xu Kun looked at the system's prompt and it showed 5 times the blitz. Congratulations to the player designated this consumption for storming. To obtain 5 times storming, income of 5 million yuan has been deposited into the account ready to withdraw cash. PS, blast income consumption does not generate experience value. $5 million? It's equivalent to renting January without spending any money this time. Having a system is empowering. Xu Kun was satisfied with this. This amount of money could feed him for a good while again. It's just that he doesn't get the upgrade experience when he spends it. Fixed the office area. The next thing is to contact the decoration company. These he has acquaintances. Random phone contact, most of the things are solved. It is a pity that Xu Kun cannot find anyone to discuss the aspects of the decoration style. Ruan Qi is still in the field to open up new territory. Once in a while a video contact can see the other side of the pretty face of fatigue. Waiting for an opportunity, have to make up for her before. This kind of thought has been echoing in Xu Kun's mind for a long time. The company's business is busy for several days. This Wednesday Xu Kun just came out from the company, received a car model beauty's phone. Badass. What are you doing? Xu Kun looked at the sky remnants of the sunset, hand held up the phone toward the roadside sports car, ready to find a place to eat. Eat what? People have been hungry all day and haven't eaten yet. Clear tender voice with a kind of vivacity. In the ears echoed very melodious. Just, eat whatever tastes good. Rich is good. People off work, whether it is for the body or for the wallet, have to be careful to find cheap things to eat. That voice seems to be able to imitate. She spat out her tongue movement. A face of people than people, angry dead people's feelings. If you don't care about your figure, come over when you're free and I'll treat you to a big meal every day. For her, this beautiful girl, Xu Kun does not contact when okay. A contact immediately have an idea. Really? Her words carried a kind of laughter. Obviously hearing Xu Kun's answer was particularly happy. I say words when there is false. To know that I miss your legs and dolphin. For a long time. Nasty nasty. The girl lightly spat several times over there, before revealing a satisfied tone and saying, I'm coming to your Tiandu city. I'll be at the high-speed train station in almost 20 minutes. Come pick me up. This is good news. Xu Kun's face revealed a smile. The other party had chatted with him for such a long time. He vaguely knew that this nymphette might be in an area not far from Tiandu city. Right. Then hurry up and come to the station to pick me up. I hope I can see your handsome posture when I leave the station. She laughed out loud herself as she said that, a silver bell-like giggle. No problem. See you in a while. Chapter 57, Give Me a Female Pouncer. Around 12:30 p.m., Xu Kun drove a white Lamborghini Bull, came to the high-speed rail station and dragged the suitcase out of the station. Nizi met. Xu Kun spread open arms, looking at the front of the long-legged girl with a smile. We have a month have not seen it. Come to hold a let me see you fat no. In front of the car model is not someone else. It is with Xu Kun familiar Lin Shasha, a simple white work hooded down jacket, covering her delicate and slender body. The lower body is the cold black shark pants, the legs taut round and slender, feet on high heels. She was dragging a large blue suitcase, quite a fashionable look for a sports beauty. How can I be fat? I've even lost a lot of weight these days. The words were like this, but Lin Shasha still let go of the suitcase and came closer to hug Xu Kun. Except that the guy's hand was very unfaithful and needed her dolphin parts. Why? Once you meet, you start bad thoughts. This blame me. Who let you short? Xu Kun said unkindly, but righteously. Lin Shasha instantly gasped and laughed. She made an elegant gesture of spreading her hands. My net height is 1.73 meters. Wearing these high heels is higher than the average boy. You say I am short. Line you are not short. Is I cannot help it, okay? Xu Kun casually fooled around to help her pull the suitcase together to the roadside in front of the Lamborghini sports car. This is the big bull. Lin Shasha looked at the white dazzling sports car in front of her with some surprise. She touched on the body of the car and took out her cell phone. What a rich man, nah. Come help me take a few pictures. It's noon. Let's eat first and take pictures for you after dinner. No. This happens to be in front of the high-speed train station. I'm going to use this as a background. Lin Shasha's moving eyes looked at him. As soon as I get off the high-speed train there will be a rich second generation in a sports car to pick me up. I'm going to send it to the group to envy that group of guys to death. Xu Kun smiled and took her cell phone, taking a dozen or so pictures of the scented car and beauty. Subsequently, the two came to Xu Kun has long been booked a good high-class Western restaurant, and so the waiter served the menu over. Ordered a meal, two people chatting, recently separated this time. The flavor of this Wellington steak is so delicious. By the way, I haven't taken a picture yet. Is it necessary? Xu Kun looked at her posture of fiddling with her cell phone. A face of helplessness. Eating a meal is not peaceful. Of course there is. This is the topic. Lin Shasha had a smile on her lips and said as she posed for another picture of herself. A lot of people are curious about the world of you rich people. Such as? Xu Kun looked at her with interest. For example, my group of sisters. Speaking of this, Lin Shasha's eyes flashed, stopping her words. Anyway, it's a group of rather mundane people who are rather posh broads, so you don't have to care. You don't want to be a mansion broad wife? I also want to not just no opportunity. Lin Shasha said and looked at him, blushing herself first. For this topic the two did not talk more. From the car model to become a wealthy woman. That must be how unrealistic. And this topic is also not very positive energy. You came to Tiandu City because you have a new job? Lin Shasha shook her head, her white hand resting on her cheeks. The recent car show just ended. I was looking for a place to take a break, and I just remembered that you were here and came over. Already booked a hotel. Xu Kun drank a mouthful of juice and inquired. No, people's monthly salary is only $10,000. I don't know if Mr. Xu can find a place for people to live. Lin Shasha Shizi cupped her heart with a lovely look of expectation. Find a place to live of course can, but on the two of us this ordinary friend relationship, also not very deep. You have to shell out money Xu Kun's face, also with a smile said, not shell out money okay, I use other things to pay the rent. Lin Shasha emphasized that she was poor. Use something else okay. Xu Kun sniffed. His eyes swept from her big fierce long legs and warped dolphin. What is it? Warming my bed? You want to think of beauty. I mean to say that I cook and clean for you. Lin Shasha didn't get up in a good mood. Exempt. I have someone to clean in my villa. Don't bother you, but I'm short of a maid. I don't know if you're willing to be competent. Xu Kun said half-jokingly. Lin Shasha raised her white and slender neck, and bared her teeth as she looked at him. You're doing this on purpose, right? I'm rushing the high-speed train from a long distance with great difficulty, and this is how you treat me. Please, I'm living in a villa. Your status as a maid is quite high-class. No, you can't go to the place first to take a look around. The two men joked and laughed as they came out of the restaurant and drove the sports car together to the Wenjian Garden Villa. This villa in addition to Xu Kun has lived in. Lin Shasha is still the first woman to come here, and those cleaning housekeepers don't count. As for Qin Lu, to come here to play, for the time being certainly cannot let her know. All the way to the green belt and trees. The surrounding houses have independent gardens, as well as the roadside parked luxury cars, all let Lin Shasha eye-opening. Here is the rich man's world. All around is not a large flat, is a detached villa. When Xu Kun parked his car in front of a single-family house, Lin Shasha stepped on her high heels and got off the car. Seeing the magnificent and elegant house in front of her, she couldn't help but murmur, "You're a really rich guy. Come in. You're my first guest." Xu Kun reversed into the garage and casually parked the car in the parking space in front of the villa, leading her into the courtyard of the villa, where there were also two sports cars parked. One was a Ferrari 458 and the other was a Lamborghini Gallardo. These two cars are also yours. Lin Shasha covered her lips and asked with some incredulity, who else's can they be besides me? Xu Kun in the back pulling the suitcase. Look at her that they're ceaselessly marveled. Came close to say, if you like, nothing when you can drive out to play. Really fake. Not afraid of me to you open bad A pair of flowing glossy eyes looked at him. Lin Shasha's face is full of color of intention. The car can't be driven bad. Just like plowing a field. It will only get better and better. Bah! What kind of bad analogy are you using? Lin Shasha spat lightly with a red face, but kept his words in her heart. A sports car, alas, she had never driven one before. Entering the luxurious living room, the arrangement here was just as noble and elegant. With everything in place, the temperature of the villa has been maintained at room temperature. Lin Shasha, who is wearing a down jacket, slowly pulls open the lock chain, revealing her delicate figure in a tight-fitting sweatshirt, takes off the down jacket and casually throws it on the sofa. Which room am I staying in? Other than the master bedroom, take your pick. There are quilts and sheets in all the cupboards laid out ready to use. Thanks then. Saves me another buck. Don't be polite. Just don't forget your maid's duties. Xu Kun reminded. Lin Shasha sat on the sofa opposite him with a red face, crossing her slender legs. Those beautiful legs in high heels crossed in an incomparably seductive manner. I always feel like you've been sizing up something bad. Xu Kun sniffed and opened his closed eyes, looking directly at her. There's no need to feel that it's true. I'm thinking in my heart right now, how to get you, the maid, to warm my bed tonight. Humph, you really dare to say that. Chapter 58, Get involved in my business. 2. What do I dare not do? You yourself dare to come to me alone. Does not show your own thoughts. Xu Kun said and came to sit beside her. Coming close, carefully measuring Lin Shasha's proud and sexy body, the arc held up by the sweatshirt, the curves tantalizing. Which has, you this guy don't wishful thinking. Well, Lin Shasha bit her lip. The words have not finished was Xu Kun blocked, the pink lips,
after a while until she could not breathe out of the time. Only hands hard pushed Xu Kun's chest, to release their lips, teeth and tongue, head. You durian. Lin Shasha wiped the corners of her mouth, huffing and puffing as she pounded him with her pink fist. Good to know. Xu Kun cupped her flirtatious and innocent chin, his eyes containing passion like fire. Here I am to you how to play rascal, no one can save you, so you'd better be good as my maid. Understand? Don't understand. You threaten me. Be careful, I'll let you step on the sewing machine. Lin Shasha's cold pretty face. Her cell phone wrote down 3 numbers on it. Xu Kun saw this and directly snatched the cell phone back, casually threw it with a strong force into the open-air swimming pool outside. Ah, my cell phone. Lin Shasha was stunned for a moment, then angry, directly pounced on Xu Kun. Hands choked his neck and shouted, you come really return my cell phone. Xu Kun held her gently flipped, holding the warped dolphin warm and delicate body in his arms, a broken cell phone. As to be so excited. That is, I just bought a new cell phone, only used less than a month. Lin Shasha's face was red with anger. Her posture was like the heroine of some small movie, still choking his neck. Get a new one. What do you want? I'll buy it for you directly. How much do you want? How about an Apple cell phone? The whole family bucket series. Xu Kun grabbed her face, said boldly, cough cough. What you said is true. Calm down. Lin Shasha found that the two people's body position is a bit awkward, deliberately coughed a few times to break free from his arms, but Xu Kun, this bad guy, tightly embraced her. Just do not let him move. You say it. I believe that one. Can you put me down first? It's quite embarrassing for the two of us to be like this. Lin Shasha's mind tensed as she felt some sort of lethal weapon in a firing position. Sorry. Instinctive reaction. Instinctive reaction? The corners of Lin Shasha's mouth twitched, whose instinctive reaction was to take a girl into their arms and make an offensive gesture. After this joke, time is still early. Xu Kun directly took her to drive on the Ferrari sports car, to the nearby Apple store, picked a set of the latest Apple family bucket. Not expensive, on more than $20,000, but this is undoubtedly a spiritual stimulation for Lin Shasha. She vaguely feel as if the other side and the implication of what? On the way back, according to Xu Kun's intention, the two of them went to the mall again to buy some vegetables and fruits as well as some meat food. They were going to have a candlelight dinner to celebrate her in the evening. The name is not good for her, especially when the guy bought 2 bottles of high-priced wine, 2 bottles of which add up to enough to buy 2 more Apple family buckets. In the evening, the moon is like water, like a light veil of bright moonlight through the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly sprinkled into the luxurious living room. The home-cooked dishes that Xu Kun and Lin Shasha had made with their own hands filled the entire dining table. The candles that were lit exuded a refreshing aroma, and there was also wine that had already awakened, filling the light with an aesthetic color. Why do I feel a little hot? Bringing the last plate of braised pork to the table, still paired with a tight-fitting sweatshirt and white denim skirt, a pair of delicate porcelain-like legs stepping on high heels. Lin Shasha lifted the sideburns on her face behind her ears and exhaled hot air, saying, is it hot? Maybe the floor heating is on a little too much. Xu Kun's physique was beyond the average. He wore a simpler, collarbone and chest-revealing shirt with black pants. The whole person was dashing and handsome. I think it might be the atmosphere, Lin Shasha muttered in her heart, and also sat on the table to eat dinner face to face with Xu Kun. The atmosphere at the dinner table was not dull, because Xu Kun, the veteran driver, was there. It was naturally impossible to make the meal monotonous. When eating with a girl, the most important thing was the moral of the meal as well as the purpose. Everything was operated for the next program. For example, Lin Shasha, she knew that Xu Kun's chat would lead to a crooked path sentence by sentence, but she couldn't help but want to chat. The two of them were drinking overpriced wine, and about the same time, she heard Xu Kun's invitation to dance. I don't know how to dance. It's okay, I'll teach you. Teaching someone to dance naturally has mistakes, right? A small mistake made both of them fall on the sofa next to each other, and the rest of the program was watertight. This night, when Jian Garden Villa living room lights have been lit until very late, the next day Xu Kun also asked for the first vacation since the beginning of the school year. It wasn't that he wasn't physically fit, it was mainly because Lin Shasha was crying and dripping very sticky. There is no way people from the baby grew up adult, how also have to have a boyfriend on the side of the comfort to do. In her words, Xu Kun is simply too bad. The first day he came, he lured himself into the pot. If you don't go to school, then you don't go to school. Anyway, accompanying Lin Shasha is quite interesting. This girl was studying ballet before. The two of them together have a lot of topics and knowledge to learn and discuss, as well as practice. When are you going to leave? Still in the bright living room, the two of them were eating the takeout they had ordered at the dining table. What? A few days and you're tired of it, now you want to kick me out? Lin Shasha was drinking soybean milk. Her rose-colored lips had a circle of white stains, and she immediately became fierce after hearing his words. How do you think so? If you can stay here all the time, I certainly welcome it. Although Xu Kun crumbled, He wasn't the kind of bastard who puts up his pants and disowns people. He continued, if you stay here for a long time, I'll take the time to travel around the neighborhood with you for a bit. That's still a human sentence. Lin Shasha beamed and hummed. She passed the last bite of unfinished donut to Xu Kun's mouth and fed it directly to him. I'll have to wait for the notice, but at the most I'll be able to stay for another week or so, and at that time, whichever little girl you want to look for is up to you. It's out of my hands anyway. Saying this, her eyes reddened slightly again, and she didn't know if it was real or if she was deliberately pretending in front of Xu Kun. Anyway, I'm just a plaything in your eyes. Play enough and pull back. Xu Kun sniffed and sighed silently, came to the side to look at this nymphette. She just wore a thin men's white t-shirt to cover the upper body and half of the cocked dolphin. Delicate snow-white thighs, a silk unhooked. You can see snow-white knees with red marks. Don't say that. Make it seem like I'm doing something that the heavens hate. Xu Kun cupped her cheek with his left hand and spoke half-truths. You are definitely important in my heart. Really? Lin Shasha's face was disbelieving. She didn't think she had anything that could get into the other party's eyes besides being pretty. Of course it's true. Aren't you a car model? My company has plans to open a modeling academy to train some models in the future as well. I plan to let you come and help me then. Xu Kun held her in his arms and said in detail about his own planning. This planning is temporary, but as long as you can earn money, can be put on the agenda. Modeling academy, well, the role is very big drops. Chapter 59, the building business hasn't stopped. This can be had. Shrinking in Xu Kun's arms, Lin Shasha nodded her head with a haughty face. If she could work in his company, it would be better than running the business in the south of the world by herself. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to follow me, everything will be arranged. Xu Kun pinched her delicate face and smiled as he packed Lin Shasha's bags. Then, am I counted as being bailed out by you? Lin Shasha muttered with some sadness. She was a goddess with white skin and long legs, but she had followed this bad guy. What do you mean? We are entrepreneurial partners in a deep partnership. When the time comes, you are working for me. Get it? Xu Kun didn't mention that the other party was both working for him and had to get off work to warm the bed. Anyway, if you make me dissatisfied, I'll even bite you. Lin Shasha bared her teeth in a threatening gesture. Okay, as long as you're willing, I'll accept it any time. After talking to Lin Shasha for a while, and comforting her wounded heart, the two of them had pretty much finished playing in this villa in the past few days, and were ready to go out for a spin. Plus yesterday the company had already finalized the relocation plan. Today he, the boss, had to go to the site to supervise it. Lin Shasha, who had changed into a sexy and fashionable outfit with a curvaceous and slim body, sat on the co-pilot of the Lamborghini Gallardo with a pair of sunglasses and accompanied him to the downstairs of the company in the new Life Technology Park. Your company is here. It seems that the scale is really not small. A pair of snow-white long legs stepping on high heels came down from the car. Lin Shasha took off her sunglasses and set them in her hand to play with them, looking at the building in front of her. If you don't want to go up, just wait for me at the cafe next to it. Xu Kun spoke up. No, I'm curious. Want to go and take a look. As they spoke, the two of them rode the elevator together to the 36th floor, where the company's logo was etched on the back of the front desk, with two big words, Shinshio, in a dragon's flight. When the uniformed lady at the front desk saw the young handsome man walking in, she hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Xu. Xu Kun nodded and walked past her. The sexy beauty following behind made the receptionist girl curious for a while. It seemed like it was the first time she had seen a handsome boss followed by a beautiful woman. Came to the white-collar office area. Here is presenting a busy scene. All kinds of installation of computers, cabinets on the scene, and a part of the people have already started the office. Xu Kun's this company. White-collar workers are both male and female. The ratio is relatively perfect. The division of the area is also very obvious. For example, most of the technicians who maintain the Volcano Small Video and Zero Yuan Purchase website are boys, while those service positions are girls. At a glance it is quite neat. Xu Kun inspected the place and met up with a few heads of the company in passing, and also got the document to start recruiting to the market next Monday. I will also come over to gatekeep some important positions by then, and those that are not important can be interviewed in advance. The boss's luxurious office said to the head of the administrative division sitting on the sofa. Understood. I will definitely arrange a good time when the time comes. The person in charge hurriedly nodded his head and responded, and the two of them discussed some more before he started to push the door to leave. And before he left, he glanced at the tall beauty sitting on the boss's chair playing with her cell phone. After closing the door, he left the quiet boss's office area straight away, and as he passed by the employees' pantry, Wang Taiha heard some of the employees' conversations. The woman who came today, has everyone seen her yet? Is she Mr. Su's girlfriend? The woman wearing a light-colored professional sheath dress with her legs together and leaning against the wall spoke. I don't think so, Mr.
Sue didn't even introduce us to the minister. A female white-collar worker with a long ponytail, sipping her coffee, said with a light laugh, "Whoever from the finance office. Isn't she the one who wants to chase after Mr. Sue in a high profile? If he is his girlfriend, how can she still chase after him? Hey, who told you can't chase without a girlfriend? Mr. Sue is handsome and rich. I don't believe he only has a good relationship with his girlfriend." The female white-collar worker with a very rounded dolphin part in a small short skirt, teased. "Yes, to know that if you can evening on the Sue general manager of this rich and handsome, that is not less struggle for more than 10 years. Change me, I am also willing. You this little wave hoof usually do not say anything. Now speak the truth." "Hate. I'm single, Mr. Sue is also single. A little idea. Not a crime. The body is very slim," said the curvy and moving young girl, laughed and said, "Yo yo yo." Listening to the female staff chatting there, the topic getting more and more over, Wang Taiha coughed and walked through the pantry, glancing at them. Wang division? The crowd of white-collar female staff hurriedly silenced their voices and panicked for a moment. "Go to work if you're rested. Keep the idle chatter down." After saying this, he turned around and left straight away, no longer bothering with those behind him. The four women were relieved to see this, and after glancing at each other they also made birds and beasts to disperse. Here is the company they chat about those topics is indeed a bit too much, especially in front of these senior leaders with deep experience and rich resume. For people to hear is very bad. The purpose of the company is to make profits, not to let you people here to talk about love, and female subordinates. Female secretaries' in-depth exchanges of this kind of thing, basically are private. Sue Cohen, who didn't know that this kind of thing was happening outside, was in his boss's office, locking the door and talking to Lin Shasha about something on the desk. After a long time, the two of them left the company as usual, and returned to the sports car. Lin Shasha's pretense of calm face immediately collapsed, her pretty face and white skin all infested with a reddish hue. You bad egg think bad things all day long. With her onion fingers pinching Sue Cohen's warm jade face, Lin Shasha said breathlessly. Sue Cohen raised an eyebrow at her. "You also don't think it's very exciting?" "Bah, where is it exciting? I'm dying of nervousness." "Okay, it's okay, I'm the biggest there. Let's try another place after we're free." Get lost. If Lin Shasha didn't have no energy, she would have taken off her high heels and smashed him. After the company's things, the two in the neighborhood to find a restaurant to eat. After Sue Cohen and take her in the Sky City's high-end shopping mall shopping, consumption of 70,000 yuan, to meet her wish. The next day Sue Cohen went back to school to attend classes. After all, it is not very appropriate to always take a vacation. Recently, he was thinking about contacting the school leaders for affection, building a library for the school, buying some office products and so on. College student entrepreneurship heard that there are some financial assistance, although he is not short of money, but if he can get a good, and in the future to take leave without so much effort. After this idea, Sue Cohen contacted the school leadership that night. "We ate a meal in a 5-star hotel. The dinner table to talk about things is a national custom. He is not bad money plus also very clever. So a meal down after we win can be said to be considered a familiar face." He raised the requirements of the whole through. In the words of the Dean of the Faculty of Education, college students' entrepreneurship we need to encourage, not because of the academic and delay the entrepreneurship of this wind. We must know that a good time is available but not sought. Look at what a wise leader of the school. In the future, leave a phone call to finish. If his career is big enough, graduate school and study abroad or something is a small matter. Chapter 60, The Rental House Girl Seeking Employment. On Monday, the recruitment and interviews for Shinsho Company began. A total of 76 people entered the interview session this time, of which 15 needed Sue Cohen to be present and in charge, and the highest level was an executive vice president, who was responsible for spearheading the fight for the company. After Sue Cohen and Ruan Qi passed the word, they decided to open another branch in Yangchang, with her as the general manager. This was also something that could not be helped. The capital investment over there was getting bigger and bigger. The scale of the personnel and the framework of the company had been built up bit by bit, and it would be inconvenient to manage if another company was not established. Into the middle of February in Tiancheng City, the weather has obviously warmed up a lot. The girls who come and go on the street with warming artifacts to prevent the cold and long legs, also gradually began to show the snow white and delicate long legs. Fashion sexy wind began to appear in the streets and alleys. Volcano short video is also in the rubbing ball like fire. Engaged in short video industry, although not as much as the latter days of the national trend, but such as a prairie fire began to emerge from all corners. God Show group of companies, spacious and bright interior. One side of the floor-to-ceiling windows can see the opposite side of the building, and not far from the viaduct on the traffic. Sue Cohen sat in the main seat behind the desk. His left and right each have 2 people. All are responsible for this company interviewer. Good leaders. My name is Han Yali. Graduated from Lanzhou University of Finance. Has been working for 2 years. The last job is in the Huarong Auto Trade Luonan Company, when the deputy manager of the General Affairs Department and the collection of materials. This time I'm here to apply for the position of assistant to the president. Pleasant and melodious voice. The speaker is a gray set dress, slim figure, attractive curves. Appearance and temperament are not bad girls. She sat about 3 meters in front of the spacious desk. Her beautiful legs under the hem of the skirt stepped on strappy thin high heels. A pair of cold-proof white silk close to the skin. From the side, appeared to be even finer and whiter. Sitting on Xu Kun's right-hand side, first Wang Taihe saw that his boss didn't say anything. He directly asked, "Talk about your understanding of the position of president's assistant." Okay. Han Yali cleared her throat and looked at the 5 teachers interviewing her with her eyes. I think that the position of assistant is a coordinating position with decisiveness, which needs to help the president to control the company better and conveniently, collect information from all aspects without any omissions, report to the president after summarizing, deal with simple day-to-day tasks, and learn about the situation of the branch. In a word, the president's assistant is the president's big killing weapon to supervise the company. Some of the assistants who granted privileges are the imperial sword, both externally and internally. The interviewers present nodded slightly. And then the middle-aged woman on Xu Kun's leftmost side also opened her mouth to ask a question about the moral aspect of the individual. This question, Han Yali also very carefully answered over. In short, as long as the money is given, the company is good. Mr. Su, do you see anything else to ask? After every interviewer asked a question except Xu Kun, Wang Taihe whispered to Xu Kun in a low voice. The voice is not big, but in this quiet environment still seems a little clear. Han Yali has long noticed this guy in the center. After all, young and handsome is very attention-grabbing, especially this guy, or the president of this company. Young to open a large company. Really angry yo. MS. Han, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow you will be able to receive news from the company. If the interview passes, we will have someone notify you. When you go out, please ask another interviewer to come in. Seeing that Xu Kun didn't have any more questions, the middle-aged woman finally nodded and said to Han Yali, "Okay, please trouble the teachers." Han Yali bowed slightly, went out and brought the door with her. How about it? Did you pass? Outside the corridor there are still some people waiting. One of them is a beautiful-looking girl with big eyes and pretty face. Her legs are covered with marten boots. After seeing Han Yali come out, she hurriedly went over and asked in a low voice, "I don't know, just let go back and wait for the notice. How do you feel? Is there any mistakes? Give me what points to pay attention to in the interview." The girl pulled Han Yali to the very back and whispered. Han Yali thought back and shook her head. "There's nothing to pay attention to you as long as you don't go off on a tangent. These interview teachers are all very kind and won't give you a hard time." That's so I wonder if I can pass. I heard that the benefits and treatment of this company are very good. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people coming over for interviews. The girl with the pill head was a bit low on confidence. Han Yali saw her own girlfriend's mood is not high, afraid that she affects the play. Rushed to say jokingly, "There is good news is that the president of this company is a super handsome. You like the kind. Think about it if you can enter this company, and then climb on his high branch. You are not hair." Really? The girl instantly revealed interest. Her favorite thing to watch is that kind of urban soap opera, The Domineering President Falls in Love with Me, and even learned a set of the so-called invisible secrets of flirting with men on her own. Really? Don't look away when you go in for the interview. Han Yali's hand rested on her shoulder and said with a smile, "If I had known I would have picked a proper set today. This one really doesn't show off my figure." The girl looked at this proper job hunting outfit and regretted it. "You can pull back. This is a serious occasion." Han Yali flexed her fingers and flicked the girl's forehead. The two chatted for a while and then parted for the time being. The girl continued to go to the queue while Han Yali went to the restroom first and then came to the milk tea store downstairs to buy some fast food, waiting for the other party to finish the interview and go back together. The next time, she has been waiting in the cafe downstairs. The interview time is not slow, but why more people? The girl's list is in the last, so Han Yali is there to wait. In the end it was the girl who sent her the message to wait in the Can rental house. Otherwise it was even longer. Around 2 p.m., the door of the small rental house was knocked. As soon as Han Yali opened the door, the girl, who was full of tired color, stepped on the marten boots and came back. "How was the interview?" "I don't know. I feel like I might not be able to accompany you to and from work." The girl lying on that hard leather sofa, wrapped in flesh silk legs placed horizontally like that. Beautiful pretty face with a bitter expression. "Interview when I was too nervous." Always to the middle of that handsome face. The interviewer teacher said the question are a little bit can't think of. "I don't know whether it's overplayed or nonsense." Ha! Han Yali was stunned, casually knocked off her hoods that could make men drool, and sat down as well. She frowned and said, "If it's this situation you're talking about it's really a bit embarrassing." How could you make this kind of low-level mistake? I don't know. I prepared well. When I went in, my head got hot and muddled up. Plus that handsome guy is quite eye-catching. When I was nervous, I just cared about that. The girl had a look of despair. If this interview didn't face up, she would definitely be hurt a lot. Not to mention that this well-treated company is rare. Let's just say that the dream of commuting to and from work with Hanyali was dashed. Wait for the notification tomorrow. Maybe you've overplayed your hand. In the face of this situation, what can Hanyali say? Can only sigh their own this best friend bad luck. The girl whimpered and jumped headlong into Hanyali's magnificent fierce mouth. Said sadly, Lily, if we can't work in the same company, can we still be good girlfriends? What do you mean? We can't be good girlfriends if we can't work in the same company? Hanyali slapped her little dolphin in a bad mood and started to comfort her. Chapter 61. The first day after entry. February 8th, Wednesday. The day before yesterday, and yesterday is still windy and warm sunshine. Who knows that today has been cold and cool up? The end of spring has just probed. A spring rain mixed with winter cold like autumn fog has quickly enveloped the whole Sky City. Froze to death, I really cold, alas. This ghost weather say change. Today is the first day of work after joining the company. Hanyali and Zhuoming held umbrellas from the bus stop to avoid the rain flowing on the roadside. High heels roaming through the water, walking in the direction of the company building. Hanyali looked at the happy-looking Zhuoming, who was wearing a light blue OL short dress, and below her slender waist, almost only her delicate long legs were being blown by the wind, and said in an unfavorable manner, "Who let you wear so thin? Even if you received the acceptance notice, there's no need to be so happy. Why aren't you happy? This company's treatment is so good. I feel like I might have to stay here until I retire in this life." Zhuoming grinned. The cold wind blowing past her froze her face red. "Don't talk so full of it. Maybe you'll get fired tomorrow if you get into trouble." Hanyali mocked her. "What a word, nasty. Ugh, that's a Ferrari sports car." Zhuoming, who was about to sneer back at her, saw a dazzling red sports car in the rain curtain, crushing the mirror like flowing highway to pieces, running towards the building's parking lot. The dazzling taillights were incomparably dazzling in this rainy day. There are so many rich people in Tiancheng City. What with the Lamborghini Ferraris? These people with good reincarnation skills are really enviable. Hanyali smiled without saying anything. When they came to the front of the building, they put away the umbrella. Their slender legs stepped on the high heels thumping on the floor of the hall, where there were already quite a number of people lining up to swipe their cards for work. Shinsho Group is located on the 36th floor, coupled with the two of them to come in a little late in the row at the very end. Fortunately enough time to watch a batch of other people's elevator to go up. It did not take long to finally turn to the two of them. The last batch of 2 or 3 people left. The two are chatting when a young boy came behind them. Hanyali subconsciously glanced back, slightly stunned, and then lowered her head. Zhuoming also glanced at her reaction, involuntarily spat out her tongue, and also stopped saying anything. Only the afterglow, but still in Hanyali exchange. With a smile glanced over, "Hurry up to greet your top boss came." Hanyali returned her glance. "It's not yet time to go to work. This is the second time we've met. There's nothing to say. It's true. I don't know how to face Xu Kun. She always has a sense of nervousness." Hanyali is not the kind of fledgling college students, but with this young handsome president standing together, is a little uncomfortable. Zhuoming revealed an evil smile. "Look, give you a chance and still don't hit it." Hanyali still want to say something. This time the elevator sound arrived. The last batch of 4 people silent and soundless into the elevator. 2 women and 1 man is 36th floor. Another middle-aged woman is 17th floor. All the way calmly and silently into the company. This time the office area are in preparation. Some in drinking milk tea. Some have been lying on the computer to catch up with the documents. Hanyali followed the handsome president and watched him enter the boss's office. While her office area was the opposite corridor of the boss's office. A cubicle made of transparent glass. A very simple arrangement of computer desks and computer chairs, plus an altar of cactus that could freshen the air. Anyone who passes by here will be noticed by her. While Hanyali is also responsible for handing out documents and reporting on various situations, she just sat down on the seat. The white telephone rang. Hanyali hurriedly picked it up and said in her sweetest voice, "Mr. Su, inform the heads of all departments that the meeting will be held at 8:30 in the conference room." A simple sentence, and so she answered and hung up directly. Hanyali, that calm mind also cannot help but emerge a kind of, "This is the hegemonic president of the sense of immediacy." She shook her head to disperse those unscrupulous thoughts and began to check the list to notify the meeting by landline. This was her first task on the first day of her official employment, so she had to do a good job. Not until 8:30. The conference room has been filled with leaders of various departments. In addition to a few leave due to business, basically all came. Hanyali held a laptop, sitting on the right seat of the conference table. This meeting needs to be recorded and then organized into a document to convey the spirit of the company down. Waiting for the handsome boss to enter the conference room, This scale of regular meetings immediately began. The meeting is obviously very important, but also with the branching Yangcheng video call, the two sides according to the latest market response, the future planning and discussion. At the same time, each department launched a new round of cooperation projects, what with the authentic yam and black earth chicken being quite popular in a portion of the metropolis, and the website of $0 purchase briefly experiencing a wave of surging traffic after the diversion of the small volcanic video, and so on. The conference room was basically filled with discussions and confirmations down to the next project and the sound of drinking tea. This meeting didn't end until 11:30 p.m., and I heard that there was still about 2 hours of discussion to be had in the afternoon. Han Yali has been knocking on the keyboard. Hands are almost cracked, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. She took out her cell phone to Zhuo Ming sent a message. Lunch together outside dinner. Who knows that just after this message was sent out, she heard the handsome boss who had finished talking to the general manager of the Yangcheng branch on the phone open his mouth and say, "This meeting is relatively long, everyone speedy. I have booked a private room in the Longqing Hotel across the building. All go over there." The company boss invited to dinner who dares not to go. Points or should drink sound. Han Yali had no choice but to let her girlfriends withdraw first, at the same time sent another sentence. I and the boss of each department went to eat a big meal. Damn it, I want to eat too. JBG. Then you come. I'm sure it's not much more for one more of you. Han Yali flirted with her proudly. A group of 7 or 8 people from the bosses of various departments came down from the elevator and proceeded to the parking lot to drive. Although the Longqing Hotel across the street from the building wasn't far away, it was obviously not a good idea to go there in the rain at this time. The oldest of the administrative department, Wang Taiha, drove a black SUV and stopped in front of Xu Kun, who of course did not hesitate to sit in the last seat, and Han Yali, who was beside him, originally intended to sit in the passenger seat, but was stopped by the boss of the technical department, smiled at her and hinted that she was suitable to sit in the back seat, with the boss. What is the meaning of this? You're afraid of the boss's majesty. Am I not afraid of it? Or do you think I'm some kind of person to him? Muttering in her heart, Han Yali still sat in the back seat. After the vehicle started, the car was very quiet, almost suffocating as no one spoke. Han Yali is very uncomfortable to look at the boss beside her. See him take the elbow pestle white face. Low head playing with the phone. From the side face seems really handsome. She bit her thin lips. Set of high-heel shoes of fine white long legs bored to move. The beautiful eyes are looking at the car window outside the world. Noontime off work. There are a lot of people whole braving the rain to go to dinner. Zhuoming that niece may be in it. A time Han Yali suddenly a little hard to say what is not psychological. Is that they feel that these people have a really very bitter? Chapter 62 The female boss of the fitness club. Meeting, eating, meeting. This was Han Yali's first day on the job. Busy until she could not catch her breath until 5 p.m. The evening was arranged to organize the content of the meeting into a document. The next day issued down the work. Busy waiting for the end of the day. Han Yali and her best friend met at the elevator door and talked about their respective experiences on the first day of work. What she envied was that Zhuo Ming's work in the general office was not too busy, and there was still time to drink tea and play some small games on the cell phone. I should have known that I'd go to the comprehensive office as well. This assistant is just too busy. Han Yali rubbed her white wrist and sighed. Come on, your salary is fully more than half more than me. I don't believe what you said is true. Or let's switch. Zhuo Ming did not have the good sense to despise her. The president's assistant in this company also belongs to the role of being able to talk to the boss of the department. The general public still cannot go on it. The two walked out of the building. Han Yali was about to say something. In the line of sight, a Ferrari sports car slowly drove out from the underground parking lot. Isn't this the one in the morning? The one driving is Mr. Su, really rich and handsome. Zhuo Ming said with a face of TSK praise. The time for getting off work had stopped, and the bright sunlight was cast from all directions, so that the handsome silhouette sitting in that car could be clearly seen. We have a lot of beautiful white-collar ladies in the general affairs department. Often discuss him behind the scenes. I think this guy, if a little trick a hint, guaranteed that there are a lot of people quietly climb to his window. Zhuo Ming face gossip like a whisper to Han Yali said. This also includes you. Han Yali squinted at her. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Zhuo Ming was indignant, not mentioning what happened during the interview in the slightest. Han Yali shook her head and didn't want to talk more on this topic. Today she was indeed a bit tired and wanted to hurry back to take a shower and rest. This side of Xu Kun driving a Ferrari sports car. Back to Wenjiang Garden Villa. Lin Shasha to pick up and then find a Western restaurant to eat. This girl in his place also stayed for more than a week. I heard a new career. Tomorrow is ready to catch the high-speed train away. Eat a candlelight dinner is a farewell. In the evening, the two people's program was also more in-depth, taking every inch of the villa as the location of the event. For Lin Shasha,
She has been living in this luxurious villa for the past few days, and can be said to be living a princess-like life. Suddenly to leave, the heart is 1,000 reluctance. Fortunately Xu Kun promised to have the opportunity to live here at any time in the future. Even so, rush high-speed rail when she's still cloying in Xu Kun's Lamborghini sports car, to only have time to rush high-speed rail in the last second, only reluctant to pull the suitcase to leave. Her departure for Xu Kun's life did not cause too much impact, is to sleep at night less a pillow, occasionally a little uncomfortable. February 11th, Saturday, Xu Kun received a call from Xie Dongping, inviting him to play at a newly opened fitness club. Xu Kun, who wasn't interested in fitness, still drove over in his Lamborghini Denio for the sake of sentiment. This is a fitness club called Galaxy International, is just opened a few days of the kind. The door of the flower baskets have not moved away. White Lamborghini Bull slowly drove to the door, leaning on the Porsche and a 30-year-old, short-haired competent workplace women talking. Xie Dongping, see the driver's seat after Xu Kun immediately exclaimed, "Holy, Lamborghini Bull, when did you buy it?" The car just stopped. Xie Dongping immediately came over, envious plus marveled at the sports car. He is also loved to play the Lord. Like sports car natural needless to say, Xu Kun's background he has not been able to understand. But the other side of this financial strength is completely first-class bull. Last year to Guangzhou to buy. You want to like me to lend you to drive a month or two. Clothing factory orders each other also pulled 1 or 2 for him. Must be courteous. Don't need a month or two. Lend me a week to drive on the line. Xie Dongping also does not say anything about the wife and the car. Forgiveness is not borrowed. The key to this is a Lamborghini sports car. The number of times he drove is not much. Must experience it. Dongping, do not introduce this handsome man. At this time stepping on a pair of Chelsea white short high heels, the pretty imperial type woman walked over, a pair of eyes containing cunning wisdom smilingly looking at Xu Kun. Forgot I introduce you. Xu Kun Xu Duke Xu Dajo, my good friend. Rich is super needless to say. He himself started a business to open a company with assets of more than $100 million. Xie Dongping smiled and introduced the two people to each other. Hello, I'm Manny Shui. This woman called Manny Shui stretched out her thin, plain white hand and shook Xu Kun's hand. Looking from the front, this woman was heroic and charming. She was dressed in a simple workplace female set dress. Her slender legs, with thin stockings, tightly straightened and rounded, moist dolphin, competent short hair with a pill head, and that burning temperament, all of which showed that this woman was very capable. Stepping on a pair of white short high heel, standing in front of the two men is also very tall, talking to Su moving, very charming. Xie Dongping himself in the driver's seat interested in playing to see the interior, leaving Xu Kun and in front of the cook through the type of peach royalty gossip. If it is a general boy, the face of this level of women, has long been disoriented, but Xu Kun but the performance is very calm, speak clearly organized, eyes are also like water. There is not the kind of desire to face the absolute color. Shui Manny, who noticed this, felt more and more that the little boy in front of him was not simple. Finally waited until Xie Dongping finished. The three chatted together, stepped into the Galaxy International Fitness Club. There are people in the club but not many. Some of them are obviously invited young ladies, wearing sports undershirts and tight hip shorts, in the pole tank training or running on the treadmill. The fit body is dazzling. Entered the VIP room. Shui Manny asked the two men what drinks to drink, their own high heels to pull the door to get. The room was left with only the two of them when Xu Kun directly asked Xie Dongping about this matter. Buddy, I am also interested. In fact, for the owner of this fitness club I am not too familiar with. Is my father well very want me to come over to her to hold the field? Xie Dongping leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs, said with a helpless face, it's just a matter of running a card, but my old man said it's best to let me do my best. And what methods are all used? I heard this what to say. I can do how many cards a person? Fortunately there are brothers you are opening the company. If someone wants to fitness can come here. Xu Kun nodded slightly, jokingly voiced his concern, doing card is no problem. But don't do today's card tomorrow, this club will roll funds to run. Xie Dongping immediately laughed, patted his chest to ensure, this you rest assured. Absolutely impossible thing. This Galaxy International Fitness Club has been in the Magic City. Yangcheng have a branch, is obviously a harbinger of bigger and stronger. If you have the idea you can talk to her. Investing a sum of money can also be. Xu Kun shook his head slightly. In his opinion the charm of brick and mortar fitness, but there are those peach, butt, ant waist, water snake waist fitness ladies in. Other aspects are not comparable to moving a treadmill in their own home running. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a fitness app that was on fire for a long time, and in this era of the rise of the internet, investing in food, clothing, housing and transportation aspects of the industry is still possible. Like this fitness industry is really not good. Your old man, so dedicated to let you help her, will not be your little mom. Xu Kun said to him with a smile in his eyes.
Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't say. That time on the phone. My mind is like this. You guess what the old man said. Xia Dongping looked in the direction of the portal, came over and whispered, with an interesting color on his face. Chapter 63, Wenjiang Garden Villa Party. Your old man, I don't have the ability to do this. If you kid has the ability to do this, then I can rest assured that I will hand the company over to you in the future. Xia Dong leveled out an old man's accent and repeated that sentence. Su Koan looked at him thoughtfully. It seems that this Ms. Shue's background is not simple. Xia Dongping also nodded and said, my father did not reveal it to me either. He just hinted that my family is not able to get along with her. But if we are able to get along, it would be considered a good thing. Su Koan changed a comfortable position to sit, slowly said, it seems that this time I have to owe you a favor again. Introduce a big person to me. But don't. We both who don't owe anyone. As for the word big shot, you two who is big and who is small I don't know. In his eyes Su Koan's background is as mysterious as Manny Shue's, at least for the moment. From the point of view of financial strength, or Su Koan is more bull. Xia Dongping smiled and said to him, in fact, if you and her more in-depth contact with the line, if you can become not also a good thing. Su Koan looked at him, somewhat amused. Would you give up the whole forest for a tree? Xia Dongping also laughed. No, I haven't played enough. That's what I'm talking about. Not to mention you've seen, this Ms. Shue's temperament and character is not those ordinary girls. It's not certain who will pinch who after marriage. Su Koan's words hit the nail on the head, causing Xia Dongping to nod repeatedly. That's right, these words are deep in my heart. I am unable to subdue her. Xia Dongping slapped his thighs and said with an excited face. Before his words fell, the door to the VIP room was knocked on and a soft and clear female voice came out. Two handsome men, may I come in? After getting an answer, Manny Shui gracefully walked in with 3 bottles of drinks. Her elegant face sideburns scattered a few strands. Sitting on the other side of the sofa and Su Koan, Xia Dongping 2 people into the shape of a triangle. What are you talking about so excited? I heard it outside the door. Shui Manny looked at the two with a smile. Ha? Xia Dongping was slightly stunned and instantly embarrassed. Joking with you guys, look at your expression. The soundproofing of this VIP room is very good. Even if any big commotion happens here, it can't be heard outside. Shui Manny's slender hand covered her mouth and laughed. That proud and tall carcass's body with charming and elegant curves slightly undulating. Snow white and pink neck pillowed on the top of the sofa, more lonely and proud. You cannot scare me Sister Shui. We both talk about the topic. Let you girls hear it is embarrassing. Xia Dongping is also very smart. Directly converted the concept of said. Shui Manny shook her head with a light smile at the corner of her mouth and stretched out her onion finger to point at him. At this time, Su Koan took over the conversation and said in a calm tone, just now, the two of us were discussing how to give Ms. Shui your fitness club, pulling a batch of guests over. Really? I don't have any customers for the opening of my small store, so I need you big bosses to come over to support me. Manny Shui's light waves flowed in her beautiful eyes. Her charming and English pretty face looked at him. And you don't need to call me Miss Shui. It's too raw to call me that. You can call me Manny. Manny sister whatever. Su Koan nodded slightly. Anyway, the peach imperial sister in front of him was older than him. Calling her a sister would not be a disadvantage. With an additional woman in the VIP room, Su Koan and Xia Dongping couldn't talk about some topics anymore and started talking about business. On the Galaxy International Fitness Club revenue, Su Koan directly to the company's employees to do card. Anyway, this is not far from the newborn science and technology park. The most important or the company's senior leadership. There is a counting of one of them all are not allowed to run. Su Koan wave directly brought 20 people to do senior membership card. More than 400,000 yuan of members of the money on the same day to the account. The small amount of money in the eyes of the other two are not worth mentioning. Mainly because of his handwriting is quick to feel the dash. Things done. The Miss Shui Manny also invited Su Koan and Xia Dongping 2 people to eat a private meal. The table 3 people casually chatting. The atmosphere is also quite cordial. The relationship is also further. After dinner Shui Manny back to the fitness club work. As for Su Koan and Xia Dongping get together, naturally cannot be so boring to separate. In Xia Dongping shouting, looking for 6 in the nightclub often play the young lady, went to his Wenjiang Garden Villa party. It couldn't be helped that Xia Dongping didn't have a house on this side of Tiandu City, and just simply rented an apartment, which simply couldn't accommodate so many people to play. Wenjiang Garden's top single-family villa, can live here non-rich that is? The first time to come here Xia Dongping, but also by Su Koan's handwriting to the stunned. Along the way, all the villas are parked in front of the luxury car. The beautiful scenery here, with a basketball court, supermarkets, and medical centers, completely is a smaller version of the small city. Damn, buying a house here. I remember that Su Xiao you are not a local, Xia Dongping said. His mouth cannot help but bring the honorific.
No way to know that his hometown in Shijing City, but only such a set of villas. The rest are all the company's assets. If you're not a local, you can't buy a house here. Xu Kun smiled as he drove the Lamborghini Big Bull, slowly entering the courtyard of the villa. He was followed by Xia Dongping's Porsche and business car driven by the nightclub young lady. Bull, really Bull. I'm kind of really convinced of you. Young Master Su, please reward me with some meals in the future. Lush gardens, classical gazebos, warm sunshine sprinkled on the Western-style white buildings as if they were palaces, gorgeous villas, staggered separated courtyard parking spaces with a Ferrari 458 and an orange Lamborghini Gallardo. I now realize what it means to be a real big young man. What kind of rich man am I compared to you? Xia Dongping laughed bitterly as he walked past the two cars, and the 6 nightclub ladies who also came down from the Porsche and the business car were also discussing this place in low voices with excitement on their pretty faces. This open-air swimming pool works, right? What? Are you planning to swim in this kind of weather? Now although the sun is shining, but the temperature has not been high, even if the swimming pool comes with a room temperature system, but after coming out of that contrasting sense of low temperature, so that ordinary people cannot stand. What are you afraid of? You can still freeze with a sister by your side, Xia Dongping said with a face of excitement. He this time, but called 6 face value body are above 83 points of beautiful young lady, casually put out a, are other people's goddesses, the university's school flower, to ferocious have ferocious, leg long nest big, especially clam. Xu Kun didn't matter. Anyway, his physique was better than normal. Even if he was taking a bath in the freezing cold, he was completely fine. Beauties, have you brought your swimsuits? Today we'll have a pool party at Su Xiao's villa. Xia Dongping shouted at the other side of the young ladies who had gathered to talk. Black halter dress, white short trench coat, figure very tall high-heeled beauty, glanced at him, which has a bathing suit. We have not brought in addition to wearing anything. That is, play what party also do not directly explain a little. Who can think will come to such a high place? A petite and delicate figure, cute wind full of girls pouted, a pair of big eyes in Xu Kun body survey. It doesn't matter if you didn't bring a bathing suit, just have a bathrobe, Xia Dongping said with a bad smile. Thinking of that picture, Xu Kun also cannot help but shake his head for Xia Dongping's sister-in-law operation. This guy will play. Chapter 64 Xia Dongping's mind collapsing. The warm sun in the afternoon, like a stream of water sprinkled on the dome of the villa, directly in front of the living room of the luxurious detached villa. The open-air swimming pool was a rippling water, filled with mist. There was a stove on the side that was emitting the aroma of charcoal and barbecue, and a short-haired beauty with a rounded arched dolphin, straight pink legs, and wearing a low fierce nightgown was sprinkling seasonings there. There are 4 young ladies in the swimming pool, are frolicking and playing with the ball. Transparent ripples. Water waves can see their white and beautiful body, like a beauty that people cannot help but stare at. Xu Kun and Xia Dongping were sitting at the edge of the swimming pool, drinking juice and chatting, when the petite and delicate young lady, wearing a small black skirt, brought over the cut watermelon and 2 plates of barbecue. Thanks. Xu Kun said thanks and then picked up a piece of watermelon and nibbled on it. The flavor was sweet and delicious. It was worthy of being a fruit bought from a high-priced supermarket. Xia Dongping looked at the side of the girl, from time to time to Xu Kun body. He secretly laughed, directly said, Su Young don't just focus on their own food Mrs. watching from the side, feed her a mouthful. You this guy, words are like this. Xu Kun is still very affectionate. Directly reach out and hold the small hand of this physique petite style cute young lady. Directly pull her into the arms. What do you want to eat? I'll feed you. Cute girl shook her head blinking her big eyes, reached out and touched his robust white jade-like chest, enviously said, Su Xiao, what kind of skincare products do you use? How come your skin is so good? Touching is too touchy. Yes, quickly say. In the end with what skincare products? Better than us girls. Recommend it. The 4 young ladies playing in the water also swam over at the sound of the words, lying on their backs on the shore of the swimming pool. Those pairs of breasts like ripe apples and peaches resting horizontally on the terrace. I've never used skincare products. Natural. Xu Kun looked at them. As for the gene potion or whatever doesn't count. Really born beautiful so envious. You have not graduated from elementary school. Right. Blindly use vocabulary. Natural beauty is to describe the woman's. You have not graduated from elementary school. People are in college students. Hate. Splash me with water. For women began to splash water at the drop of a hat, constantly squeezing and jostling. Very interesting. Everyone chatted and ate barbecue, playing with water in this open-air swimming pool that looked like a hot spring. And little by little the sun set over the mountains. Late night came. Do not have to eat dinner in the crowd. In Xu Kun's luxury living room to drink some wine. By the way, with his speakers to a KTV high song. The atmosphere is warm and noisy. So that Xia Dongping and the 6 high-color ladies he shouted over have spent the night here. Before going upstairs, Xu Kun also deliberately sent a message to Xie Dongping, so that he remembered to send over the quilt sheets and the money for cleaning the way bedroom hygiene. No problem. I'll rely on you to help place the remaining 4 young ladies. Don't worry and leave it to me. I'm actually a little less assured in my heart, afraid that you'll die of exhaustion on the window. Then let's see, who can't get up tomorrow? Okay, the losing nightclub will treat you once more. This night the 4 stars in the sky keep flickering. Xu Kun is also busy batch draft 4 biology topics until the early hours of the night before lying down to rest. Early in the morning at 7 a.m., the villa's kitchen was playing soothing music. A slender figure was busy with breakfast. The short-haired girl who got up to use the restroom, wearing a thin white halter dress, walked by and couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Xu Kun. Young Xu got up so early? Xu Kun looked at her eyes. It was the girl who played with Xie Dongping. Fierce big legs long, couldn't sleep. Make some breakfast for everyone. Where are the others? The short-haired girl said other people, refers to the other 4 young ladies. Still sleeping. The short-haired girl gave an oh and leaned on the chair by the kitchen to watch him for a while before lifting and kicking her slippers up the stairs and entering the room where Xu Kun had stayed last night. She pushed open a sliver of the doorway to look inside, only to see the 4 sisters lying cross-legged on the large, soft bed. The satisfying snores deafening. The ominous smell coming from the air illustrated how tragic the battle of the 4 forbidden zones was last night. The short-haired girl bit her thin lips, her pretty face puzzled and surprised, a little afraid to imagine how powerful Xu Kun was. One person rebelling against the 4 forbidden zones and still winning? Thinking of this, she merged her beautiful legs and stepped on her slippers to go downstairs. The kitchen also wafted the smell of breakfast. So fragrant. Looking at the boiled egg soup, the blended fruit salad, the red sausage and green chili that can be eaten after casually cooking it, and the hot milk, it was very sumptuous. That busy and gentle back, looking at her, was a heartbeat. Softly said, Su Xiao is really good. Whoever is your girlfriend, that will not die of happiness. Not bad. At this time Xu Kun's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered after connecting, then said to the short-haired girl behind him, the takeout I ordered arrived just outside the villa. Go and pick it up for me. Oh, okay fine. From the living room's sofa, the short-haired girl casually draped a black jacket of an unknown person and walked out with a pair of long white legs, only to see that outside the villa's front door, a security guard in a security uniform was carrying a large bag of takeout. Mr. Su's takeout, please take it. The tough-faced, tall security guard saluted and handed the takeout to her before leaving without looking away. I heard that the security guards here were all retired soldiers, and it was true. The short-haired girl felt more and more impressed by the extraordinary nature of the rich man's world. Carrying the takeaway back to the living room. By this time Xu Kun had already brought all kinds of dishes to the table. Opened the takeaway. Inside the donut buns and some small dishes were also put on a plate. The empty bag left a receipt. The short hair picked up and looked at it. The beautiful eyes suddenly widened. 760 yuan. Just this stuff is 760. This is ordered from the Longqing Hotel. Their buns stuffed with small vegetables are all boiled well with Chinese herbs, which can nourish yin and replenish blood and improve kidney function. It's also very good for you girls. We can't understand the rich world. Let's just fill our stomachs for breakfast. The short-haired girl had a red face and shook her head with a sigh. It's not too early. Call them down for dinner. The short-haired girl nodded her head and went upstairs into the house one by one to shake those people awake personally. One by one, all dozing off sickly style. Only to the dinner table, smelled the aroma of the spirit for a shock. Each one of them devouring eat up. No way, last night's battle consumed a lot of physical strength. Do not get up, okay? Get up on the hungry stomach rumbling. Xie Dongping, who stuffed buns into his mouth, looked at the radiant Xu Kun, as well as the 4 young ladies with tired faces and dark circles spreading across their delicate faces. His heart was flooded with heavy doubts. Last night, he faced off against 2 bloodied great emperors, were a bit overwhelmed, but Xu Kun one person pushed the 4 forbidden areas, and did not consume the spirit. Really living hell. Could it be that he did not make a move? Impossible. He made up his mind to take the time to ask the 4 women. In the battle of the Forbidden Zone, Xu Kun, in the end there is no shot. This is not about winning and losing and nightclub treats. The key is the man's self-esteem. The gap is also too big. Chapter 65. The influential Manny Shui. After 2 days of fooling around in Wenjiang Garden Villa, Xie Dongping finally realized the gap between himself and Xu Kun, which made his mentality quite collapsed. All men, how can this be? Private opportunity. He also inquired about Xu Kun, whether he had taken any supplements, but Xu Kun gave him a simple answer. Born. This makes him speechless. Can only sigh a sentence. Su Young Company, even if the future bankruptcy also cannot starve themselves, absolutely have rich women grabbed package. After the villa party dispersed, Xu Kun's life is back on track again. Classwork or looking for Qin Lu to play a 3.1 line life. When the time passes very quickly,
In the blink of an eye to February 27, the operation of the Divine Show group of companies is all normal. But on the contrary, the news from the old home side of the garment factory. Orders are too much. The company 24 hours full load operation cannot be busy. Many times the profit documents and order documents have been passed to the group internal. Xu Kun recently also considering the acquisition of the garment factory again. The home industry is also very important. Xu Kun after consideration in the school leave, with his presidential assistant Han Yali and 5 or 6 staff, take the high-speed rail business class. In the afternoon more than 2 p.m. back to his hometown of Xinlin City. This time he is hidden from his father and mother to come back. Last time the university just started he gave 2 people a person left of 500,000 yuan a bank card, was to let the 2 old man as a leisurely boss it. Who knows that the work habitual they loose lips are not agreed. Have no choice but to leave the money to them, when you want to travel at any time, and he will transfer a sum of money every month to deposit in the bank card, which also marked their son's company as flourishing. Mr. Xu. At the exit of the high-speed rail station, 3 black SUVs were neatly parked on the side of the road, and 3 or 4 suited and booted heads of the clothing factory departments came over to receive the car, while Xu Kun and his party were also all dressed in suits. His presidential assistant Han Yali and the female finance clerk with her were all wearing professional short skirts, with elegant and outstanding temperament. By the people passing by, they felt like those big conglomerates played on TV. After the crowd got into the car, they ran all the way to the nearest hotel to the garment factory. The deputy director of the garment factory sitting in the co-pilot, after receiving Xu Kun's authorization, handed over a document. Mr. Xu, this is the 6 garment factories that we feel can be acquired after repeated investigations. Their equipment and technicians are complete, as long as they can be put into production as soon as they are acquired. Xu Kun sat at the back and looked through the documents, sitting on his right side of the Han Yali hair scattered around the white slippery neck. Even if the 2 did not have close contact, but also can be vaguely smelled that Orchid General Shower Gel fragrance. Tomorrow I will go to the factory to see the situation. As for the acquisition of these clothing factory love things, if feasible immediately put into the plan. Yes, I will arrange it, the deputy factory director hurriedly promised. After the crowd came to the hotel, they rested directly under Xu Kun's arrangement, and only went downstairs for dinner at more than 5 p.m. At the same time, the documents were also distributed to the crowd, and the plans and funds for this acquisition of garment factories were estimated. After speculation and estimation, the people feel that the acquisition of any one of these 6 garment factories at least need to come up with 6 million yuan or so of funds. As for the acquisition of 6 together at least need 40 million yuan. Such a huge amount of money, the Divine Show Group can take out, but the capital chain is in danger of breaking. These 6 clothing factory benefit is not good, but the site area of large staff, and part of the bank loan, if it is a serious acquisition in fact, the profit is not much. Only like Xu Kun so accumulated a large number of company orders. There are sales channels only dare to premium acquisition of garment factories, and according to the documents given by that deputy director Lu, not only are we staring at these garment factories, there is also a Belle Garment. This is the leading company in the garment industry in Xinlin City. I'm afraid it's hard to watch us do it. Hearing this name, Xu Kun again thought of the woman he saw last time. This is indeed a trouble. Only the same industry has the greatest competition. No matter what, this acquisition program must not be delayed. If the other party wants to accompany us to compete, then let's see who can survive until the end. After discussing this matter, everyone went upstairs to rest. Nothing happened this night. Xu Kun naturally could not take the initiative to do anything. The next morning, more than 8 o'clock in the morning, they came to the garment factory. Not yet into the factory to see outside a row of neat semi-trailers. There is also a part of the minivan. No need to explain to know that these are to pull goods into the garment factory. Can see is also almost busy scene. The major workshop assembly line almost all full. After seeing the situation on the ground, Xu Kun held a meeting in the office building. Set up no matter what method must be the acquisition of these clothing factory military orders. At the same time, he also approved a sum of money for Deputy Director Lu to take. Go to those who stuff red packets or in some special places to play. Pull into some relationships. Said here, Xu Kun eyes contemplative said to him, we invested in such a big business here. The district government cannot not support a little, right? The deputy factory director nodded slightly. The bank loan thing we do need to find them to talk about. But Belle Garment has been obstructing us. Just before also because of the raw material thing made a fuss for a while. You don't need to care about this matter. I will find a way to solve it. Xu Kun said directly. The deputy factory director nodded. In his opinion, the Shinsho group from Tiandu City must have a much bigger background than that Belle clothing. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to arm wrestle with a local company. After the meeting, Xu Kun came to the president's office that had been reserved for him alone. He sat on the desk and took out his cell phone. dialing out Manny Shue's number.
These days his relationship with the Galaxy International Fitness Club has not been broken.
From time to time to bring the group over to the gym. Not only that, even the 3 goods inside his bedroom, he was also pulled to do a senior membership card. Although the money is out of him. But sometimes money cannot buy this kind of relationship. At least this Shui Manny. I heard that in the province of Tiannan are very influential. This time do not use when to use. The phone did not pass, but hung up. The other side sent a video call. She seems to be in a business club. A light-colored OL skirt, pale green small suit jacket reflecting the slim elegant body, slightly leaning against the business sofa, warped a pair of flesh-colored stockings legs. Xu Kun first greeted her, exchanging pleasantries, began to test. Then, little brother, do you mean, let me cut off their financial channels or sales coming? Soft and crisp words, like a cold wind blowing in the warm sun. Shui Manny's slightly haughty face, makeup without powder, quite a flavor. No, I'm serious business. Not to mention I can't Manny's sister let you do hard. I mean, can you give my company subordinate contact the local bank loan business? After all, a one-time acquisition of 6 garment factories. We invested so much here. The local government always have to give us a little preference is not. Xu Kun's face with a light smile, said softly, I thought it was more difficult thing it. Let you give me stammered for half a day. This is good for the local line. I immediately contact a friend. You wait a moment. Less than 20 minutes. Xu Kun received her contact information from WeChat, followed by a video call. That mature girl wind full of imperial sister pretty face floated in front of her. She ruffled her hair. Our friends, what do you need? You say to him. Also need me, also feel free to call me. Okay, thank you Sister Manny this time. Say what thanks to me. Just come back and treat me to a meal. Xu Kun nodded slightly, accompanying this ripe peach beautiful imperial sister, chatting for a while before hanging up. Chapter 66 Smoke in New Forest City. Business dinner party. 100 Rue Garment is the leading enterprise in the clothing industry of Xinlin City. The factory location is also extremely vast, to pull the goods of vehicles one after another. The sunlight sprinkled down the white office building, with floor-to-ceiling windows can face the factory office. Elegant and fresh environment. A planted bottle of water orchids swaying with the wind. Wu Xue wearing a gray and blue uniform dress, shapely body exposed. She held the snow-white arms, cocked dolphin placed on the desk, is coldly looking at the local TV station's interview broadcast. The Xinxiu Group from Tiancheng City formerly acquired 6 garment factories such as Huamen, Shanchuan, Longyi, etc., and merged them into the Huamei Garment Company, and invested 20 million yuan, which will vigorously develop the garment industry in Xinlin City. This collection of 6 purchase of garment factories to sign a contract. Not only the district government sent people over, even the municipal government also participated. This is to change the New Forest City as a turnaround in the garment industry. The surrounding provinces and cities also have an impact. For Belle Clothing, it is a signal of war. The office is unusually quiet. Only the sound of the reporters' report ceaselessly was shouted to the leaders, with different faces, looking at the front of the cold and lovely long-legged beauty. Belle Clothing is a family business. She originally graduated from college, was arranged to enter the United Kingdom to study, but her father suddenly became seriously ill. She had to return to take over the company. Originally in accordance with her strategic planning, not 2 years' time will almost completely unify the clothing industry in Xinlin City. Who knows that even killed such a roadblock? This Xinxiu Group is obviously coming from a bad place. 7 garment factories are already fully able to fight against us, plus the support they receive from their official background is no smaller than ours. We have to make plans early as well. The middle-aged man in charge of foreign sales said with a gloomy face, since they want war, then give it to them. Wu Xue picked up the remote control to turn off the TV program, then looked at the female secretary in the far corner. Isn't the Divine Show Group hosting a dinner party at the Four Seas Hotel tonight? Go find me an invitation. I'm going to go and show them a good time. Yes, here is a heavy sound of war, while the side of the Divine Beauty Group is having a midday meal. 5-star hotel box. People from the bank side, the government side, and the partners of the garment factory. Everyone is happy and joking. Xu Kun and the governor of the construction bank clinked his glass and thanked, this time, but also thank you for the strong support of the governor of Ren. More contact in the future. What words this is. All friends, just with the degree of profit of Mr. Su's company. I think I can take a small step forward again next year. Ren Dahai also laughed and said, secretly are speculating about the background of the handsome man in front of him. The person above personally gave him a greeting. It seems that the little guy in front of him is not an ordinary person. This noon meal is just a small meal before the dinner. We still have to have work to be busy. After work is the real celebration party. Xu Kun led a group of company people to send them away one by one, before a relieved expression, walking towards the hotel room, followed closely by Han Yali.
who was stepping on high heels. Xu Kun glanced at her and said, "You should also rest early. There's still a banquet in the evening." "Okay, call me anytime if there's anything." Han Yali was also tired enough. Just after entering the room she laid down on the bed, loosening her small suit jacket to reveal the curves of her white shirt holding up, her head resting on the soft bedding and rubbing against it. Just squinted not a few minutes. There came the sound of WeChat calls. Han Yali muttered a "whoa this is," after connecting to find that it is their own girlfriend Zhuoming. "Why after eating lunch does not rest at noon." "Rest at noon? Now is the work time big sister." Zhuoming on the opposite side seems to have discovered something. Looking at her messy bedding and scattered hair, the slippery whiteness of her collarbone, directly called up. "Now still lying on the window? Days, you won't be on Mr. Su's window. I knew going out on a business trip tsk. Scram. I've been busy today from morning to now, like a waiter. There's still a banquet in the evening." Han Yali blankly glanced at her, putting the soft pillow behind her waist with an "I'm tired" expression. "A dinner party? Is it that kind of business dinner?" "Yeah, the bank side, the government side and the company as well as some better connected merchants will invite people over. I want to participate so much. There's a free meal to eat." Zhuoming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, stretching her slender waist, drooling and said, "Like this kind of business party, it should be a buffet bar. Get me some back then. Then you might as well get off work and take the high-speed train overnight to get here. It won't cost much anyway." Han Yali heckled. "Well, what you said is also true. I'll think about it. You leave me a back door when the time comes." After chatting for a few sentences, Zhuoming found himself this best friend is indeed a tired face. Also no longer bother her, before leaving and said with a smile, "Originally, I thought that this trip, you can have a little relationship with our family's overbearing president. Who knows that a little bit of progress has not been made. Poor evaluation. You get the hell away from me." Han Yali red-faced, scolded her and casually hung up the WeChat video. She lay on her back on the soft white pillows, her long round legs crossed, her mind wanting to re-enter the dreamland, but realized how she could not sleep. Instead, because of her girlfriend's words, "a time to float," her mind is full of Xu Kun's posture, the cold majesty of the meeting, the lunch table signaling her to drink less and pay attention to her body, politely refusing on behalf of others that she can't drink. "I want to sleep. Don't want these useless things." Her face rolled and she muttered and rolled over. Time does not know how long to pass. Just when she was in a daze the phone suddenly rang, casually picked up the transmission of calm and slightly magnetic voice. The words of the top boss immediately let Han Yali's spirit, hurriedly put on the clothes, stepped on the high heels and went out the door. When she came outside, she only saw a slender silhouette. Xu Kun in a suit was waiting at the elevator entrance, and after seeing her come out, she said, "We need dresses for the dinner party. We didn't bring anything with us this time, so let's go and buy a few sets together." Han Yali naturally cannot refuse, walked to his side and found that there are only two people. Asked in doubt, "Mr. Su, Sister Ping, where are they?" "They went first." "Oh." Han Yali froze and entered the elevator without saying anything. The boss of the hegemonic president personally drove a black SUV and brought her along to the high-end shopping mall in Xinlin City. Outside the car window was a crowded roadway, and the evening sunlight drifted down on the floor-to-ceiling windows on the opposite side of the road. Pushing open the glass doors, they entered a store with a light luxury style and cupboards full of gowns and dresses. "What color do you like? White or black can be." Han Yali's face was a bit slightly red as she said. None of the evening dresses in front of her were of that sexy and tall style, and the TV inside the store was still playing the scene of the models trying on them. "Which one you like to pick yourself? Don't be polite. The company will reimburse you." Han Yali nodded and came to the front of these evening gowns, looking at them one by one. The label on them showed that the lowest ones needed more than 4,000 yuan. Obviously the store Xu Kun chose was really not cheap. Luckily there's company reimbursement. Otherwise I'd rather not attend this dinner party. Han Yali muttered in her heart, chose a set of pure white lei veil, high-class style evening dress, and entered the fitting room to change into it. When she came out and looked in the mirror, the gown was close to the skin, sexy and moving curves, white like snow skin, legs under the open hem of the skirt with a charming flavor. Only the pair of high-heeled shoes on her feet were a little bit mismatched. Han Yali instinctively asked her girlfriend a good look, turned her head before remembering to accompany her as Xu Kun, and the afterglow also found that the former is staring at it, heart-shy, quickly to the waiter said, "Beauty, I want this set." Xu Kun's eyes flickered slightly, and after looking at it, he said to her, "Another set of black ones." "Mr. Su, one set is enough. No need to waste money." Han Yali's beautiful legs moving towards the fitting room stopped, her cheeks stained with blood, and she turned back to him. "The other set is a spare, in case there's an accident." Han Yali recalled the embarrassing scene of urban soap operas where the male and female protagonists attend a dinner party with their tuxedos broken.
and she instantly understood. I didn't expect him to be quite meticulous. Han Yali then chose another French vintage backless evening gown and paid for it along with Xu Kun's light blue suit, totaling 20,599 yuan, her January half salary. Putting the gown bag into the car, Han Yali saw a pair of gazes seeming to be directed at the position of her rounded legs, forced down her inner dissimilarity and prepared to open her mouth when she heard his words. You still lack a pair of suitable high heels. Han Yali moved her beautiful legs, looked down and squeezed out a smile on her face. No need, Mr. Xu, I'm fine with this pair. You are my president assistant, representing my image. With a man's gaze, I think you should listen to me, not to mention it doesn't require you to pay for it, Xu Kun said to her with a smile. As for what he was playing in his heart, no one knew. Men, how old are you? If you weren't my boss, you'd still be kind of a pink dick in front of me. Han Yali spat in her mind. Next door is a high-heeled shoe store. Han Yali was accompanied by her boss to buy another pair of brand-name high-heeled shoes priced at more than $4,000. Appearance is very nice. White and gold as the main color. Exquisite like a work of art. This brand Han Yali, vaguely feel as if in which well-known fashion magazine saw. Gowns and high heels. This set of collocation down her nearly 2 months of wages. Almost finished. This is the world of the rich? Chapter 67, Wooing Xue, a strong opponent. After 8 p.m., the dinner party organized by Xinxiu Group at the hotel was quite grand, and various industries from Xinlin City were invited, mainly the partners. The incoming and outgoing guests all wore smiling faces and were greeted by a waitress wearing an open-faced cheongsam, and were ritually escorted to the exquisite and luxurious dinner hall. The grass, the starry sky, the bright moonlight, the flowing tables with white tablecloths, the vested waiters holding up trays. The dinner hadn't even started yet, but most of the guests had already heard that the president of Xinxiu Group had personally arranged for people to purchase a number of Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Dior, and Hermes luxury goods at high prices from the major luxury specialty stores in Tancheng City, to be used as gifts at the end of the dinner. Today the business nature of the dinner, and do not know how formal, is a kind of gathering of friends, only to come a little more than just, especially in Xu Kun's hint, the leadership of the Huame Garment Company to bring their own families over. Understand the significance of the other party's forces, but also some of the same kind of their own sons, daughters, wives also brought up. So this dinner formed such a scene of spectacle, with the wedding banquet like, Mr. Xu, big deal my family that heard that you want to give gifts, rushed to urge just come over earlier. Ren Dahai said, helplessly sighed, just love to take advantage of small advantages. What words this is? Face to face with Mr. Xu said, go back to see how I pack you. Although the body is a little out of shape, but still able to see the young charm of Ren Dahai's wife, angrily hit his arm. Mr. Xu is not an outsider. Afraid of what? Ren Dahai, who had made up his mind to be a little more intimate with Xu Kun, spoke of family matters. Sister-in-law looks like a virtuous person. Brother Ren is blessed. Xu Kun complimented. In fact, according to the age of the old boy in front of him, when his father are appropriate. Mrs. Ren, who was smiling and flamboyant, her eyes lit up and turned her gaze to Han Yali who was following Xu Kun's side. She was wearing a moving white lace evening gown. Her skin was fair and snowy, her hair was dark and shiny, and her exquisite embellished makeup set off her curvaceous figure in a way that was both sexy and elegant. Mr. Xu, this is your girlfriend, isn't it? She's really pretty, Mrs. Ran said quickly. No, madam, you've misunderstood. I'm Mr. Xu's assistant. Han Yali blushed and hurriedly explained. Mrs. Ren paced over, holding her arm intimately, chatting and saying, no need to explain. I understand. Sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Han Yali's pretty face twitched. What do you mean sooner or later? Can you say it clearly? Big sister. Xu Kun was undoubtedly the most dazzling protagonist in this dinner party. Where he was the core. A pair of different gazes scrutinized him. In the eyes of outsiders, he is young, handsome and has an incredible background. And those who have the heart to secretly estimate the age of their own daughters, to see if they can communicate with him in depth. After all, if they could recruit such a son-in-law, it would be a huge profit. This kind of mobile nature of the dinner did not have any program. Just the Divine Show Group arranged people on stage to thank the guests who attended the dinner. Xu Kun went on stage and said a few words. We are all business partners. Have time to communicate more such words. Afterwards, they each enjoyed the food and familiar people chatting. A variety of exchanges are also in the corner of this dinner party one by one. Xu Kun is talking to the bank side of the people. A beautiful and stunning graceful silhouette into his line of sight. Walking a pair of moving slender legs appeared in front. The same as a pure white evening dress. but this one is a one-word slanting shoulder style. Glistening white fragrant shoulders and swan white neck and collarbones are clearly visible. Slim better than an ant's waist body. A pair of rounded long legs set in black high set off the figure of the pavilion. Mr. Su, let me introduce to you, this is our new Forest City's Wu general manager, Wu Xue. When the side saw the visitor, he immediately took the initiative to introduce with both sides. Mr. Su, first time meeting, please teach me more. Wu Xue stretched out her tender white small hand, her cold face smiling happily. Out of Su Kun's expectation, Wu Xue actually took this time as the first time to meet. Not knowing what to play, Su Kun did not say anything, just shook hands with her, nodded his head and did not say anything. Mr. Su has the same vision as me, the clothing industry in the future in Xinlin City, Tiannan province and even all over the world there will be a hot trend. The era of fashion trends has arrived. She held a highball glass and gently sipped. That feeling of an urban female president came. Su Kun shook his head and said, the clothing industry is not my center of gravity. I'm just contributing to my hometown. This said Wu Xue, mouth corners are a draw. Our side has been like a big enemy. Feelings you, this is just a small fight. Ha, the Divine Show group is really rich and powerful. Our small family can't compare to it. Present are also old slick. Feel the smell is a bit wrong. Hurriedly smiled and snorted and began to change the topic, talking about the recent business part of the anecdote. Wu Xue saw the situation, also did not speak. She came over this time as to see the other side of the dinner can come to which people, as well as close observation, the helmsman of the Huame clothing company, with her thought almost calm and cold, and financial power amazing. The dinner lasted until 10 o'clock before it began to break up, and the closing session was the most anticipated by all, children and adults alike. Every guest who left was presented with a packaged, exquisite gift, and some small children couldn't resist opening it on the spot and then shrieked outright. The latest electric game console. It's great. Mine is a remote control racing car. This is a remote control airplane. Mom, I want to come back next time. Can I? The innocent voice called for a reprimand. You want to come, old mom? I also want to come. Wu Xue thought that although it was not popular, but also received a gift. After sitting in the car, she casually opened it. The pretty face is also slightly stunned. Chanel bag, what a great deal. The female secretary sitting in the co-pilot side with emotion about Godly Show Group's financial strength. At the same time, her eyes also appeared fiery, secretly guessing what was contained in that gift box of hers. That's right, as long as everyone who entered could enter the banquet hall, they would receive a gift, and some families directly received gifts worth more than 100,000 yuan. What a great deal indeed. Is he showing us his breathtaking and unrivaled strength? Wu Xue bit her rosy lips and said with a sneer in her mouth. Her pretty face was calm on the surface, but her heart was already deeply grave. The company that does not regard money as money. The president of the controller, but a calm and strategic wisdom. Definitely not so good to deal with. Bailey Garment is very bad. The dinner party they could organize, but something like giving gifts was almost completely impossible. If each person's gift was similar to hers, then the Shinsho group would have spent upwards of $3 million this time just giving away the gifts. Drive, Wu Xue said, but her gaze looked deeply through the car window at the still-lit dinner hall, as if she could see someone through the walls. Chapter 68, The Helmsman of Huame Clothing Company. In the dinner hall, Su Kun was eating at the flowing table. He had been talking to others during the dinner. He didn't even have time to eat. Now no one was disturbing, it was just right. At this time, Han Yali stepped on the sexy figure of high heels and walked over. Mr. Su, there are still more than 40 gift boxes left. How to deal with it? Tonight the busy company employees split it one by one, and the rest will be directly couriered to my house, Su Kun said without lifting his head. The home here refers to the Wenjian Garden Villa in Tiandu City. The company's executives basically know this location. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. After Han Yali finished speaking and saw his expression as he wolfed down his food, she suddenly felt a little more pity inside. It seems that this boss is not a good person to be. He talks to people and talks to ghosts, and he has to wait for the guests to leave and eat the rest of the meal. At the beginning of the dinner, she also acted as a perfect vase. To the middle of the meal was arranged by Su Kun to go to their own dinner chat, but also can see a steady stream of people, with their own this domineering president gossip. Han Yali thought for a moment, moved to the water fountain to pick up a cup of hot water, and gently served it to Su Kun's dining table. Hot tea for Mr. Su, all these things are cold. Be careful of the stomach ache. Su Kun's action of eating was lurched. His eyes swept over her hot face, and he nodded wordlessly. Thank you. After coming to New Forest City to settle the main matter, Su Kun did not stay here for much longer, and after the dinner, he departed the next day to return to Tiandu City. However, in his heart, he was still planning to find a suitable helmsman for the newly established Huame Clothing Company. After all,
This side of Xinlin City was already in a state of crossfire.
At present, there is no suitable candidate in the company. Can only spend money to find headhunters? These days money is good. Talent is also a resource. Tancheng City is still as prosperous and lively,
and will not change because of the departure and return of a person.
After returning, Xu Kun first took 2 days of classes, and then fulfilled the agreement to invite Xue Mani to dinner. This woman seems to especially like to eat authentic private food. Once again, the place to eat? Selected in a bamboo forest quiet, for courtyard elegant classical courtyard, small bridges and rivers, rockery gardens, and the store's specially arranged guzheng sound. The ancient style is very rich. Looking at Manny Xue, who was familiarly greeting the owner of the private restaurant, Xu Kun, who was following her side, smiled and said, "Sister Manny, quite familiar with this place? They are all chain stores opened by friends. I also chose this place because I want you, the big boss, to help take care of it more."
Manny Xue stepped on white high-heeled shoes, gently knocking on the wooden steps. A word strapless light plain color warm sweater reveals the white collarbone.
Star pendant pink earlobes, underneath is a black packaged dolphin skirt, and a set of black silk imperial long legs. Xu Kun, who was following behind,
rarely dared to raise his head to look at that,
his favorite dolphin and legs. Since it is Manny's sister's friend, I must come often, take more care. Xu Kun is not afraid that you do not have a purpose, for fear that your purpose is hidden too deep. Although he currently cannot say as long as the money can be resolved. Everything is good to say this kind of words, but he is still relieved. When dealing with these people with deep backgrounds, you have to be more mindful. Perhaps it was because Manny Xue was really too familiar with the owner of this store. Not long after ordering the food, it was served up by a beautiful young lady dressed in a large tangcourt dress. The first time he saw the palace dress of the murderous style, Xu Kun was all stunned. Not that the waitress was too beautiful, but that a touch of white was too dazzling. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, just looked at a glance on the skimmed over the head, but still noticed by the attention of Xue Mani noticed, and laughed out loud. Men are all the same, even the small ones. Xue Mani shook her head, her pretty eyes full of laughter. For her words Xu Kun did not do any rebuttal, because what was said was the truth, and he also dared to guarantee that even if he reached the age of 50, he would still absolutely love the 18-year-old beautiful young lady. Try the signature braised pork, and the boiled cabbage. Both are classics in the store. Manny Xue probably really wanted him to take care of more. Gently introducing the dishes she recommended, Xu Kun accepted them all. He already had a large meal, so he ate without any hesitation. Plus he vaguely sensed that the woman in front of him might not like the kind of man who pretended to be a man, so he had no choice but to show his true nature. Sure enough, he wolfed down his food. Big mouth eating action did not cause in front of the imperial sister-like woman's cold eyes, but instead, his face was filled with warm smile. Eat slowly, not enough to order again. Xu Kun used the silk show handkerchief next to him and wiped his mouth, looking behind her and said, "This sentence should be said by me. It's me who invited you to dinner. It's not the same for whoever invites whoever. If it doesn't work, you can invite back next time." Xue Mani said as she picked up the swallow's nest next to her with one hand and moved over to his side. "A treat is fine, but I don't like the kind of favor that can't be returned." Xu Kun also implicitly hinted to tell the other party his mind. Xue Mani just listened and smiled without saying anything, giving him a "you're overthinking it" look. This kind of topic to the point. The next two people casually chat about delightful happy things. To Xu Kun's experience, within this kind of atmosphere is completely at hand. The meal was quite comfortable. After the checkout, Xu Kun drove a Lamborghini Bull, personally sent Xue Mani back to the Galaxy International Fitness Club door. After she got out of the car, did not leave directly, but the proud body leaned on the edge of the sports car, looked at him and said, "Do not come in to sit, drink a cup of tea and then go? No, the company is busy. Have a chance to drink again, then drive carefully on the road." Looking at the rearview mirror, that tall woman standing in front of the door has been watching him drive disappeared into the street. Xu Kun's face is very calm, retracted his gaze, just as he and Xie Dongping said the same thing. This woman she cannot pin down, whether it is the background or mind, are quite difficult to deal with. There are many beautiful women. This kind of woman, or not to provoke, is good. Once again gave himself a warning, lest a moment of hot blood on the head. Time flies like the wind. The end of February into the end, March began to come. God Show Group's president office. Xu Kun is sitting in the boss chair to check the performance report of each department, only to hear the knock on the door. Get answered. Han Yali walked in with a professional set dress and a graceful and beautiful figure on high heels, followed by a middle-aged man behind her. "Mr. Xu, this is Mr. Xiao." Xu Kun looked up at this vicissitude and elegant, temperament-wise at first glance. He was the kind of man who had gone through a lot of wind and rain. He was in a suit and accepted the survey without being overbearing, just by sweeping a glance. The man's resume appeared in his mind. Xiao Buqiang, male, 63 years old, graduated from Weihai University, worked in a number of top positions in clothing companies and design companies, served as the top executive director and executive vice president positions, retired 2 years ago but resurfaced recently because of his wife's serious illness. Mr. Xiao, this way please. Xu Kun came out from behind the desk and shook hands with Xiao Buqiang, gave his female assistant a look, and Han Yali, who had been together for nearly a month, understood in a second and skillfully took out a box of expensive tea from the cabinet behind the boss's desk. Chapter 69, inviting classmates' sisters and little sisters to dinner. Hot tea was brewed, the fragrance curled up, and the tall female assistant was cooking the fragrant tea with her plain hands beside the coffee table. Xiao Buqiang could see that the young boss in front of him was a person who was very good at enjoying life. His face was unchanged as he waited for the consideration of the former. The situation of Huame Garment Company comes. Mr. Xiao should have had a detailed understanding before coming. If you serve as the general manager of the company, what are the next plans? Xu Kun spent hundreds of thousands of annual salary to invite him over. Naturally not let him do it for nothing. Unify the clothing industry in Xinlin City is only his first step. The plan he has long been formulated. But there is not so much energy to pay attention to how the company is running, how to fight against Belle Clothing who regards them as a big enemy. Otherwise, everything is his to do. The future more and more big business will certainly exhaust him. How did the saying go? The busier the boss, the worse the company's condition. The boss who plays golf and has a party to enjoy the party is the one who can prove the stability of the company. The group has done a very good job of playing the fundamentals of Huame Garment Company, although there is the roadblock of Bairue Garment, but for the group to solve them is just a matter of time. Xiao Buqiang first complimented some, then began to slowly say that they have been considering the planning. The reason why Bailui Garment can occupy such a large market in Xinlin City is entirely because of the capital source channels, coupled with the support of the local officials of these aspects. In order to get into the eyes of this young boss, Xiao Buqiang is very detailed. To tell their own plans one by one. Cocoon, the plan is very detailed, and can even be said to be perfect. Xu Kun also listened to the slight nod. After drinking 2 cups of tea, he said to Xiao Buqiang, who had a vicissitude of temperament in front of him, the strategic plan is perfect. I'll immediately let the personnel department arrange your entry plan, and tomorrow you'll depart for Xinlin City to serve as the acting general manager of Huame Clothing Company, and I hope that our cooperation will be pleasant. Of course I won't fail Mr. Su's trust. Xiao Buqiang naturally understands what Xu Kun means by acting general manager. Do a satisfactory job to produce results, then the word acting can be removed. If it will only be boastful, perhaps not need a year. A few months he will be hung out to dry and the contract will expire automatically. The two shook hands, indicating that they officially became colleagues. Mr. Xiao, this way please. Han Yali got up ceremoniously and generously led Xiao Buqiang to the Ministry of Personnel. She is now incredibly grateful that she is the position of assistant to the president. Look at the management of thousands of people in the company's general manager. Are she led to do the entry formalities? This is the network of people. Clothing company's helmsman has been looking for a good. The next look at the person's ability. In the end, like not as rich as on the resume. Xu Kun one-handed pockets to sit in the boss's chair again. After reading a few documents, near noon he went out of the office. On the back of Han Yali said, I have to go beforehand. Call me anytime if there are any major problems. Looking at the back of his departure, a program 8 playing the keyboard, reporting documents. Han Yali secretly relieved. The big boss here, she is under a lot of pressure. Not in the words of her in suffering, really strange. Out of the company. Xu Kun is ready to drive back to the villa. His computer in the business plan document to improve a little time. His cell phone suddenly came with a voice call, and it was a slightly unfamiliar name. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Being this sentence shouted frozen Xu Kun, a time some caught off guard. Although he has a lot of good relations with female friends, but also did not get married and also do not remember, and so on. Xinjia, say what matter? The pink dress girl's delicate face floated in his mind. He sat in the car and smiled in response. Just want to find you to play. Is there any time? How Xinjia gently laughed with a beautiful voice. She hey said, we have a lot of beautiful young lady here. Xu Kun shook his head directly. That place? I'll be right over. The last time the two of us met at that electric gaming internet cafe, remember to put the car on as well. Before hanging up the voice call, she hurriedly added the last sentence. The last topic may be the girl's real purpose. Outside the door of the esports internet cafe, 3 beautiful girls with fashionable clothes and slender legs were talking in low voices. Jia, you're not lying to us, are you? Brother-in-law who drives a Ferrari. How Xinjia gasped and glared at her 2 good sisters, swinging her palm over their arched dolphins one by one. When have I ever lied to you guys? We'll be there later. He might be a bit far away from here. Okay, if you dare to lie to both of us, tonight you as the bride, we as the groom. Chestnut-colored hair, slim figure, hands crossed, feet on the white thick high shoes of the girl laughed. At this time beside the other long-haired girl, staring straight at the white-top sports car coming from the distance, excitedly exclaimed, "Look, it's the Lamborghini Big Bull, top sports car, ah, fantastic. This is the first time I've seen a physical car. It's really super cool like what I saw in the video." How Shinja looked at the Lamborghini Dino that drove past and beamed a bit upset, but as the sports car got closer and closer and stopped beside them, the three girls froze for a moment. How Shinja realized that the driver's seat is Xu Kun, stayed although a little puzzled how the Ferrari into a Lamborghini. But this does not hinder her to show off to her girlfriends. Directly rushed to drop the window of the Xu Kun and shouted, "Brother-in-law, you did not say open Ferrari over it. How to change into a Lamborghini?" This said the two little sisters around her. Suddenly eyes bright light, not only because of Xu Kun's face value and the meaning of the words, a Lamborghini, a Ferrari. This is what the concept of rich people know. The house I live in is in the neighborhood. To change the car also have to pass from here. Xu Kun's eyes surveyed the three. Are the kind of youthful and beautiful girls, fair skin dotted with light makeup, is very elegant and beautiful. The only difference is that the chest is still to be developed. Other places cannot be seen. You have to measure it. The neighborhood? This neighborhood is the kind of financial business district. There is not much lodging apartment buildings. And what there is the kind of villa where really rich people live. Because this is the closest place to where on they work. Brother-in-law, your house is in. How Shinja gulped and looked at him with some disbelief. Jiang Garden. The three women looked at each other. That is a real luxury villa area. The price of a set of houses can make their three families struggle for 3 lifetimes. For a while, the atmosphere was a little cold. Mainly because the status gap between the two sides was too huge, and they didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Xu Kun surveyed their slim and youthful figures and inquired, "Did you call me over to let me play the game with you? Or is there something else?" "Nothing too important. Is the last time to say well, free time to find you together to the internet cafe to play esports." How Shinja bit her lip and said softly, she originally also wanted to show off this brother-in-law to her female girlfriends, and by the way, see if she could take a ride in a Ferrari sports car. But nay, the other party said it was too rich, and with a cocked dolphin to think about it, she knew that just based on her old sister's face, it would be impossible to be his girlfriend. Sometimes the status gap is too big. No words are needed to create a sense of distance. "It's already noon, you guys aren't going to eat?" "No, we'll just buy a bucket of instant noodles and make do." How Shinja's tone was not as cordial as it was just now, but instead had a few more points of constraint. For these things the most sensitive Xu Kun of course heard. Have a different mind, of course he did not allow things to develop like this. Often eat bubble face body cannot be good. Go, I invite you three still go to the last time to eat the Western restaurant to eat. Chapter 70, so the target is me. Yummy, so yummy. See two girlfriends wolfing down Western food. How Shinja cannot help but rolled his eyes, whispered, "You are not nonsense. Average price of more than 5,000 yuan of Western food, and point is the best. You two cannot be ladylike. Look at the other people are looking at us. There is no way. We do not have such a brother-in-law. Maybe this life can only eat so once in the Western food." The chestnut-haired girl called Liang Yuji, without wiping her mouth, used a fork to pick up a piece of cream cake and stuffed it into her mouth. "That's right. You help us ask him if he still likes a sister. I'll willingly be his sister." The corners of how Xing's mouth tugged, wanting to punch one of them on their fierceness, net thinking about beautiful things. "To be honest, your brother-in-law is also a little too good to you. Not only treating you to Western food but also planning to take you to the mall for a stroll." Liang Yuji sighed and said with an envious and helpless face, "Why is it that other people's brother-in-laws are so nice?" A smile surfaced at the corner of Hao Xinjia's mouth, smug because of Xu Kun, and then she pondered. Brother-in-law or whatever, was actually nothing more than a term of endearment that she deliberately wanted to be close to Xu Kun. It wasn't like it was real. Just like what Yuki said, that guy was also a little too good to himself. Could it be that what he likes isn't his sister, but me? Thinking back on the past, a thought that turned out to be so surfaced in her mind. How Shinja's pretty face instantly reddened, while at the same time her heart was complacent, with a feeling of being superior to her older sister. When she was a child, whether it was her family or outsiders, her older sister was gentle and beautiful. As for her, she was the kind of savage character that made people unhappy. Now the handsome male classmate who was in the same class as her elder sister actually liked herself. Great. This kind of strange and excited taste made her unable to resist sitting on the chair and stomping her feet, laughing out happily, chatting quite happily. Xu Kun, who had returned from the restroom, said to the happy-faced Hao Xinjia, "What's the topic? Say it to me." Gossip. He. Hao Xinjia said, raising the juice in her hand, her eyes with a strange color, looking at Xu Kun sitting beside her. "Brother-in-law, I'll toast you. thank you for treating us to a big meal. Don't forget about us.
Lian Yuji and her pure and lovely sister Wang Qir, who had delicate skin and long hair draped over her shoulders, also raised their glasses together to celebrate together.
No need to be polite when you want to eat. Feel free to tell me. Xu Kun nodded slightly, sipping his juice.
How Xinjia has not yet said anything, the two sisters took the lead and put their heads together.
With a kind of quirky like, brother-in-law, can we also want to eat when looking for you? You two shut your mouths for me. Don't lose my face just for some food.
Jealous how Xinjia pinched the two women's cheeks with one hand and tore them fiercely.
Baring her teeth, she said, and is brother-in-law something you can call? You two have sisters? Pain, pain, pain. Spare my life. No, I'll let my mom give birth to another one. Chant. Seeing the scene, Xu Kun did not say anything, just light smile.
After dinner he took three women to the nearby high-end shopping mall. To how Xinjia bought 5 or 6 sets of Chanel,
LV clothes and a cosmetic.
For the other two, appearance and figure is also very clam girl. He also sent a set of skin care products,
50 or 60,000 yuan of consumption.
For him is but a drizzle, but for January pocket money are not more than $2,000 for the three girls.
This gift is simply excited to want to faint. After shopping,
Xu Kun and the girls came to their own Wenjiang garden villa. The gorgeous and elegant architecture, the decoration of well-known designers, the pool, gazebo and so on, let a person marvel, especially when they saw the other two sports cars. The collective silence, speechless.
Your brother-in-law can really have money now. Wang Qir, who was following behind, couldn't help but poke Hao Xinjia and said sourly, then why do you need to say that?
Hao Xinjia had a smug look on her face, as if these were all hers.
Xu Kun took a copy of the Ferrari's backup key, came downstairs to the living room, and handed the key to Hao Xinjia, who was playing the joystick game. Whenever you want to drive it, tell me, or I'll arrange for someone to send it to you. Brother-in-law, this is too expensive. This is a Ferrari sports car.
Hao Xinjia hesitantly didn't dare to accept it, but those eyes were dead set on the red key.
Valuable what?
I'm putting this car away to drive casually. Xu Kun vaguely felt as if he had said this to several sisters, but those people were not able to become the second owner because of various relationships. The Hao Xinjia in front of him was a local and had more time, so she should be driving the Ferrari out for a walk. Alright then, when I drive it I'll be sure to tell you in advance so as not to delay you. With her little sister looking at her with envy, she put away the keys to the Ferrari sports car and carefully placed them in her jeans.
Keep playing.
I'm going upstairs to write some papers.
Hao Xinjia nodded and watched him leave. And just as Xu Kun's people left, Wang Qir and Lian Yuji immediately pounced on her impatiently. Quickly show me the keys. Take a look in the car and go.
Hao Xinjia lightly turned her body,
nimbly dodging the entanglement of the two.
She casually took out the keys from her pants pocket,
playing with them one on top of the other, her pretty face mischievous with a kind of arrogant bragging.
What's the hurry? There's plenty of time.
Didn't you hear my brother-in-law say? You can drive it whenever you want.
She stroked her chin and looked at her two girlfriends.
And you too.
From now on to be my co-pilot. You must firmly listen to my words.
I say go east and not west. Understand? My aunt, my princess. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Hurry up and go see the Ferrari. That's right. Listen to you, okay?
The two girls held her arm on the left and right.
Even the mind to play the game was gone,
and they directly ran towards the courtyard outside the living room.
4 girls,
the Ferrari sports car is more attractive compared to other types of sports cars, especially the red exterior, as dazzling as streaming fireworks. The 3 girls kept studying and discussing on the Ferrari side, and at the same time, they were also honored to be the first batch of jigsaw puzzle celebrities, holding their cell phones in 2s and 3s to take pictures of the fragrant cars and beauties.
That excited and eager expression, even Xu Kun, who was working on the second-floor balcony, could see and hear it, looking at their beautiful and delicate posture. After starting the vehicle, the Ferrari sports car, the dull and melodious roar, wearing a short skirt, Wang Qir, a pair of white legs excitedly popping, very eye-catching. Some fish must be raised early, fishing to have a sense of accomplishment. Xu Kun was in front of the balcony, quietly admiring for a while before he started working. 3 women in the Wenjiang garden villa has been playing until the evening, and ate a delicious hotel meal, before reluctantly go back. Hao Xinjia is Xu Kun personally drove a Lamborghini Bull, sent to the door of the district. Their family lives in the kind of relatively ordinary and normal neighborhood, belonging to the middle class. Right. Then brother-in-law, I go back. You drive slowly on the road. Sitting in the co-pilot Hao Xinjia, the slender arm pulls the butterfly wing door of the sports car. The beautiful eyes flash like looked at Xu Kun. Call me anytime if there's anything. Got it. Definitely. The girl who noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off, her cheeks rolled and blushed as she exited the sports car. She waved at the handsome young man inside the car and quickly moved her beautiful legs to disappear into the night. Waiting until the sports car was far away, she came out from the corner,
She didn't feel it before when she was with Xu Kun. Now she was full of those kind of dirty thoughts. She only felt that every word the other person said had a deep meaning. Other things she is not clear. But there is one thing, that is, brother-in-law is definitely interesting to her.
Chapter 71 My sister-in-law is coming. March 7th, Tuesday. Xu Kun, as always,
drove his Lamborghini de Bull to the downstairs of his company in the New Life Technology Park.
It is time to go to work, passing men and women white-collar people quite a lot.
He came here more and more often with the company's prosperous development. Recognize him also gradually increased. All know that this handsome man is a startup company's young president. Assets of more than $100 million worth of assets.
Proper golden son-in-law top tycoon.
So Xu Kun occasionally on the road can also encounter accosted girls. In the face of high value, he is naturally pleased to add the other party's WeChat. We are young people have the opportunity to have an in-depth chat. Entering the floor where the Divine Show Group is located. This time period everyone has arrived. As usual, the morning meeting opened for more than 40 minutes. Ri returned to his office. Slim figure, beautiful legs moving female assistant Han Yali gave him a cup of milk tea. A long time, she also knows Xu Kun's hobby. Unless there are additional circumstances or basically milk tea or some light vegetarian tea. Working here is still smooth, right? Idle is also nothing. Xu Kun is ready and their own female assistant nagging close to the family. After all, is their own side of the people? The relationship has to get better. Everything is fine. I also like the atmosphere of the company. Han Yali ruffled her hair with her jade white onion fingers and replied with a calm face. You can tell me if there's anything that doesn't go well. Xu Kun paused as he spoke. He originally wanted to say that he could also talk to him about anything he encountered in his life. But this sentence seemed a bit too provocative. But teasing is teasing. Why not eat the cake when it's in front of you? You can also talk to me in life. Okay, then I'll go and get busy if there's nothing else for Mr. Xu. After seeing the handsome young man nod his head, she calmly stepped on her high heels and pushed the door out of the president's office. After going out her smiling face instantly turned from white to red. Han Yali waved her hands and patted her cheeks, shaking her head from side to side. What are you thinking about? Don't be imagining things, okay? This is just loving care for normal employees. Assistant Han, what are you? A sudden voice came, only to see that in front of her was the person in charge of Volcano Small Video, who was staring blankly at her. It's fine, just a bit of numbness in my face. Are you here to find General Manager Xu? He happens to be free inside. Noticing the other party's odd gaze, Han Yali hurriedly reached out and knocked on the door. After getting an answer she made a pleased gesture. The person in charge took a look at her face, regained its calmness, smiled and nodded as she walked into the president's office. Although the scene just now was a bit strange, but he will not go deeper to explore what office play. He understands. Beautiful long legs of female assistants. Handsome company president. In this quiet office next to each other and so close, anything can happen. After saying hello to the young company president, the person in charge began to explain the purpose of this visit. Mr. Xu, according to our Volcano Small Video's recent downloads and registrations, as well as the single day's traffic, from the new year to today has fallen into a bottleneck with little fluctuation. After internal discussions, we feel it's time to enter the second wave of expansion. Xu Kun took the file he handed over and carefully looked at the data on it, as well as the latest download in traffic situation. What are your plans? We discussed a few programs. The first, if possible, we asked the most famous female stars to come over to endorse or shoot some MV. The second is to the country's major colleges and universities to expand the publicity. Young people on these new products to accept the fastest. There are also a lot of netroots with short videos earn more than 10,000 per month. Can be used as an example, and in some areas of the south has appeared small video competitors. After Xu Kun finished reading the document, he smiled and got up and came to the floor window. This is another investment. I didn't expect that a video software that I casually got at the beginning has now become the company's biggest gold-swallowing beast. The person in charge hurriedly got up and came to his side and said defensively, Xu always has so many competitors also shows that the short video piece definitely has a lot of profit. We may not be able to become the first, but we must become the second. Today's investment, tomorrow it is possible to earn it all back. Xu Kun waved his hand. He naturally knew that small video, this piece in the future, how much profit he was just some emotion. I agree with the program you guys are talking about. The person in charge carefully inquired, which one do you think is better? Let's double up on the first and second together. If we're going to do it, let's do the best. Xu Kun turned to look at him. The presidential demeanor said softly, I agree with your program. I hope that the next development will not live up to my expectations. You can rest assured that Volcano Small Video, I will make it catch fire all over the country in the shortest possible time. The person in charge made a military order with a serious face and spoke in a deep voice. If we can't achieve anything under these conditions, then I'll resign. Know what you are thinking about then is not how to resign.
but how you failed. You must find out the reasons from it and challenge the people who defeated you once again. I understand. First place has to be ours. The conversation between the two ended here. The person in charge who gave the military order went to his own department with vigor. The next period of time will be a period of silence for the volcano small video. Once the outbreak will spread to the whole country. After having a lunch with his female assistant at noon, Xu Kun left the company in his sports car, and Qin Lu came to call on the way. Honey, are you free now? The sweet and nice voice echoed inside the sports car. What's the matter, miss me? Xu Kun swept over the road walking past the white short-skirt young lady that white silk long legs, said with a smile. Hey, I really have something to find. You very important thing. She repeated. Okay, somewhere I'll find you. He hadn't frolicked with Qin Lu for some days, and he kind of missed the other party's long legs and arched dolphin. Qin Lu reported a place named Xu Kun drove the sports car and it didn't take long to arrive in front of the supermarket next to Tiandu University. A slim black wraparound short skirt wrapped the quite show-like willow brute waist, straight and slender legs brightly glossy, knee-length socks covering the white skin. On the upper body is a show collarbone pure white thin sweater. Arc was propped up, a Xu Kun scent necklace in front of the murder flooded with luster. Now the weather is warming up, but it is still very cold. Xu Kun looked at this nymphette small fresh and sexy collocation, cannot help but want to laugh. But this other person's outfit is indeed very provocative. White Lamborghini slowly stopped in front of her. Xu Kun pushed open the butterfly door and stepped out of the car. His eyes skillfully surveyed in his favorite part bit. Qin Lu red-faced blankly glanced at him, but she now had something important to discuss with the other party. Biting her lip for a moment, she did not know how to open her mouth. What's wrong with this? Who bullied you? Xu Kun upper hand pinched the delicate and tender cheeks, came close to smell the aroma of that skin. My sister-in-law came to Tiancheng City, is on the high-speed train. Is that so? What's the problem? Xu Kun looked at her. Qin Lu held her handsome boyfriend's hands and said as if she was pampered and regretful. I told my family that I have a boyfriend and that he is a young and talented entrepreneurial outstanding young man who runs a big company. She looked at Xu Kun's expression and continued. My sister-in-law didn't know where she got the news, so she wanted to come over to take a look at the gatekeeper for me and find a job in the meantime. That latter sentence is the most important one, right? Xu Kun hooked her agaric nose and laughed lightly. What do you say? Qin Lu looked at him pitifully, like an abandoned kitten. It's good to do, whether it's gatekeeping, or finding a job. Approaching the girl's pink earlobe, he whispered, as long as you listen to me and fulfill my heart's desire, nothing is difficult. You are a bad egg. Qin Lu stretched out a finger and pressed it against that white and handsome face, her face rolling as she spat lightly, but there was no way. For the sake of their future, she had to obediently listen to the words of the bad egg, and then the two of them went to a nearby hotel, needing to discuss in detail and in depth how to deal with her sister-in-law. Chapter 72, Single Chingching with a confused heart. The fashionable Lamborghini sports car was running happily on the highway. Qin Lu was lying on the passenger seat as if she was soaked in honey, and the wind blowing from the half-open window blew her hair to flutter gently. Her eyes like autumn water looked at Xu Kun, still so handsome and energetic. She secretly muttered, this guy is a BT, so scary. In less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the high-speed train station, and the two of them didn't have to wait long before they met up with Qin Lu's sister-in-law, Auntie. As soon as she saw the woman coming out from the station entrance, Qin Lu pounced on her like a swallow returning to its nest. This was a woman who was dressed quite delicately. Her age was around 27 or 88 years old. She was pulling a pink suitcase. Her tall figure stepped on high heels and was a head taller than Qin Lu. A head of long hair black with a bit of light red, simply sprinkled in the white neck next to the red jacket and black halter skirt with the waist looks delicate and sexy. The skirt under the bare legs was black high-heeled shoes shook the snow white. Looks very beautiful. Also very good at dressing, is the kind of semi-mature beauty, a lot fatter than before, and your skin is white. Qin Lu's sister-in-law was called Shan Qingqing. Xu Kun looked at her for a few moments and realized that this woman was the kind with a small intelligence and was full of refinement to life. Which has fat. People obviously pay more attention to the body than before. A few days ago I measured and also thin. Qin Lu pouted in dissatisfaction. Shan Qingqing laughed and turned her gaze to Xu Kun, secretly with a measuring look. Both his appearance and the sports car behind him were quite dazzling. This is the one from your family. Introduce me to him. Qin Lu nodded, biting her thin lips, tiptoeing to Xu Kun's side holding his arm. Shyly and daintily said, Xu Kun, my boyfriend. What you said I have never recognized. Xu Kun muttered in his heart, and took the initiative to go forward to extend his hand and shake hands with Shan Qingqing. Auntie, let's go. Xu Kun specially booked a seat for you at Qingfeng restaurant. After a brief acquaintance, Qin Lu pulled Shan Qingqing's arm towards the business car behind the sports car. You sit in this car. I'll sit in the front sports car. Qin Lu hemmed and hawed and was about to run forward, but was pulled by Shan Qingqing's arm.
What? It's not okay to be separated from your boyfriend for a while. It's not easy for the two of us to meet once. Shan Qingqing had a lot of things she wanted to ask her. How could she easily let this girl go? Alright then, I'll go talk to him. Xin Lu put her hands behind her small waist and ran towards Xu Kun, who was already sitting in the car with a bounce. Shan Qingqing's narrow but charming eyes narrowed slightly. From these actions and demeanor, one could conclude that this niece of hers liked this boy particularly deeply. One could say that she loved him to the bone. Even though she had only just met with Xu Kun, she could tell that this guy in front of her was definitely a womanizer. If he said that he hadn't had contact with any other girls besides Qin Lu, Shan Qingqing was 10,000 disbelief. Just based on his handsome and gold aspect, there would be countless temptations. Men were the most unreliable in this aspect. Finished, looking at Qin Lu, who ran back, she stretched out her finger and tapped the former's fair forehead. I see that you listen to him in everything, and you'll be foolishly kept in the dark when you're sold out in the future. It won't happen. Xu Kun is especially good to me. Qin Lu smiled shyly with sweetness at the corner of her mouth. As for what she thinks in her heart, no one knows. Shan Qingqing did not say anything, just looked deeply and started the engine of the sports car. From the high-speed rail station to leave a group of people in the Qingfeng Western Restaurant Convergence. This is an Australian restaurant, just located in the vicinity of a golf course. The scenery is quite chic. Retro small house, decorated with flowers and plants, floor clocks and some oil paintings to match. The restaurant manager is also a blonde blue-eyed white beauty. Qin Lu is not the first time to come to this kind of high-class Western restaurant, for here she is not a stranger. Knowing her sister-in-law's situation, she simply introduced her to the taste of some dishes, listening to her gushing about which dishes are delicious. The tiramisu flavor is okay. The steak with a few minutes of doneness is easier to enter. Those who don't know still think that this is a $1,000 lady. You order for me. What flavors I like to eat, you know? Shan Qingqing watched her close the menu. Qin Lu said with a confident face. No problem. It's guaranteed to match your taste. Shan Qingqing's gaze was redirected to the handsome boy in front of her, sitting with his head down playing with his cell phone, her heart pondering in the conversation with Qin Lu in the business car. Little Cohen, why haven't you been talking? Is it because I suddenly came here and disturbed the party of you two young lovers? Looking at each other, she couldn't help but speak. No, I usually don't talk much. Xu Cohen's gaze looked at the woman in front of him and was saying with some intention. I heard Lulu say that my sister-in-law came here this time because she wanted to find a job in Tiancheng City. I don't know which aspect she wants to engage in. First look at the situation and then say, the old homeside is not compared to the metropolis here, my company in my hometown, but also as a deputy director of finance position. Barely a little bit of financial experience. Just do not know the company to use people is what's standard. Speaking about her own situation, Shan Qingqing couldn't help but say a few more words. I see. Xu Kun nodded slightly, no longer chatting about this topic, but joked with humor and wit. Shan Qingqing, who was eager to get an accurate answer, her charming face surfaced with disappointment. A sentence I understand. She was not sure whether this was the other party helping her to find a job or not. The dishes are quite exquisite, but also very tasty. But the heart is not placed on this single. Qingqing has been forced to smile. It was almost close to evening after dinner. The sun was slipping towards the west, and the white Lamborghini Big Bull on the parking space was still as dazzling as ever. Lulu, you accompany your sister-in-law to the hotel. I still have some things to do at the company. Feel free to talk to me if there is a situation. Okay, you drive slowly. Qin Lu, who was physically and mentally satisfied today, cheerfully waved her hand towards Xu Kun and did not retain his departure. Otherwise she, who knew the nature of the baddie well, knew that she would have to look at the stars for a long time in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows tonight. Qin Lu and Shan Qingqing, on the other hand, took a commercial vehicle to the Curly Hotel, and was led by the waiter to a luxurious senior suite. The living facilities were all there, and there were also floor-to-ceiling windows facing the city, and there was also a buffet restaurant downstairs, as well as a 24-hour food ordering service, like a well-decorated small villa. This place is booked for half a month. Wait for Auntie Xiao to find a job and rent a house before moving out. Qin Lu casually took out a bottle of ice cola from the refrigerator and drank it, helping her organize the things in her suitcase. She had lived in this kind of hotel suite just as many times. Both physically and psychologically she had also gotten used to it a long time ago. But Shan Qingqing silently felt the exquisite aura of the house, luxurious and expensive. The floor was covered with soft carpet, the glazed chandelier and cupboards were nightgowns and bathrobes, and there was also the hotel's specially arranged cosmetic cabinet, which was also a well-known brand on the market. Just now she asked the attendant how much a day here was, and the result gave Shan Qingqing a price that she couldn't calm down inside. The selling price for a day's stay was 1,700 yuan. And there would be a discount if it was a monthly subscription. One day is 1,700 yuan. What kind of concept is this? Her monthly salary as the deputy director of the finance department back home is just over $7,000. That did you tell Xu Kun? The purpose of my coming to Tiandu City this time desire to get an accurate answer to the single Ching. Pulling Qin Lu's small hand looked straight at her. I told him, he said he would help. Auntie, you can rest assured. I can't rest assured. If he casually find me a broken company for me to work, can I be willing? Single Ching spat in her heart. In her hometown she worked as a deputy director of finance. Usually tired and money is not to say. The new general manager of the company also on her from time to time. Sister-in-law disturbed a little. An old man of 50 or 60 years of age even had thoughts about her. Really thought that she, Shan Qingqing, was a vegetarian. To her excellent looks and enchanting body, find a multi-millionaire is not bad. In a fit of anger she had to quit her job. Just heard that their niece has such a powerful boyfriend. Want to take a chance to come to the city of heaven. Single Qingqing also want to let her more on the heart. Saw Qin Lu picked up the cell phone. Face covered with a smile looked up. You see, Xu Kun to me transferred 200,000 yuan over. Let me tomorrow to take you in the Tiancheng city shopping. Buy some daily necessities. Looking at the transfer amount of 200,000 yuan. Single Qingqing's beautiful eyes shocked. Her foot-see bosom, non-stop undulation. Biting her red lips whispering to herself. 200,000 yuan. Gosh Qin Lu, this girl, in the end found a what kind of fairy boyfriend. For a while the mind-disordered Single Qingqing looked at Qin Lu's gaze envy with jealousy. Talking about appearance, she is not worse than this little niece, how much, but more of a woman and imperial sister flavor. How she did not have this kind of good luck. Chapter 73, It's all what I expected. Chanel, LV, Prada, Dior. After the bath, changed into a soothing thin nightgown, Single Qingqing is sitting on the sofa drooping slippery legs, dumbfounded looking at the coffee table full of 8 bags of luxury goods. From underwear jacket to bath with cosmetics, can be described as everything. All are well-known specialty stores to buy. This is their one-day shopping harvest today. Spent more than 180,000 yuan. And all the way through, the prosperity and bustle of the city of heaven also let her eye-opening. The old city is not small, but compared with here always feel that there is something missing. In other words, the big city is the place where all young people aspire to be, where you can find opportunities for advancement, and where you can feel intoxicated by the lights and wine. From the bag took out a Chanel jacket. Shohan touched that touch, with itself to wear this very different. The appearance of chic and fashion. Single Qingqing shook her head, her mind is complex when the cell phone suddenly rang as Qin Lu. Lulu, what's wrong? The girl's cheerful, sweet and delicate humming came. Auntie, Xu Kun has already found a good job for you. It should be his company. Tomorrow he will arrange for someone to take you to report. It also belongs to the financial aspect of the job. Okay, thank him for me. There is a chance I am her dinner. Single Qingqing eyes light waves flow. Pursed red lips said, what are you polite? Are a family? I still have something to do here, hang up. Words just finished hanging up. Single Qingqing vaguely can be heard over there came gasping and giggling, as well as the last sentence, don't make trouble. Although she has not eaten pork but has also seen pigs running. Once in the cell phone unknown website has seen the image floated through the mind. These two. Shan Qingqing cheeks slightly red lightly spat, bare feet on the soft carpet, came to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look out at the bustling night scene of Tiancheng City. Camouflage dazzling lights as if the stars, sparkling in this dark city. The lights of the traffic like the Milky Way ribbons spreading in all directions. She wasn't sure what kind of job Xu Kun had arranged for her, so she hoped it wouldn't be too bad. It was late at night, and she tightened her white silk nightgown to cover her proud chest, her lonely figure throwing down long traces in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The next morning close to 8 a.m., just after finishing her meal at the cafeteria, Shan Qingqing received an unfamiliar phone call. She looked at the caller ID, it was local. Hello, is this MS? Shan Qingqing, I'm Han Yali, the assistant to the president of Shinshou Group. I'm in charge of your onboarding today. The nice female voice indicated that the caller was young. President assistant, isn't that Xu Kun guy's sidekick? Hello Assistant Han. I'm here at the hotel right now. Where are you? I'll go out right away. The parking lot location at the main entrance of the hotel. Shan Qingqing hurriedly got up carrying the LV bag she just bought yesterday, her feet stepping on Prada's high heels, and walked out of the cafeteria in a graceful manner. But more than 100 meters away, she soon saw the long-legged pretty female standing beside the business car. A simple silver gray professional suit, perfectly outlined that slim shapely figure, thin and long and not wearing stockings, legs, white bright as snow. She was holding a pink cell phone in one hand, leisurely striding her bare legs and surveying the hotel's environment. Hello, Assistant Han, I'm Shan Qingqing. While she was sizing up Han Yali was sizing her up as well. She hadn't been at work for long today before she was arranged by Xu Kun to come over and pick up someone. The words weren't very detailed, just that it was a relative of a very close female friend. And with all the speculations, she looked at the stylish woman in front of her. Appearance and figure are very good. Her beautiful is a kind of faded young girl green beauty, began to peach growth of that kind of process, give a person the feeling of moisture especially full of looks. Upper body white cloud color jacket, below the black half body skirt under. Beautiful leg set is the latest models of LV knee boots. Lift the foot step, quite attractive. Hello, let's get in the car and talk. The two women got into the luxury business car, all the way to the company out of the hair. Han Yali began to single Ching with her into some of the process and the content of the work. The deputy director of finance is responsible for checking and filling in the gaps, the performance data and salary reports submitted by each company, and usually, he will also travel to some foreign cities to conduct field visits, and naturally, all the travel expenses are borne by the company, such as some of the provinces and cities in Tainan province. There are some of our milk tea stores, and there are some scattered cyber cafes and hot pot restaurants. Hi Di Liao. Listening to the side of the beautiful assistant's soft voice introduction, single Ching secretly speculate on the general deputy director of finance. This position is quite good to hear, and the content of the work also belongs to the kind of brain, checking for leaks and fill in the gaps, and occasionally travel. It sounds quite good. I still don't know much about this new position. If there are any difficulties at that time please ask Ms. Han to help me point out some mistakes, she said to the beautiful assistant beside her with a smile on her face, while secretly smacking her lips. That guy Xu Kun was quite good at enjoying himself. When she looked at this female assistant up close, the other party's body and appearance, she envied. Into a strange place the first thing is to observe the surrounding environment. It is best to make friends or more to make a little. In front of the female assistant is obviously that guy Xu Kun's personal beloved, for the company's situation is certainly like a finger in the eye, so the relationship between the people naturally have to play firmly rely on. Of course, if you have any questions you can always come to me. Two people talking soon came to the company's building downstairs. After passing through the elevator, they entered the floor where Shinsho Group was located. All of them were well-decorated areas. A piece of film and television drama in the weather of a large group. Two pairs of beautiful legs, each showing flavor. Stepping on high heels thumping on the ground, making a crisp sound, wherever they passed by. All attracted attention. And there were employees of Shinsho Group who passed by and greeted Han Yali. Assistant Han. Han Yali either nodded or smiled, and would even crack a joke when she encountered acquaintances who were on good terms. All of this made Shan Qingqing exceptionally envious. That demeanor, that poise, it was all she wanted. There is the president's assistant with the formalities. It is naturally quite fast. After finishing the formalities, the two did not go directly to the financial office, but through the quiet corridor to a closed jade white office door. Han Yali moved her beautiful legs forward, reached out and knocked on the door to get an answer, leading her into the spacious and luxurious office. Shan Qingqing didn't appreciate the luxury of the interior too much, and directly cast her eyes on the handsome boy behind the desk that could be used as a bed. He was dressed in a simple suit without a black outer, set white shirt and black bow tie interlining, was talking to a face value ordinary, slightly deformed body appears a little plump professional clothing women. This is what I told you about our finance department's newly appointed deputy director Shan Qingqing. In the future you will be colleagues. This is our Shinsho Group's finance department director Wang Lihua. Hello Director Shan. From now on we will be colleagues. Although the middle-aged woman Wang Lihua had an ordinary face value, she carried a convincing temperament. Hello. Shan Qingqing was a little nervous, but her demeanor was calm and elegant as she reached out and shook the other party's hand. Along with her extravagant designer clothes and her appearance and figure, she didn't let anyone see her reality. Well, there's something you guys communicate privately. It's work time now. It's better to go about your own business, Xu Kun said handing a document to Wang Lihua. Wang Lihua lightly laughed and joked. A capitalist is a capitalist, not giving the people under his hand the slightest bit of time to be lazy. The three women and one man all laughed out softly. Closing the door, Xu Kun eyed them away. Single director, this is your office. This one is our company staff list of contact information. If you have time you also have to do a CCB card. Monthly salary will be issued on time on the 15th. Shan Qingqing was brought to a personal single room close to the finance office. Not too big but just right. Computer desk and chair as well as a coffee table and soft white sofa on the front. And a work area facing the finance office employees. That's basically it. Feel free to let me know if you need anything else. Okay. Waiting for the beautiful assistant to leave, Shan Qingqing slightly with a suppressed excited voice, stepped on knee-high boots stomping on the ground wandering a few steps, proud figure back slightly as sitting on a computer chair that can slide, surveying this office of their own. It was fantastic, not too big, not too small, just right, perfect for her expectations. Thrilled and excited, she took out her cell phone and took a selfie of the office, and the office area outside, blocking out a few people before posting it to her circle of friends. Sisters, the real deputy director's office of the group company. Look at this environment, this layout, and this company atmosphere.
In a few minutes there were likes and messages.
Single Ching looked at those words.
Eyebrows are filled with happy colors. Single big beautiful girl. Where to mix? Such a high-class place. Developed not help sisters a hand? Deputy Director of Finance. But also promoted. Don't just blow.
Have the ability to send out the salary details next month. Sitting on her throne as director, Shan Qingqing played with her cell phone, perhaps because of the new entry factor. No one disturbed her for a while.
It wasn't until dinner time that she went out of the office. Shinshio Group itself doesn't have a cafeteria, but there are subsidized buildings on the third floor that have various businesses staying in the restaurant. 3 by 3 employees were walking out,
but Shan Qingqing found herself a bit embarrassed.
She didn't have many acquaintances,
and she couldn't find anyone to join her when she went to eat, although sooner or later can be familiar.
But, well, that is not the beautiful assistant? Chapter 74, Spokespersons Flow Flowers and Medical Sisters.
After meeting with the beautiful assistant and her best friend in the company corridor, the three of them logically went to dinner together after casually chatting for a few sentences. Although Shan Qingqing had just met them,
she was able to talk with them for a while. Came to the company downstairs. They chose beef ramen, eating and chatting, laughing and joking in 3 big beautiful women, very attractive next to the attention of the boys. After eating, Single Qingqing to the bathroom.
Zhuoming looked around to their girlfriends, asked, "This new deputy director of what background?
A company when we came to the top boss?
I heard it's a relative of some female friend of Mr. Su." Han Yali's red lips wrapped around a straw,
sipping milk tea with a twitch,
the white sweet sauce spreading around the edge of her lips as she casually spoke.
Again, it's human relations.
Listening to the personnel department over there said that this deputy director is also just a college degree. As soon as he came to be a deputy director, Zhuoming Xioli face indignant. She muttered in a small voice, "I at least is also the second graduate undergraduate, but even more than a college."
Really angry with me. Han Yali looked at her angry little face and pinched it with some amusement. What can you do then? They are relatives of Mr. Su's friend. What friend? Ah,
I dare say that person is guaranteed to be the QR Su raised.
What deputy director is just a false position?
Usually just look at the report or field trips to travel a little.
White collar salary. A dog can do.
Zhuoming said with a sneer.
It's just a matter of saying this in front of me. It's best not to talk about it in front of others.
Han Yali reminded her. The company was crowded with people who were heavy on right and wrong, and no one was sure what words would reach other people's ears.
Don't worry, I know the long and short of it. I'll just complain a few times in front of you, my best friend.
We're still good friends in front of her. Zhuoming had the calculating air of a green tea whore heart woman.
Speaking of which, she looked at Han Yali with those especially nice big eyes, puzzled and inquiring, saying that, when are you going to get on the throne? Ah, with such a pretty face and the position of a beautiful assistant as a bonus, how come you haven't been screwed by the president on the window yet? Han Yali couldn't help but swing up her palm and slapped her buttocks under her professional skirt. What are you talking about? I'm telling the truth.
There is such a good resource around not to make good use of. I'm the best friend, will rely on you to turn over and develop.
Do you want me to give you some ideas? About Su out to eat a meal or something? Shut up you. If you want to get to the top, you go yourself. A good and pretty girl. Net think of these useless. Han Yali glared at her and lectured.
Useless? You look at our white-collar salary deputy director.
Is not a role model. Monthly salary of more than 10,000 every day to drink a tea and read the newspaper on the line. How cool? Ah.
Zhuoming directly put the example to the clear.
A look I think for your sake expression, so say hurry up action. Advisable sooner rather than later.
Or later. Su general side there is no position.
You. Han Yali still wanted to say something,
but at this time, Shan Qingqing had already come out from the restroom, and she had no choice but to once again glare at her bosom friend with her beautiful eyes,
and no longer say anything. The 3 of them went back to the company together, and each of them went to work. The afternoon was quiet for Shan Qingqing, and it was indeed as Zhuoming said. In addition to looking at the data and reports sent by the finance department, she drank some tea and browsed some shopping sites on the internet. Basically there is nothing to do. This kind of work is leisurely and comfortable. Shan Qingqing thinks she can work here until she dies. After resolving the matter of Qin Lu's sister-in-law, Su Kun, and she unlocked some new fitness programs. The two happily played for several days, until Qin Lu was too tired to suffer, only to run back to the dormitory to live no longer see him. On the contrary, the recent Tendu University began a wave of volcano small video trend. Shoot segment video uploaded to the volcano small video to make money. This kind of thing is particularly hot. This is because the volcano small video official released an activity. Each small video does not repeat the number of likes over 10,000, 100, 000 or more than a million will have a red packet reward. This kind of activity is undoubtedly quite novel and fashionable, especially the kind of beautiful women's segments. The number of likes soared. What black silk long-legged schoolgirls, white silk beauty teacher, Open Cheongsam Republic of China beauty, stewardess uniforms, mesh socks secretary, tights yoga instructor and so on. This kind of flow of the video every day skyrocketed. Boys well in addition to the game is interested in, is the beauty? A time the country's major colleges and universities have begun to play this kind of activity. Equivalent is the volcano small video released. The number of red envelopes is also daily huge increase. With the same speed as burning money. Xu Kun also paid attention to this trend. Because his 3 roommates are also playing, only the number of likes never go up. There was no way 3 smelly boys together in a segment that wasn't very original and interesting. Who would be idle and fine to give you a like? Ho Chang even came up with a bad idea. Pay money to go to the clubhouse to find the little sister. Help to shoot together. By then she can not only finish the video but also do something else. This idea was favored by the other 2. Xu Kun naturally impossible to go. What a joke, he haul a group company's president. Need to go to that kind of place? March time. In such a short video covered the situation slowly through. A time online are the kind of paragraph. And volcano small video technology department. Also an overtime to prepare for the update. The next update is to open the live broadcast. To know that the live broadcast of this business is equally lucrative terrible. Not only that, Xu Kun also intends to reopen a technical department, specifically responsible for the research and development of live software, the latter days of those dancing games outdoor and so on the plate of the net red anchor. I do not know how much money earned as a result, and live software platform will only be more than they will not be less. With the volcano small video this natural diversion base, Xu Kun is not afraid of their own live company no one to. The first batch of female anchors. He has an idea. His own girlfriends, car model Miss What, wearing JK short skirt legs set on black silk, a variety of uniforms a body, sitting in front of the camera. Online LSP people are not all excited up. This is the era of traffic. People have to eat enough to find themselves some spiritual material. March 23rd, Thursday. Warm sunlight from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the detached villa sprinkled into the interior, reflecting the noble bedroom to the slightest degree. Xu Kun glanced at the long-haired, shoulder-length, Persian cat-like, light blonde-haired girl lying beside him, delicate as snow, her pretty face sleeping sweetly and contentedly. This is a junior sister of the medical university. It seems that Xu Kun used to drive a Lamborghini Gallardo to go to the supermarket to shop. Added WeChat friends. Last night the 2 people somehow chatted, and then met. And then Xu Kun smoothly into a chapter to bring her back home. After picking up his cell phone and transferring 10,000 yuan to her WeChat, and then attaching a message, he got up and washed up, drove a Lamborghini sports car, and came to the company. Today was the day that Volcano Small Video signed an endorsement contract with a famous traffic flower. How could he, the president, not be present? Into the office not long, the beautiful assistant shouted. Xu Kun conference room people have been all. The endorsement of the actress has also been in place. Xu Kun in the front, the beautiful assistant in the back of the 2 into the conference room. In addition to some of the company's people, is the latest flow of domestic small flower and her female assistant, with a stay in the era of 2007 TV series Famous, coupled with their own appearance and body. Fame is not small, very popular with some of the current young people. Chapter 75, A Chance Encounter in a Private Room. Mr. Su, this is Miss Jo Sinan. Xu Kun slightly nodded his head and walked up, before shaking hands with the rather pretty flower in front of him. The flower in front of him was worthy of being an actress sought after by contemporary young people. Just from the degree of prettiness, she was 2 or 3 points higher than her own female assistant, Han Yali, from her appearance, and had already reached about 89 points. Fashionable and beautiful short skirts and trench coats, tight and delicate concave and convex body, as well as a pair of straight and slender legs with stockings, standing in front of a bright temperament, coupled with that urban drama role she had appeared in, as well as her star aura. It was no wonder there were so many brainwashed fans following her. Hello Mr. Su, I'm honored to be the spokesperson for your company's Volcano Small Video. Jo Sinan looked at the handsome man in front of her with a smile on her face. She also didn't expect that the founder of such a big company would be such a young man of her age. Nowadays, Volcano Small Video could be quite hot in China, especially in major universities, and her being able to sign up for this spokesperson would be a great benefit to her career development. A win-win opportunity for cooperation. I hope we can keep working together happily for the rest of time, Xu Kun said with a smile. He did not have too many pleasantries and directly signaled to start signing the contract. Originally, the terms have already been determined. Both sides have been verified by lawyers without any problems. His presence is only to witness this moment plus signing only. After signing the word the 2 sides did not have too much chat. Jo Sinan, there are other crew to catch, directly took the lead to leave the company. If the future Volcano Small Video need to shoot what MV, video, photos and other publicity clips can contact her.
stars can be really lucrative. Just 1 year's endorsement fee is enough for ordinary people to struggle for 2 lifetimes. Han Yali sighed to herself. Just so Su Koan heard. He did not refute this time, also slightly nodded. Indeed, the star's ability to absorb money can definitely be in the top 10 of the money-making industry. Our God's show group will also enter the entertainment industry in the future. At that time, if you are still working here, I can arrange for you to enter the entertainment industry to try the water. Thank you, Mr. Su. I know my own skills. I can't do anything like an actress. Today's Han Yali felt that she somehow seemed to be talking a bit too much, probably because she saw this overbearing president of her family's eyes lingering a bit too long on that little flower, so she wanted to talk a bit more to attract his attention. However, this was something she would never admit to herself. It's like that famous quasi-first-tier actress that broke out 2 weeks ago. She even went to that kind of party. I really can't imagine just how high that play was. She couldn't help but blush at the mention of this. The photos that exploded onto the internet were simply mind-blowing, and countless fans directly turned into black fans who went on a rampage. No one in this world can withstand the temptation. The ones who are firm in their will are few. Su Koan listened to her words with a rather calm demeanor, gently saying a famous quote to the point. Han Yali heard as if deliberately top her his cattle. Pink Face hummed, indeed very few, but at least someone is not. I think the world is still a lot of good people. Su Koan does not care to say nonsense, also does not care to argue with the woman. He in the quiet front of the corridor suddenly stopped and looked at her, making Han Yali are stunned. When did we start the good and evil debate? Boring. Where to eat at noon I'll treat you. I'll go anywhere. Han Yali unnaturally ran her onion fingers through her hair and silently said sorry to her girlfriends Zhuoming and Shanqingqing. She had wanted to refuse just now, but she agreed in deterrence of her top boss's majesty. Yes, that's right. Let's go eat at the private dining room then. A friend of a friend of a friend of a friend opened it, and I said I'd go and show her a good time. Su Koan smiled and turned around and started to walk outside the company. Han Yali opened her mouth and wanted to say that it was not yet time to punch the clock, but then thought of the other party's identity. The president took her to eat and still look at what time. Come downstairs. Han Yali sat on the gorgeous Lamborghini Bull. The first time she sat in a sports car. Even if she is not vain for these things, cannot help but be happy. She looked at the handsome boy who was focused on driving and couldn't help but say, Mr. Su, I see that you seem to like driving sports cars. All the vehicles under your name are Lamborghini, Big Bull, Gallardo, Ferrari and so on. I haven't seen you drive other cars. It's not that I like sports cars, but you guys do. Su Koan looked at the pair of long legs in the warm sun, more and more white. Wearing a professional short skirt, she sat in the passenger seat of the sports car. The skirt even the buttocks are almost can't cover. We like it? Han Yali then understood. By we she meant girls. Yes, the sports car was produced mainly because of the cool appearance and the expensive price, representing a symbol of luxury. If the beautiful young lady does not like this car, driving on the road high risk factor can only pull 2 people and not practical, who will have nothing to do to drive this kind of car. At the same time, she also understood from Su Koan's words, he is also an ordinary person, like the girl so open this kind of sports car. Simple words revealed the nature of absolute philandering. Han Yali does not know how to evaluate. She only felt that the other side is a little gentleman style, like beautiful young lady and not a bad thing, deliberately pretending to be like a saint. That is disgusting. It didn't take long to arrive at the private dining hall, still a small bridge and flowing water. Poetic environment. Su Kunming, who came once, was obviously remembered by the female owner. They were warmly received as soon as they came in. Mr. Su, M.S. Shui is in the 6th private room. You've come just in time. The dishes will be served soon. The female boss with a fair face value and a lingering charm said to him with a smile. Su Koan slightly flashed his eyes, glanced at the beautiful assistant behind him and slowly said, Sister Manny is also here. It's quite a coincidence today. Later I'll go to her box to give her a toast. I'm bringing a friend here. Please arrange another box for me. The female boss glanced at the gorgeous female assistant. Her eyes didn't change, but Han Yali, who was watching from the side, always felt as if she was hiding a smile. Box 13 is empty. I'll have someone take you there. Han Yali, who followed the waitress up the stairs, held her cell phone and kept snapping pictures of the surroundings, the classical courtyard style, the pleasant scenery, and the waitress in the elegant palace dress skirt, all of which were new to her. This private dining can be really good. I want to have money. Also invited my girlfriends, they come over to see. Su Koan smiled and said, then you have to work hard for me. The per capita consumption here is 6,000. Han Yali's pretty face was dumbfounded, her teeth biting her lips with a bitter smile. In that case, with my salary, I can barely eat 2 or 3 meals here. The wine here is Chinese medicine boiled and brewed into the year is not small. The dishes are not air freighted as some of the mountain treasures and wild game. Absolutely pure green food. As for the chef, I heard or what the previous chef within the palace passed down the craft. Xu Kun sat on a high-back chair, looking out the window at the clattering electric bamboo water wheel, and occasionally seeing the golden carp in the clear lake. Han Yali nodded her head, completely convinced. The lives of these rich people were indeed beyond their imagination. She also understood the words Xu Kun had said in the company. Why that actress couldn't resist temptation. Just this one meal could explain a lot. Chapter 76, Han Yali, I've been poisoned. What kind of dish is this? It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside like a little swan, and it's full of aroma when you eat it in your mouth. Han Yali chewed with a big mouthful, holding the nest in her left hand, her right hand using chopsticks to keep stuffing it into her mouth. Swan durian pastry, also the chef's specialty. Xu Kun, who had eaten last time, had a good memory and said the same introduction that Manny Shui had given him. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the box, and before he could wait for a response, the woman with elegant temperament and exquisite figure walked in with a pair of long, round and straight legs. I heard that you are eating here. You don't come to find me, I came over to find you. Shui Manny had a smile on her face, her warm lips opening and closing. I'd like to see which big beauty can mesmerize you. Not even greeting your sister when you see her. This is your girlfriend? Seeing Shui Manny's string of words as soon as she came in, Xu Kun shook his head and lost his smile, slowly getting up from his seat to help her pull out a high-back chair. No, this is my assistant Han Yali. Xu Kun saw her sit down and took a pair of clean dishes and chopsticks and put them in front of her before explaining as if to say, and it's not that I'm not going to go look for you, Sister Manny. I'm afraid that you're discussing some important business there and it would be bad to disturb you. When you say it like that, it seems like it's still you who's thinking about me. Shui Manny leaned against the high-back chair, her white and slender vegetal hand resting on her chin, looking at him with those delicate and good-looking eyes. The flirtatiousness and enchantment of a mature imperial sister was all in the action. That, of course, our relationship, who can compare? Good, count you over. Moving her eyes away from Xu Kun's face, Shui Manny looked towards the female assistant Han Yali, who had stopped eating and drinking next to her. She carefully looked up and down for a few moments and nodded slightly. Sure enough, it's a big duty. This guy let people give you as an assistant. I'm afraid I don't have a good heart. No, it's definitely not a good heart. Sister, my assistant people here. We cannot say these can. In the face of this woman's pestering, Xu Kun is really no way. If it is someone else he would have loved to directly ignore. But in front of this, obviously not. Who knows when to use them again. Not to mention that from her into the company to now. You ask me when I moved a finger. No matter. Let's not defile people's reputation. Xu Kun said to lean his body to her side, close contact, and even be able to feel the aroma that surrounds the undulating and stumbling figure of Shui Manny. The delicate skin, exaggerated wave figure. You guy. Shui Manny let out a light laughter, stretching out that small white hand to lightly pat him on the arm a few times. Forget about not bothering you on your date with your female assistant, lest you complain about me behind my back again. Shui Manny slowly got up and left from the table, saying to Xu Kun, just remember to come and see me more often when you have time. I don't have many friends in Tiancheng City. You count as one. Don't worry, I will definitely go. Words don't mean what they say, but the words sound happy. Manny Shui came as fast as the wind went, as if it were a fog, and when people left, Han Yali slowly came over. Just now she was completely suppressed by Manny Shui, the other side of the incomparable aura, eyes calm and ignoring people's majesty. It feels like two classes of existence. Mr. Su, this lady is a friend with a deep relationship background. You can't afford to mess with her. And I can't afford to mess with her for the time being. Xu Kun didn't speculate too much on Shui Manny's gesture of treating him as a true friend just now. This woman was just like what he had said before. She could be contacted but never communicated in depth. After dinner, the two left from the private dining room. Before leaving, Xu Kun also deliberately went to Shui Manny's box to chat a few words. In the afternoon, Han Yali still had to go to work, but Xu Kun saw her drinking the rice wine brewed in the private kitchen. Her face was as red as a drop of blood, so he directly gave her a paid vacation. After sending his female assistant to the rented neighborhood, he drove off directly. Han Yali, who was still a little drunk, got out of the sports car and was immediately sobered up by the wind, and looked at the time on her cell phone, only at 1:20 p.m. Paid rest. What should I do in this half day? Han Yali fell into a deep thought. She is a foreigner in the Sky City, also has no friends. All day long, in addition to work, is also with Zhuoming, stay together. Sometimes on weekends or vacation. They are also in the rental house to stay and watch soap operas. Like a housewife. Might as well go to work. At least there's someone to talk to. She muttered and skillfully dialed WeChat. Zhuoming was obviously fine. Not a few seconds before she picked up. What's up, Assistant Han? Holding a cup of tea with a lazy expression, Zhuoming. Looking at the surrounding environment, she was obviously in the pantry. Nothing much, just want to chat with you. What are you doing now? Fishing for hair blown up by the wind. Han Yali walked on the highway in the neighborhood. A pair of beautiful legs stepped on high heels, crisp syllables thumping echo. Just finished working, now come to the pantry to have a small tea. Touch the fish for a while and wait for the end of work. Zhuoming, face full of smiles, apparently quite satisfied with the current work, said she saw Han Yali neighborhood. Froze surprised, you back to our neighborhood? Yes, I just finished dinner, because I drank a bit of wine also dizzy. Mr. Su directly gave me half a day of paid leave. Let me take a good rest. Han Yali's mouth held a smile. Her long hair danced with the wind. Her face was beautiful and charming. From Zhuoming's viewpoint it seemed that the flavor was infinite. There's no heavenly reason. There's really no heavenly reason. It's just a matter of being treated to a big meal at noon, but you're also given a vacation. Zhuoming pretended to have an expression of wanting to cry. Envious to death. At the same time she said coldly, can't see that this president of our family is quite gentle and caring. If I were you, I would have directly hugged him in the car at that time. Such a good opportunity not to grasp it. What do you mean this is? You think I am pretending to be drunk? I get off the car after being blown by the wind. This only sobered up a few points. Han Yali said in a bad mood. See, her best friend still want to say something else, flirting words. She directly said, well, I do not talk to you. Every time we talk about him, you always tease me. He. Water dripping on a stone, you will always have that day. I can feel that this day is not far away. Without waiting for her to finish, Han Yali directly hung up the video. The blush on her pretty face was still dense, but the whole person was calm at this moment. Indeed, as Zhuoming said, her favorability towards Xu Kun was getting higher and higher now, and Han Yali was afraid that she would not be able to hold on to it one day, and would do something that violated her principles. In the roadside grass on the long chair to find a position to sit down, Han Yali fell into a contemplation. If one day really to Xu Kun embrace, become the other side of the wife. No, wife, think about it, is impossible. If it is something else, she can endure each other's behavior. From their own contact with Xu Kun this time too, Han Yali found that this guy is indeed philandering. Sometimes the other side forgot to bring a cell phone for her to be able to see to send several different intimate greetings. There are also times when she also picked up the president's special phone, that female voice delicate and sweet to make her upset. There is so pampered? I'm so crazy. What am I thinking about this for? Han Yali plunged into thought. What is it? This is. She Hall of Beauty college students will not find a boyfriend. Looking for Xu Kun, that philandering guy. Why? Are Zhuoming this niece? Every time to tease her. The whole of her brain today directly turned the corner. Almost took the initiative to climb on that bad guy's window. Almost let me brain poisoning. See you come back tonight, how I teach you a lesson. Blame it all on girlfriend Zhuoming. Han Yali gritted her teeth and said viciously. Meanwhile Zhuoming, who was still groping for fish in the company, only felt a little cold around her, but she didn't care but continued to chat with her co-workers, groping for fish and waiting to get off work. Chapter 77, West King City, March 25th, Saturday. Sunday time. Tendu University rarely fell into quiet. Many of the men and women who went out to work part-time jobs are early out of the door. Last night and 3 roommates overnight midnight internet cafe playing games. Xu Kun, early in the morning from the dormitory, got up and washed the cold water, and soon looked refreshed up, just out of the restroom. His cell phone rang, and Xia Dongping's loud voice came through. Is Su Xiao awake from his nap? Don't forget to go to Xijing City today. Xu Kun looked at the 3 roommates who were huffing and puffing on the bed, grabbed his jacket on the bed and pushed the door to the outside. Remember at 9:10 airplane in time. Yesterday morning Xu Kun and he ate together. The other suddenly asked if he would like to go together on the weekend to travel around Xijing City. He has to go back home. It is his old man to find him a blind date. Going to college on a blind date. This is the normal operation. After all, the door to the right person cannot be good to find. Poor Xia Dongping family cannot see the status of the high and look down on them. Xu Kun is fine anyway, and the weekend 2 days whether in school or in the company he has long been tired of. Go to Xijing City to play. Downstairs in the parking lot on the Lamborghini Bull, Xu Kun went to the University of Posts and Telecommunications to Xia Dongping to pick up. The two came to the airport together. As a rich generation or rich second generation, there is no doubt that both of them booked a first-class ticket, did not wait long in the VIP lounge area on the plane. The service environment of the first class is naturally needless to say. Xia Dongping saw a female stewardess with a fair face value and had the cheek to ask for her WeChat. He said that if there is time, you can find this girl to chat. Xu Kun asked him a sentence. You are going to be a blind date, but also this kind of mess against your future wife. Xia Dongping AI, this is not yet married situation. Not to mention that even if married is not able to look at other girls. If this is not as good as not married. Xu Kun agreed with this. 18-year-old long-legged young ladies, no matter when they like it, if they get married and lose them, it is undoubtedly a rather cruel thing. Close to 2 hours of sailing, they landed in Xijing City Airport. Out of the airport, Xie Dongping's dad arranged a special car to pick up Xu Kun. Was a visit belonging to the nature of a friend, and after Xie Dongping's inquiry, knowing that he did not want to stay in the guest room of their villa home, he directly arranged for the best room in his hotel. You first rest for half a day's time. I will definitely treat you well when you arrive at my place. Xie Dongping revealed a smile that all boys know how to smile, and personally called the executive vice president of the hotel, indicating that an important guest was staying and that he would make sure to entertain him if he needed anything. That executive vice president was also a person who knew what he was doing, immediately arranging for 2 female waitresses who had a face value and figure of around 80 points to serve Xu Kun exclusively. This treatment was called a good. You are busy with your business, don't worry about me. Tomorrow I will go visit uncle with you again. Xie Dongping smiled and nodded and left in the car. As for Xu Kun and the 2 beautifully built young lady, he idly played the landlord in the suite. Proper landlord. He came out this time as a pleasant relaxation mood. How happy how to come. Accompanied by his 2 girls, although the value of the face is still available, but Xu Kun did not move what the mind. After all, not their own hotel, or temporarily convergence of nature is best. After lunch, Xu Kun let the 2 girls go back to rest on their own. He also took an afternoon nap, until more than 7 p.m. was rushed to Xie Dongping shouted to wake up. Waiting for rush, right? Waiting for what? Urgent sleep is better. Speaking of which, I still have a few classmates in Xijing City. Xu Kun thoughtfully remembered that in high school, the University of Xijing City, those people who got into Xijing City, there is time to go and take a look. Classmates, I think it's first love. Xie Dongping, who was sitting beside him, teased with a smile. Xu Kun smiled without saying anything, looking out the window at the dazzling night scene. This is his first time to Xijing City in his previous life, and in this life, he does not know much about this place. But from the point of view of the night's prosperity, it is also quite a colorful city. Xie Dongping arranged the place as a nightclub. The street is all entertainment area, colorful lights. He took Xu Kun lightly to the nightclub called Blue Memories. This store overall fashionable technology style. The decoration is very avant-garde trend. Around the card seat, the middle is the DJ station and dance floor. Colorful lights bright and dark, fell on the net roots. Celebrity style full of young lady's face. Feel demonized like, delicate snow white long legs and moving face. In this environment, more prominent points of stimulation. Xie Dongping is obviously a familiar face here. As soon as he enters the door, there is a waiter who comes up and shouts brother's warm reception. And then there is the person in charge of this nightclub, a young man with dyed yellow hair, in a blue suit, a very little bit of gangster style. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Aren't you going to college in Tiandu? How come you're back? Don't say these. I'll introduce you, my good brother Su Xiao. Xu Kun, a real big shot. If you give us Su Xiao, friendship is good. Your business of this nightclub can be more hot. Xie Dongping took the yellow-haired young man's shoulders, smiled and said both the introduction is also implied. The yellow-haired young man understood in seconds. He looked at the temperament and handsome Xu Kun, reached out his hand and said, hello Su Xiao, I am Pang Ziyu, just call me Xu Kun. The 2 shook hands. A few people toward the card seat that has long been prepared to go. Our familiar Pang Ziyu directly shouted on the good foreign wine, and then began to climb up. Xie Dongping listened to the meeting, felt almost, directly scolded, well, do not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up on the girls, come up. I came here with Su Xiao, not looking for you to play. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They got. Pang Ziyu gave a middle finger, but still arranged for the ladies to start boarding. In fact, it had been prepared for a long time. He just wanted to mix it up in front of Xu Kun. Knowing Xie Dongping's character and stature, he knew very well that the person who could be treated solemnly by the other party was definitely not ordinary. And sure enough, after some conversations, this Su young man didn't talk much, but he was able to drive the atmosphere in the room, and was a person with a lot of experience and heart. As he sent a message to the past, not long after a group of warbling, dressed in different girls debuted to the card seat. A total of 7 people, all dressed in sexy style dresses, exposed a pair of long legs, eye-catching can be. The babes are here. I won't accompany you too, so as not to get in the way. Pang Ziyu greeted the 2 of them and wisely took the lead to leave. You 2 come to me. The rest of the young ladies accompany that handsome guy across the street. He's the main character tonight. If he's happy, I'll have a big red packet for one person. Seeing Xu Kun didn't move, Xie Dongping directly picked the 2 women at the very back, leaving the 5 in front to Xu Kun.